Chapter 1. Xinyo Huzhou, Pan-Siling, Chongyun gradually awoke from his slumber atop the back of a great yellow bull, gazing around in a state of bewilderment. As dusk descended, the somber twilight enveloped the lush, verdant mountains, resembling a slumbering beast. To the west, the sun had set, leaving behind only faint wisps of rosy clouds that illuminated the heavens. He was being carried steadily along a rugged mountain path by the sturdy bull. The only sound accompanying him was the rhythmic patter of hooves against the ground. What on earth? Where am I? Chongyun felt a sharp pain throb at his temples, causing him to furrow his brow tightly. He recalled the events preceding his unconsciousness in celebration of conquering the dark myth. He had ventured to Little Shitian for a commemorative visit. However, during his ascent, he had accidentally tumbled into a lake, choking on water in a state of panic, and soon lost consciousness. His clothes were still damp and wrinkled. Awake, are you? Suddenly, a deep and hearty voice resonated. Chongyun jolted upright, glancing around in confusion, and summoned his courage to ask, "Who?" "It is I, the old yellow bull beneath you." As the old bull spoke, it turned its head, revealing an aged countenance and withered fur, yet its eyes bore a remarkably human-like kindness. What the hell? Chongyun felt numb, and with a start he tumbled into the grass, rolling several times. The old bull stubbornly approached, lowering its head to gaze at Chongyun. "Coward, why do you not recognize me? This bull is speaking human language? Moreover, why does it call me cowherd?" Chongyun was bewildered amidst his panic. A thought struck him. Could it be that I have traversed time and space, and have become a cowherd from mythology? A bull speaking human language is clearly beyond the realm of possibility on Earth. If I truly have become a cowherd, it might not be such a misfortune. The tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl, where a poor lad marries the daughter of the heavenly emperor, is well known, and no man can resist envying such a serendipitous union. With a celestial wife. Boom! Just as Chongyun began to regain his composure, a thunderous resonance surged within his mind, as if the very heavens were splitting apart. The mingling of pure and impure energies manifested before him, revealing a tome exuding an aura of chaos, with 3 ancient characters emblazoned upon its cover. Shanhai Hui. 1. These 4 characters seemed to transcend time, harboring the essence of supreme laws that, in an instant, the tome fluttered open to a certain page, revealing a stark white background adorned with a black outline depicting a bull. Yellow Bull Demon. Centennial Cultivation. Adjacent to the illustration, words were inscribed. The yellow bull has attained spiritual sentience, harboring malevolent intentions. Having endured a lifetime of whips and lashes, upon awakening its intelligence, it harbors the deepest animosity towards humans. However, its innate dullness prevents it from achieving greatness, and its servile nature remains unchanged, continuing to serve other great demons willingly. Its tears can cloud the human heart, inducing amnesia. The yellow bull, upon achieving sentience, is adept at deceiving humans and engaging in nefarious deeds. Its life force resides in the center of its 2 horns. A sharp blade, through the white fur upon its forehead, can flay its hide, thus destroying its cultivation. Burning its hide reveals a pelt that grants the ability to ride the winds. Not yet recorded. The Shanhai Hui one. Could this be a golden finger? Chongyun felt a stirring in his heart, and indeed, he connected with the treasured tome in his mind. Casually flipping through its pages, he discovered that this intricate scroll of mountains and seas contained countless illustrations, divided into 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Accompanied by text, it clearly detailed the characteristics, vulnerabilities, and the precious materials associated with various deities, demons, fairies, and mystical creatures. Moreover, each illustration bore the label "Not Recorded." How could one achieve inclusion? Was it through hunting the beings depicted within the illustrations? Or was there some other method? Turning to the page titled "The Yellow Ox Transformed," Chongyun gazed up at the old yellow ox before him, and to his astonishment, he discerned that their appearances and expressions were strikingly identical. The scroll of mountains and seas warns that the yellow ox, having attained sentience, harbors malevolent intentions and harbors deep-seated hatred for humanity. A wave of unease washed over Chongyun as he pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament, only to be seized by the old yellow ox, who said, "Cowherd, quickly climb onto my back. You've been away for a long while, chopping wood on the mountain. I came looking for you and found you drowning in the water. Perhaps the swift current caused you to bump your head and momentarily forget everything." As the old yellow ox explained, he dragged Chongyun back on his back. Chongyun cautiously licked his lips and indeed detected a slightly salty taste, hastily spitting a few times. The tears of a sentient yellow ox could cloud the mind and induce amnesia. Once comfortably seated on the ox's back, Chongyun noticed pain coursing through his body. Gently parting his clothing, he observed two distinct bruises on his chest. As if something sharp had punctured him, it appears I've lost some memories. This injury is most likely the work of the ox's horns. At this point, Chongyun was convinced that he had not stumbled upon the fortune of becoming a cowherd, but rather had fallen prey to a cunning and malevolent ox demon. Cowherd, how could you forget me? We have relied on each other since childhood. You are unlike other cattle herders who would strike me. Every day, you took me to the brook to drink the clearest water, and the grass you harvested for me was always the freshest. My coat was always kept impeccably clean by you, and you would take me to bask in the sun on the western hillside, which was so warm that, you remember your brother and sister-in-law. They would hit and scold you. You've always slept with me in the barn. As they journeyed, the old yellow ox chattered incessantly, as if all of it were indeed true. Yet to Chongyun's ears, it sounded like the delusions of a stubborn and ignorant beast. No hits, drinking clean water, eating fresh grass, and living alongside humans, and basking in the sun. But who would sunbathe on the western hillside? How could the evening sun be warm? Chongyun refrained from contradicting the ox demon and inquired, did my brother and sister-in-law treat me poorly? Yes, they wish to seize the inheritance left by your parents. Upon returning home, no matter what they say, do not believe them. I alone am sincere in my regard for you. Approximately half an hour later, the man and the ox finally arrived at a secluded courtyard. This courtyard stood solitary in the deep mountains, comprising only 3 houses and a cattle shed. In the courtyard, a flickering light reveals a weary village woman tending to a lamp, illuminating a farmer strenuously grinding grain. Both are clad in coarse linen garments, reminiscent of ancient agrarian attire. Niulang, you have returned? The village woman greets Chongyun, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Moo! The old yellow ox bellows defiantly. The woman quickly lowers her gaze, while the farmer, panting from his labor, remarks you are not permitted to sleep indoors. Go and share the barn with the old ox. Very well. Chongyun responds calmly, yet his hand instinctively moves to his growling stomach. Brother, sister-in-law, I am hungry and desire a meal. The farmer continues his toil, ignoring him. The village woman, staring at her toes, replies, there is no food, you may consume the fodder in the barn. Furrowing his brow, Chongyun feels no response from the scroll of mountains and seas within him, indicating that these two are mere mortals, likely under the influence of the old yellow ox. The ox, having carried Luo Chan back to the barn, offers the softest hay to him, allowing him to sit atop it while it lies beside him, reassuringly saying, your brother and sister-in-law care not for you, they would rather see you perish. But fret not, I shall assist you. Chongyun, propped up on his hands, replies, old ox, you are my sole reliance. The old ox's eyes glimmer with satisfaction. Rest assured, I shall ensure your life surpasses theirs. Niulang, you have reached an age where it is time to establish a family. Establish a family? Chongyun chuckles bitterly. Who would ever wish to marry a poor lad like me? The old ox's demeanor turns grave as it earnestly advises, just heed my words. Tomorrow night, cross the western mountain, beyond it lies a grove, and at the grove's edge a lake. There, you shall find fairies frolicking, their gauzy garments laid upon the grass. You must seize the pink, gauzy garment, retreat to the grove, and await the fairy who seeks it. She shall be your wife. Do not let this splendid opportunity slip away. Ah, a fairy is my wife? Chongyun's face brightens with surprise and anticipation. Yet within, he remains skeptical of such fanciful tales. The scroll of mountains and seas warned that the ox demon would conspire with other spirits to cause harm, suggesting that more sinister creatures lurked to the west. Should he heed the old ox's counsel, he feared he might not survive long. He raised his left hand to soothe the old ox, expressing gratitude. How might I repay you? The old yellow ox, comfortably shaking its head, rested its head on Luo Chen's knee, saying, you treat me so well, what need is there for repayment? The sentence abruptly ceased. With a sudden grip on the ox's horn with his left hand, Chongyun produced a sharp stone knife with his right and plunged it into the old ox's forehead. A tuft of white fur quickly stained crimson. Moo! The anguished bellow of the ox pierced the air, a cacophony of suffering intertwined with defiance and fury. The old yellow ox stared wide-eyed at the cold-eyed youth before him, questioning, why? Why have you harmed me? Coward! I'm the only one who has ever treated you well in this world. Because I'm not a coward. Chongyun crouched down, pressing the ox's head against the straw mat, already skinning it with a stone knife. I am Chongyun, a fresh graduate specializing in anatomy. As blood flowed more freely, The cow demon seemed to lose its strength. Initially struggling, it soon lay limply on the ground, motionless. Is the cow demon dead? The cow demon is truly dead. In the courtyard, two voices filled with astonishment rang out. The farmer, who had been grinding grain, cast aside the reins hanging from his neck and hurried into the bar to look. The village woman, who had been lighting lamps, followed closely behind, her face alight with joy. When they saw the oddly dressed youth riding on the ox's neck, fiercely tearing at the old hide, they felt completely at ease. I knew it. The village woman laughed heartily, saying, "This wretched beast collected all the sharp tools from the house and threw them into the river. He must have been afraid of sharp objects." The farmer chuckled, pride swelling within him. Was it not I who crafted this stone knife? It's a pity that the previous ones were too foolish, easily intimidated by the old yellow ox. This young man is truly remarkable. While they spoke, Chongyun had already completely skinned the ox. It was only then that the old ox finally lost all vitality, and upon hearing the farmer and village woman's conversation, tears welled in its eyes. At that moment, it realized that the stone knife wielded by Chongyun had indeed been prepared by those it had enslaved for over half a year. They had also deduced its weaknesses. Humans are indeed cunning. Rest in peace when you meet King Yin. Do not misidentify your enemies. Although it was my hand that struck, these two also played their part in providing the weapon. With his hands stained crimson, Chongyun rose, holding the blood-soaked hide. The ecstatic farmer and village woman instantly turned rigid, the night breeze sweeping through as they nervously glanced around, as if the old ox's ghost had yet to depart. However, upon discovering nothing amiss, the farmer's gaze greedily turned toward the hide in the youth's hands. The skin of the cow demon must surely be extraordinary. Buzz. In Chongyun's mind, the Shanhai scroll stirred, illuminating with a soft glow. Turning once more to the page depicting the yellow cow spirit, the originally black lines now appeared vivid and lifelike, as if a real yellow cow were sealed within. Successfully recorded the yellow cow spirit centenarian, gaining a century of cultivation. Ordinary yellow cows live, but a decade. This one had existed for 100 years. No wonder it had transformed. Indeed, hunting can lead to recording. And I have gained a century of cultivation? Chongyun felt a tremor surge through his body, as if a warm current infused him. In an instant, his vitality surged, brimming with energy, his bones creaking as if he had transformed from an ordinary youth into a martial arts master. Simultaneously, the Shanhai scroll flipped to the cover page, revealing his information boldly inscribed. Scroll Master. Chongyun. Realm. Ordinary human physique. Yang spirit body inactive. Cultivation, 100 years. Bam! Chongyun unleashed a punch, embodying a century of mastery, striking a pillar in the cow shed, which splintered and flew, as at least 20 years of superior poplar was punctured with a gaping hole. If he were to exert his full strength, Chongyun estimated he could shatter even stone with a single blow. Moreover, according to the inscription on the cover page of the Shanhai scroll, he possessed a yang spirit body. Yet, in its dormant state, he remained uncertain of how to activate it. This young man is truly extraordinary. The farmer's expression turned to one of astonishment, the glimmer of greed vanishing without a trace. Hee. Chongyun chuckled lightly, just a trivial skill. Why do you two dwell alongside the cow demon and assisted in deceiving me? Are you mere pawns of the fiend? As the ancients say, aiding the tiger is akin to courting disaster. The term pawn refers to the accomplices of demons. They lure the living into the mountains, offering them as sacrificial prey to the fiends, their actions treacherous and vile. We are not. The villager hastily clarified. We were deceived by the cow demon and led up the mountain. Our flesh has grown tough, and the 7 fairies no longer desire it, so we clung to life, only to be ensnared here. The deception we inflicted upon you was out of desperation. 7 fairies? Chongyun furrowed his brow and inquired, pray, elaborate. Could the tale spun by this old ox bear any truth? Was there truly a place beyond the mountain where the 7 fairies frolicked and bathed? Surely, the fairies could not be as benign as they seemed, even if they existed. They were likely 7 man-eating fiends. The 7 fairies, those 7 fairies. The villager was about to speak further when the farmer interjected, growing agitated. Have you lost your mind? The 7 fairies possess immense powers and boundless magic. Whatever we have done or said, they are aware. The farmer sighed as he regarded Chongyun. The cow demon is merely a henchman serving the greater evil. Although you have slain it, you remain trapped here. Reveal all that you know. Chongyun tightened his bloodied fist and shook it. The cow demon is but a pawn of the 7 fairies, and your deceit here makes you complicit, responsible for countless misdeeds. Speak, or shall I test the hardness of your skulls against this pillar? Alas! The farmer, resigned, shed tears. I am truly cursed, whether human or demon. I cannot contend with either. I shall speak. This place is called Ponzi Ridge, where there exists a cleansing spring, said to be the bathing site of the heavenly emperor's daughter, the seven fairies. Ponzi Ridge, cleansing spring. Upon hearing these two names, Li Chongyun's countenance underwent a star transformation. He recalled a mythological tale known as Journey to the West. Atop Ponzi Ridge lies the Ponzi Cave, wherein dwell 7 man-eating spider spirits, all female demons, who have occupied the cleansing spring, bathing and reveling therein daily. Is this place indeed the West Neo-Huzhou? Li Chongyun inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, it is the West Neo-Huzhou. Tian Youfu promptly affirmed that is this truly the world of Journey to the West? Li Chongyun felt a tumult of emotions and gestured for him to continue. Tian Youfu, with a grim expression, remarked, in truth, we have never laid eyes on the 7 fairies. We only heard of them from the bull demon. Those 7 fairies possess extraordinary powers, unmatched by anyone in the entirety of Ponzi Ridge. On the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, the bull demon deceives a young lad to serve as a tribute. Should he fail to do so, the fairies will unleash calamity, bringing misfortune upon the nearby villagers. We have been imprisoned on this mountain for half a year, and we have witnessed the bull demon ensnare 11 youths. You are the 12th. Tomorrow marks the 15th day of the 7th month, and with the bull demon now deceased, the fairies, deprived of their offerings, will undoubtedly be enraged. At that point, our lives will be forfeit. Li Chongyun furrowed his brow and inquired, why do we not flee? Tian Youfu replied, dear brother, you are unaware of certain matters. Both of us once attempted to escape while the bull demon was away. However, upon reaching halfway up the mountain, we discovered our path obstructed by countless strands of silver. In this mountainous terrain, wild beasts and venomous creatures, upon contact with the silver threads, would instantly foam at the mouth and perish, hanging lifelessly from them. Silver threads. They must be spider silk. Li Chongyun increasingly believed that the so-called 7 fairies were, in fact, 7 spider spirits. These 7 female demons were formidable enough to confront even Tang Sung and his disciples. Although he had recently attained a century's worth of cultivation, he surmised that he would not stand a chance against these enchantresses. Tian Youfu and Lin Cuihua. Li Chongyun commanded without courtesy, you two, kindle a bonfire in the courtyard. It will serve my purpose. Naturally, the two dared not defy him. They gathered firewood and ignited it, and soon the flames soared into the sky. Li Chongyun cast the blood-stained hide of the ox into the flames, watching as the golden hair swiftly turned to ash, while the hide remained unscathed, radiating a faint, ethereal glow. With a wooden stick, he retrieved the hide, feeling an inexplicable lightness in his hands. Without hesitation, he donned the hide, soaring into the wind. The path was ensnared by spider silk. Yet, what did it matter if he could traverse the heavens? Divine being. Tian Youfu exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the youth flying with the wind. However, Lin Cuihua furrowed her brow and remarked, it is the hide of the ox. The skin of the demon ox is a treasure, allowing one to ride the wind and fly. Tian Youfu realized, in that case, he might indeed soar over those silken strands and escape to safety, while we too are doomed. Lin Cuihua's face, lined with wrinkles, also bore a look of despair. But soon, her eyes sparkled with inspiration, and she hurried to the cattle shed, calling out to Tian Youfu, the demon ox may possess other treasures. Come. Lend me your aid. Together, they dismantled the carcass of the old yellow ox, casting every piece into the flames. Before long, the courtyard was enveloped in a rich, savory aroma of roasted meat. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun, clad in the ox hide, ascended amidst the trees, exhilarated and captivated by the novelty of his experience. However, he soon discovered that he could only rise a mere 10 or so meters off the ground, akin to gliding rather than true flight. Nevertheless, the effect was evident. The wind propelled him at remarkable speed, and in less than 10 minutes, he found himself perched halfway up the mountainside. Indeed, as Tian Youfu had stated, a web of silver silk hung amidst the trees, completely obstructing his path. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and various beasts lay ensnared in the web, as if poisoned to death. Their bodies gradually corroded and decomposed, transforming into a stream of blood that flowed along the silk. The strands were laced with deadly venom. It was evident that these poisoned creatures had become sustenance for the spider spirit. Li Chongyun landed gracefully and approached the spider web, gazing upwards. The web loomed at a daunting height of 20 to 30 meters, an elevation he could not currently leap. A hum echoed as the mountain and sea scroll was triggered, swiftly flipping its pages to reveal an image of a spider. Yao Tian Poison Strain. Millennium Dao Achievement. A naturally born spirit species with a purely yin body. It delights in consuming yang energy. After a millennium of transformation, it possesses a bewitching beauty, capable of expelling silver threads from its waist, which are laced with potent venom, possessing the power to slay countless beasts. There are 3 vital points. The first lies at the nape of the neck. Piercing the joint there can sap its strength, rendering it utterly limp. The second is its aversion to fire. Spiritual flames are intensely fierce and can incinerate the silver threads, instilling fear in the yin spider. The third fear lies in its natural enemy, the centipede, which, upon attaining wisdom, possesses a bloodline that can instill terror in the Tian Poison Strain. Capturing the Tian Poison Strain alive and harvesting its pure yin essence can activate a pure yang constitution. Not yet recorded. Chongyun closed his eyes in deep contemplation, pondering the formidable challenge posed by the 7 millennia-old spider spirits. Fortunately, the mountain and sea scrolls possessed the ability to discern the vital points of the deities and spirits depicted within their illustrations. The robust old yellow ox, once its vital point was breached, exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Although the spider spirits possessed profound cultivation, the knowledge of their vital points provided a means to subdue them. The spider spirits have 3 crucial vital points: the cervical vertebra, a fear of spiritual flames, and the suppression by the bloodline of the centipede that has attained spiritual essence. It is no wonder that the 7 female demons of the Silk Cave revere the centipede spirit of Huanghua Temple as their senior, holding it in the utmost respect. Chongyun could not help but reflect on the fact that in the world of Journey to the West, where deities and demons abound, many monsters possess formidable affiliations. Yet, at the core of it all, strength reigns supreme. Lacking spiritual fire and not being a centipede spirit, I can only target the vital point at the base of the neck. Chongyun took a deep breath, realizing that seizing the opponent's vital points was no easy feat. With no path of retreat left, he was left with no choice but to fight for his life. As for whether he would offend the centipede spirit, he had grown indifferent to the thought. Survival was his only priority. According to the Scroll of Mountains and Seas, capturing the Tian Poison Strain and harnessing its yin energy could activate the pure yang constitution. Surely, my yang spirit must be considered a pure yang constitution, he mused. And with this thought, a flicker of determination ignited within him as he prepared to confront this calamity. He then utilized the ox hide to ride the winds, surveying the mountains and forests. The paths to the east, south, and north were ensnared by spider silk, intricately woven high above, leaving him trapped. The only remaining route lay to the west, a location where the spider spirit resided. It seemed he had no choice but to confront the spirit directly. Upon returning to the mountaintop courtyard, he found Tian Youfu and Lin Suhua had completely cremated the old yellow ox. Amidst the smoky remnants, they held several bones and 2 sturdy horns. "Little brother, you have returned." Tian Youfu's gaze inevitably drifted to the ox hide draped over Chongyun, envy glimmering in his eyes. Hee. Chongyun chuckled. "As long as the demon remains, I certainly will not depart." Both Tian Youfu and Lin Suehua displayed expressions of astonishment. Chongyun remarked, "I merely ventured to ascertain the authenticity of the fairies. Tomorrow night, I shall go forth to vanquish those 7 demons. At that time, I will escort both of you down the mountain." Having spoken, he turned and returned to his abode to rest. Tian Youfu and Lin Suehua finally came to their senses and hurriedly bowed deeply in gratitude. With tears of appreciation, they expressed, "We are profoundly thankful for your divine mercy. Should you rescue us from this mountain, we shall gladly erect a statue in your honor and maintain an unending stream of incense." Inside the dwelling, Chongyun lay upon a hard wooden bed, covered by a thin cotton quilt. Upon hearing the voices of gratitude from 2 individuals outside the courtyard, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. With these 2 as bait, opportunities could be crafted, thereby increasing his chances of success. As for their lives, although they were not willingly entwined with the harm caused by the bull demon to so many, they were, in a sense, deserved of their fate. The following day at dusk, within the courtyard, Lin Suhua was diligently and attentively styling Tian Youfu's hair. This village woman proved to be quite skillful. After her meticulous work, the back of Tian Youfu's head shone smoothly, and a bun was fashioned atop. In the dim evening light, viewed from behind, he appeared akin to a youth of 15 or 16. However, a glance at his weathered face, marked by the sun and wind, would instantly reveal the truth. The time had come to set forth. Li Chongyun grasped the collar of Tian Youfu's garment, propelling him into the wind as they soared towards the western mountains. Today marked the 15th day of the lunar month, a time for offering tributes. If the 7 spider spirits were to receive no offerings, they would undoubtedly grow suspicious. And the matter of Li Chongyun's slaying of the ancient demon would be laid bare, rather than await inevitable doom. It was wiser to take the initiative, strike first to gain the upper hand. O divine being, can you truly contend with the 7 fairies? If a confrontation arises, you must assuredly protect me. Tian Youfu lamented, to be frank, I have elders above and children below. My family cannot do without me. Li Chongyun furrowed his brow and remarked, you have been away for half a year. Your wife may have remarried. Your son might be calling another man father, and your aged mother could very well have someone else to care for her. Tian Youfu was taken aback for a moment, then wept even more fiercely. Keep crying, and you shall meet your demise. Li Chongyun threatened coldly, which silenced him instantly. As they traversed over Shishan, a forest emerged before them, and Li Chongyun observed from a distance that the surroundings remained ensnared by webs. This Ponzi Ridge was indeed the hunting ground of the spider spirit. Once one entered, escape was impossible. Stay here, I shall return shortly. Li Chongyun placed Tian Youfu in the woods, then drew a circle on the ground with a cow horn taken from his bosom, declaring, do not step outside this circle, or you shall bear the consequences of life and death. Understood. Tian Youfu, pale with fear, obediently stood within the confines of the circle. Li Chongyun stealthily traversed the forest, and before him emerged a steaming hot spring lake, resplendent with radiant hues that soared into the sky. According to the original text of Journey to the West, this place is known as Zhuogo Spring, believed to have been formed from the burial site of one of the golden crows after Ho-Yi shot down the 9 suns during the primordial era. Immersing oneself in its waters would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. Li Chongyun gazed from afar, lost in reverie. Soon, the night descended, accompanied by the melodious laughter of young women. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, revealing 7 graceful silhouettes by the lakeside, their figures enveloped in a mist, as garments were carelessly discarded upon the grass. Witnessing the enchanting young maidens, each striking poses with alluring charm, it was too long before they stood completely unclad, a breathtaking display of pure beauty. Even in a moment of life and death, Li Chongyun felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. As the 7 maidens entered the cleansing spring to bathe and frolic, he collected his thoughts and, summoning his courage, stealthily approached the grassy area. Scattered around were white undergarments, red bodices, and colorful thin garments. He hastily picked up a pink outer garment and retreated into the thicket. According to the words of the old ox before its demise, he was to take a piece of pink clothing and hide in the forest, where a celestial being would soon come to find him. This suggested that the 7 spider spirits likely took turns enjoying tributes, making it easier to deal with one than to confront all 7 at once. Back in the woods, Li Chongyun handed the pink dress to Tian Youfu and stood still, concealing himself in the dense foliage of a towering tree. Tonight, he intended to seize the opportunity to subdue a demon, drawing out its yin energy to activate his yang spirit. He planned to capture it and incorporate it into the grand tapestry of mountains and seas, thereby reaping the rewards of his cultivation. In doing so, his strength would significantly increase, granting him a chance to contend with the other 6 demons or to retreat if necessary. Exhaling softly, he minimized his breathing and patiently awaited his prey. Once the garments were stolen, the 7 maidens in the cleansing spring exchanged knowing smiles, aware that the tribute had arrived. Among them, one with a purple pendant adorning her ear, almond-shaped eyes, and a rosy complexion, displayed particular excitement. Her face flushed as her gaze frequently darted towards the woods, brimming with anticipation. Look at our little sister. She can hardly contain herself. Let us hope she doesn't devour the poor fellow to the bone, teased the 6th demoness, adorned with a blue pendant, though her eyes glimmered with envy. The 3rd, with a delicate tongue, licked her lips and remarked, Sister, the rules are rather vexing. A tribute every half-month means we only enjoy a man's yang energy once every 3 months. The 4th demoness chimed in. Indeed, Sister 3 is right. While waiting for a youthful body is one thing, it's torturous to see men who are youthful yet have already lost their essence, merely stoking our desires. In the center of the cleansing spring, a woman who had been meditating with closed eyes finally opened them, her crimson pendant gently swaying on her fair earlobe. The eldest of the spider spirits frowned and solemnly cautioned, "Do not be greedy. One must temper ambition with patience, for countless demons have perished due to insatiable desires. The heavenly realm presides over all beings, with eyes and ears spanning the 3 realms, every 10 miles a land deity, and every 100 miles a city god, ensuring that every household has its own hearth god. The 7 sisters abduct a man every fortnight. The deities of Een in the vicinity of the silk-wrapped ridge feign ignorance. Should they overstep further, they will undoubtedly attract the wrath of celestial soldiers, leading to the ruin of the sisters' millennia of arduous cultivation." This admonition resonated deeply with the spider maidens, who dared not voice any dissent thereafter. Now, although the cleansing spring is indeed a celestial source, we find ourselves unable to absorb its yang energy. Having soaked long enough tonight, it is time for us to return. The second sister spoke, teasingly addressing the youngest. "You should soon partake in the offerings. I sense just now that this man possesses an abundance of yang energy, and you shall indulge. Zhinü, do not be overly playful. After absorbing the yang energy, you must return promptly to meditate and stabilize." In the woods, Chongyun, draped in cowhide and wielding a resilient sharp horn, concealed himself among the trees. His senses were heightened, ever vigilant of his surroundings. After attaining a century of cultivation, although he remained immortal in realm, his physical prowess had become extraordinary, and his 5 senses were sharpened 100-fold. At last, a light footstep echoed through the forest, and Chongyun focused his gaze, witnessing a graceful silhouette entering the woods. Despite the dimness of the night, her exquisite beauty was unmistakable beyond description. Clad in only a pair of shorts and a belly wrap, her delicate shoulders, slender waist, snow-white legs, and lotus-like arms were all exposed. She was the smallest among the 7 female demons. The young maiden, innocent and captivating, possessed a figure that was both graceful and alluring. "Young master, how is it that my clothes are with you?" The woman's voice was enchanting, akin to a siren's call, sending a shiver down Tian Youfu's spine. Though aware of her demonic nature, he could not suppress the sweat forming in his palms, compelled to glance back. Suddenly, a delicate hand landed on his shoulder, a faint fragrance of rouge enveloping his senses. When Tian Youfu turned, the moment he beheld her face, he was entranced, completely forgetting the notion of a man-eating demoness. "What manner of enchantress is this? She is clearly a celestial maiden. What are you?" The demoness was equally taken aback, having anticipated that tonight's offering would be a youthful lad brimming with vitality, ripe for her indulgence. Instead, she was confronted by a middle-aged farmer, his vitality long spent, his rugged visage utterly unappealing. Suddenly, a hand pressed fiercely against the back of her neck. Startled, Zhinü was about to resist when she felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, as if a dam had burst, draining all her strength in an instant. Weak and unsteady, she bent over, using her hands to brace against her knees. Turning to look back, she saw a tall young man, draped in cowhide, gripping her neck with one arm while brandishing a sharp horn, its pointed end pressed threateningly against her throat. "Do not move, or I shall spill your blood." Chongyun felt the delicate and smooth flesh of his right hand, as a joint pressed firmly upward under the pressure of his thumb, exhibiting considerable strength. Had it not been for his century of cultivation, he would have struggled to contain it. "You have unraveled my sister's scheme and even slain the old yellow bull." "Flaying its hide?" Zhinü exclaimed, her face a canvas of astonishment and ire. With gritted teeth, she glared at the bewildered Tian Youfu before her, his expression a portrait of fright. A glimmer of purple light ignited in her eyes, and from her impeccably smooth waist, a silver thread erupted from her navel. She was determined to eliminate Tian Youfu, to vent her fury. "No." The peasant collapsed onto the ground, his legs splayed. The silver thread landed upon the grass before him, causing several verdant blades to hiss as they were corroded to a withered yellow, subsequently cloaked by a layer of malevolent energy that crystallized into white frost. Thank you, divine being." Tian Youfu wept, a damp stain rapidly spreading across his trousers. In that moment of life and death, he realized it was Chongyun who had subdued the enchanting demoness before him, which had diverted the lethal thread's trajectory. "Wait for me to return," Chongyun commanded, and only then did Tian Youfu hastily retreat. With a slight furrow of his brow, he realized that while controlling the vital point could sap the strength of the spider spirit, it could not seal her demonic powers. Suddenly, the demoness in his grasp seemed to go into a frenzy, emitting poisonous silver threads from her waist, swirling chaotically and filling the air. Many of these threads clung to the trees, cascading down like a curtain, obscuring both Li Chongyun and herself. If you encounter my venomous threads, you'll either perish or shed your skin. Zhinü threatened fiercely, her body weary as she knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, her dark hair cascading beside her. The young man behind her refused to loosen his grip on her vital point for even a moment, also crouching down slightly. Their postures momentarily took on an ambiguous quality. Li Chongyun glanced around, observing the intricately woven curtain of poisonous threads resembling an immense net. While he had seized the vital point of the fairy, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. You possess some skill. Have you practiced the Tao? It seems you are too inexperienced to meddle in the affairs of Ponzi Ridge. Had it not been for your ambush that captured my vital point, I could have turned you into a pool of blood in an instant. To be candid, I have 6 elder sisters, and if I do not return within 2 hours, they will undoubtedly come searching for me. At that moment, escape will be impossible for you. It would be wise to kneel before me and call me mother a few times. I might consider accepting you as my foster son. Zhinü, flustered by the grip on her vital point, had now woven a web and gained a semblance of confidence. She regarded Li Chongyun as a practitioner of demon-slaying arts and invoked her 6 sisters to instill fear. Enough of this noise. Li Chongyun coldly interrupted the demoness' threats. To release her life gate? That would be courting death. Grasping the other's fate in his hands, Li Chongyun found himself with a semblance of negotiating power. However, the sudden turn of events left him momentarily at a loss. Should he slay this demoness, he feared for his own survival. The demoness' back was smooth and radiant, resembling flawless jade. As she struggled, her waist twisted, presenting an alluring curve. Though diminutive in stature, her form was nothing short of perfection, embodying the interplay of shadow and light. Li Chongyun gradually felt a surging inferno within his heart, as a force of primordial yang stirred restlessly within him. What pure yang energy! Zhinü was taken aback, her spirit invigorated, sensing as if a furnace had been ignited behind her, emanating an irresistible allure that made her heart flutter. The interplay of yin and yang, the profound truths of heaven and earth, revealed that the Taiyin poison strain was a naturally born spiritual seed, cultivated through an essence of yin energy. Yet, this yin energy required continuous nourishment from yang energy for its cultivation to deepen. Is this the essence of primordial yin energy? Li Chongyun bit down fiercely on the tip of his tongue, striving to attain clarity of mind. At this moment, his body felt ablaze, as though his very blood were igniting and boiling. His crimson eyes became increasingly attuned to the malevolent energy surrounding him, and he was astounded to perceive within the figure before him a stream of exceptionally pure primordial yin energy circulating. If he could assimilate this yin energy, his yang spirit would undoubtedly be awakened. How might he extract it? The yin energy lay dormant along the demoness' spine, ascending to her throat and descending to her lower regions. Li Chongyun suddenly recalled something, becoming momentarily entangled in his thoughts, his expression somewhat peculiar. What a clever lad! Under the influence of the sun's warmth, Zhinü's delicate face inevitably flushed with a rosy hue as she remarked, I did not expect you to possess a pure yang constitution. If that is the case, then this lady has no desire to eliminate you. The pure yang constitution perfectly complements my yin poison spider, and should we unite as husband and wife in our cultivation, it would be mutually beneficial. Do not dismiss this opportunity lightly. The fairy spoke so candidly and straightforwardly. The response to Zhinü was the sound of fabric being violently torn asunder. The scorching and fervent breath enveloped her, momentarily disorienting her senses, followed by a deep, resonant voice declaring, This suits my intentions perfectly. The night breeze rustled through the forest, and the silken curtain woven of pure white and silver billowed gracefully. Li Chongyun was originally a passionate and spirited youth. With a breathtaking beauty within reach, he relied solely on his willpower to restrain himself. Unexpectedly, the resonance between the yang spirit body and the primordial yin energy triggered an uncontrollable eruption within him. Instinctively, the two settled into a cross-legged position, their palms uniting. The dual energies of yin and yang within them began to attract each other, intertwining and giving birth to pure primordial energy, which they promptly absorbed and refined. Damn it. Are you trying to humiliate me? The enchanting Zhinü was momentarily taken aback. After a millennium of cultivation, she had heard countless tales of her fellow demonkin desiring to unite with human males, all fraught with insurmountable challenges. As humans held themselves in high esteem and were utterly reluctant to engage in romantic relationships with demons. Yet, she never anticipated her own experience would be entirely the opposite. These humans were remarkably forward, indeed. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. You have successfully awakened the yang spirit body. Li Chongyun finally sensed the tremors within his body, as if the scroll of mountains and seas was awakening. Ancient characters materialized upon the front page. Boom. His constitution awakened. A magnificent power surged forth from his bloodline, instantly coursing through Li Chongyun's form, causing his bones to resonate like thunder. In the blink of an eye, his physical strength multiplied more than tenfold. Do not even think about fleeing. In a moment of distraction, Li Chongyun found himself ensnared by the overwhelming shame and anger of Zhinü, who seized the opportunity to break free from her constraints. Instantly, a multitude of silver threads erupted from her waist, wrapping around Li Chongyun like a cocoon. Crackling sounds filled the air as, in the next instant, a blazing fire ignited, swiftly reducing the venomous threads to mere ashes. Li Chongyun, with his robust and upright figure, appeared, his palm gently cradling a wisp of formless spiritual fire. Audacious! You wretched beast! With my Xianyang spiritual fire in hand, how dare you act recklessly? Bah! Zhinü was taken aback for a moment, then spat contemptuously, her eyes aflame with indignation. My sister warned me that your kind, the human race, are heartless and ungrateful. Truly, you have seized my primordial aim to awaken your spiritual form, only to turn against me and insult me as a wretched creature? It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Did you not also obtain my yang energy? Li Chongyun stood resolutely, his gaze once more assessing the disheveled woman before him, whose attire revealed more than it concealed. Upon encountering her melancholic eyes, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion within him. This is the domain of you sisters. I, Li Chongyun, have no intention of lingering. Let us part ways for now, until we meet again. Do not leave, Zhinü exclaimed, her silver teeth clenched. Yet, the robust man swiftly donned his leather attire and vanished. Her expression dimmed, and she muttered fiercely the name he had left behind. Li Chongyun. Human beings possess emotions, while demons exhibit their own nature. Zhinü, having awakened her intelligence from a young age, had remained in the depths of the mountains, her disposition becoming increasingly pure. She was still naive in the ways of the world, and Li Chongyun was the first man she had grown close to, naturally leading her to regard him as a potential partner in mutual reliance. Moreover, Li Chongyun possessed a pure yang physique, an essence of radiant and inexhaustible yang energy within him that captivated Zhinü immensely. Now, witnessing his departure filled her with both humiliation and sorrow, a tumultuous blend of longing and despair. If her sisters were to discover his pure yang constitution, they would undoubtedly devise a means to ensnare him, leaving Zhinü with no chance to claim him for herself. Despite her intelligence, she understood that if her sisters were to find out, the exquisite yang energy would likely not be hers to enjoy exclusively. Resolutely, she meticulously cleared away all traces of their encounter before making her way toward the direction of the spider cave. He said we would meet again, surely he shall return? The thought of harming her was indeed a struggle. Furthermore, with her century of cultivation, engaging in combat with her would likely yield little advantage. Should she provoke the other 6 spider spirits, she could very well find herself in perilous circumstances. Li Chongyun soared through the winds, swiftly returning to the mountaintop courtyard. Tian Youfu and Lin Zuohua awaited in the courtyard, a solitary lantern flickering uncertainly in the night breeze. You two shall continue east along this path, while I will dismantle the web. Li Chongyun uttered a remark and flew eastward without a backward glance. He was no saint. Acknowledging those two was already an act of mercy. As for their chances of escape, that would depend on their own fortune. Beneath Pansiling, beside the Earth God Temple, Li Chongyun paused to rest, his leather attire having lost its luster, in need of time to restore its spiritual essence before it could be donned again. May the Earth deity bless him. He offered a distant bow towards the humble earthen shrine. Unfortunately, the sky rumbled ominously with several resounding thunderclaps, followed swiftly by a torrential downpour. Earth deity, let us share this shelter. Li Chongyun could not allow himself to be drenched by the rain. So he entered the small and cramped Earth Temple, where he found no option but to sit atop the offering platform, with his eyes closed and his mind focused. A vivid panorama of mountains and seas began to unfold, as if turning the pages of a scroll. Scrollmaster, Li Chongyun realm, refining essence into Qi, early stage. Note, the levels of cultivation, from lowest to highest, are as follows: refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity with the Tao, referred to as earth immortal, transcending tribulations to become an immortal, heavenly immortal. Profound immortal, true immortal, and golden immortal. Physique, yang spirit body, minor achievement, technique, Xian yang spiritual fire, innate skill, cultivation duration, 100 years. Refining essence into qi. Li Chongyun closed his eyes in deep concentration, turning his focus inward. He sensed a vigorous flow of spiritual energy circulating within him, which he could manipulate at will. By channeling this energy into his palms, he could summon the Xian yang spiritual fire. It was this innate ability, awakened through the yang spirit body, that enabled him to incinerate the poisonous web of the spider demon and subsequently escape from the clutches of Ponzi Ridge. Moreover, following the awakening of his yang spirit body, it appeared that he no longer required any magical techniques or incantations to enhance his cultivation, not only through hunting, but could such methods also be utilized for accumulation? Li Chongyun turned to the page depicting the Tying strain in the scroll of mountains and seas, only to discover that the once simple black line drawing had gained a few splashes of color, as if it had incorporated a portion of something more. Could it be that with a few more attempts, success in this endeavor was attainable? Perhaps it would be wise to lay low for a few days before venturing back to the silk-winding ridge. Li Chongyun pondered quietly, acutely aware of the perilous nature of Ponzi Ridge, where 7 spider spirits reigned supreme, accompanied by a host of lesser creatures and minions. According to the tales of Journey to the West, the mountains teemed with flying insects, venomous creatures, and grasshoppers, each of which, upon attaining a semblance of sentience, would pay homage to the 7 spider spirits as their godmothers. Though these ubiquitous little beings lacked true strength, their prowess in gathering intelligence was formidable. Should the spider spirits mobilize their legion of adopted sons, every whisper and rustle across the expanse of Ponzi Ridge would inevitably come to their attention. In a world where deities and demons roamed freely, armed with the unique advantage of the Shanhai Scroll, the pursuit of enlightenment appeared to be an attainable endeavor. Li Chongyun profoundly understood the principle that strength is paramount. Attaining mastery in his craft was his foremost priority. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his mind as the scroll of mountains and seas trembled, its pages fluttering. It eventually came to a halt on a page depicting the diminutive figure of the venerable land god. The land god, revered in life for his virtue, ascended after death. Transformed into a spirit of the underworld, he serves as the eyes and ears of the celestial realm, overseeing a 10-mile expanse. Bearing the grave responsibility of safeguarding peace in the region, vanquishing malevolent entities. There exists but one point of command, constrained by the divine list. Not recorded. Oh, is it possible for the land god to be included? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, turning to scrutinize the statue of the earth god before him. How should this be recorded? Surely, one could not simply refer to it as the god of slaughter, nor could it be the god of the sun. If it were a fairy, that might be a different consideration. After a brief contemplation, Li Chongyun picked up a dry twig from the ground, breaking it into 3 pieces on the spot. He ignited the tip of one fragment with the Xian yang spiritual fire, offering 3 sticks of incense to the earth god. As the smoke curled around him, Li Chongyun gazed at the statue, and to his astonishment, he discerned a hint of divine essence emanating from the clay figure. Once the twig had completely burned away, the depiction of the earth god in the scroll of mountains and seas had gained a touch of color, indicating progress in the recording process. Is merely offering incense sufficient? No, it seemed that one needed to meditate and visualize after the offering. Having tasted success, Li Chongyun quickly gathered several more dry twigs, breaking them once again to serve as incense. He then sat at the altar, enveloped in smoke, and concentrated on the divine image. This cycle continued throughout the night, and as dawn broke and the rain ceased, the scroll of mountains and seas finally radiated with golden light. The page depicting the earth god transformed into a vibrant tableau, coming to life with vivid detail. He had successfully recorded the earth god, gaining a century's worth of spiritual cultivation and mastering the elemental arts of the minor 5 elements, earth walking technique. Li Chongyun distinctly felt a doubling of the energy within him, his entire being infused with newfound strength. Simultaneously, a profound insight emerged in his mind, a revelation regarding the earth movement technique from the minor 5 element spells. This unexpected gain filled Li Chongyun with delight. He had merely lit a few incense sticks, albeit of inferior quality, yet he had remarkably attained both spiritual cultivation and mastery of the technique. Moreover, the spells reflected by the mountain and sea scroll were automatically acquired, with the information on the front page explicitly indicating the technique. Earth movement technique, minor accomplishment. Chongyun emerged from the earth temple, stretching his limbs and loosening his joints before promptly forming seals and reciting incantations. It is no wonder that the earth deity holds little prestige. With merely a century of cultivation, he likely falls short even in comparison to myself. The Yin spirits are conferred divinity by the heavenly court rather than through rigorous training. Their spiritual mastery is not only trivial, but one can fear that their martial skills, sorcery, and supernatural abilities are equally lackluster, which elucidates their reluctance to confront the demons head-on. Chongyun let out a silent sigh, the earth beneath his feet yielding softly, as if he were diving into the depths below. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he departed, the ground seemed to emit a few coughs in response. Shortly thereafter, a sigh echoed, lamenting, I have never witnessed such an abundance of incense. It has even darkened the old man's statue. Alas, he is a naturally gifted spirit. He may very well possess celestial fate in the future. If he is willing to forge this karmic bond, I shall endure it as well. Though the earth-walking technique is referred to as a minor form of the 5 elements magic, it is remarkably practical. Delving underground, one can traverse with a speed several times faster than that of a wind-draped ox. The old yellow ox, merely a domesticated beast transformed, pales in comparison to the authentic celestial arts bestowed by the earth god in the heavenly realm. Chongyun traveled through the land using his earth-walking technique. Yet he discovered that the vicinity of Ponzi Ridge was sparsely populated, devoid of towns, with only a few villages scattered about. Along the way, he hunted a wild boar and casually entered one of the villages. Young man, where do you hail from? How is it that you wander about during the day? Scarcely clothed? Inquired an elderly woman at the village entrance, her brow furrowed as her eyes scrutinized Chongyun's muscular physique without reservation. After a fierce battle with a female demon the previous night, his garments had been reduced to tatters, leaving him to cover himself with a piece of leather. Good madam, I assure you I mean no harm. I possess a wild boar. Might I exchange it for a change of clothes and a hearty meal? He implored. For hunger gnawed at him. Seeing you are in a predicament, please, come in, replied the old woman, her eyes brightening at the sight of the plump boar as she welcomed Chongyun into her humble abode. Within her home, there were no men. Only a middle-aged village woman and a child of 7 or 8 years. This village woman proved to be quite resourceful. She took Chongyun's measurements and crafted him a deep blue garment from the new cloth she had stored at the bottom of her wardrobe, laboring diligently until dusk to complete it. Chongyun donned his new attire and enlisted the assistance of a village woman to craft a leather jerkin from cowhide. This leather, impervious to fire yet vulnerable to the blade, took over half an hour to complete, after which Chongyun wore it beneath his outer garments. Young man, it is quite late. Where do you intend to go? The elderly woman inquired, apprehensively grasping his arm as he prepared to leave. I must hasten home. I am accustomed to traversing the night roads, he replied. Chongyun enjoyed 2 hearty meals at the old lady's home, which could be deemed a gesture of hospitality. Yet, the elderly woman became anxious, exclaiming, You are unaware of the multitude of wolves, tigers, and leopards that roam these mountains, many of which have become cunning. While I acknowledge your skill in hunting wild boars, you must not let it inflate your pride. Do you realize that my son, who was fortunate, met his demise in the mountains 6 months ago while gathering firewood? To this day, we have not even found his remains. Chongyun raised an eyebrow and inquired, Does your son bear the surname Tian? The old woman was taken aback and replied, Indeed, my son is named Tian Yofu. How did you come to know this? What a coincidence. It is a long story. Chongyun, unwilling to elaborate, simply stated, I have indeed encountered your son Tian Yofu. If he is truly fortunate, he may return home in the next few days. With that, he vanished into the earth. Oh, celestial being. The elderly matron and her family were taken aback, hastily pursuing him outside the courtyard, scanning the surroundings, yet they could find no trace of Chongyun. Nevertheless, they earnestly knelt in reverence. In the ensuing days, Chongyun took advantage of the earth's magical properties to traverse the vicinity of Ponzi Ridge, a site rich in spiritual energy, nurturing a plethora of mountain spirits and wild creatures. Each of these beings he could capture within the scroll of mountains and seas. Chongyun transformed into a hunter, slaying demons upon sight and accumulating his cultivation. He successfully captured the ironback wolf demon, earning 200 years of cultivation, the azure-scaled python monster, gaining 150 years of cultivation, the white-browed tiger spirit, acquiring another 150 years of cultivation. The crimson-eyed rabbit demon, which bestowed upon him 300 years of cultivation, and the red willow-wood spirit, granting him a remarkable 500 years of cultivation. The Xianyang spirit fire blazed fiercely, reducing a redwood willow tree, which required 2 or 3 people to embrace, to ashes. Li Chongyun felt the essence of his 1,500 years of Taoist cultivation flowing within him, as the rhythms of the Tao circulated within the confines of his spiritual platform. His senses were acutely attuned, and his perception transcended ordinary understanding, granting him a unique insight into the nature of the universe. The cultivation of the Tao resembled a profound accumulation of wisdom and realization, rather than a mere transformation into tangible power. Li Chongyun's thoughts stirred, and in his mind, the scroll of mountains and seas turned to its cover page. Owner, Li Chongyun realm, refining essence into Qi, middle stage, physique, Yang spirit body, minor accomplishment, techniques, profound Yang spiritual fire, minor accomplishment. Earth walking technique, perfected, Tao achievement. 1,500 years after half a month of cultivation, Li Chongyun's Tao achievement surged dramatically, equivalent to the arduous toil of other beings over a millennium. His comprehension of the Tao was unparalleled, and his earth-walking technique had reached perfection. However, his realm had only progressed from the initial stage of refining essence into Qi to the middle stage. The strength of his magical power lay fundamentally in his realm. Now, if he were to return to the silk-spinning ridge to contend with the spider spirit, his chances of victory would still be slim. Nevertheless, he was now sufficiently capable of self-defense. Earth-walking technique. Li Chongyun stamped his foot, and once again, his figure vanished. Half an hour later, he materialized before a mountain deity temple. This was the temple of the mountain god situated on Ponzi Ridge. Li Chongyun approached with the art of earth traversal, allowing him to deftly evade the watchful eyes of the spider spirits. Within the mountain deity's temple, he was untroubled by the audacity of those minor demons to spy upon him. May the blessings of the mountain deity be upon him. Li Chongyun clasped his hands together and retrieved a wooden box from his sleeve. Upon opening it, he took out 3 incense sticks and lit them in front of the mountain god statue. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to visualize the divine figure. Compared to the earth god, the mountain god possessed significantly greater power. Thus, it was challenging to capture anything using mere twigs for incense. Consequently, Li Chongyun had to trade his catch in the village for genuine incense candles. Indeed, the speed of his progress increased remarkably. This marked his 5th visit, and he should be able to complete the recording entirely. Boom. At last, the scroll of mountains and seas radiated with brilliant light. Flipping to a specific page depicting the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge, vibrant in color, resembling a true deity, he successfully recorded the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge, gaining a millennium of cultivation and acquiring the spiritual grade divine ability, the mountain refinement technique. Had he really obtained a millennium of cultivation by recording the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge? And what exactly is this divine ability? Li Chongyun felt the surging power within him, as a profound realization simultaneously emerged in his mind. His internal spiritual energy was drawn by an unseen force, converging within the sea of Qi in his dantian, ultimately forming a mysterious Tao seal. Divine ability, mountain refining technique, initial glimpse of the Tao path, Tao progress, 2,500 years. Is this the essence of divine ability? With a mere thought, Li Chongyun's energy sea resonated, causing the Tao seal to shimmer with divine radiance. Unlike mere spells, this divine ability required no hand gestures or incantations. A single thought was sufficient to activate the Tao seal that had already coalesced within. He raised a finger, and the rocky terrain outside the temple trembled, as a boulder the size of a water vat was cleaved from the earth, levitating momentarily before hurtling through the air, crashing violently into a robust ancient tree, shattering it into splinters. The Tao seal of the mountain refining technique could be honed and strengthened through meticulous refinement. Once perfected, this divine ability could likely shift mountains, far surpassing the mere manipulation of a single rock. Li Chongyun's heart was filled with longing as he envisioned soaring through the clouds, moving mountains, filling seas, and chasing after stars and moons. Such was the essence of a true celestial being, who concealed themselves within the temple. Just as Li Chongyun was lost in reverie, an irate voice resounded from outside the temple. This voice belonged to a woman, clear and melodious. Yet it struck a familiar chord within Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun, are you hiding in the temple? Zhinü's delicate brows furrowed as she gazed at the deep pit created by the colossal stone. Her voice sharp as she raised a cracked stone, You deliberately left this mark. Did you not intend for us to meet? This stone, fissured by the Xianyang spirit fire, lay abandoned on the grass beside the Zhuogua spring, while her sisters had overlooked it. She was instantly drawn to the aura emanating from it. It became evident that Li Chongyun had returned to the Pan-Si Ridge more than once. In previous attempts, Zhinü had been unable to trace Li Chongyun's whereabouts. However, upon reflection, the only locations that her adoptive sons could not monitor were the mountain god temple. By sheer coincidence, she happened to be wandering nearby today and had swiftly come upon the commotion. Is no one here? Zhinü sensed no presence within the mountain god temple, and a wave of emptiness washed over her, tinged with disappointment. Just then, she felt a rush of wind at the back of her neck. After her previous encounter, she had grown particularly sensitive regarding her vital points. As she prepared to evade, a familiar scent wafted into her nostrils, accompanied by a pure and fervent yang energy approaching from behind. She decided against resistance, allowing a slight smile to grace her lips as she stood her ground. The anticipated pain and fatigue did not materialize. A hand gently rested on her nape while another encircled her waist. "O little sprite, have you surrendered so easily?" Li Chongyun discerned the intentions of the female demon, and with an unspoken understanding, he refrained from targeting her vital points. With a firm motion of his wrist, her delicate form nestled against him. The paths of humans and demons are inherently divergent. Their relationship is sensitive. The last encounter had been a battle to the death, and should they continue to clash, they might inevitably become sworn enemies. However, having shared a moment of tacit understanding, their emotions began to warm rapidly. Unlike their previous tense standoff, this meeting reflected a much more harmonious rapport between them. "My name is Zhinü. To engage in a union with you is truly an unforgettable experience that lingers in my thoughts day and night." Zhinü concluded her cultivation, leaning against a willow tree, her flushed face glistening with perspiration, her gaze filled with unmasked affection for the man before her. Attributes: Yang spirit body, great completion. Realm: Chi refinement and spirit transformation, initial stage. Such inscriptions appeared on the cover page of the Mountain and Sea Scroll. Li Chongyun was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of joy, realizing just how significant the assistance from Zhinü had been. With the completion of his Yang spirit body, his physical strength had become remarkably formidable, and his vital energy surged like a rainbow, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality. Upon reaching the initial stage of Chi refinement and spirit transformation, a primordial spirit was birthed within him, a manifestation of his soul, while his mental prowess solidified into a tangible essence, evolving into divine consciousness. This divine awareness expanded, enveloping a radius of 10 zhang. Every rustle of the wind, every movement of insects, was rendered crystal clear. His divine consciousness functioned akin to a third eye. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive his surroundings distinctly. He opened his eyes and extended his hand toward the enchanting fairy before him. It was none other than Miss Zhinü. A hint of shyness graced her features as she placed her delicate hand into Li Chongyun's grasp. With a gentle pull, she rose and settled once more in his embrace. Their foreheads nearly touching, they exchanged sweet nothings, truly laying to rest any previous misunderstandings. "Li Lang, from this day forth, you shall reside in the temple upon the mountain. As it would facilitate our meetings, please do not hold it against me that I cannot allow you to stay in my home," Zhinü murmured, her eyes brimming with affection. "I do this for your own good. I have 6 elder sisters at home, and should they discover your pure young constitution, they would surely harbor ill intentions. Under normal circumstances, it would be different. Out of sisterly affection, my eldest sister might even advocate for our union. However, at present, this Pan-Si Ridge has caught the attention of a certain demon cultivator, and my eldest sister is eager to enhance her own cultivation. If your existence becomes known, she would undoubtedly seek to claim you for herself, exploiting you day and night." "Eldest sister?" he mused. "She must be an extraordinarily captivating beauty herself." Li Chongyun's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, "Demonic Taoist? What is their origin?" Upon hearing that the Pan-Silk Ridge had attracted the attention of a demonic practitioner, he immediately connected the dots and asked, "Is it the Taoist from the Yellow Flower Temple?" "Speak cautiously." Upon hearing the name Yellow Flower Temple, Zhinü's complexion paled, and she promptly replied with gravity, "Li Lang, you may have heard of the Yellow Flower Temple, but you are unaware of the profound cultivation and mastery of its abbot. Otherwise, you would not dare to speak so lightly of him." Seeing her reaction, Li Chongyun quickly understood that the 7 female demons in the Pan-Silk Cave had likely not yet established a connection with the venerable Taoist from the Yellow Flower Temple. While Pan-Silk Ridge is indeed considered one of the trials in the journey to the west, it poses little challenge. The 7 spider spirits merely obstructed Tang Sung, never daring to engage in a contest of magical prowess with son Wukong and his companions. Their role seemed more about fostering enmity with the 4 seekers of scripture, subsequently leading to the emergence of the Yellow Flower Temple's master. That figure is the true Demon King, backed by the celestial figure of the Mother of the Star of the Brightest Sun, the formidable Silent Bodhisattva, possessing immense power and unparalleled magical abilities. She concocted a poison from the droppings of 100 birds capable of slaying even a Tai immortal, an adversary that even son Wukong would find formidable. As for the 7 demons of the Pan-Silk Cave, aligning with the master of the Yellow Flower Temple would lead them only to a dismal fate, ultimately becoming mere cannon fodder, perishing beneath the Golden Bandit staff. In the 1986 adaptation of Journey to the West, there were alterations. In the original text, the 7 spiders were vanquished, and the Silent Bodhisattva was associated with the 100-eyed Star Lord. Niulang, you may not know, Zhinü continued, that the master of the Yellow Flower Temple, known as Xiao Dao, is in fact akin to us. He is a demon king who has cultivated to perfection, having long attained the Dao fruit, belonging to the ranks of Tai scatter immortals. The mighty bull demon king from the eastern Flame Mountain and the 3 great demon kings from the western Lion Camel Ridge all recognize the name of the 100-eyed Star Lord. He is indeed a renowned figure throughout the demon realm. When Zhinü mentioned the master of the Yellow Flower Temple, a blend of reverence and trepidation colored her tone. Achieving immortality and ruling the demon world is a true spectacle. In contrast, beings like them, who occupy Pan-Silk Ridge, are not even considered celestial beings. They are merely newly transformed earth immortals, at the stage of refining void and harmonizing with the Tao. Without a master to guide them, they possess only innate demonic abilities, lacking any profound magical arts. Although they may appear to live joyfully, in reality, they are plagued by constant anxiety and suffering. Thus, it can be said that the 100-eyed Star Lord is indeed remarkable. Chongyun nodded slightly. The title of Demon King could indeed be considered that of a formidable figure ruling over a realm. Zhinü pressed her delicate face against Chongyun's chest and said, Niulang, you are of the human lineage, born with an innate Tao, and possess a naturally spiritual body. Should you encounter a fortuitous opportunity in the future, you shall undoubtedly have the prospect of attaining immortality. Chongyun was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What is the primordial Tao? Zhinü replied, Li, you are a being awakened in spirit, yet you have not embarked upon the path of cultivation, thus you are unaware. The primordial Tao refers to the human race, the most esteemed of all beings. You were fashioned by Lady Hua from the essence of the primordial deity Pangu, and have since flourished in number. Naturally, you are intrinsically aligned with the great Tao of this world, which renders your cultivation efforts significantly more fruitful, far surpassing our innate talents as mere spirits by 100-fold. Indeed, such a perspective exists. Chongyun couldn't help but ponder that he indeed lacked a scroll of cultivation techniques. Relying solely on the awakening of his yang spirit to elevate his prowess was ultimately too sluggish. Zir, what exactly do you mean by the demonic path? In response to her beloved's concerned inquiry, Zhinü naturally did not withhold the truth and promptly revealed everything. It turned out that the demonic path she referred to was an evil cultivator of the human race, who called himself the Jiuyo Daoist. He was adept in the sinister arts of soul gathering and spirit refining, possessing considerable skill, and had reached the realm of divine spirit and void, being but a step away from becoming an earth immortal. Although his cultivation was a level below that of the spider spirits of the Pan-Silk Cave, he was equipped with several formidable magical artifacts and had mastered spiritual fire. After several bouts of combat, it was the Zhinü sisters who found themselves at a disadvantage, with the eldest sister having sustained severe injuries just half a year prior. This malevolent cultivator would come to challenge them monthly, and it was likely that he would stir up trouble again in a matter of days. Contemplating this, Zhinü felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If we suffer defeat again this time, we may have no choice but to retreat temporarily and concede Pan-Silk Ridge to him. My elder sister has already devised a contingency plan. Should it come to that, we shall seek the assistance of the 100-eyed Star Lord at Huanghua Temple, imploring him to help us reclaim our territory in consideration of our shared heritage as demon kin. Of course, should we enlist the aid of that esteemed elder, we must also show our gratitude, as most of the spiritual essence and resources of Pan-Silk Ridge would need to be offered in tribute. Chongyun sensed a hint of conspiracy in the air. However, lacking evidence, he dared not overly speculate that the so-called demon was merely a ploy orchestrated by the 100-Eye Star-Lord. After lingering tenderly with Zhinü for a while longer, they were compelled to part ways as dusk descended. Having arranged their next meeting, Chongyun decisively descended the mountain, choosing not to linger at the Ponzi Ridge. As night enveloped the land, the 7 demons of Ponzi Cave frolicked and bathed in the Zhuogo spring as usual. They immersed themselves in the spring 3 times daily, seeking to absorb its yang energy to enhance their cultivation. Sister, the yang energy you consumed from that man last time was remarkably pure. In just half a month, your spiritual essence has intensified severfold. At this rate, won't your cultivation soon rival that of our eldest sister? Teased the 4th sister, Buzhu. The other sisters exhibited curiosity and envy in their gazes. Zhinü, appearing demure, soaked in the spring, her petite figure exuding a charming innocence. That man was indeed a young body, which greatly aided me. I fear the demon might intrude again, so I am diligently cultivating to assist my sisters, she replied. Oh, our little sister is quite thoughtful, the 2nd sister, Chongyun, remarked with a playful tone, but her expression soon turned serious. It's the 1st of August. Why have the offerings not yet arrived? The other demonesses exchanged puzzled glances, while Zhinü maintained a calm facade. Her heart, however, fluttered with unease. Half a month prior, to conceal traces for Chongyun, she had even ventured to the mountaintop courtyard and meticulously rearranged the charred spider silk. Consequently, her sisters remained unaware of the old ox's demise. Someone come. Eldest sister, Zhinü, sensed something amiss and called out. Shortly, several fireflies arrived, respectfully awaiting orders. Go and check what has happened with the ox demon. The 2 fireflies, now endowed with intelligence, promptly took flight. Yet, moments later, they hurriedly returned. Speaking in human tongue, mistresses, it's dire. A chilling wind blows from the mountain below, and the wails of spirits echo. The demon has come to stir trouble again. Demon. Upon hearing this word, the expressions of the demonesses turned grave. Quickly dress yourselves. That demon must have harmed many, replenishing the souls within its artifacts. We cannot afford to be careless. Zhinü's demeanor hardened as she urged her sisters to don their garments and swiftly retrieve their weapons from Ponzi Cave. Each seized a sharp treasure sword, and they hastened into the woods to confront the demon. Zhinü's emotions fluctuated most acutely. Initially concerned that her concealment of Chongyun might be discovered by her sisters, she was unexpectedly interrupted by the demon's nocturnal assault. Yet, upon reflection, the demon's incursion was indeed more pressing and perilous. Alas, Niulang departed not long ago. Surely he would not encounter that demon, would he? That sorcerer practiced malevolent arts, far more ruthless than any spirit. Upon the slopes of Ponzi Ridge, the ominous winds howled fiercely, accompanied by the cries of phantoms and wolves. A thick, inky black mist enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of the gates of the netherworld flung open, allowing a procession of restless spirits to roam freely. The Taoist of the 9 hells treaded upon the chilling winds, sweeping through the forest with an air of authority. In his left hand, he brandished a lantern of ethereal flame, while his right gripped a soul-harvesting hook. Adorning his waist was a soul-capturing bell, and from his back fluttered a banner of myriad souls, his octagonal robe embellished with a string of yellow talismans. His imposing figure swayed with an undeniable presence. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he encountered an expanse of webs stretching before him. With a deliberate breath directed at the lantern, the spiritual flames surged forth, consuming the woodlands in a fiery blaze, reducing the venomous silk of the spider's web to mere ashes. Demon, do you dare to trespass here? Believing my sisters to be easily intimidated, cried Zhinü, conjuring a tempest of malevolent wind, her crimson attire billowing around her, brandishing a sharp sword that glinted menacingly at the Taoist. The other female demons revealed themselves, rising on gusts of wind to encircle the Taoist of the 9 hells. Unperturbed, the Taoist shook the soul-capturing bell, summoning a tempest of sinister winds around him. From the banner at his back, countless vengeful spirits burst forth, swirling in dark, misty clouds, launching themselves towards their adversaries. Should you 7 wretched creatures willingly submit as my servants, inviting me into the Ponzi Cave as your sovereign and serving me faithfully, I may yet spare your lives. However, should you persist in your foolish defiance, I shall ensure your souls are scattered, condemned to the depths of the 9 hells for eternity. Bah! The demon seeks death. Let us see if my sister's swords are indeed sharp. The enmity flared as both sides, driven by animosity, engaged in a fierce battle, entirely oblivious to the pair of eyes watching the clash intently from the underbrush below. It was none other than Chongyun, who had just descended the mountain using his earth-traversing technique and sensed a formidable pressure. Quickly, he concealed his presence with his spiritual consciousness, and upon peering out, he beheld the rolling black winds overhead. The mournful wails of countless malevolent spirits filled the air, alongside the sight of a stout, rotund figure protruding forward. It was indeed the very demon that Zhinü had spoken of. Chongyun fixed his gaze upon the malevolent figure, and within his mind, the intricate scroll of mountains and seas was once again awakened, illuminating the sinister being before him. A human engaged in dark cultivation, a chance encounter with celestial fortune, yet a twisted fate. His heart is unclean, leading him down a treacherous path. He indulges in acts of slaughter, capturing the souls of the vengeful and the restless. Bound by his sins, he is beyond redemption, provoking the wrath of both deities and mortals alike, destined for annihilation. His life force is diminished, his corporeal form weakened and decayed from prolonged association with spirits, rendering him akin to a living corpse. To slay him would earn the approval of the celestial order and accrue merit. Not recorded. To vanquish a dark cultivator brings merit. This revelation took Chongyun by surprise. After all, whether it was the cow demon or the spider spirit from the Silk Ridge, there was no merit awarded for their demise. It seems that in the eyes of the celestial order, even the malevolence of demons, when metered, does not constitute an egregious sin. After all, the human race also hunts beasts and even spirits, engaging in mutual harm, actions that the celestial order seems to tolerate. Yet this human dark cultivator, ruthlessly slaughtering his own kind, is so burdened with sins that he appears to emanate dark smoke. His realm of spirit refinement surpasses my own by a tier, yet falls short compared to the 7 spider spirits. Nevertheless, in the clash of magic, he finds himself in a position of advantage. Could it be the power of the magical artifacts at play? Chongyun naturally desired to capture this malevolent cultivator. Yet he remained unhurried, choosing instead to observe the battle from the sidelines and gather intelligence on his foes. It soon became evident to him why 7 Earth Immortals were being suppressed by a single cultivator of the false void stage. The 7 sisters of the Purple Pearl exhibited overly simplistic tactics. Apart from their silk threads, they wielded nothing but their sharp swords. The most formidable of their silk techniques was countered by the spirit fire, while the martial skills of the 7 maidens were rather mediocre, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of the malevolent spirits. Only the eldest sister, clad in red, displayed commendable swordsmanship, managing to approach the Zhinü Taoist. Yet she too was ensnared by his soul hook. Subsequently, she fell victim to an assault of spirit fire, which was also the Achilles heel of the 9 poison spider. This contest of magic persisted for several hours, stretching into midnight, when the malevolent energy in the atmosphere intensified. The Zhinü Taoist unleashed increasingly ruthless techniques, resulting in injuries for 5 of the 7 sisters from Pan Sea Cave, leaving only the eldest sister Zhu and the youngest sister Zhu unscathed. Both Zhu and Chongyun, having drawn closer on 2 occasions, experienced significant growth in their cultivation, and Zhu now fought with ever-increasing vigor. With her treasured sword in hand, she cleaved through dozens of malevolent spirits, advancing towards the Zhinü Taoist. Her purple garments billowed as she unleashed a torrent of toxic silver threads from her waist, weaving a net in the air that aimed to ensnare the Zhinü Taoist. Seeking death, the Zhinü Taoist sneered, seemingly allowing her to draw near. From beneath his robe, he unveiled a wine gourd, opening it skyward, from which crimson flames erupted forth, incinerating the web of threads and engulfing the ethereal figure of the maiden within its fiery embrace. Little sister, be cautious. You vile fiend. How dare you? The sisters gasped in horror. The 9 poison spider, a creature of innate spirit, thrived on malevolent energy, and its greatest fear was being consumed by spirit fire. The crimson flames emanating from the gourd were evidently a more potent form of spirit fire, capable of obliterating them entirely. Buzz! A flash of sword light pierced through the air, and amidst the astonished gazes of many, Zhu wielded her sword to cleave through the spirit fire. How could she be unafraid of spirit fire? The Zhinü Taoist was taken aback. He knew well the vulnerabilities of the 9 poison spider and had intentionally refined this gourd of spirit fire, whose immense power could reduce these vile creatures to ashes. Yet why? This enchantress displayed no fear of the flames. Zhu too felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly surmised that perhaps her affinity with Chongyun had fortified her own vulnerability to spirit fire. Perish, vile fiend. Seizing the moment, she swung her sword with force, striking through the chest of the Zhinü Taoist. This malevolent entity, who had rampaged with the winds of the underworld, finally sustained an injury, crashing down to the ground. Curse it! The Zhinü Taoist's face turned pale as he chanted incantations, commanding malevolent spirits to support him. In his moment of cursing, however, his senses detected a piercing aura of murderous intent surging towards him from below. Flames. Brilliant golden flames. From the thicket, a burst of golden fire erupted into the sky. None had anticipated that other cultivators were concealed in this place. Who goes there? The Zhinü Taoist turned, striking his gourd to unleash all the spirit fire he possessed. A crimson flame surged forth, only to retreat like a subject before a sovereign upon encountering a golden fire. Is it the legendary innate spiritual fire? Certain naturally gifted beings possess an inherent affinity for fire magic, which may be referred to as the innate spiritual fire. Such power is incomparable to the flames concocted through unorthodox methods by the Nine Nether Taoist. Begone! The Nine Nether Taoist bit his tongue, allowing a drop of essence blood to escape, urgently directing the Yin spirits to engulf the flames, a desperate act of self-preservation aimed solely at safeguarding his own life. As he tumbled to the ground, the Nine Nether Taoist rose, his gaze fixating on a young human cultivator charging towards him. He hastily implored, "Fellow cultivator, hold. We are both cultivators of the human race. Why not unite to vanquish these fiends? Once we have eradicated this horde of demons, you may claim any reward you desire." Chongyun, filled with surging vitality, swiftly closed the distance to within 3 feet of the Zhinü Taoist. With his fists clenched tightly, he swung them with the force of a battering ram, declaring, "What I seek is the merit of the heavenly way. Only by slaying you can I attain it." Chongyun's internal energy radiated a soft glow as he glided above the ground, effortlessly navigating the winds with remarkable speed. Despite not having cultivated any celestial techniques, his methods remained rather simplistic. However, he possessed an innate spiritual physique, which endowed him with formidable physical strength and an aptitude for close combat. The Zhinü Taoist, observing the golden light enveloping Chongyun and the vibrant aura of yang energy, became increasingly convinced of his natural spiritual constitution. With a cold glint in his eyes, he unleashed his soul hook, executing a cunning attack aimed directly at Chongyun's neck. Yet, the Taoist's power was woefully inadequate, rendering his assault painfully slow in Chongyun's perception. Effortlessly evading the strike, Chongyun retaliated with a punch that struck the Zhinü Taoist's bleeding chest. With a resonant hum, golden light erupted as the Taoist's body was adorned with 3 Vajra talismans, which initially emitted a protective glow before disintegrating in self-ignition. Do you possess some genuine skills of the righteous path? Chongyun furrowed his brow, his fists swirling in the air. Though lacking in technique, his strikes possessed tremendous force. Swift as the wind, reminiscent of rain battering banana leaves, continuous and relentless. The Zhinü Taoist found himself retreating incessantly, his body marked by the shattering of golden symbols. The practitioners of dark arts dread the essence of utmost yang and rigidity, and thus Zhinü Taoist was thoroughly restrained by Chongyun. His ghostly techniques, rather than mounting an offense, were met with the searing heat of yang energy, causing him to emit anguished cries as he scattered in panic. This day marks my defeat. Yet this enmity shall persist. The Zhinü Taoist gritted his teeth, his pallid flesh cracked and oozing blood, a gruesome sight. Yet, this blood appeared frigid, quickly coagulating, resembling that of a lifeless being. Explode. A ringing echoed as a soul-capturing bell, entwined with dark energy, was hurled by the Zhinü Taoist, erupting into a dense, inky mist that enveloped Chongyun. When we meet again, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, binding you to my myriad soul banner. With that, Zhinü Taoist began to retreat, the winds of the underworld swirling beneath his feet, intent on fleeing the scene. However, he could not overlook the presence of 7 spider spirits nearby, his sworn enemies, lying in wait. Indeed, the path of retreat was ensnared by a multitude of toxic webs. And he was not surprised. Summoning his lantern to ignite spiritual fire, he charged forth with unyielding speed. Do not flee, demon. Zhu and Zizhu advanced with swords drawn, traversing the webs as though walking on solid ground, proving to be formidable adversaries. At this juncture, the Zhinü Taoist's heart grew increasingly heavy, his gaze shadowed with trepidation. Fearing for his life, he decided to unleash all his remaining talismans, even detonating a treasured artifact. Though these artifacts appeared unremarkable, Lacking the prestige of celestial treasures, they were invaluable to practitioners of the earthly realm. Each required rare materials and years of meticulous crafting, decades of dedicated effort encapsulated within. At last, the Zhinü Taoist broke through the final web barrier, his expression one of elation. Yet, in the next moment, disaster struck. Golden flames rained down from above, accompanied by a pair of iron fists brimming with vitality. Do you truly wish to forge a mortal enemy with me? The Zhinü Taoist's eyes widened in fury as he bit his tongue, expelling a mouthful of vital blood to summon vengeful spirits for resistance. Gritting his teeth, he hurled forth a gourd artifact containing spiritual fire, executing a hand sign that led to a thunderous explosion. Boom! The gourd artifact was undeniably more precious and formidable. Its self-detonation unleashed power several times greater than that of the previous artifacts, the spiritual essence erupting into blazing fragments that shot outward. Refining mountain technique? Chongyun advanced rather than retreating, his right hand suddenly forming a fist. Within his piercing gaze, a distinct seal materialized as he channeled his divine powers, causing the ambient spiritual energy of the universe to surge forth and coalesce around him. Divine powers. The spider spirits revealed expressions of astonishment. The ability to manipulate the spiritual forces of the world is a fundamental distinction between divine powers and mere spells. Yet, the path of divine powers is exceedingly rare and precious, requiring one to be initiated into the most esteemed sects within the three realms for cultivation. Those who command such powers are typically disciples of the great Luo immortals, soldiers bestowed with celestial decrees by the heavenly court, or favored by the demon kings of the earthly realm. How do you comprehend divine powers? Who exactly are you? The Zhinü Taoist was instantly engulfed in despair. His fear extended beyond Chongyun's personal strength to the formidable forces that lay behind him. Anyone capable of mastering divine powers must surely have a mentor of significant stature in the world. Boom. In response, however, there was nothing but a single, resounding punch. Chongyun unleashed a powerful punch, causing countless fragments of rock and mountain to coalesce in the void, forming a fist the size of a water vat. It crashed down with a thunderous roar, obliterating the nine nether Taoist into a mere pulp. As the dust settled, chaos reigned, successfully capturing the malevolent cultivator. The nine nether Taoist granted him 300 years of enlightenment. By eradicating the wicked and purging sin, he earned a thread of celestial virtue. Chongyun gracefully descended, calmly collecting the relics of the nine nether Taoist, a cosmic bag and a wand of 10,000 souls. As for the other magical instruments, they had been destroyed by this fellow in a desperate bid for escape. The soul hook, intended as a weapon, was also gathered by Chongyun. I am called Zhinü. I sincerely thank you, Taoist, for your assistance. This act of kindness will forever remain etched in the hearts of my 7 sisters and me. Zhinü sheathed her sword and respectfully bowed, while the other 7 spider spirits followed suit, expressing their gratitude by exclaiming, "We have met our benefactor." Chongyun's eyes flickered slightly as his gaze discreetly swept over the 7 women. At the forefront stood Zhinü, the eldest among them, whose cultivation was the most profound. She possessed a tall and graceful figure, with brows that arched elegantly and an oval face adorned with radiant eyes. Her demeanor was composed, exuding an air of regal elegance. Clad in a striking crimson dress lined with white undergarments, her voluptuous form was the most ample among her sisters, with a curvaceous waist and generous hips. It was difficult to even glimpse her toes when looking down. One might even struggle to see them while reclining. The remaining sisters were also strikingly beautiful, each with her own unique charm. However, within the gazes of these 7 enchanting women lay a hint of peculiar intrigue. Zhinü managed to conceal her thoughts well, but the eyes of the others flitted curiously between Chongyun and her younger sister, Zhinü, having sensed the unusual connection between them, marked by the unique and pure yang energy emanating from Chongyun. Chongyun nodded slightly, refraining from any pleasantries. Today, he had struck down the Zhinü Daoren, although his initial intent was to accrue merit through this act. He had indeed alleviated the plight of the 7 sisters of the Ponzi Cave. This favor was one he could graciously accept. Until we meet again, I take my leave. Chongyun cast a fleeting glance at Zhinü before retreating, soaring into the wind without revealing his mastery of earth manipulation before others. TSK, dear sister. When did you come to possess such a treasure? You have kept it from us sisters for far too long, Zhinü said playfully, leaning against Zhinü and teasingly lifting her sister's delicate chin with her slender fingers. Indeed, sister, who is this man? The vitality radiating from him is remarkably potent and pure. If only one could inhale even a breath of it. Would it not be heavenly? Speak honestly. Your cultivation has advanced swiftly of late. Have you begun to share tales with us sisters about the delights of pursuing a man? Surrounded by teasing inquiries, Zhinü found herself blushing profusely. Her fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All right, I shall confess everything. Is that not enough? Chongyun, being merely human, must remain vigilant against malevolent spirits. While it may be permissible to consort with Zhinü, one must exercise caution when confronted with 7 spider demons simultaneously. After descending the mountain, Chongyun returned once more to the earthen temple. Though the space was cramped, it was, after all, the domain of the land deity, providing a sense of security. And he had been using it as a temporary refuge. Naturally, he would occasionally leave some game as offerings, which would mysteriously vanish upon his return. Presumably graciously accepted by the earth god. The resources of the Jiuyou Daoist are indeed quite substantial. Chongyun promptly examined the Chongyun bag of the 9 nether Daoist. This pouch, no larger than a palm, was embroidered with a taiji pattern, concealing within it an expansive space akin to that of a room. Inside lay an abundance of gold and silver treasures, sufficient to bestow a lifetime of riches upon any mortal. Gold and silver, being universally accepted currencies cherished even by the Buddha, naturally elevated Chongyun's spirits, for he had never amassed such wealth in both of his lifetimes combined. However, with the desolate wilderness surrounding Ponzi Ridge, even the wealth seemed of little use, as there were no avenues for indulgence. Thus, these treasures would have to be stored for the time being. In addition to the gold and silver, the Chongyun bag contained numerous talismans, elixirs, and various rare spiritual herbs. After meticulously cataloging each item, Chongyun ultimately unearthed a weathered ancient tome, Wuzhenpian. Upon seeing this name, Chongyun felt a surge of excitement. He opened the book to find an illustration on the frontispiece depicting a celestial figure with flowing hair and beard. Beside it were inscriptions, the true man of Ziyang, the 5th patriarch of the southern sect of the Taoist Golden Elixir School. Is this the cultivation method authored by the true man of Ziyang? Chongyun felt as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. The name of Ziyang Zhinren, a revered figure in Taoism, was not unfamiliar to him. Being recognized as one of the 5 ancestors of the Golden Elixir School's southern sect naturally indicated immense influence, and he had indeed achieved immortality. However, Chongyun soon furrowed his brow, for while Ziyang Zhinren traversed the illustrious path of righteousness, the Jiuyou Daoist had undeniably cultivated a form of genuine malevolence. The disparity in their approaches was striking. Could it be that the secret texts were misleading? As he continued to peruse, the content revealed profound truths. And he quickly became engrossed in this treatise on understanding reality, perceiving every word as a precious gem. Far from being malevolent sorcery, it was, in fact, a method of cultivation that directly connected to the great Tao. From the void, one breath emerges. From this breath, yin and yang are born. Within the yang, the essence of yin is not rigid. Consuming the essence of the clouds is always fervent. The world seeks the elusive Mercury and lead. When shall we witness the descent of the tiger and dragon? I urge you to seek the origin of your corporeal being. Returning to the source is the path to becoming the medicine king. The treatise on understanding reality delineates the golden elixir method, aimed at introducing medicinal substances into the body, harmonizing yin and yang to refine the golden elixir. Yet, it is essential to distinguish between the primary and secondary, for external substances are mere guests, while one's own essence is the true medicine king. Chongyun, possessing nearly 3 millennia of cultivation, swiftly comprehended this celestial technique in but an instant. He immediately activated his yang spirit body, utilizing his own form as a crucible to refine the spiritual energy within. By circulating his vital essence and opening the purple mansion, he successfully forged a strand of magical power. Ultimately, within the confines of the purple mansion, he condensed the golden elixir. In a mere span of 3 days, he had completed his transformation. This is the essence of true cultivation. Chongyun gazed inward, his entire being pure and untainted, devoid of any impurities or blemishes. At the lower Dantian, the purple mansion resided, within which golden magical energy surged like an ocean, and the golden elixir hovered in midair, resembling a miniature sun. The profound essence of the mountain and sea refinement technique manifested within the magical energy, becoming increasingly refined. As he turned to the title page of the scroll, personal information unfurled in his mind. Owner of the scroll, Chongyun realm, G refinement. Transforming spirit, late stage, physique, yang spiritual body, perfected, cultivation method, Wuzhenpian, supreme celestial grade. Note, the levels of cultivation methods, spells, and divine abilities. From lowest to highest are spirit, divine, celestial, saint, great Tao. Techniques. Xianyang's spiritual fire, perfected. Earth walking technique, perfected. Divine abilities. Mountain and sea refinement technique, slightly accomplished. Note. The levels of comprehension of divine abilities, from lowest to highest. R. Initial glimpse of the path, slightly accomplished. Entering the threshold, perfected and harmonious. Reaching the pinnacle, transcending reality. Cultivation experience, 2,800 years. Li Chongyun opened his eyes. Brilliance flickering within, his entire being resonating with spiritual essence, and his complexion radiating with vitality, exuding an ever-increasing abundance of yang energy. The Enlightenment chapter of Ziyang Zhenren represents an exceptionally potent path of cultivation, perfectly suited for Li Chongyun's practice. As for the reason why the Jiuyu Daoist had become what he was, it stemmed solely from his own descent into depravities. He had merely employed the golden elixir method from the Enlightenment chapter, while delving into other nefarious practices. Having spent years in the company of vengeful spirits and phantoms, he had gradually transformed into a living corpse. Ah, congratulations, young friend, on achieving the golden elixir. Truly, you are a gifted being, remarkable in your innate talents. A friendly voice rang out from outside the earthen shrine. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, yet felt no malice, rising to check the source of the voice. It was dusk, and the wilderness was sparsely populated. Suddenly, amidst the shimmering glow of twilight, two figures materialized before him, one tall and one short. The taller figure towered at an impressive height of around 10 feet, resembling a middle-aged man, with thick brows and wide eyes, exuding an air of righteousness. The shorter figure, on the other hand, was a diminutive elder, no taller than 3 inches, with a kindly visage. Both individuals were surrounded by a radiant aura, with a talisman suspended at their waists. I am the Earth God, and this gentleman beside me is the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge. The stout elder said with a warm smile, while the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Li Chongyun faced the two shadowy beings with a semblance of courtesy, clasping his hands in greeting. I have the honor of meeting both esteemed immortals. May I inquire what wisdom you wish to impart? Regardless of the strength of the mountain deity and the land spirit, they ultimately belonged to the celestial hierarchy, which implied a certain standing. It was prudent not to offend them. Haha, young friend, do not be anxious. May I ask your name and title? Li Chongyun. He replied, May I inquire where your esteemed master is based? Perhaps we share a mutual acquaintance with your revered teacher. The land spirit discreetly sought to discern his background. Li Chongyun merely furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Observing this, the earth god refrained from further inquiries and, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, We have come to seek you, fellow Taoistly, for an urgent matter. 3 years ago, a malevolent practitioner emerged from a nearby spiritual mountain, committing heinous acts and slaughtering thousands to forge a banner of souls. His sins are profound, beyond enumeration, and we promptly reported this to the heavenly court. It appears that this vile practitioner inadvertently acquired the legacy left by the Ziyang true person, thus embarking upon the path of immortality. Yet he defies the law and disregards celestial edicts, killing and usurping souls for his cultivation. Upon learning of this, the Ziyang true person was incensed and specifically commanded the local mountain deities and earth gods within a 100-mile radius to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the malevolent practitioner was indeed the Jiuyu Daoren, and he had unintentionally fulfilled a celestial task. Even so, irrespective of any personal gain, it could hardly result in misfortune. Enough of the rambling. The mountain deity, dissatisfied with the earth god's incessant chatter, nudged him aside and directly addressed Li Chongyun. Fellow Taoistly, you recently vanquished the Jiuyu Daoren at the Ponzi Ridge, making you a key figure in our pursuit. This achievement is commendable. However, within the banner of souls, there are still over 10,000 souls bound, which must be submitted to the Ziyang true person for liberation and transcendence, allowing the departed to return to the underworld and be reincarnated. It turns out they had come for the banner of souls. Li Chongyun displayed a troubled expression and said, Esteemed immortals, I had no idea that the wandering soul's banner possessed such significance. I perceived that tattered flag, shrouded in malevolent energy and filled with vengeful spirits, as an ominous object and had discarded it long ago. What? The earth god exclaimed, but upon reflection, he soon grasped the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with the mountain god. Humph. The mountain god scrutinized Li Chongyun for a moment, furrowing his brow in discontent, then let out a cold snort. He then reached for the talisman at his waist, and with a flick of his hand, A radiant silver sword adorned with golden patterns materialized in his grasp. This artifact, known as the Pure Yang Sword, was bequeathed by the Zhiang true man as a reward for vanquishing malevolent cultivators. This treasure is now yours. Although Li Chongyun was unfamiliar with his surroundings, he possessed a certain understanding of the customs among deities in the world of Journey to the West, thanks to the myriad of films from his past life. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara of the South Sea, under the command of the Tathagata, prepared for the quest for scriptures in the Western Heaven, procuring 3 magical artifacts: the Golden Hoop, the Tight Hoop, and the Prohibitive Spell. However, only the Tight Hoop was employed on son Wukong, while the other 2 treasures were entrusted to the Mountain Guardian and the Good Wealth Boy of the South Sea. As the saying goes, like attracts like. Thus, when the venerable Ananda and Kasyapa from Ling Mountain were engaged in organizing the scriptures for the Tang monk and his disciples, they too required a purple gold alms bowl as a token of appreciation. Li Chongyun knew without a doubt that the Zhiang Taoist had certainly offered enticing incentives to the spirits within 100 miles of this region to seek out practitioners of the way and eliminate the malevolent cultivators. What a splendid sword! Li Chongyun's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped forward, taking the Pure Yang Sword from the hands of the mountain deity. Instantly feeling its ethereal essence, "Hee," chuckled the earth god, his demeanor ever cheerful. Taoistly, this Pure Yang Sword is incomparable to the one on banner. It is a postnatal spiritual treasure forged by the esteemed Zhiang Zhinü himself. Though it may be classified as inferior, its value is truly extraordinary. My gratitude extends to Zhiang Zhinü. Li Chongyun swung the Pure Yang Sword twice, satisfied as he sheathed it. He then bowed towards the heavens and spoke, "Rest assured, esteemed immortals, I will undoubtedly retrieve the wandering soul's banner. Upon its recovery, you may find me at the mountain god temple of Ponzi Ridge." The mountain god, with an air of indifference, uttered these words before transforming into wind and vanishing. Although Li Chongyun had claimed the reward, the mountain god displayed little displeasure, maintaining a demeanor of official formality. For Li Chongyun, it was prudent not to provoke the deities of the land, yet when confronted with tangible benefits, he stood resolute. "Fellow Taoist Li, I perceive that you are a person of profound celestial affinity." The earth god, not in haste to depart, approached with a smile, adopting an affable demeanor. Li Chongyun revealed a silly smile and seized the opportunity to inquire, "There is one more matter I wish to consult you about, esteemed immortal." "Speak freely," replied the earth god, stroking his beard. "However, I must insist that you refrain from using the term esteemed immortal, while it pleases my ears. There exists a hierarchy within the celestial court. Should others overhear, it may lead to unnecessary gossip. You may simply call me Earth God." "Earth God," Li Chongyun remarked. "I have slain the 9 nether Taoist and acquired a volume of the Wuzhen Pian authored by the Zhiang true person. Should I return it?" The earth god shook his head. "There is no need for its return. Those who attain enlightenment among humankind often place great emphasis on the concept of fate, and they typically leave behind several legacies in the mortal realm for those destined to inherit. You may freely study this Wuzhen Pian. The Wuzhen Pian of the Zhiang true person is a foundational scripture of the Taoist Golden Elixir sect, representing an extraordinary celestial level method, which will greatly benefit you. Should you one day achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality, you may gain the recognition of the Zhiang true person and perhaps forge a friendship with him." The mountain deity and the local spirits clearly did not perceive Li Chongyun's cultivation of the Wuzhen Sutra, nor were they aware that he attained the golden elixir in merely 3 days. They assumed he had prior mentorship and had merely experienced a breakthrough after years of diligent accumulation. After all, this aligns with common sense. Who among practitioners of the Tao does not toil for years, refining themselves over the passage of time? The notion of achieving the elixir in 3 days is nothing short of fantastical. So that is how it is. Li Chongyun nodded, paused for a moment, and then cautiously inquired, "I have heard whispers of a cataclysmic event occurring in the heavenly palace, where a monkey committed an unforgivable crime, wreaking havoc in the celestial realm, to the extent that even the Buddha of Lingshan was alarmed, causing chaos in the heavenly palace." The earth deity was taken aback for a moment and then chuckled. "My friend, what you speak of is but an old tale. The raucous antics of the monkey from Huahua Mountain in the eastern Victory Divine continent transpired over 2 centuries ago. 2 centuries ago. Li Chongyun finally comprehended the timeline in which he found himself. Thus, it can be inferred that there are approximately 300 years remaining until the commencement of the journey to the west in search of scriptures. Li Chongyun has embarked on the path of immortality, and naturally is concerned about the legendary cataclysm capable of causing the downfall of myriad celestial beings. Before that, he must hasten his cultivation to establish a firm foothold within the three realms. The two conversed for a while longer, and the earth god no longer concealed himself, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke before entering the statue within the earth temple, much to Li Chongyun's chagrin, as he felt it inappropriate to intrude further. Consequently, he ascended on the winds and departed from the location, contemplating before ultimately choosing to ascend to the silk-woven ridge, where he settled at a small courtyard on the mountaintop. That night, he entrusted the soul banner to the mountain deity of Silk-Woven Ridge, seizing the opportunity to converse about magical arts and divine powers. He subtly broached the repercussions of surreptitiously learning celestial spells. After all, the mountain deity was acutely aware of his slaying of the 9 Nether Taoists. As if witnessing it firsthand, it was highly probable that his practice of the mountain refinement technique had also come to light. The mountain deity was neither warmly welcoming nor coldly distant towards Li Chongyun, yet exhibited a keen interest in magical arts, engaging in extensive dialogue with him. The act of clandestinely learning celestial methods is indeed a matter of grave consequence, given the multitude of demons and spirits in the earthly realm. However, few possess true might. Many lack a mentor to guide them, and even if one were to acquire superior techniques, they would swiftly fall to the extermination of heavenly soldiers. The mountain deity, with righteous fervor, remarked, then his gaze shifted to Li Chongyun, stating, "Your mastery of the mountain refinement technique is commendable," suggesting that your master is a notable figure within the Taoist tradition. This divine power is widely known, yet its cultivation is no simple feat. I have pondered it for centuries and have only attained a slight accomplishment, far from true mastery of mountain refinement. Should one cultivate this technique to its ultimate form, one could effortlessly transform mountains into treasures, subduing malevolent beings and reshaping landscapes with but a thought. Li Chongyun clasped his fists and remarked, "The path to enlightenment is indeed arduous. Should time permit, I shall seek further guidance from you, esteemed mountain spirit." After a profound exchange of philosophical discourse, the mountain spirit of Ponzi Ridge appeared to harbor a heightened fondness for Li Chongyun. Nodding in acknowledgement before their parting, he cautioned, "I have observed your close association with the female spirits of Ponzi Cave. This is not inherently a transgression. However, be wary not to engage in any malevolent deeds with them, lest you jeopardize your future." "Thank you for your sage advice," Li Chongyun replied. Li Chongyun settled on the eastern mountain of Ponzi Ridge, a matter that naturally did not escape the attentive ears of the 7 demonesses of Ponzi Cave, and he made no effort to conceal it. On the very second night after his arrival, a graceful figure stealthily pushed open his door. The visitor was none other than Zhinü. Having spent a sleepless night, Li Chongyun now embraced the life of an immortal cultivator, awakening each day to delve into the principles of the Tao. With his 2,800 years of cultivation experience, he successfully mastered the final pages of the Wuzhen scroll, encompassing various talismans and minor spells. The talismanic arts of the 9 Nether Taoists were indeed of a high caliber, and the protective Vajra talisman had withstood numerous attacks against Li Chongyun. The profundity of talismanic knowledge is remarkable. However, the Wuzhen scroll offers scant elaboration on the subject. I have only acquainted myself with a few types of runes, having learned the Vajra talisman, soul summoning talisman, invisibility talisman, lightning strike talisman, and tracking talisman, among others. Li Chongyun felt that the world of talismans was vast, yet at present, he lacked the relevant scriptures to embark on his journey. Nevertheless, having mastered several talismans, he managed to produce a considerable number using the assorted materials from the Jiuyo Daoist Qiankuan bag. As night fell, his joy was palpable. For the petite Zhinü was quite the glutton, never missing a night, and after several consecutive days, the little girl appeared somewhat haggard from the exertion. One night, while Li Chongyun was engrossed in reading by candlelight, a sudden gust of demonic wind extinguished the flame. Frowning slightly, he was soon enveloped by a familiar, ethereal fragrance. The door creaked open, and a graceful silhouette shyly entered the room, hesitatingly approaching him before playfully settling onto his lap. The night passed in sleepless rapture. In the early morning, Li Chongyun gently grasped the chin of the girl in his arms, her exquisite visage flushed with a rosy hue, and her doe-like eyes. Apart from satisfaction, there lingered a hint of shyness and a touch of trepidation. Adorning her delicate earlobes were a pair of blue pendants. "Did Zhinü know you were coming?" Li Chongyun inquired with a calm demeanor, for he had recognized at the first opportunity last night that this woman was not Zhinü, but rather her 6th sister, Lanju. Upon hearing the absence of anger in Li Chongyun's tone, Lanju breathed a sigh of relief, her delicate form leaning against him as she sweetly remarked, "Of course. It was my sister Zhinü who summoned me. She has been excessively absorbing yang energy these past few days. Last night, her body felt feverish and flushed, as if she were unwell, which is why she implored me to attend to your needs." Yet another night passed, and once again, it was neither Zhinü nor Lanju who arrived, but rather Qingzhu. Qingzhu possessed a shy disposition, resembling a porcelain doll, allowing herself to be easily guided. What do these enchanting beings take me for? Li Chongyun found himself in a state of discontent. Over the next few days, among the 7 demons of the Ponzi cave, all but the eldest sister, Qizhu, took turns engaging him in discussions about their paths of cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun subtly probed to uncover the truth behind these interactions. The root of the matter lay in the fact that Zhinü had been somewhat worn out by these encounters. However, she was not willingly sharing her beloved. Rather, she succumbed to the pleas of her sisters and the pressures of familial bonds, ultimately yielding to their demands. In this situation, the others deliberately avoided the eldest sister, Qizhu. Their reasons were twofold. First, they feared her formidable authority. Second, they were concerned that her assertiveness might lead her to monopolize Li Chongyun, a scenario that none of the sisters wished to witness. Li Chongyun devoted himself to arduous training day and night, gradually mastering his craft. After a fortnight, he attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, a feat attributed to his relentless dedication. Niulang. On this particular night, Zhinü finally reunited with Li Chongyun. Overwhelmed with emotion, she shed tears of grievance. Her petite figure nestled on his lap, her tear-streaked face buried in the solid and broad expanse of his chest. After a considerable time, Li Chongyun finally managed to soothe the person, and then he carried them to the bed, ensuring they were well fed. It was not until the dead of night, when the wind had calmed and the rain had ceased, that he finished his endeavors. Zhinü, breathless, with her long eyelashes adorned with what could be either sweat or tears, playfully pouted, "Niulang, do you love me, or do you prefer my sisters more?" Li Chongyun, feeling helpless, closed his eyes and refrained from answering, merely stating, "Your sisters have inquired about this matter as well." Zhinü let out a playful huff, and then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, added, "What if my eldest sister desires to serve you as well? Would you be inclined to accept?" Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, as the image of a woman in a flowing red dress, her figure voluptuous and captivating, suddenly materialized in his mind. Although all 6 fairies, including Zhinü, possessed extraordinary beauty and exquisite physiques, there was an inexplicable allure about Qizhu, with her peaks resembling a gathering of mountains, that stirred an undeniable flutter within one's heart. Zhinü, having discerned Li Chongyun's infatuation, felt even more vexed. With a huff, she retorted, "You wish. My sister's thoughts run deep. She is not someone you can casually approach." Li Chongyun shook his head nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. He secretly perused the Shanghai scroll, noting that the illustration of the 9-yin poison spider was nearly complete, vibrant in color, as if only one final piece remained to be placed. If he could acquire the red pearl, it might indeed fulfill the collection. However, Li Chongyun was not one to impose his will. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. "My elder sister is aware that you reside on the mountain to the east. In gratitude for your assistance in vanquishing the demon, she wishes to invite you to the Zhuang'o Spring tomorrow." Zhinü began to address the matter at hand. Zhuang'o Spring is a celestial spring born of the heavens and the earth. It is said to be the bathing place of the heavenly daughters, the 7 fairies, and is rich in spiritual essence. The first immersion offers profound benefits, capable of cleansing one's marrow and invigorating the sinews. Since you have saved us, the 7 sisters, we are eager to share this extraordinary gift with you as a token of our appreciation. The Zhuang'o Spring. Li Chongyun's eyes sparkled with delight. This celestial spring was ever etched in his memory. Even without mentioning the red pearl, he would naturally bring it up in a few days, thus seamlessly aligning with the unfolding circumstances. In the early hours of dawn, the violet pearl made a discreet yet undeniable departure. Li Chongyun did not venture out until the sun rose in the morning. He washed his hands by the mountain spring and then soared through the wind towards the Zhuang'o Spring. The lakeside was particularly lively today, with numerous locusts, grasshoppers, and bees transformed into half-human, half-beast forms. They had arranged tables, chairs, and canopies, and brought forth an abundance of fruits, spiritual tea, honeyed nectar, and sumptuous dishes. "Greetings, benefactor." The female spirits said in unison, but aside from Zhinü, the rest displayed somewhat ambiguous expressions. They had all shared candid encounters with the Chongyun, making their current formality feel somewhat distant. Esteemed friends, he greeted them. Li Chongyun inclined his head slightly, a gesture of courtesy. Zhinü approached gracefully, holding a brocade box in her delicate hands. Her voluptuous figure moved with elegance, and as she leaned forward, a generous expanse of soft, snow-white skin revealed itself from beneath her crimson gown, the deep cleft mesmerizing in its allure. This garment is woven from the original spider silk of my sister. Having undergone prolonged immersion and refinement in the purifying spring, it is impervious to blade and fire and can also repel various toxins. Consider it a modest gift, dear friend. With her slender fingers, Zhinü opened the brocade box, revealing a meticulously tailored silvery brocade garment that shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a spectrum of colors, enchanting in its exquisite beauty. Thank you. Li Chongyun accepted the splendid garment without hesitation. Soon, everyone took their seats. To Li Chongyun's right sat Zhinü, and to his left was Zhinü. They indulged in exquisite delicacies and engaged in philosophical discourse. As noon approached, the lake shimmered with dazzling rays, radiating a vibrant warmth, saturating the atmosphere with a palpable vitality. Even Li Chongyun's gaze was drawn towards it. Observing this, Zhinü remarked, Li Daoyu, this Zhuangho spring is a sacred fountain, the most precious treasure of Ponzi Ridge. It was once a bathing place for the daughter of the heavenly emperor, yet for reasons unknown, it has been abandoned and claimed by us sisters. I fear you may find it amusing, but ever since acquiring this spring, I have been restless at night, burdened with worry, for such treasures are beyond our ability to safeguard. Unconsciously, a hint of desolation and helplessness flickered across Zhinü's expression. The younger sisters, after all, were not the heads of the household and remained unaware of the immense pressure their elder sister bore in reigning over the Ponzi cave, a task far from simple. Li Daoyu, please observe this. Zhinü leaned closer, a faint, enchanting fragrance enveloping her. Among the 7 sisters of Ponzi Cave, she possessed the deepest cunning. Yet, in this moment, she refrained from any malicious intent, instead producing a radiant feather from her sleeve. What is this? The sisters, including Zhinü, gasped in astonishment. The feather was not a mere object, but a manifestation of spiritual essence, brimming with potent energy that instinctively stirred Li Chongyun's heart. He understood that if he were to refine this feather, it would yield immense benefits. Li Daoyu has shown great kindness to us sisters. Although this celestial feather is exceptionally valuable, does he not deserve to partake in it? Zhinü's delicate brows furrowed as she cast a meaningful glance at her 6 younger sisters. Of course he deserves it, Zhinü quickly interjected, affectionately linking her arm with Li Chongyun's. Li Lang, this celestial feather is the greatest secret of Ponzi Ridge. By revealing this to you, my sister has already considered you one of us. She was the only one whose relationship with Li Chongyun was public, thus exuding an air of ease. In contrast, the other female demons felt a twinge of guilt in response to Zhinü's probing question. It is entirely up to my sister. Our benefactor undoubtedly deserves it. My sister has pondered deeply, and her actions must have sound reasoning. With the aid of this celestial feather, the vitality within our benefactor may become even more refined. I trust my sister's judgment. Zhinü held a significant position in the hearts of the sisters, resembling a parental figure. Celestial feather, Zhinü Daoyu, you are truly generous. Li Chongyun couldn't help but exclaim as he held the celestial light divine feather in his hand, increasingly sensing the ethereal charm it possessed. With sharp crimson eyes, he scrutinized Li Chongyun for a few moments. Soon, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she lowered her gaze and spoke. This item is produced from the cleansing spring, and each year only a few are yielded, known only to a select few of us sisters. Now that you, dear friendly, have become our neighbor, you naturally have the right to be informed. The implication was clear. As long as both parties maintained a friendly relationship, Li Chongyun would annually receive a share of the celestial light divine feathers. After all, as neighbors, it was only fitting to offer mutual support. Li Chongyun also made a promise, assuring that this transaction would yield no losses. Zhinü smiled warmly, her beauty truly enchanting, as she gracefully pointed towards the nearby Zhuangho spring, saying, please, Taoistly, immerse yourself in the waters for cultivation. This will enhance the efficacy of refining the celestial light divine feather. After speaking, she turned and discreetly withdrew, while the others lingered reluctantly, casting glances as if they wished to join Li Chongyun in the bath. Sister, do you think it is too audacious to inform our benefactor about the celestial light divine feather? Orange Pearl finally inquired after they had distanced themselves. Zhinü sighed softly, her gaze helplessly sweeping over her sister's expressions, and replied with exasperation, "You all have drawn so close to him, entwining your fates. It is too late for separation. What else can I do?" Her words struck a chord, causing the women to blush in embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that being close to Chongyun would surely imbue them with that unique young energy, and considering their sister's meticulous nature, remaining undetected would indeed be a challenging endeavor. "Sister, even so, why not take the plunge with Niulang?" Purple Pearl cautiously suggested. "Indeed, sister. Niulang possesses the yang spirit body, which harmonizes naturally with our 9 poison spider lineage. If you were to join him," the other women chimed in, each urging her with fervor, reminiscent of a wayward girl attempting to entice her friends into mischief. Zhinü furrowed her delicate brows, her expression serious, remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, the others fell quiet, refraining from further discussion. Zhuge Spring. Chongyun shed all his garments and stepped into the lake. The water seemed to harbor boundless yang energy, jubilantly swirling, eagerly vying to penetrate his being. "This cleansing spring is immensely beneficial for my constitution." Chongyun immediately swam to the center of the lake, feeling a surge of warmth rising from beneath his feet, cascading against his soles. As he extended his spiritual consciousness downwards, he discovered that the true celestial spring resided at the heart of the lake, its spring mouth resembling an ancient well of unfathomable depth, exuding intense solar energy. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely plunged into the water. Though he was not adept at swimming, he had recently commenced his cultivation journey and, by employing a breathing technique, found himself able to inhale freely beneath the surface. As he submerged to the lake's bottom and approached the spring, he felt enveloped in a searing warmth. Yet, as his consciousness delved deeper into the spring, Chongyun was taken aback. "What a remarkable celestial spring this is. The spring mouth is bottomless, rendering my spiritual perception utterly ineffective." Chongyun sat cross-legged beside the spring, his curiosity urging him to investigate the waters below. However, he soon found the heat emanating from the spring to be overwhelming, even for him, and thus decided against it. He withdrew the celestial radiance divine feather, cradling it in his palm as he commenced the cultivation of the Truth Awakening Sutra to refine this treasured artifact. Heavens! Did Niulang truly engage in cultivation at the center of the lake? He must have submerged himself beneath the water, likely seeking the spring. Truly, as a young spirit body, he is remarkable. Even the eldest sister cannot withstand the temperature at the lake's center. Only during the annual gathering of the Celestial Radiance Divine Feather does she muster her entire magical essence to plunge into the depths. Now, with Niulang present, the eldest sister shall no longer endure such hardship. Interestingly, the name Niulang is not exclusive to Zhinü. The other sisters have taken to addressing him similarly, which fills Zhinü with a sense of helplessness. In the mere span of a month, these young ladies have developed an overwhelming reliance on Chongyun. His abilities are indeed considerable. One can only hope he is not a treacherous scoundrel. Zhinü sighed softly, observing the activities within the purifying spring in silence. Chongyun was immersed in the Zhuangho spring for his cultivation, and before he knew it, time had slipped away. For 3 days, the 7 spider demons of the Ponzi cave awaited his emergence. However, as he continued to delay, on the 4th morning, Zhinü decided to commence her own training. Having been intimately acquainted with her beloved countless times, she hardly minded sharing a bath. After another 2 days, the 5 sisters, Chengzhu, Huangzhu, Bijou, Qinzhu, and Lanzhu could no longer contain their impatience and began to bathe thrice daily. This Niulang, while cultivating below, must be overflowing with yang energy, which would surely escape. "Oh, dear sister Zhinü, you are indulging yourself alone. The natural yang energy in the Zhuangho spring could only be partially absorbed by the spider spirits. They needed to cultivate to transform it from pure yang to pure yin, integrating it into their own practice. This necessity was why they bathed 3 times a day. Yet, the yang energy emanating from Chongyun was of a different quality, much purer and capable of being absorbed without restraint. Consequently, the 6 spider spirits found themselves submerged in the lake day and night, reluctant to emerge even for a moment. How could Chongyun endure such intense conditions at the lake's bottom for so long? I too have no choice but to cultivate, it seems. After 2 more days, Zhinü, feeling resigned, finally entered the lake fully clothed. Her attitude towards Chongyun began to shift subtly. Day and night blended into one as the days passed, and before long, the 81 days of cultivation had swiftly elapsed. Autumn faded into winter, and in early December, heavy snowflakes cascaded from the sky, enveloping the entire Ponzi Ridge in a silvery hue. Yet, the Zhuangho Spring remained steaming and vibrant with yang energy. Above the lake's surface, layers of spider silk accumulated, seemingly concealing something. By the lakeside, the 7 enchanting spider spirits stood gracefully, their alluring forms barely clad, outlining their curves and exposing their snow-white midriffs. However, the expressions of the 7 sisters were marred by an unmistakable worry. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated from the heavens, causing their faces to change dramatically. Looking upwards, they beheld a colossal entity soaring through the clouds glowing a fiery red, resembling a sea of flames drifting through the sky. Qianlong, you have wandered here repeatedly. What is your intent? On the mountaintop, a towering figure appeared, the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge, questioning the entity above. The enormous being in the clouds lowered its head, revealing a massive dragon's head, its eyes of fierce crimson, its body covered in dark scales, with imposing horns that exuded a terrifying aura. Humph! A mere mountain deity dares to question me? The Qianlong scoffed disdainfully, then struck out with a dragon claw that shot down from the clouds, aiming directly for the mountain deity's temple. Such audacity! The mountain deity was momentarily taken aback, but fury quickly replaced his surprise. A mystical seal flickered in his eyes as he activated the mountain refining technique. Massive boulders, spanning over 10 zhang, were lifted and sent hurtling towards the dragon claw in the sky. Humph! The Qianlong emitted a contemptuous snort, its dragon claws mercilessly shattering the rocks conjured by the refinement mountain technique. After a brief pause, it struck down fiercely, sending the deity of Pan Silk Ridge flying into the mountain temple, which instantaneously crumbled into ruins. The Pan Silk Ridge deity, gritting its teeth, struggled to rise, blood already oozing from the corner of its mouth. For centuries, I, Qianlong, have traversed the West Niulang. Even the demon kings have heard of my name. Who among them does not know that I am the foremost immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation? Qianlong declared with pride, dominating the demon realm with unparalleled strength. None who have yet to ascend to immortality could possibly contend with him. Hence the title of the foremost immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation. With a dismissive sigh, Qianlong chose to ignore the Pan Silk Ridge deity, turning instead to exhale a breath that transformed into a raging divine fire, instantly incinerating the cobwebs above the Zhuangho Spring into ash. The spring, rich in spiritual essence and radiant light, was thus revealed. The divine fire swept through, melting the ice and snow, turning vegetation to ash. The 7 demonesses of Pan Silk Cave hastily summoned their magical defenses, retreating in haste. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the news was true. There was indeed a celestial spring here. Upon seeing the Zhuangho Spring, greed gleamed in Qianlong's crimson eyes. Soon after, he spotted the 7 demonesses by the lakeside, and his gaze turned blank, revealing a sinister desire deep within his pupils. The demonesses were strikingly beautiful, and since this prince found the cultivation within the spring dreadfully tedious, why not have you serve as my maidens and bathe with me? Qianlong proclaimed with overwhelming arrogance, clearly regarding both the Zhuangho Spring and the 7 demonesses of Pan Silk Cave as his possessions. The expressions of the demonesses turned pale. Although they were willing to submit to Li Chongyun, there were reasons behind it. The human youth, while not particularly refined, possessed an innate charm for transformed demonesses, being courteous and, after all, somewhat considerate and gentle. In contrast, most demon males were brutish, lacking any understanding of tenderness, and dragons were even worse. Dragons were inherently lascivious. Should they fall into such hands, it would be akin to becoming mere playthings, trapped in a torment of fire and water. The beautiful red-eyed Zhu glanced towards the mountain temple and observed that the Pan Silk Ridge deity had retreated to the side, evidently no longer willing to intervene. In the eyes of the celestial beings, the dragon clan was hardly considered significant. However, bullying the lower realms deities and these unprotected demonesses posed little challenge. After all, the entire world, including rivers and seas, was under the dominion of the dragon clan, which boasted a vast population, strong bloodlines, and formidable power. The foremost immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation was none other than Prince Qianlong. Even at the earth immortal level, he could easily crush us sisters with the mere might of his dragon form. The notorious reputation of Qianlong resonated with the 7 demonesses of Pan Silk Cave. Not only was Prince Qianlong immensely powerful, but he also had countless connections with the Dragon King of the Baibo Pool. How could we possibly afford to offend him? Orange stood with clenched fists, her heart weighed down by despair. Such is the harsh truth of this world. The weak are prey to the strong, and those lacking in power must endure humiliation. It seems we cannot remain here any longer. Zhinü, the most composed among them, lowered her voice and said gravely, Zhinü, awaken our companionly. The rest of you should act according to the situation. I will find a way to hold off the Niulang for a few moments. We must flee from this place and abandon the Zhuangho Spring. The others felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of relinquishing the celestial spring. Yet they recognized there was no other choice at present. Eh? Niulang narrowed his eyes, perplexed. Is there someone else in this celestial spring? What audacity allows one to absorb the spiritual essence within my spring? Enraged, this tyrant unleashed his dragon claws once more, this time intent on forcibly extracting the still meditating Chongyun from the Zhuangho spring. Attack! Zhinü shouted, summoning a gust of demonic wind as she drew her sword and slashed at the dragon claw. Zhinü, witnessing this, felt a surge of determination flash across her pale face, and without hesitation, she leapt into the lake, plunging to the bottom in an attempt to awaken her beloved who had been in seclusion for days, seeking death. Niulang bellowed in fury at Zhinü's audacity to draw her sword against him. He felt a flicker of alarm at the sharpness of her sword light and swiftly redirected his claws to strike at Zhinü first. She hastily positioned her sword to block, her entire being erupting with magical energy as she braced against the dragon's assault. Boom! The overwhelming force crashed down, shattering her sword and causing multiple bones to crack. Blood spurted from her mouth as her crimson dress fluttered, now tinged with a tragic hue. I shall eliminate you to establish my authority, lest the other brats defy me. Niulang huffed, exhaling a torrent of divine fire that surged forth like a tempest, aimed directly at Zhinü. This scene rendered the other female demons of the Ponzi cave pale with fear. Including her sister Zhinü, the seven sisters had absorbed Chongyun's yang energy, granting them a resistance to spiritual fire, which they deemed irrelevant to their survival. However, Xuanlong's breath was not mere spiritual fire, but divine fire. As a dragon of divine lineage, he naturally commanded an overwhelming presence, and his ebony scales and innate divine fire struck terror across the realm, with much of his fearsome reputation stemming from this very fire. At that moment, Zhinü found herself powerless as her waist unleashed a torrent of silver threads in a desperate attempt to quell the flames, but to no avail. The threads, inherently fearful of fire, disintegrated into ash before even nearing the divine blaze. Boom! In the nick of time, the Zhuangho spring erupted with a thunderous roar, a beam of golden light shooting skyward, within which a figure emerged, radiating an intense heat as they swiftly flew forward to shield Zhinü. Zhinü gasped, momentarily stunned. The newcomer was tall, with flowing long hair and adorned in a shimmering silver robe, the very attire she had gifted Chongyun just days prior. Oh, what a foolhardy soul, she thought. The mysterious dragon looms amidst the clouds, gazing down with an air of disdain. Not far away, atop the mountain peak, the deity of the Pan-Silk Ridge observes as Chongyun resolutely prepares to confront the dragon's divine flames in order to save a spider spirit, his brow furrowing in disapproval and a quiet sigh escaping his lips. A promising celestial seed, now destined to wither prematurely. Divine flames? You are not the sole wielder of such power. Chongyun took a deep breath of spiritual energy, pinching his nose with his right hand before suddenly opening his mouth to exhale. Instantly, a resplendent golden flame erupted forth, surging like a torrential flood with an overwhelming force, colliding fiercely with the Niulang divine fire. Could it also be a divine flame? Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden fire displayed no signs of waning. On the contrary, it surged with ferocity, consuming the Niulang divine fire and ascending in a magnificent display, transforming into a golden fireball several dozen feet in diameter, soaring skyward like a miniature sun. It then erupted with a thunderous explosion, engulfing the massive form of the Niulang in a blaze of light. Have you mastered the divine fire? Zhinü, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight, barely concealing the joy of surviving a calamity. Chongyun advanced with the wind, grasping her delicate hand and steadying her swaying form. Zhinü felt a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar masculine aura, causing her fair face to flush with a deeper hue. Then, taken aback, she exclaimed, "Has your yang spirit body also undergone a transformation? It is all thanks to the divine feathers of celestial light you bestowed upon me." Chongyun expressed his gratitude, thereby acknowledging his accomplishments. Having recently completed his cultivation, he now perused the scroll of mountains and seas, examining the personal information inscribed on the cover page. Owner of the scroll, Li Chongyun realm, refinement of spirit and reversal of void, late stage, physique, golden crow divine body, minor completion, cultivation technique, insightful truth manuscript, supreme immortal grade, arts, purple yang divine fire, perfection. Earth walking technique, perfection, divine powers, mountain refinement technique, proficient, cultivation time, 2,800 years after 81 days of seclusion in the purifying spring, his initial encounter with the celestial spring, along with ethereal entities such as the celestial light divine feather, allowed Li Chongyun to transcend a significant realm in his cultivation. He advanced from the completion of chi refinement to the fullness of spirit refinement and reversal of void, now standing merely a step away from the so-called Earth Immortal realm. Most importantly, he absorbed a trace of the Golden Crow bloodline that lingered within the purifying spring, leading to the transformation of his Yang spirit body into the Golden Crow divine body. Consequently, the innate art of Xin Yang divine fire, through the enlightenment derived from the insightful truth manuscript, also achieved an elevation from spirit fire to divine fire, now known as the purple Yang divine fire. Li Chongyun supported Zhinü as she descended by the lakeside. A multitude of concerned maidens encircled her, assisting her to a nearby seat, showering her with solicitous inquiries and offering spiritual herbs to stabilize her injuries. Niulang, if there is any uncertainty, we can retreat. My sister has already reconciled with the idea of abandoning the Zhuangho spring, Zhinü advised, her voice laced with worry as she surfaced from the water. Zhinü echoed her sentiment. Taoistly, Zhinü speaks wisely. Niulang is known as the foremost immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation, having attained the pinnacle of Earth Immortal a century ago. And possessing the bloodline of the Dragon clan, he is not to be underestimated. Exercise caution above all. The foremost immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation? Li Chongyun raised his gaze to the heavens, and beneath the surging purple sunfire, the clouds dissipated, revealing the form of a dark-hued dragon in its entirety. Its scale shimmered brilliantly, indicating a complete lack of injury. The scroll of mountains and seas unfurled, the demon Niulang, born of the dragon lineage. The dragon race has two ancestral figures, both primordial deities. One is known as the ancestor dragon, while the other is the candle dragon. The Niulang is a descendant of the candle dragon, its bloodline now diminished to a mere fraction, yet it embodies the essence of a divine beast, possessing formidable physical strength and a talent for breathing fire. Divine beasts are devoid of vital weaknesses. The dragon race is a treasure trove. Its flesh can enhance vitality, while its scales can be forged into armor. The dragon tendons, bones, and pearls are all materials of celestial worth. Not recorded. The candle dragon is a figure in mythology, comparable to a creator deity, and stands as one of the most powerful beings among the dragon race. The Niulang before us, inheriting the bloodline of its ancestors, has seen its lineage dwindle, yet it remains a divine beast. It is not only endowed with extraordinary talent, but also lacks any vital weaknesses. Should it be slain, every part of its being would be of immense value, with its organs serving various purposes. Indeed, this prince is the foremost immortal beneath the tribulations of heaven. The Niulang let out a furious roar, spiraling downwards to transform into a human form. A middle-aged man, rugged and imposing, clad in dark armor, with formidable horns adorning his head. He stood with clenched fists on the opposite side of the Zhuangho spring, exuding an air of audacity and impertinence. Li Chongyun spoke with an air of indifference, causing Xuanlong's expression to shift dramatically, his fury palpable. Amused, Li Chongyun mockingly remarked, "To cultivate to the void and merge with the Tao, to transcend tribulations and ascend. Only then can one truly claim the title of an immortal. You, however, are merely a local deity, stagnant for a century. Yet you dare to call yourself an immortal? You seek death." Niulang roared in a fit of rage, preparing to strike. With a swift step, he advanced, parting the waters of Zhuangho spring with a crashing wave. Witnessing this, Li Chongyun did not retreat in the slightest, his fighting spirit soared as he launched a counterattack. He was determined to confront the dragon clan head-on. Amidst the swirling winds and snow atop Ponzi Ridge, the clash of two figures, one black, one white, unfolded with relentless ferocity. Their punches and claws met with resounding force, shaking the very mountains around them. It was said that Xuanlong's physical prowess was formidable enough to overturn rivers and seas. How could Li Chongyun possibly withstand him? Zhinü watched in astonishment, while the other women were equally incredulous. Zhiju's eyes sparkled with realization as she explained. Li Daoyou's physique has undergone a transformation, He is no longer merely a young spirit body, but has become a divine physique. The weight of these words was akin to a mountain. Within the three realms, the classification of physique ranges from weak to strong: mortal, spirit, divine, immortal, saint, and Tao. Among the myriad beings, most are ordinary mortal bodies, lacking any uniqueness. A natural spirit body is already a rare existence. The seven of Ponzi Cave possessed the bloodline of the nine-een venom spider, a naturally born spirit seed, which is akin to a spirit body of humanity. Yet they are the result of countless spiders evolving into human form, a pursuit coveted by many extraordinary beings. The divine physique, however, is as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Niulang, as a naturally born divine beast, possesses a divine physique, giving him a significant advantage in combat against mortals. He roams the entire Zhinü, facing few challengers. Yet now, Chongyun stands as a divine physique, equally matched against the renowned physical strength of the dragon clan Niulang. Even if he, too, possesses a divine physique, Xuanlong's cultivation level completely overshadows him by an entire realm. Qizhu pondered this and was left speechless in astonishment. The seven of Ponzi Cave gazed in disbelief. This situation was a testament to one undeniable fact. Chongyun's divine bloodline was even more formidable than Xuanlong's. How could Chongyun be so powerful? Was he not a young spirit body? How did he transform into a divine physique? Within the divine flames, there lingered a hint of the essence of Zhinü. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, the deity of Ponzi Ridge watched with flickering eyes, his heart filled with astonishment. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded as Niulang transformed back into his original form, soaring into the sky. Chongyun stood resolutely, soaring through the skies, with the violet golden divine fire behind him resembling a pair of wings, relentlessly pursuing the Niulang. Each punch he delivered struck fiercely against the colossal dragon's body. Such formidable divine form, could it be that he had obtained something from the Zhuangho spring? The mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge suddenly recalled something, as if struck by lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. As the mountain deity, he was intimately familiar with the ley lines of Ponzi Ridge. And while the seven demons of Ponzi Cave remained oblivious to certain matters, he possessed a deeper understanding. The Zhuangho spring had a long-standing history, originating from the ancient battle between the witch and demon clans. During that tumultuous time, the demon emperor Dong Huangtai dispatched 10 golden crows from the sacred Fusang tree in Tonggu to soar across the heavens, scorching the earth and bringing calamity to the realm of the witch clan. In response, the witch clan sent forth the great archer Hou-yi, who, with unparalleled marksmanship, shot down 9 of the golden crows. Their blood soaked the earth, and the unquenchable true fire transformed into 9 miraculous springs, each possessing its own unique properties. The mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge connected the dots, realizing that Chongyun's extraordinary fate must stem from the bloodline of the ancient golden crows he had drawn from the Zhuangho spring, thus transforming his spiritual body into a divine form, specifically that of the immensely powerful golden crow. Just how potent was the golden crow bloodline? His father was Dejuan, and his mother was Xia. Both were primordial deities, once revered by all beings, their status second only to the supreme sages. How dare you challenge me? What manner of physique are you? The Niulang snarled, for his own dragon bloodline, tracing back to the origins of the heavens, was indeed formidable, having been passed down through generations. Although he could only be regarded as a powerful divine beast, it was enough to instill pride. Now, as Chongyun suppressed his physical strength, the Niulang felt both indignant and frustrated. "I am your father," Chongyun responded with determination, delivering another powerful punch that shattered the scales of the Niulang, exposing a gory wound beneath. Without hesitation, he unleashed a cluster of purple sun divine fire, searing the dragon's flesh and inflicting unimaginable agony. To humiliate this prince is to seek death. Niulang seethed with rage. Unable to match Chongyun in physical prowess and having previously succumbed to the divine flames, he was left with no choice but to reveal his ultimate trump card. His crimson eyes narrowed dramatically as an imposing divine seal manifested, exuding an overwhelming pressure upon the heavens and the earth. "Niulang seal," he intoned solemnly, expelling divine fire that summoned the spiritual energies of the cosmos, coiling into a concentrated blaze that formed a square fire seal, brimming with formidable power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. "Be cautious. This is the bloodline divine ability of the dragon clan." Below, the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge shouted, alerting Chongyun. Having suffered injuries at the hands of Niulang, the mountain god, sanctioned by the celestial court, harbored an intense animosity towards the dragon. Witnessing Li Chongyun inflict pain upon Qianlong brought him immense satisfaction. Now, as he saw Qianlong resorting to his final divine ability, he naturally sided with Li Chongyun, urging him to remain vigilant. Mountain refining technique. Li Chongyun, confronted by the enigmatic power of the divine seal above him, chose to respond with equal fervor, invoking the mystic arts he had mastered. Drawing upon nearly 3 millennia of cultivation, he swiftly grasped this technique to a nascent level of proficiency. During his seclusion at the purifying spring, his ascension in realm granted him an even greater command over this divine art, marking his entry into a profound understanding. With a thunderous roar, as the mountain refinement technique was unleashed, the ground of the Pan Silk Ridge trembled violently. Mountains shattered, and countless boulders ascended into the air, coalescing into towering formations beside Li Chongyun. 3 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang. With a mere gesture, Li Chongyun effortlessly suspended a towering peak of 50 zhang in the air, as if he had truly uprooted a small mountain and cradled it within his palm. This spectacle left the mountain deity of Pansiling utterly bewildered. He distinctly recalled that during Li Chongyun's confrontation with the Jiuyo Daoist, he could only muster the stone fist, and his mastery of the mountain refinement technique was but rudimentary, far from proficient. Yet, in the span of merely 2 or 3 months, he had managed to manipulate a mountain, clearly demonstrating a profound understanding of the art. Was this Li Chongyun's comprehension truly so formidable? Suppress him, commanded the mountain deity as the Qianlong claw descended fiercely, the crimson square Qianlong seal plummeting forth. Go! Li Chongyun, undaunted, raised his hand and pointed, causing the mountains to soar into the sky. The fiery seal collided with the diminutive peaks, unleashing an infinite surge of mystical power that rippled outward, shattering the clouds above and clearing the celestial expanse. Below, the Pan Silk Ridge trembled violently, rocks fractured, the earth quaked, and the snowstorm swirled, startling all beasts within the vicinity. Impossible! Roared the Qianlong, his voice laden with resentment. He watched helplessly as his Qianlong seal developed fissures under the impact of the mountains, gradually crumbling to dust. Although the small peaks hurled by Li Chongyun had also shattered, a significant portion of their power, still potent, charged toward him with tremendous force. Boom! With the impact, the Qianlong expelled dragon blood, cascading like rain. At that moment, fear gripped him, and he turned to flee. Did you not intend to seize my celestial spring and drive us away? Why then do you run? Li Chongyun, relentless and unyielding, transformed his wings with divine fire, riding the gentle breeze in pursuit of the Qianlong. In his hand, the gleaming rays of golden light danced around a pure yang sword, with which he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. The Qianlong fled without looking back, yet fate was unkind, as it was struck, causing scales to shed and blood to rain down. On the summit of Pan Silk Ridge, the 7 watched in astonishment as the fierce battle reached its climax, their beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, expressions of joy illuminated their delicate faces. They had triumphed. Niulang had indeed vanquished the Qianlong, the first immortal beneath the celestial tribulation, pursued and besieged by Niulang. How satisfying it was! Thus, it could be said that Niulang was now the true first immortal beneath the celestial tribulation. What immense fortune had befallen the sisters to encounter such a formidable man! Had it not been for him, their escape from peril would have been uncertain. With a myriad of emotions swirling within, the women reflected on their own circumstances as the 9 poison spider, while not weak in its own right, bore numerous vulnerabilities, relying heavily on its venomous silk and webs. In a genuine confrontation, even creatures of the same realm, like lions, tigers, and wolves, could easily overpower them, not to mention the formidable Qianlong they had faced today. Indeed, they were fortunate to have Li Daoyu by their side. Qi Zhu could not help but smile wryly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a newfound depth of emotion. Just as they were deep in discussion, Li Chongyun reappeared, sword in hand, and in his other grasp, a generous portion of dragon meat. After steadying himself, he chuckled. That fellow fled too swiftly. I managed to sever only a few 100 pounds of meat, but it is exceptionally tender. He is gravely wounded and cannot escape far. The fresh blood and flesh from a living dragon are simply exquisite. The women gathered around Li Chongyun, showering him with praise, their vibrant forms eager to welcome him into their abode. This time, Li Chongyun did not refuse. Previously, he had harbored reservations about the 7 of Pan Silk Cave, constrained by his own strength and unwilling to enter their domain. However, now that both concerns had dissipated, he found no reason to decline their invitation. Before the entrance of Pan-Silk Cave lay a courtyard adorned with green bricks and azure tiles, elegant pavilions, and willows swaying gently in the breeze. Enveloped in dewdrops, truly a picture of opulence and grace. Upon entering the cave, the atmosphere was serene and secluded, illuminated by pearls that guided the way, exuding warmth and natural comfort. There was no sense of discomfort. Instead, a gentle fragrance wafted through, refreshing and delightful. Chongyun was surrounded by 7 maidens as they escorted him deep into the cave, gently pushing him into the seat of honor. The 5 maidens, Zhinü, Lanju, Qingzhu Bijou, and Huangzhu, attended to him with utmost care, serving tea and offering massages, bestowing upon him the treatment befitting a heroic figure and a celebrated benefactor. Meanwhile, Chongyun sat beside her sister Qizhu, assisting her in recuperating from her injuries. Within the cave, an atmosphere of harmony prevailed, having shared hardships. Chongyun and the 7 enchanting maidens had come to genuinely regard one another as steadfast companions, if not as partners. As night descended upon the Pan-Silk Cave, the air was thick with the aroma of fine wine and sumptuous dishes. After her recovery, Qizhu personally prepared a grand feast, featuring dragon meat as the centerpiece, while Zhinü was dispatched to fetch the most exquisite wine from the depths of the cave. Suddenly, 2 voices echoed from outside, announcing, "The mountain god and the earth god have come to pay their respects." Qingzhu, perplexed, inquired, "Why would these 2 deities visit us?" Zhinü pondered. "It seems that the mountain god had a confrontation with the malevolent dragon earlier today." With a smile, Qizhu remarked, "The 2 deities have come on behalf of our friendly." At her words, the gazes of the maidens converged upon Chongyun, imbued with a sense of inquiry and expectation. Chongyun nodded and remarked, "Although the mountain spirit and land deity may be mere shadowy entities with unremarkable strength, they are, after all, celestial beings bestowed with divine edicts from the heavenly court, deserving of our invitation." At this, Qizhu discreetly signaled to Changzhu, who promptly exited, returning shortly with the mountain spirit and land deity in tow. "Apologies for the intrusion," the mountain spirit of Ponzi Ridge said, noticing Chongyun seated in the center, surrounded by enchanting companions. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face, and he felt somewhat awkward, fearing he might have interrupted something significant. "Dear brother mountain spirit, do not stand on ceremony. Please, take a seat." Chongyun offered no explanation, merely smiling as he extended an invitation. "If that is the case, we shall shamelessly request a cup of wine." The earth god and the mountain deity exchanged glances, cautiously taking their seats. After a few polite exchanges, the slightly awkward atmosphere began to thaw. "Ah, this indeed is dragon meat." The earth god gazed at the morsels in the bowl, swallowing hard as he remarked, "In the heavens, dragon liver and phoenix marrow would grace the banquet, but even the least among the celestial beings can only partake of it. The heavenly soldiers can merely savor its aroma. For spirits like us, alas, it is a source of shame. Though we are granted the opportunity to report to the heavens annually, it is but a fleeting moment in the first heaven, and we cannot even catch a glimpse of the celestial palace." Upon hearing this, the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge displayed a bitter expression, stating, "You were conferred this title due to your merits in life, yet you are a scattered immortal who failed to transcend tribulation, naturally. You lack the qualifications to enter the heavenly palace." Haha, the earth god chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks to our friendly, we too can experience the treatment reserved for the celestial beings." After savoring the dragon meat, they praised it profusely. Such candid revelations allowed the 7 of Ponzi Cave to relax completely, shedding their previous reservations. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge produced a medicinal gourd from within her robes, placing it on the table. "This is a celestial elixir from the heavenly realm. Though it is merely of spiritual grade, it is exceptionally effective for earth immortals. I present it to the fairies for their healing." Being addressed as fairies by a spirit and receiving a gift of heavenly medicine was an exceedingly rare honor for the 7 of Ponzi Cave, leaving them momentarily astonished. They understood that such treatment was solely due to Chongyun's formidable prowess. The little deity has a suggestion. Perhaps Taoist might consider it. The earth god, beaming with a smile, remarked to Chongyun, "Although these fairies of Ponzi Cave they are deeply loyal and affectionate. With the presence of a celestial spring like Zhuangho Spring, this place is indeed a splendid locale for cultivation. Why not formally bind yourself as a partner to these fairies? It would be a matter that many would envy." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere at the banquet shifted dramatically. The 7 extraordinary women, each with their own demeanor, cast bashful glances toward Li Chongyun. Although 6 of them had already established a spousal bond with him, they had yet to solidify any formal recognition of their relationship. Li Daoist. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated. Zhinü rose gracefully and approached the hall, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they met Li Chongyun's gaze. She then knelt elegantly on the ground, her chest held high and head bowed, speaking tenderly. Li Daoist, I am aware of your exceptional talent and extraordinary destiny. In the future, you shall undoubtedly attain great achievements. However, forming a partnership with us may prove disadvantageous for you. Yet, if you are willing to protect us sisters for a time, we would gladly pledge our allegiance to you, serving you diligently and entrusting the management of Ponzi Cave into your capable hands. What say you? The remaining women were momentarily taken aback, but soon they all knelt eagerly behind Zhinü, each assuming a demure posture. Zhinü's actions genuinely surprised Li Chongyun. The earth deity had suggested that he take the 7 demons as companions, which was a well-meaning proposal. However, he did not anticipate that Zhinü would willingly lower her status to that of a servant, even offering to relinquish her family fortune. Having faced the Xianlong together, Li Chongyun's perception of the 7 demons had also shifted. He now regarded them as companions. In this moment, he witnessed for the first time the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where the weak must submit to the strong. Given this, I shall take residence in the Silk Cave from now on. Li Chongyun found herself reluctant to refuse, and had no reason to do so. After all, there remained a full 3 centuries before the commencement of the pilgrimage and the annihilation of Ponzi Ridge. Until then, mingling with the 7 demons of Pansadong could be considered a safer option. Although uncertainties might arise, it was highly probable that they would be accounted for in the arduous trials of the journey. Naturally, Li Chongyun could not passively observe such an outcome unfold. Prior to the onset of calamity, she needed to devise a strategy to help these enchanting female demons break free from their predicament. She strolled over to Zhinü, leaning down to assist the voluptuous beauty to her feet, gently taking her delicate, snow-white hand and guiding her back to the main seat. For the first time, they shared a moment of intimacy, sitting side by side. Zhinü, as the elder sister, appeared particularly bashful, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, casting her gaze downward in silence. Upon witnessing Li Chongyun's acquiescence, the other women beamed with joy, returning to their respective places. How delightful! How delightful! Exclaimed the earth god, raising a toast in celebration. Young Master Li, Zhinü began, her shyness deepening. She hesitated momentarily before managing to utter a term of endearment that was a touch more intimate than fellow cultivator. Contemplating the implications, her delicate brows furrowed as she remarked, "It is said that Xianlong shares intricate ties with the Dragon King of the Bibbo Pond. Offending him may lead to inevitable retribution." Bibbo Pond. At the mention of these 3 words, the smiles on everyone's faces faded. The ruins of chaos, Bibbo Pond, and the Dragon King of 10,000 Saints. These pieces of information immediately linked together in Li Chongyun's mind. The ancient Dragon King was indeed one of the tribulations of the journey to the west, and the Dragon Palace of Bibbo Pond housed an exceptionally formidable demon king. The 9-headed insect. Ruins of chaos and Bibbo Pond were indeed under the dominion of the Dragon King of 10,000 Saints, a figure of considerable stature in the demon realm. His own strength was formidable, and he maintained a cordial relationship with the great strength bull demon. Their faction could be said to command a significant portion of the demon realm. The mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge sighed, then continued, however, dearly. There is no need for concern. Xianlong does indeed share a distant kinship with the Dragon King of 10,000 Saints, but it is merely a distant relation. His black-scaled form is that of a fire dragon, rare among dragon kin, and his bloodline is an aberration returning to its roots. That fellow is prone to bluster. The earth god added, he merely enjoys waving the banner of the Dragon King of 10,000 Saints. To summon the Dragon King? That is a jest. Upon hearing this, the 7 demons of Pansadong collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As for Li Chongyun, she had never regarded Xianlong with any seriousness. Even if there was indeed the backing of the Dragon King of 10,000 Saints, there was no need for excessive fear. After all, territorial awareness among demon kings was exceedingly strong. Would the demon king of the ruins of chaos come to Ponzi Ridge to mediate? On what grounds? Did he believe the local deities were inconsequential? Or that the 100-eyed demon lord of Huanghua Temple was insignificant? Further west lay the Lion Turtle Ridge, and one would be remiss not to fear the Golden-Winged Rock. The territory of Ponzi Ridge was not merely chaotic. The likes of Xianlong, a lowly earth deity, would hardly draw the attention of the more powerful figures. However, if a demon lord of the same rank were to arrive, it would certainly incite conflict. Moreover, that scoundrel Xianlong cannot truly believe he has escaped so easily, can he? Li Chongyun reclined comfortably, embracing the slender waist of the enchanting beauty beside him, exuding an air of confidence and mastery. Today, the Xianlong fell victim to the Lianshan Ju and was struck by over a dozen beams of pure yang sword energy, ultimately being driven towards the western Shirtu Ridge. Alas, the dragon clan possesses an innate ability to traverse the clouds, making it impossible for me to pursue him. However, this Xianlong has sustained grievous injuries and will require at least 100 days of recuperation to regain his strength. I suspect he will seek refuge to heal, landlord. Can you uncover his whereabouts? As he spoke the last words, the murderous intent in Li Chongyun's eyes was unmistakable. The landlord, feeling a chill of trepidation, hastily replied, "The vicinity of Shirtu Ridge is perilous. A demon king presides there, commanding a horde of 40,000 demons, with countless demon generals roaming about. Life will not be easy for the Xianlong. I can inquire with my colleagues. We should be able to gather some intelligence, though I can only ascertain a general area." "That would be most excellent," he replied. Li Chongyun was exceedingly pleased with this proposal. Among all the denizens of the journey to the West World, the Earth's deities undoubtedly ranked among the most well-informed. The mountain gods and local spirits were ubiquitous, and no tidings could elude their watchful eyes. Merely a trifling matter," the lord of the land remarked with a cheerful smile. The mountain god of Pansiling then rose, intuitively understanding today can be considered a joyous occasion for all. "We shall not impose further and take our leave." After bidding farewell to the mountain gods and local spirits, the hour had grown late, naturally signaling the time for rest. The 6 maidens, including Zhinü, were brimming with filial piety, wishing to cede the night to their elder sister Qizhu, allowing her to enjoy a delightful evening with Li Chongyun. The delicate gauze curtains and the soft bed created an inviting atmosphere. Clad in a striking crimson dress, Qizhu appeared perfectly attuned to the setting. Sitting on the bed with a bashful demeanor, Li Chongyun stepped forward, encircling the delicate waist of the enchanting maiden, his gaze shifting with allure. "Let us consummate our union." He genuinely cherished this captivating figure, whose demeanor was as shy as it was charming. With a gentle breath, the flickering red candles within the chamber extinguished. Meanwhile, Xianlong fled into the depths of the night, only daring to pause beside a mountain ridge. Having consumed numerous wild beasts to replenish his vitality, he still felt the depletion of his magical power acutely. Without a respite of 10 days or more, recovery seemed a distant hope. "Cursed be this youth," he thought. "How ruthless to suppress me across realms, leaving me in such a disheveled state." Xianlong, filled with resentment, found himself overwhelmed with fear, leading him astray. In that moment, he realized he had fled in the wrong direction and had unwittingly arrived at the western edge of Ponzi Ridge. Before him loomed a colossal ridge stretching 800 miles, shrouded in a grim mist, emanating a sinister aura that reached the heavens. "What place is this?" Xianlong exclaimed in alarm. Despite his draconic bloodline, a sense of dread gripped him. Could this truly be the legendary Shirtu Ridge, home to 40,000 demons? "You are indeed correct," a voice, reminiscent of celestial authority, echoed from the heavens. "Who is this little dragon? The bloodline is relatively strong. It should suffice." From the clouds, a golden claw descended, seizing Xianlong effortlessly. From beginning to end, Xianlong found himself utterly subdued by the overwhelming force of the bloodline, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. Such fresh dragon flesh would surely elicit a smile from the enchanting beauty of the Peacock clan. The voice boomed like thunder as Xianlong trembled, cautiously lifting his gaze, only to experience another wave of soul-chilling terror. He beheld a massive, fearsome claw that gripped him firmly, its sharp talons effortlessly slicing through his scales. The owner of this claw was none other than the golden-winged roc, with starry leopard-like eyes and enormous wings that resembled clouds descending from the heavens. With a gentle flap, the mountains below swiftly receded, countless miles lost in the blink of an eye. "Is this the golden-winged roc king?" Xianlong's eyes glazed over, rendering him momentarily speechless, unable even to plead for mercy. Had it been the candle dragon, the ancestral dragon, or even the Yinglong or 5-clawed golden dragon, he would not have felt such terror before the roc. Alas, Xianlong's bloodline was not so formidable. Before the roc, he was akin to mere sustenance. "Princess, I have returned. Our bloodlines share a common origin. Should we unite as partners, we could revive the legendary might of the phoenix, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. This little dragon is delectable. I beseech you, princess to accept. The golden-winged rock soared towards a celestial mountain, suddenly releasing its grip, casting Xianlong downwards. Biluoshan, Fairy Lake. In the waters of the lake, a breathtakingly beautiful fairy, exuding an ethereal aura, danced beneath the moonlight, her movements graceful and fluid. Her gown, woven from golden threads, was adorned with emerald gemstones, swirling around her like the petals of a blooming flower, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. The rock's resounding declaration of affection reverberated through the heavens, causing the maiden's enchanting dance to halt abruptly. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her stunning visage turned cold as frost. Princess, a maid arrived with the wind, bowing respectfully by the lake, and reported, the great rock, who claims to be the king of the Lion Turtle Kingdom, has sent a dark dragon, which was discarded at the mountain gate. The Peacock Princess, daughter of the illustrious Peacock King of Buddhism, had been attuned to the essence of Buddhism since childhood and abhorred violence. Thus, she chose to reside at Bilo Mountain, adjacent to the demon-infested Lion Turtle Ridge. Seeking to protect the mortals of this land from harm, she had certainly heard of the infamous Great Rock, a cruel fiend who, 2 centuries ago, devoured an entire nation and proclaimed himself king. The Peacock Princess harbored an intense aversion towards him and had never laid eyes upon him. "Where's the Great Rock?" she inquired. The maid replied dutifully that he had abandoned the dark dragon and left. "Pay him no mind. Release the dark dragon," the Peacock Princess declared with a benevolent heart. "Yes," the maid nodded, pausing momentarily before adding, "but the dark dragon is gravely wounded." The Peacock Princess furrowed her brow, rising from her bath. Before long, she arrived at the mountain gate and beheld the dark dragon, lying stiff and miserable upon the ground. Its body was marred with sword wounds, the flesh at its tail stripped away, revealing pale golden bones, and numerous injuries adorned its form, as if seared by divine fire. In such a state, wandering near Lion Turtle Ridge, it would surely be captured by some demon should it descend the mountain. For the blood of dragons is a prized delicacy among demonkind. The fearsome head of the dragon lifted, and in the next moment, it was utterly entranced. Gazing at the celestial maiden clothed in golden feathers before it, struggling to comprehend the existence of such exquisite beauty in the world. "Let it remain for a while," the Peacock Princess suggested. "Let it partake in vegetarian offerings and recite Buddhist scriptures to dispel its aura of violence." The dark dragon, hearing the celestial being's gracious intent to shelter it, hurriedly prostrated itself in reverence. In the early morning, within the confines of the silk-spinning cave, Chongyun, still enveloped in a gentle sanctuary, suddenly heard the prompt from the scroll of mountains and seas. Successfully cataloging the 9 venomous spider, he obtained 7,000 Taoist merits. 7,000 years. Chongyun suddenly awoke. The method of capturing the 9 poison spider was particularly unique, and the progress was the slowest. As Chongyun had anticipated, the Crimson Orb was indeed the final piece of the puzzle, capable of significantly accelerating the timeline. However, what he did not expect was that this time, he had simultaneously acquired the combined cultivation of the 7 women. 7,000 years of cultivation. Though not the same as martial prowess, nonetheless represented a remarkable enhancement to his strength. Chongyun is no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation, and he is acutely aware of the significance of one's cultivation level. The depth of this cultivation determines a practitioner's capacity for comprehension and influences the potency of their spells and divine abilities. In simpler terms, when individuals of the same realm engage in combat, if there are no mutual constraints, the one with a higher cultivation level will possess a greater chance of victory. With a cultivation level of 9,800 years, Chongyun's prowess is nearly that of a full millennium. While others must accumulate this precious essence through the span of their lives, he can nearly grasp it effortlessly through the mountains and seas scroll. What exactly is this mountains and seas scroll? It is evidently not a system, yet it is undeniably powerful, resembling a certain treasure. I wonder if, upon attaining greater strength, I will be able to summon it to confront my adversaries? Chongyun could not help but indulge in reverie. At this moment, the picturesque landscape of mountains and seas resembled a treasured tome nestled deep within his consciousness, intricately entwined with his very essence, inseparable to the naked eye of others. "Young master, it is time for us to rise," chimed the delicate Qi Zhu at his side. She then tenderly assisted Chongyun in dressing and grooming. Before long, the two arrived at the bathing spring, where the other 6 sisters had already gathered. After just one night apart, it seemed that his elder sister had grown even more enchanting, evoking a sense of envy among her companions, particularly due to her overnight rendezvous with Niulang. The remaining sisters had already engaged in their practice in the lake, and upon their arrival, they playfully teased Zhinü, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Unexpectedly, the sisters employed a diversionary tactic. As soon as Chongyun entered the water, they all flocked to his side, their affectionate and tender hands naturally exploring his form, as if to proclaim their desires in broad daylight. Ultimately, Zhinü asserted her authority as the elder sister, putting an end to this mischief. Chongyun stood aside, chuckling softly as he observed the harmonious scene before him, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Young master, Zhinü glided to Chongyun's side, her fragrant shoulder glistening with moisture from the lake, smooth and fair, exuding an enchanting grace. This beauty, facing Chongyun, lowered her gaze modestly. Her cheeks flushed with a charming blush, and said, "Young master, I have achieved perfection in the refinement of void and harmonization." Perfection in the refinement of void and harmonization. In other words, she had reached the pinnacle of earth immortal. Upon hearing this, the other ladies looked on with envy in their eyes, offering their congratulations. Chongyun smiled as he pinched her cheek and said, "If that is the case, my dear wife, you are but a step away from the realm of celestial beings." However, Zhinü could only manage a wry smile, replying, "Though it may seem like merely a step, that very step has ensnared countless cultivators, reducing them to ashes. Moreover, I have merely attained perfection in my cultivation. My understanding of the Tao remains incomplete." Chongyun nodded slightly. Having studied the Wukong, he had become quite familiar with the matters of cultivation. Refining essence into qi involves transforming one's innate essence into magical power, opening a sea of qi in the lower dantian. The methods above the immortal grade, such as Chongyun's Wukong, enable one to directly establish the purple palace. Amplifying strength manifold. Refining qi into spirit pertains to cultivating the middle dantian, drawing upon the 5 elemental spiritual energies of heaven and earth to nourish one's internal organs, thus extending life and warding off ailments, with vitality surging like a rainbow. This process significantly slows aging, preserving one's appearance, while simultaneously birthing divine consciousness. Refining spirit to transcend the void pertains to the cultivation of the upper dantian, known in Taoism as the Niulang Palace, the foremost of the body's 9 palaces, dedicated to the training of divine consciousness, strengthening the soul, and refining the primordial spirit, which remains undying even after physical demise. Chongyun stood at this level. The final realm before attaining immortality is the refining of the void to merge with the Tao. This stage requires one to perceive the omnipresent power of universal laws in the cosmos, which is the true Tao. According to the records of the Wukong, the chaotic void nurtures 3,000 great paths, while the heavens encompass 49 celestial laws, alongside countless minor paths. To attain the Tao and become an immortal, a practitioner must integrate at least one complete Tao to invoke the heavenly tribulation. Surmounting this tribulation allows one to transcend the 3 realms, escaping the 5 elements, and achieving the true fruit of celestial immortality. At this moment, Zhinü had attained perfection in cultivation but had yet to master the laws of the Tao. Understanding the Tao, perhaps? Chongyun pondered for a moment and said, "While I was cultivating at the bottom of the lake, I discovered some natural Tao patterns beside the Zhuoguo spring, which may prove beneficial to you." Natural Tao patterns. Upon hearing this, a look of delight instantly appeared on Zhinü's face. Although she had occupied the Zhuoguo spring longer than Chongyun, she only ventured to the lake's depths once a year to exhaust her magical powers while collecting celestial light and divine feathers, and had never encountered any Tao patterns. The so-called Tao patterns are, in essence, traces of the operation of laws, which can only persist in the world under certain specific conditions. For cultivators, comprehending these Tao patterns undoubtedly aids in their understanding of the Tao. Zhinü remarked, "Now that I have rectified the vulnerabilities in my life force concerning the spirit fire, I can indeed descend to the lake's depths to seek enlightenment." Chongyun nodded and said, "I shall accompany you." Zhinü, filled with delight, nodded in agreement and then turned to her sisters, instructing, "If the earth god brings news of the Niulang, be sure to inform us at the earliest opportunity." Having conveyed her instructions, the 2 of them slipped into the depths of the lake. The intense yang energy immediately enveloped them, causing Zhinü's snow-white form to be marked with vivid red imprints, clearly indicating her discomfort with the surging yang energy. This natural yang was not comparable to the pure yang essence within Chongyun. The latter was far more profound and unadulterated, entering the body with a gentle touch, nourishing the Taiyin through the principle of yin and yang, providing boundless benefits to Zhinü and her sisters. The natural yang energy from the Zhuogwa spring, however, was composed of 3 parts nourishment and 7 parts volatile toxins. In contrast, due to the nature of his golden crow divine body, Chongyun thrived in the heat of the lake, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, there were Tao markings. In the heart of the lake, around the spring, several indistinct and peculiar symbols emerged. At a glance, Zhinü found herself deeply engrossed, promptly settling into a meditative posture. Her consciousness flowed, settling upon the Tao markings as she began to comprehend their essence. The last time she visited, these markings appeared rather obscure. Yet now, she could discern them clearly. This was a remnant of the fire laws left behind by the golden crow, embodying nearly 9,800 years of Tao cultivation. Elevating her understanding to a higher realm, Chongyun merely cast a fleeting glance at the intricate pattern and instantly comprehended its essence. The principle of fire. As the Tian poison spider, Red Pearl could not simply replicate. Such an act would clash with her innate source. Nevertheless, the path ultimately converges, and myriad laws bear similarities. Thus, this pattern held immense benefits for her. Returning to the spring's eye, Chongyun was immediately enveloped by a fierce and tumultuous energy of the sun. Yet within it lay a formidable pressure. During her previous visit, her constitution was insufficiently robust, but now endowed with a divine physique. She felt compelled to delve deep into the spring's depths. Chongyun glanced back at Zhinü, confirming that she was in good condition, before plunging headfirst into the spring. The Zhuogwa spring possesses the miraculous ability to cleanse the marrow and refine the sinews, infused with boundless celestial energy. Immersing oneself within its waters can expedite one's cultivation at an astonishing pace, rendering it one of the most extraordinary springs in the world. At the very source of such a divine spring, one is sure to discover even more precious treasures. Chongyun traversed the narrow, elongated corridor, descending 10 fathoms deep, where not a single drop of water remained. Instead, pure yang energy surged wildly, accompanied by a trace of crimson golden blood of the phoenix coursing through. All of it was absorbed into Chongyun's body. After delving 100 fathoms, the surrounding temperature soared to a terrifying degree, rendering his divine form a deep crimson, resembling a boiled crab. His skin was even beset with cracks. At last, a stone chamber, measuring 2 fathoms on each side, came into view. Chongyun stood firmly on the ground, acutely aware that this was not the bottom of the Zhuogwa spring. The stone slab beneath his feet was, in fact, a formation seal, from which the celestial energy and a trace of the bloodline of the golden crow leaked forth. The Zhuogwa spring was indeed not an unclaimed treasure. The truly precious artifacts lay beneath the spring, long sealed away by someone. Witnessing this scene, Chongyun felt a jolt of realization, followed by curiosity. Who could have set this seal? Was it the 100-eyed demon lord of the Huanghua temple, or perhaps the azure lotus bodhisattva? He found himself leaning towards the latter. It seemed unlikely that a mere demon king like the 100-eyed demon lord could guard such a divine spring. Overthinking would yield little, so he decided to examine the quality of the seal first. Chongyun has always adhered to the belief that true knowledge emerges from practice. Without concern for the identity of the one who left the seal, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to contemplate the seal beneath him. The array was astonishingly intricate, comprising 36 layers of restrictions. Each layer was formed by an innumerable combination of runes. The complexity of each restriction surpassed that of spiritual grade techniques, delving deeper into the mysteries than those of natural Tao patterns. I ponder, with nearly 10,000 years of cultivation, how long will it take me to unravel a single layer of restriction? Chongyun was immersed in the constraints, so much so that he lost track of the passage of time. He comprehended a single formation pattern, then 9, marking his entry into the realm of formations. With the understanding of 18 patterns, he achieved minor success. With 36, he attained significant mastery, and upon grasping 81 patterns, he became a spirit array master. The scroll of mountains and seas continuously provided insights, and Chongyun inadvertently stepped into the path of formations, constantly honing his skills, aided by the profound nature of the array beneath his feet, which enabled him to reap endless rewards. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the moment Chongyun became a spirit array master, his comprehension of formations transcended into an entirely new realm. Gazing upon the current constraints, he experienced a sudden clarity. His divine consciousness coalesced into a unique formation pattern, resembling a key, which fell precisely where it was meant to be. With a crack, The rocks beneath his feet shattered. Li Chongyun suddenly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of pure celestial energy. Instantly invigorated, he hastily activated the Wuzhen Sutra, absorbing 90% of the spiritual essence into his being. Among this essence, strands of the Golden Crow bloodline, drawn by his Golden Crow divine physique, were entirely infused into his body. Boom! Li Chongyun's internal energy surged, and the golden elixir within his purple mansion shone more brilliantly than ever. Simultaneously, his physical form radiated with golden light. The once crimson and cracked skin resembled dried mud flaking away, revealing fresh, luminous flesh beneath. In this moment, his body, cultivation, and magical prowess all experienced a profound enhancement. Li Chongyun promptly turned to the front page of the Shanghai Scroll to examine his personal information. Owner, Li Chongyun Realm, refining void and merging with Tao, early stage, physique, Golden Crow divine body, fully realized, cultivation method, Wuzhen Pian, peak celestial grade, techniques, Xiang divine fire, complete. Earth walking technique, complete, divine powers, mountain refining technique, perfectly harmonious. Golden Crow method, proficient, immortal arts, spirit array master, 9th rank. Note: immortal arts encompass various disciplines such as formations, talismans, beast taming, and puppetry, with rankings from low to high being spirit, divine, immortal, holy, and great Tao, each tier consisting of 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. Taoist journey, 800 years. In the early stage of refining void and merging with Tao, I can now be considered an earth immortal. Under this layer of restrictions, the Golden Crow bloodline has remarkably augmented my divine body by more than 10-fold. Now, upon encountering that mysterious dragon once more, I wonder if my physical strength can shatter his divine powers. Li Chongyun ascended to the realm of earth immortals, thereby stepping into a new and profound dimension of power, with his strength naturally doubling. What delighted him even more was the completion of his Golden Crow divine body. The enhancement of this divine form could only be achieved through the continuous refinement of the Golden Crow bloodline, which would gradually fortify his physique to become as formidable as the primordial deities, capable of bearing mountains and traversing seas, as well as plucking stars from the heavens. Furthermore, upon the full realization of his Golden Crow divine body, Li Chongyun discerned a divine ability from his bloodline, the Golden Crow technique, which he preliminarily assessed to be of divine rank. This is, Li Chongyun lowered his head, observing as the rocky slab beneath his feet shattered into numerous fragments, each intricately etched with complex patterns, which were indeed the array symbols. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he gathered all the fragments of the array symbols into his Qian pouch. After sweeping away the dust, a series of radiant prohibitions, shimmering with celestial light, emerged, totaling 35 in number. Beneath these 35 prohibitions lay an enormous skeleton, stark and imposing. Li Chongyun merely cast a glance, yet it emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a primordial deity had traversed countless epochs, poised to annihilate heaven and earth. Boom! In Li Chongyun's mind, the scroll of mountains and seas stirred, pages flipping rapidly with a sound akin to rushing water. The primordial divine demon, the 3-legged Golden Crow. Its father is Dejuan, and its mother is Shiha, inheriting a lineage of primordial divine demons. As a revered beast of the primal chaos, its strength is capable of reaching the heavens, naturally wielding the sun's great path. Endowed with the divine ability of solar true fire, scorching the earth and reducing all to withering desolation, the gate of no destiny, the body of the divine demon, when refined, can yield its essence. Not recorded. Within the scroll, there exists only a rudimentary illustration, sketched in black lines. Yet, Li Chongyun could still perceive the unparalleled and terrifying power emanating from the 3-legged Golden Crow, with both parents being primordial divine demons. Existing even before the inception of heaven and earth, the 3-legged Golden Crow also belongs to this esteemed category, possessing innate divine abilities, immortality by nature, and being the most sacred of beings amidst the cosmos. The purifying spring, naturally formed from the resting place of the Golden Crow, is indeed a celestial spring, and it is not unusual for the remains of the Golden Crow to lie beneath its waters. The activation of the scroll of mountains and seas suggests that it can indeed be recorded. Li Chongyun felt a surge of excitement within him. However, the moment he beheld the 35 layers of prohibitions that lay before him, he swiftly regained his composure. These barriers, formidable in their complexity, resembled both a seal and a trial for those who dared to proceed. Chongyun appeared contemplative as she gazed into the distance, beyond the Pan Silk Ridge, across the vast expanse toward Zhinü Mountain and Qianhua Cave. Amidst the swirling clouds, a benevolent-looking woman returned from her travels, accompanied by a young girl who incessantly chattered, Bodhisattva. The recent Ulambana festival was truly terrifying. That Jinchanzi, a disciple of the Buddha, was relegated to the cycle of reincarnation for failing to answer a few questions. Upon entering her courtyard, the woman stretched lazily and overheard the girl's remarks. Angered, she glared at the child and tapped her head. "You little one. When did you grow so audacious as to speak of the Buddha?" The child winced in pain, her eyes reddening, and she shut her mouth in grievance. "Huh." The woman chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. Suddenly, a ripple of surprise flickered in her eyes. She halted, calculating with her fingers, and exclaimed, "How curious. A mere earth immortal has managed to unravel my restrictions. This is indeed intriguing." From her sleeve, she produced 2 items and handed them to the child. "Having felt the Buddha's teachings, I shall enter seclusion for 300 years starting today. This is a finely embroidered needle. You must journey to the heavenly court and deliver it to my son, the Star Lord of the Morning Sun. Instruct him to keep it in his eye daily for cultivation, lest he become negligent. When the time is ripe, it shall serve a grand purpose. As for this torn page, you shall retain it." The Zhuagua Springs restrictions had been broken, and 90% of its spiritual essence had been refined by Chongyun. Yet a portion still escaped, merging into the lake above. The 7 maidens of the Pan Silk Cave, bathing within, felt the pure spiritual essence entering their bodies. And to their astonishment, their cultivation levels visibly soared. "What powerful spiritual essence! What has Niulang done down there?" exclaimed the maiden with the bright purple eyes, who had now reached the late stage of the void refinement, catching up with her sisters. After embarking on her own path to enlightenment, Zhinü and her younger sisters diligently intensified their training day and night. Otherwise, they risked being left behind when their elder sisters and Chongyun ascended to immortality while they remained mere earth immortals. "I cannot say," Zhinü responded with a wry smile. "On that day, I merely contemplated the patterns of the Tao at the spring's source, while he withstood the deadly yang energy within, likely having accessed the origin of the Zhuagua Spring. Over the past 2 months, I have descended to the lake's depths repeatedly to comprehend the Tao patterns and have finally grasped them fully." Whoosh! Chongyun burst forth from the water, standing suspended in midair. His figure was tall and robust, exuding an aura of vitality. As the divine purple sun fire swept over him, it evaporated the moisture clinging to his form, leaving his refreshing long hair to dance in the air. His handsome visage bore a faint golden-purple aura in his eyes, rendering him akin to a celestial being. "Niulang, young master." Upon witnessing Chongyun's emergence from seclusion, the women around him were filled with uncontainable joy, hastily withdrawing from their cultivation to gather around him. These ladies had just emerged from their baths, their fair skin exuding an enticing fragrance that captivated the eye. When questioned about the Zhuangguo Spring, Chongyun did not conceal much, stating, "Beneath the spring lies an array seal, presumably left by a venerable celestial being of profound cultivation. Within it lies the true essence of this divine spring, the genuine treasure. In comparison, the ethereal essence dissipating in the lake and the divine feathers that coalesce annually can only be regarded as mere byproducts of the Zhuangguo Spring." Upon hearing this revelation, even Zhinü felt an overwhelming shock, accompanied by a tinge of fear. The spring they occupied was, after all, a remnant of a mysterious celestial being. Did this not imply that should they inadvertently offend this individual, they might meet their demise without even comprehending the cause? Yet, there was no need for alarm. I have deciphered the restrictions left by that celestial being. While sealing this divine spring, the individual also seemingly left behind a trial, awaiting those destined to encounter it. Since we reside here, it can be regarded as a fortuitous connection. Chongyun, with his divine perception, discerned the second restriction, only to find it significantly more profound, at least tenfold, and exceedingly intricate. A mere glance left him feeling mentally exhausted. Clearly, this second restriction was beyond the comprehension of someone at his level. His conviction that residing here would not provoke the ire of the celestial beings was partly based on conjecture, but predominantly on his understanding of Journey to the West. Meanwhile, the 7 Sisters of Red Pearls gradually developed a somewhat blind faith in him. Upon hearing his analysis, they collectively sighed in relief. "Taoistly, I have arrived. May I trouble you for a moment?" At that moment, a voice echoed from roughly 10 miles away, belonging to the land god. It seemed that the trace of the Niulang had been discovered. Li Chongyun's eyes narrowed instantly, a smile gracing his lips. Amidst the towering mountains, a figure clad in resplendent silver garments soared through the wind. Li Chongyun embarked on this solitary journey, having received news from the earth god regarding the whereabouts of the mysterious dragon. After more than 2 months, a colleague near Shizhua Ridge finally relayed information. In recent days, a dragon of pure, deep black hue, embodying the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, has been spotted repeatedly haunting the outskirts of Shizhua Ridge, preying upon spirits. From a distance, several of its scales shimmer with an extraordinary brilliance, reminiscent of newly formed ones, suggesting it may have recently endured severe injuries. Such distinctive characteristics strongly indicate that it is indeed the enigmatic dragon. It is drawing nearer. Li Chongyun soared through the winds, his fingers deftly forming a series of intricate gestures. He had previously inscribed a tracking spell upon the Niulang, and during their confrontation, he had cast a pursuit talisman. As long as he remained within a radius of 20 to 30 miles, Li Chongyun could distinctly sense the precise location of the Niulang. With a sharp clang, the pure yang sword was grasped firmly in his hand. Being a spiritual treasure, this weapon possessed the capability to slice through the Niulang's scales, ensuring a swift demise in the briefest of moments. Li Chongyun's journey was one driven by the intent to take lives. In merely 2 months, the wounds on Niulang had healed, and his aura had grown considerably stronger. He was truly indebted to Princess Peacock, unlike his cousin, Princess Wanxing, whose heart was as venomous as a scorpion. This princess was both beautiful and benevolent. Muttering to himself, Niulang lowered his head and bit down on the head of a spirit creature that had cultivated for several centuries, its essence having transformed into the ethereal realm. The mingling of brain matter with blood was a delicacy to him. After devouring the head, he skillfully tore open the creature's belly with his formidable claws and consumed its still-beating heart. Satisfied, he licked his lips and remarked, "Alas, that Princess Peacock is a devout Buddhist, forcing me to adhere to a vegetarian diet. Fortunately, it is easy to deceive. Once I finish my bloody feast and cleanse my mouth, I can return unnoticed." Having satiated his hunger, Niulang deftly navigated through the forest, preparing to return and carry out his plans at Shichuoling. Although it lay on the periphery, he did not dare to let his guard down, for the imposing presence of the golden-winged Great Ping that night had truly instilled fear in him. Suddenly, Niulang sensed a lethal threat beneath him, sending chills down his spine. Half of his dark scales bristled in alarm. Then, with a resonating hum, the earth below him parted like flowing water, revealing a blazing sword light. "Who dares to harm me?" Niulang exclaimed, hastily evading the attack. However, the resilient scales on his abdomen were severed, leaving a gaping wound nearly a foot long and deep, from which dragon blood flowed. He flipped over, crashing through countless trees and raising clouds of dust. "Harm me? I shall be the one to kill you." Li Chongyun emerged from the dust, his eyes ablaze with a fiery golden light. In his hand, he wielded a sword of pure yang, and with a series of swift motions, he unleashed several arcs of sword light, targeting the critical points of the Niulang, its head, neck, and heart. The Niulang instinctively trembled with fear. Despite being a dragon, it writhed and slithered across the ground like a serpent, desperately seeking an escape. At last, it seized an opportunity, soaring into the sky on the winds. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Chongyun pursued with his sword, sending forth waves of divine fire that illuminated the entire mountain range in a hue of resplendent gold, refining the void and merging with the Tao. Feeling the surging, profound magical power emanating from Li Chongyun, Niulang was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Has he truly broken through in just 2 months to reach the level of an earth immortal?" Soaring into the air, Xuanlong's form became noticeably more agile, deftly evading the onslaught of Li Chongyun's divine flames. Meanwhile, his own aura gradually ascended amidst the clouds. The dark scales of his dragon form glimmered with crimson divine light, the essence of the Tao swirling within, naturally drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. Below, amidst the ethereal mist of Biluoshan, Princess Peacock sat in a pavilion sipping tea, and she too sensed the clash of powers beneath the celestial dome not far away. Numerous maidens gasped in admiration, eagerly observing the battle unfold. "Look, isn't that Niulang, who has been recuperating on the mountain? Indeed, it is him. And he is contesting with a human cultivator. Yet I sense a certain pressure of bloodline emanating from him. This human is quite domineering. It appears that Niulang is in grave danger. Wait, What a rich essence of the Tao. It seems Qianlong is concealing his true strength. This cunning fellow has spent 2 months listening to the princess recite Buddhist scriptures, and indeed, he has made some progress, having comprehended the laws of fire. Do you truly think I fear you? Suddenly, Qianlong turned back, coldly admonishing, and immediately exhaled a breath of dragon fire. The crimson flames transformed into a blazing sea across the heavens, and as Li Chongyun's purple sun divine fire surged into the inferno, it was unexpectedly suppressed and swiftly consumed. The sea of fire expanded, morphing into 3 fire dragons that split into 3 directions, ensnaring Li Chongyun, who was pursuing him on the pure yang sword. Ha ha! Qianlong laughed wildly, revealing the imprint of the Tao in his eyes. Didn't he expect this, did you? After our last encounter, I gained profound insights. And these past 2 months have bestowed upon me tremendous fortune. My understanding of the laws of fire has now reached the level of mastering the Tao, just a step away from merging with the Tao to achieve immortality. Far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary earth immortal. Human brat, state your name. Today marks your demise. For cultivators, the categorization of enlightenment is straightforward. Summarized in a 4-character verse: observe, borrow, master, merge. At the mastery level, one can command the power of the laws, manipulating the surrounding spiritual energies with every gesture, rendering all techniques overwhelmingly formidable. I am Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun confronted the Qianlong of the Tao Master with unwavering composure. A mark of divine power manifested in his gaze as he coldly declared, "Remember this name. Do not wait until you find yourself in the underworld, questioned by King Yan. Unable to even name your adversary. Arrogant." Qianlong roared in fury, baring his fangs and claws. He conjured 3 fire dragons, fierce and unruly, imbued with their own spirit. A true among 3 false. 4 ferocious dragons lunged at Li Chongyun, intent on tearing him apart. Mountain refinement technique. Li Chongyun, with a singular thought of refining mountains, attained enlightenment over the course of 2 months, mastering this divine skill to a state of perfection and satisfaction. He no longer relied solely on the mountains, but instead harnessed the spiritual essence of the earth to create mountain rocks. These rocks, unwavering and immensely heavy, would occasionally transform into a towering mountain that subdued the 4 dragons, at times morphing into colossal fists that struck like falling meteors, or into a 100-foot divine sword that cleaved through the air, or even into chaotic boulders that rained down with ferocity. Should the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge be present, they would undoubtedly be utterly awed. Having perfected the mountain refining technique to such an extent allows one to manipulate the Earth's spiritual essence with such prowess, creating mountains from thin air without being constrained by form, displaying endless transformations in accordance with nature. In the celestial arena, the duel was fiercely contested, leaving the many female cultivators on Biluo Mountain astonished. The human cultivator was evidently merely at the initial stage of merging with the Tao, his aura unstable. Clearly a newly ascended earth immortal. Yet, he audaciously pursued and attacked the Qianlong. Even when the Qianlong revealed its formidable mastery, he showed no signs of retreat, skillfully wielding the exquisite mountain refining technique. To have such insight at the nascent stage of earth immortality is indeed remarkable. In the pavilion, Princess Peacock's beautiful eyes flickered as she noticed Li Chongyun's extraordinary qualities. However, she soon furrowed her brow and shook her head, lamenting, "What a pity that such a young man harbors such a heavy heart for killing." Boom. The atmosphere above trembled as the Qianlong unleashed its full power, summoning the Qianlong seal with the might of its mastery. 3 fiery dragons coiled, and divine flames filled the sky, forming a square Xiantian fire seal. Upon this fire seal were inscribed numerous Tao patterns, enhancing its potency 100-fold, harboring the essence of law as it thunderously surged toward Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun stood resolutely atop the pure yang sword, confronting the menacing fire seal with unwavering determination. He channeled the refining mountain technique to its utmost limit, summoning 3 towering mountains, each 100 feet high, which collided with the fire seal at the flick of his sleeve. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the 3 mountains were reduced to mere rubble, while the fire seal, pulsating with divine radiance, continued its relentless advance. "Die!" the Qianlong exclaimed, infusing all his magical energy into the Qianlong seal, intent on obliterating Li Chongyun beneath its weight. We'll see who meets their end. Li Chongyun's gaze was as cold as ice. Stepping forward, his hands transformed into claws, as if he intended to seize the fiery imprint before him with his bare hands. Although the imprint of the refining mountain technique in his eyes had dimmed, another emblem, a golden, 3-legged divine bird, radiated with brilliance, its divine light dazzling. Shatter for me. As he invoked the power of the golden crow, Li Chongyun's blood surged to the heavens, his hands seeming to metamorphose into indestructible treasures. Imbued with the might of divine abilities, bathed in blood energy, he directly smashed the Qianlong seal. With a thunderous roar, his blood surged with unparalleled combat spirit. Though the human youth hovering in the sky appeared diminutive, at that moment, he exuded the aura of a primordial beast, looming over the world. He shattered divine abilities with his physical form, such terrifying bloodline pressure. A divine body. This human possessed a divine body. On Biluo Mountain, the female cultivators gasped in astonishment. Even the peacock princess revealed a look of shock. Her own form was that of a peacock, and her ancestry traced back to the revered phoenix. A majestic being among feathered creatures. A mere trace of her bloodline could compel avian beings to bow in submission. Yet, at this moment, the bloodline radiating from Li Chongyun instilled in the peacock princess a sense of rivalry, as if he could stand alongside her as an equal. Such a bloodline was unique, unrivaled since the dawn of creation. What? The fiery imprint shattered beneath Li Chongyun's physical form, leaving Qianlong astounded, his dragon body instinctively recoiling. As he beheld the human youth with his strikingly golden red eyes descending from the heavens, all remnants of resistance vanished within him. His scales bristled. And with a desperate thrumming of his 5 claws, he chose once more to flee. Still seeking to escape? Today, I shall tear you apart. The murderous aura emanating from Li Chongyun is utterly chilling. Li Chongyun was enveloped in a fiery aura, with a pair of blazing wings forming beneath his ribs. Soaring through the heavens like a vengeful deity, his speed reached an unparalleled zenith, resembling a shooting star piercing the void, and in the blink of an eye, he landed upon the Qianlong. With a swift motion of his claw-like fingers, he effortlessly stripped away the scales from the Qianlong's body, penetrating its flesh as if aiming to extract its very sinews and bones. The terrified Qianlong, having lost all will to resist, scampered away in abject fear. As the Zhinü technique was activated, it felt akin to a state of empowerment. Li Chongyun sensed the bloodline of the Zhinü surging within him, reaching its utmost potential. His strength was boundless, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, and he was consumed by a fervent heat that ignited a wild, ferocious temperament within him. The Qianlong, unfortunately, became an unwitting test subject for this newfound power, enduring a most unfortunate fate. The dread it felt was not merely of death, but akin to the terror of being hunted by a natural predator, reminiscent of its previous encounter with the golden-winged roc, a sensation of being devoured alive. Princess, save me. Despite the perilous situation, the Qianlong retained its wits, avoiding a panicked escape. It knew precisely where its sole chance of survival lay and cried out for help. Attempting to flee towards Biluo Mountain, it hoped that the practitioners on the mountain would come to its aid, even momentarily fantasizing that the enchanting peacock princess might intervene on its behalf. Alas, such hopes were in vain. From the clouds above, figures were discernible on Biluo Mountain, and they had witnessed the celestial duel, as well as the Qianlong's frantic retreat. Yet, all remained unmoved. From the array, at that critical moment, Li Chongyun scattered numerous fragments of array symbols, commanding them to unleash their brilliance. The fragments converged with the forces of nature, forming a formidable array, with beams of light binding the Qianlong like ropes. Princess, did you not say that heaven is benevolent? Did you not proclaim that saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels? Why do you not save me? Why do you not save me? The Qianlong, ensnared and in a state of utter despair, cried out in bewilderment, anger, and resentment, but predominantly in a frenzied accusation. Audacious. A female cultivator atop Biluo Mountain responded, the princess, in her boundless compassion, wishes to guide you towards righteousness, yet you repeatedly sneak away to commit heinous acts. And now you dare to question her? How shameless. Upon hearing this, the Qianlong fell into complete despair. Turning its gaze, it beheld Li Chongyun 100 feet away, extending his hand towards it. In the void, a colossal phantom claw of crimson gold materialized, seizing its entire dragon form with ferocity. The dragon's bones shattered, its organs ruptured, and blood, shimmering with a faint golden hue, cascaded down like rain. Li Chongyun, wielding the talons of the golden crow, completely crushed the Qianlong. He successfully recorded the Qianlong, earning 300 years of cultivation and gaining a thread of the essence of the fire path, elevating his comprehension of the laws of flame to the level of borrowing the Tao. The acquisition of the Qianlong formally propelled Li Chongyun's cultivation beyond 10,000 years. achieving a total of 100 years, while also absorbing the other party's Tao rhythm, dispelling the Golden Crow technique. Chongyun continued to utilize the formation to suspend the Xuanlong's body in midair, astonished that the array fragments he had retrieved from the Zhuanggo spring proved so effective. Casting a glance at the multitude of female cultivators on the mountain below, Chongyun surmised their connection to the Xianlong. Having resolutely chosen to stand by an indifference, they likely would not trouble him further. With this thought in mind, Chongyun once more drew forth the pure yang sword, commencing a display of his bone extraction and flesh-slicing techniques. Was he not a freshly graduated professional in dissection, jesting with you? He was still a spirit array master. This fellow possessed remarkable audacity. The female cultivators, following the teachings of the Peacock Princess, were naturally inclined towards compassion and the Buddhist path. Witnessing Chongyun, reminiscent of a butcher, skinning the dragon, slicing off chunks of its flesh, extracting tendons, and removing the liver, even drawing the essence blood from the dragon's heart. The gruesome scene prompted many to frown in horror. Upon completing these grim tasks, Chongyun exhaled in relief, casually retracting the array fragments and, with a flourish of his sleeve, unleashed a divine purple sunfire, incinerating the remaining internal organs into ash that scattered with the wind. Was there truly such a celestial mountain near the Shichueo Ridge? Chongyun surveyed the territory below, noting that the strength of the female cultivators was merely at the earth immortal level, with some even falling short of that. However, beneath a certain pavilion lay a formidable aura that instilled in him a profound sense of peril. Clearly, that individual was likely the master of this celestial mountain. Throughout the entire expanse of the mountain, the air was suffused with celestial essence, devoid of any trace of malevolence, which alleviated Chongyun's fears. I beg your pardon for the intrusion. Chongyun greeted from a distance, intending to depart. However, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated from below, belonging to the master of the celestial mountain beneath the pavilion. Young man of the human race above, please descend from the clouds. Shall we engage in a brief discourse? The maidens were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this bloodied and menacing figure from the heavens, who instilled such dread, would be invited by the princess to descend and converse. Was she not aware of his nature? Chongyun was somewhat taken aback. Yet his naturally cautious demeanor led him to shake his head. I appreciate the princess's kind intentions, but I have urgent matters at hand and truly cannot spare the time. Suddenly, the air trembled, and a radiant beam of five-colored light descended from the heavens, resembling a divine bridge that connected the mountaintop to Chongyun's feet. I possess 3 volumes of celestial techniques, and I sincerely invite you to peruse them, with no ill intent. If you truly have no time to spare, then so be it. Chongyun gazed at the resplendent 5-colored bridge beneath his feet, a solemnity enveloping his heart. He was certain that the master of this celestial mountain was at least a genuine immortal, perhaps not a prominent figure in the entire journey to the West Realm. Yet, to contend with him at this moment was undeniably within his capability. Such hospitality is hard to refuse. Chongyun exhaled softly, taking a decisive step onto the divine bridge, descending from the colorful celestial light to a light upon the mountainside. Should the other party possess the strength to engage in nefarious deeds, Chongyun was acutely aware that he would be utterly powerless to resist. Thus, it appeared that the so-called princess bore no ill intentions. By engaging in casual conversation, he might indeed procure a scroll of celestial techniques. Chongyun landed on the mountain, but the female disciple, disguised as a maid, regarded him with indifference, letting out a soft huff as she silently led the way. Before long, he arrived at the pavilion, momentarily taken aback. The celestial maiden within, adorned in ethereal beauty with a complexion radiant as fairy mist and a figure as delicate as jade, elegantly waved a feather fan with her slender fingers. She embodied an exquisite beauty that seemed otherworldly, exuding a purity akin to a lotus blooming in a tranquil pond. Reminiscent of the moon goddess Chang'e, an enchanting presence to be admired, yet never to be sullied. Draped in a gown of resplendent feathers embellished with emerald gemstones, her divine elegance and graceful form were undeniable, leaving even one accustomed to the company of the 7 beauties of the spider silk cave breathless. Upon beholding this celestial figure, Chongyun felt his heart skip a beat. Why do you not pay your respects to our peacock princess? The maid, noticing the dazed admiration in Chongyun's eyes, seized the opportunity to reprimand him. Peacock princess. Startled by this title, Chongyun was momentarily lost in thought. Recalling the charming village girl from the television drama who had guided the Tang monk and his disciples at the Lion Camel Ridge, the stunning lady dressed in opulent attire, A figure many had dreamt of marrying in their youth now stood before him. Yet, this peacock princess was even more captivating than he had imagined. Her celestial radiance and ethereal grace leaving him spellbound. Suddenly, a vision of a vast scroll depicting mountains and seas unfolded. The sacred spirit peacock, the first of its kind, was born from the essence of the five elements, a primordial being embodying the very fabric of the universe. Possessing a rare bloodline that commanded the elemental pathways and could conquer all. Womanman, should one be tainted by the blood of the spirit peacock, they would incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao, leading to the loss of fortune and binding sins. Not recorded. Chongyun was astonished by the information revealed in the scroll. The bloodline of the peacock princess traced back to the first peacock of the universe. The bodhisattva of the peacock, a formidable figure within the Buddhist realm. Although not yet a Buddha, the strength and status of this being were formidable. It was said that the peacock bodhisattva was born from the primordial divine phoenix and had once wreaked havoc during the last cataclysm, possessing unparalleled martial prowess and boundless divine powers, capable of unleashing a dazzling spectrum of colors with its feathers, sweeping away all within the five elements. Known as Chongyun, he was unrivaled beneath the saints. The peacock princess was a being born from the essence of the five elements, her mother being the very earth itself. In essence, she was the daughter of the heavenly Tao. To harm her, or even to take her life, would invoke the fury of the divine order. If one could be fortunate enough to be associated with this Princess Wade, this was a formidable entity, not to be trifled with. Chongyun had indeed encountered royalty. Chongyun clasped his hands in greeting and strode into the pavilion, his mind musing on the purpose of the peacock princess's visit. Yet, considering her esteemed background, it was unlikely that she had come to trouble him. Taoistly, please take a seat, the peacock princess said, gracefully settling onto a stone bench. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, falling delicately between her elegantly curved waist and hips. The hem of her colorless feather robe trailed softly upon the ground as she gently fanned herself, while a maid promptly stepped forward to present tea. Chongyun casually sampled the tea, but as it touched his lips, his eyes sparkled with surprise. He soon realized that this tea was extraordinarily unique. Imbued with a subtle essence of Tao, which invigorated his spirit and transported him into a profound state of enlightenment, greatly aiding his understanding of the Tao. I possess 3 celestial techniques, the peacock princess proclaimed with straightforwardness. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, 3 jade talismans materialized before her, as she continued. These techniques are all of the Buddhist tradition, requiring compassionate power to wield their true might. Such generosity. Is she truly offering these celestial techniques without reservation? Chongyun was perplexed, and a sense of vigilance began to grow within him. However, the peacock princess elaborated on the 3 mystical arts with a voice that was ethereal and melodious. The first was the finger of steadfast light. The second was the soul-soothing incantation, and the third was the art of falling treasures. Although these arts were categorized as inferior among the celestial techniques, they were nonetheless considered rare and precious. Chongyun released a wisp of divine consciousness, which settled upon the 3 jade talismans, causing a warmth to emanate from his palm. The celestial arts spoken of by the peacock princess were not mere generalizations. These 3 techniques belonged to the lower tier of the immortal rank. Compared to the earthly walking technique of the spirit rank, they were infinitely more precious and profound. Above the spirit rank lies the divine rank, and beyond that ascends to the immortal rank. It is evident that immortal spells are closely guarded secrets of the prominent figures across various realms. For beyond the immortal rank exists the sacred rank, the legendary path of the saints. These 3 celestial arts. Chongyun tentatively spoke. The peacock princess replied, Dear Taoistly, you may choose any one of these. The binding light finger is a technique of restraint that renders the opponent's physical form immobile. The soul-calming spell targets the cultivator's spirit. Reciting it can induce fatigue, drowsiness, and a complete lack of combat will. The treasure-dropping technique requires one's own treasures as a medium for execution. During a duel, once this technique is invoked, it forcibly dislodges the opponent's treasures. The peacock princess presented these 3 celestial arts to Chongyun, undoubtedly with her own profound intentions. It is evident that both the binding light finger and the soul-calming spell aim to subdue without causing harm or death. While the treasure-dropping technique is a forbidden art that compels both parties to relinquish their treasures. The meaning behind these 3 techniques is quite straightforward: to cease hostilities and avoid conflict. Must one choose only one? Chongyun, however, began to ponder seriously. The technique of falling treasures requires one's own magical artifact as a medium to be executed. His magical artifacts were few, and losing the pure young sword had already diminished his combat strength, thus it was the first to be eliminated. As for the fixed light finger and the soul-calming spell, one targets the body while the other focuses on the primordial spirit. Both are remarkably effective in battle. After a moment of contemplation, Chongyun decided to choose the fixed light finger. He favored it over the soul-calming spell, which induces a state of lethargy in consciousness. Instead, he preferred the direct immobilization effect of the fixed light finger. Once immobilized, he could unleash several great mountains to suppress the opponent. What a delightful prospect. I am grateful to the princess for this method. I shall select the fixed light finger. Chongyun, being rather polite due to his shorter stature, reached out to touch the jade talisman. Instantly, the talisman shattered, transforming into a wisp of flowing light that soared into his brow, imparting the cultivation method of the Dingguang finger. With the enhancement of his millennia of Taoist practice, he comprehended this celestial technique in a mere moment. After focusing his mind for approximately the duration of a joss stick, he raised his finger, which immediately radiated with golden light, subtly revealing the flow of Taoist patterns. Freeze. Chongyun gestured towards a nearby maid, and in an instant, the golden light transformed into countless threads that ensnared her completely. Though this maid possessed the strength of a terrestrial immortal, she immediately attempted to summon her magical powers to resist, yet her efforts proved futile. Her delicate face flushed with indignation as she rebuked, "How dare you be so disrespectful? My princess has bestowed upon you divine magic, and you dare to use it against me? It was merely an impulsive attempt. Do not hold it against me." Chongyun raised his hand, completing the technique of the fixed light finger. Opposite him, the peacock princess was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. She could hardly fathom that Chongyun's comprehension was so profound, achieving mastery of the celestial art in such a brief span and capable of immobilizing someone of the same realm. Such remarkable insight. The peacock princess praised, remarking, "What you have achieved with the fixed light finger is merely a minor accomplishment. Should you refine this technique to perfection, you could potentially restrain a celestial being with the power of an earth immortal, albeit only for a fleeting moment and limited to a single celestial body. The ability of an earth immortal to restrain a celestial, even for an instant, is indeed formidable. Celestials exist beyond the confines of the three realms, transcending the five elements, and are far beyond the reach of earth immortals. They embody the essence of true immortality. Thank you, Princess, for imparting this technique. I shall undoubtedly apply it diligently, ensuring I do not disappoint you," Chongyun expressed, sensing that the peacock princess held him in high regard, hence her generous offering of the celestial art. "I sincerely hope so," the peacock princess replied, her expression softening with appreciation. "With your innate talent, you are destined to become a figure of renown in the Western Bulhuzhou, perhaps even across the entire three realms. Remember, the heavens favor those who cherish life. Refrain from acts of slaughter. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore." Chongyun vowed to remember her wise counsel, grateful for her confidence in him. He rose solemnly and said, "I have heard a saying in Buddhist teachings, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. I shall wholeheartedly pursue the path of Buddhism, wielding my 3-foot sword to vanquish all demons and evils in the world." The peacock princess paused, gazing at Chongyun, whose eyes brimmed with righteousness, sensing an incongruity in his fervent declaration. While the phrase "put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha" indeed originated from the Buddha, intended to counsel the lost to relinquish their thoughts, words, and deeds, as well as all delusions, attachments, and distinctions. It is the obsessions within the heart that serve as the sharpest of blades. Seeing Chongyun's awakening, the peacock princess felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, Chongyun's mood was buoyant. Having garnered the favor of the peacock princess, he considered the possibility of a deeper connection, feeling fortunate to be backed by such a formidable ally. Even if fate did not permit further interaction, he had at least acquired a celestial technique without cost. As for his remark about putting down the knife to become a Buddha, it was merely a casual utterance. After all, he wielded a sword, and the matter of laying down a knife was of no concern to him. "I often lecture on Buddhist teachings atop the Emerald Spiral Mountain. If you possess patience, you are welcome to listen," the peacock princess added. Chongyun initially intended to take his leave, but upon hearing these words, he resolved to remain for a while longer, seeking to derive further benefits from the teachings of Buddhism. Due to his public act of slaughtering the Xianlong, He had garnered a largely unfavorable reception from the female cultivators on the mountain. Particularly, the maidservant by the side of Princess Peacock seemed to harbor some resentment after he had tested the Dingwang finger on her. However, this maidservant, possessing a straightforward disposition, expressed her reproach towards Li Chongyun through her words, yet in her actions, she did not show any negligence and continued to treat him with courtesy. Indeed, Biluoshan is a realm of tranquility, far removed from the chaos of the world. Li Chongyun resided in a lodge halfway up the mountain. The following day, he attended a lecture on what was purported to be Buddhist scriptures, delivered personally by the Princess of Peacocks. The audience comprised not only the female practitioners from the mountain, but also a few fated individuals like Li Chongyun. However, after 2 hours of listening in the early morning, the millennia of his cultivation yielded no insights into the Buddhist teachings, which left him somewhat disheartened. After 3 days of reflection, Li Chongyun was compelled to concede that he had perhaps misjudged the situation. The teachings expounded by the Princess of Peacocks were not the intricate techniques of cultivation and spiritual combat he had anticipated, but rather discourses on compassion, urging individuals towards virtuous paths. Li Chongyun found himself in a state of bemusement and immediately resolved to cease wasting time. He bid farewell to the Peacock Princess and swiftly returned to Ponzi Ridge on the wings of the wind. Upon his arrival, he was instantly surrounded by the eager maidens, their anticipation palpable. The air was thick with the fragrant essence of cosmetics intertwined with the sweet scent of their bodies. Zhinü regarded Li Chongyun with utmost reverence. Perceiving him as the esteemed leader of Ponzi Cave, she gently took his hand and circled around him, ensuring he bore no injuries before inquiring, "Young master, you have been away for 3 to 4 days. Did you not encounter the Xianlong?" The expressions of the maidens turned somber. They were troubled by the possibility that if that rogue had indeed escaped, even if he could not summon formidable allies of the Demon King caliber, rallying friends to seek revenge would undoubtedly lead to complications. Li Chongyun smiled lightly, remarking, "How could that wretched beast escape?" As the oil heated in the pan, Lady Chizhu took to the kitchen, intending to prepare a feast with dragon's liver for the evening's libations. Upon hearing this, the women were initially taken aback, but soon realization dawned upon them. Li Chongyun had indeed slain the Xianlong. Regardless of the circumstances, the Xianlong was a formidable demon at the pinnacle of Earth immortal status, a being of considerable strength even in the spirit-thin realm of the human world. As long as he lived, the hearts of those in the Ponzi Cave felt the oppressive weight of a heavy stone. Now, however, Li Chongyun had swiftly resolved this predicament. Zhinü gazed thoughtfully at her beloved, reflecting, "Do you recall the Niulang from several months past, who had to resort to ambush and manipulation to contend with me? And now he can slay an Earth immortal. Is this the innate talent of the human race?" At her words, the other women also became acutely aware of Li Chongyun's terrifying pace of cultivation, their eyes widening in astonishment, feeling a twinge of envy within. Not all humans are gifted. Yet this young master possesses extraordinary insight and unparalleled talent, undoubtedly destined to soar to great heights one day. While praising Li Chongyun, Chizhu's lovely face flushed slightly, akin to a wife extolling the virtues of her husband. "Do not linger with sweet words. Hasten to the kitchen." Li Chongyun extracted the dragon's liver and flesh, while Chizhu covered her mouth with a smile, summoning numerous exquisite spirits, her adopted sons, who then carried the ingredients to prepare for dinner. That night, within the silk cave, cups were raised and songs were sung, a scene of unrestrained joy and revelry, a truly delightful occasion. The following day, Li Chongyun brought along several pieces of dragon liver and meat, personally visiting the mountain god temple and the earth god temple to pay his respects. "Dear Taoist Li, how can this be?" the earth god exclaimed, astonished. Without Li Chongyun, he, an untrained shadow spirit, would never have experienced such culinary fortune in this lifetime. Li Chongyun chuckled. "It is indeed thanks to your information." The earth deity sighed. "Previously, when I delivered the wand of 10,000 souls to Master Ziyang, he remarked that your talents are extraordinary and your heart is imbued with righteousness. He foretold that you would achieve greatness in due time. I did not anticipate such swift fulfillment, especially with your ability to vanquish even the Xianlong. I dare say, the day of your ascension to immortality is not far off." Such words, whether genuinely spoken by Master Ziyang or merely flattery concocted by the earth deity, remained shrouded in mystery. Alas! Suddenly, the earth deity let out a sigh. Seeing this, Li Chongyun frowned and asked, "Brother, why do you sigh?" The earth deity replied with a wry smile, "My dear friend Li, you may not be aware, But these days the kingdom of Zhuzi is far from peaceful. The Pansi Ridge, being elevated, has been experiencing intermittent rain, while the areas where the common folk reside have been inundated with continuous downpours for half a month. The kingdom of Zhuzi, located in the western Nyoha continent, is considered a significant realm among humanity, with Pansi Ridge, Qilin Mountain, and Huanghua Temple all being renowned landmarks within its borders, rich in spiritual energy. Li Chongyun's eyes were filled with astonishment and suspicion. The continuous heavy rain for half a month was indeed extraordinary. It was feared that it signified either the wrath of celestial beings or the chaos wrought by malevolent spirits. Who would dispute that? The earth god replied with a bitter smile. I have already received the command symbol and shall soon embark on my journey to the capital of the Zhuzi kingdom to contribute my humble efforts. It is likely that the mountain deity of Pansi Ridge has also received the same command. When disaster befalls the human race, it is only natural for the local deities to seek ways to alleviate the suffering. Li Chongyun let out a deep sigh and remarked, You too possess great righteousness. Regardless of whether it is deities or demons who are in a fit of rage, the ones who ultimately suffer are the common people. The masses have always borne the greatest hardships. We are also incapable of making significant contributions. The earth god said, Li, my friend, should the time come when we require assistance, I hope you will extend your hand. We, as ethereal spirits, possess limited powers, and in critical moments, we must rely on those of genuine virtue like you. Li Chongyun paused momentarily, then grasped the meaning behind the earth god's words. Much like the previous disturbances instigated by the Jiuyu Daoist in this vicinity, although the Xiang true man took the lead, he would not personally invest his energy in trivial matters. Instead, he would delegate the task to the Yin spirits below. However, as these spirits lacked sufficient power, they would require assistance. I do not wish to overestimate my capabilities, yet should there be any useful endeavors, the earth god may send word without hesitation. Li Chongyun agreed readily. Accepting the invitation from the Yin spirits meant serving the celestial court, which would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. With the Taoist assurance, I felt reassured. The earth god expressed his gratitude and promptly presented a jade talisman to Li Chongyun, enabling communication over vast distances. The state of Zhuzi is bordered to the east by the Jisai kingdom and to the west by the Sichuan kingdom. These three realms do not encroach upon one another, but rather support each other in vigilance. However, 2 centuries ago, a golden-winged roc descended from the heavens, devouring the countless citizens of the Sichuan kingdom and selecting demon soldiers from Sichuan Ridge to seize control, transforming the kingdom into a realm of demons. Simultaneously, the Jisai kingdom was graced with auspicious signs, as a golden relic fell from the sky, illuminating the land with Buddhist light, ensuring peace and prosperity, free from calamities. The Zhuzi kingdom, caught in between, experienced neither disaster nor fortune, leaving its people uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. In the present day, for reasons unknown, incessant spring rains have plagued the kingdom for half a month, resulting in widespread floods that swept away livestock and caused numerous houses to collapse, leaving the populace without shelter. In the face of such natural calamities, the king of Zhuzi could only burn incense and pray fervently to the deities, seeking divine intervention, but ultimately, only the local Yin spirits responded. The earth god and the city god, though, possessed limited powers. Not only could they not quell the flood, but they were also unable to discern its cause. At the moment of utter despair among the people, a radiant light descended from the heavens, landing atop the city walls of the capital of the Zhuzi kingdom. Within this divine light stood an elderly man, clad in straw sandals and holding a bamboo staff, with hair and beard as white as snow. As he surveyed the inundated land below, sorrow clouded his eyes. The ancient demons wreaking havoc had devastated the realm for miles, leaving untold suffering in their wake. The old man, with a voice heavy with lamentation, gazed skyward and then towards the west, ultimately releasing a helpless sigh. Immortal, old immortal. The king of Zhuzi, along with the royal family and dignitaries, had taken refuge atop the city walls amidst the downpour. Upon witnessing the celestial being descending to the mortal realm, they hurriedly approached, bowing in reverence with the guards in attendance. May I inquire as to your divine identity? Please, save the people of Zhuzi. I am willing to erect 1,000 temples in your honor, with offerings that shall never cease. The king, accompanied by the queen and the prince, knelt in the relentless rain, imploring for mercy. I am the humble Zhang Xiang. The old man spoke, then continued. This overwhelming flood is not due to my unwillingness to intervene, but alas, my powers are feeble, making it difficult to resolve this calamity. The king was taken aback and exclaimed, "So it is the Zhiang true man. May I ask, what is the cause of this relentless reign?" Zhiang Zhinren is one of the few enlightened beings among humanity after the last calamity, a venerable figure within the southern school of the Taoist Golden Elixir sect, who has long attained the fruits of immortality and occupies a revered position among the celestial beings. His name resonates throughout the mortal realm. Upon hearing that even Zhiang Zhinren could not decipher the enigma, King Zhuzi felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Zhang Ziang remarked, "This rain is not dispatched by the rain officials of the heavenly court, but is instead conjured by an ancient great demon. This demon, born in antiquity and nurtured by the waters of the Huai River, is known as Wuziki, possessing formidable powers and causing havoc that has led to countless calamities. It was subsequently subdued by the sage King Yu, who sealed it beneath Turtle Mountain. Recently, the seal laid by the sage has crumbled under the erosion of time, causing Turtle Mountain to topple and the Huai River to overflow, allowing Wuziki to once again revel in the world, stirring up storms. The rivers of the Yangtze, Yellow, Huai, and Ji, known as the Four Conduits, traverse the four great continents, akin to the lifeblood of the earth. Is it true that even Zhiang Zhinren cannot subdue Wuziki?" King Zhuzi asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Me?" Zhang Ziang shook his head with a wry smile, not one to feign profundity like certain deities. Instead, he addressed humanity with utmost sincerity, stating, "Wuziki possesses vast divine abilities and boundless magical power, a great saint of the demon clan. Even the sage king, you merely managed to seal it away. I am but a mere golden immortal, not a match for Wuziki. Of course, such a great demon causing turmoil will eventually attract the attention of celestial beings who will suppress it, but it requires some time." Upon hearing this, King Zhuzi felt a measure of relief. At least his kingdom would not be directly annihilated by the demon clan. He then inquired, "Zhiang Zhinren, I beseech you to employ your divine arts to stem this flood." Zhang Ziang, however, shook his head once more. "This is the Huai River. Ordinary magical powers cannot withstand it. It requires a treasure of the world. I have dispatched a Yin spirit to seek the national treasure, the Golden Light Relic, from the country of Jisai. If we can procure it, the flood may be resolved." King Zhuzi's countenance dimmed as he replied, "That is indeed a national treasure. I fear the king of Jisai will not lend it out." "Then it seems there is no hope," Zhang Ziang lamented. "There are countless demons and monsters within the Huai River. My purpose here is to combat the tide of demons, as the ruler of this land. You must find a way to keep your people as far from the flood as possible. There will be more demons." Hearing this, King Zhuzi's face turned ashen. Zhang Zhang gathered his thoughts, turning his palm to reveal a celestial talisman, using it to issue commands to the Yin spirits nearby. Within 3 days, there will be spirits and monsters from the Huai River arriving with this heavy rain. All Yin spirits within the borders of Zhuzi heed my call. I offer a bounty for those of profound cultivation to come forth and eradicate the evil spirits. I shall reward you with 3,000 Zhiang golden pills as a token of gratitude. Another bounty. Once more, it is Zhiang Zhinren. On Ponzi Ridge, within a few days, Li Chongyun received news from the earth god. The Huai River has flooded, calamity has befallen Zhuzi, and countless spirits and demons shall invade, threatening to consume humanity, a matter of immeasurable virtue. Upon receiving the letter, Li Chongyun felt a stirring within his heart. After all, he belonged to the human race, and witnessing the calamity befalling his kin stirred a desire to lend his aid within his capabilities. Moreover, the myriad of peculiar creatures in the Huai River promised a delightful opportunity for his Shanhai scroll to document their essence, allowing him to amass considerable cultivation experience, and perhaps even garner a response akin to the resonance of Tao. Furthermore, Master Zhiang had offered 3,000 Zhiang golden pills as a reward. Li Chongyun was not particularly familiar with the Zhiang golden elixir. Zhiang golden elixir. Upon hearing this, Qizhu's beautiful eyes revealed a flicker of fervor as she remarked, "Only those of the golden immortal level can refine the essence of celestial spirits and amalgamate their own Tao rhythm to concoct the golden elixir, which is a superior grade among celestial pills. Consuming it not only significantly enhances one's cultivation, but also allows one to absorb the Tao rhythm of the refiner, akin to receiving direct teachings from a master, greatly benefiting one's comprehension of the Tao." Qizhu was precisely in a phase dedicated to understanding the Tao. Hence her excitement was entirely understandable. In that case, I must certainly pay a visit. Upon hearing these words, Li Chongyun resolutely made up his mind. In the days that followed, he did not enter seclusion for cultivation. Instead, He utilized the fragments of array patterns in his possession to establish a protective grand formation atop Pan's Silk Ridge, drawing its essence from the Zwugwa Spring. This formation is one that will never extinguish. Its defensive power is formidable, impervious even to the mightiest of Earth immortals. Moreover, this formation possesses offensive capabilities through Li Chongyun's Yang Divine Fire, capable of launching 3 assaults, sufficient to incinerate Earth immortal-level cultivators. With such preparations in place, Li Chongyun felt a sense of assurance as he set out. "Young master, I shall accompany you," Zhinü implored, grasping the sleeve of Li Chongyun's robe. Her tone earnest, yet her eyes revealing a stubborn resolve. Observing her determination, Li Chongyun could only nod in acquiescence. "We shall also go," Zhu exclaimed, leading the other women in a chorus of agreement. Zhu frowned and admonished, "You have not diligently cultivated in your spare time. Your magical prowess is feeble. Will you assist in vanquishing the demons, or simply hinder the young master and me?" Zhu offered a rueful smile. "Sister is correct. Our journey to the capital of Zhu Kingdom is fraught with peril, a life-and-death contest of magic. It would be wiser for us to remain home and cultivate." The women, though reluctant, had no choice but to concede. Zhu again cautioned, "While the young master and I are away, you must adhere to the rules. Do not descend the mountain, do not harm others. In the past, we were demons harming others. Now, having followed the young master, we are afforded a chance to be human. Do not squander this opportunity." "Yes, sister, we shall remember," the women responded, intimidated by Zhu's reprimand, nodding earnestly. Once all matters were settled, Li Chongyun took Zhu's hand, and together they rode the wind towards the capital of Zhu Kingdom. After traveling 400 or 500 miles, they plunged into a sky heavy with dark clouds. The boundless Huai River transformed into cascading rain upon the earth. Looking down, the once tranquil villages, bustling towns, and prosperous cities now lay submerged in a vast expanse of water, with demons wreaking havoc, countless citizens ensnared in despair. Among the swirling clouds, glimmers of spirit light appeared as many cultivators, similarly invited to exterminate demons, either acted alone or in small groups, employing various methods to ride the winds towards Zhu City. The plight of the common folk was evident to the cultivators below. Yet, they sought first to locate the Ziyang true person to register their names. Otherwise, even if they vanquished demons, who would remember their deeds? Thus, many human citizens who had been cheering for the divine intervention in hopes of salvation were met with the grim reality that the immortals above seemed oblivious. They watched helplessly as demons seized humans for their sanguinary feasts, snapping necks and gutting hearts. "Do not lower your weapons. Attack," a human shouted fiercely. Engaging the demons with mundane weapons, battling fiercely yet hopelessly against the overwhelming might of the fiends. Men protected women, and the strong shielded the elderly and children. Such valor was indeed commendable. Not only Li Chongyun, but even Zhu felt a stir of emotion at this scene. Among the myriad beings of heaven and earth, humanity is the most cunning and intelligent, yet it is also marked by profound bonds of affection, far surpassing that of birds and beasts. "Young master," as Zhu reflected, he suddenly noticed Li Chongyun pause momentarily before plunging into the raging torrent below. With the wind at his back and the skies at his command, he wielded his pure yang sword, unleashing a flurry of sword lights that swiftly severed the heads of countless malevolent creatures. Following suit, Zhu hastily drew his own treasured sword, joining the fray to vanquish the monsters. Though a pang of reluctance tugged at him regarding the accolades, he realized that, in light of Li Chongyun's fervor, his efforts would be rendered momentarily futile. Li Chongyun forged ahead, vanquishing demons and monsters, with Zhu closely following, wielding her sword to slay the fiends while deftly using spider silk from her waist to pull the flood-stricken victims to safety. Their cooperation was remarkably harmonious. Mountain refinement technique. As the rain poured down, Li Chongyun chose not to waste his magical energy on the purple sun divine fire. Instead, he continuously refined the mountains, forcefully striking down into the floodwaters to create a refuge for the displaced victims. Taoistly, after approximately half an hour of battling monsters and rescuing people, the ground on a hillside above the floodwaters cracked open, revealing the earth deity of Tianjia village within the Pan Silk Ridge. He tossed his divine talisman over, which Zhu hurriedly caught. "I have arrived late," Taoistly, Taoist Zhu. "After you vanquish the demons, inscribe their blood upon this talisman to record your merits." The reinforcements were summoned by the Yin gods, utilizing their respective talismans as recording tools. ensuring precision and convenience. The earth deity chose to remain, contributing his efforts. The Yin gods, after all, were sanctioned by the celestial court, possessing certain magical powers, capable of earth-walking techniques and harnessing the winds of the underworld. While they could not eliminate the demons, they were indeed adept at saving lives. However, the bustling city of Zhinü, the capital of Zhinü Kingdom, was surrounded by human settlements spanning hundreds of miles, with a population exceeding millions, and the relentless tide of demons and monsters was unending. How could they possibly eradicate them all? While rescuing the living, countless souls also fell prey to the monsters, a disheartening reality. Even though there were over 1,000 cultivators gathered within the borders of Zhinü Kingdom, their numbers paled in comparison to the overwhelming horde of demons. Fortunately, the overall strength of the monsters was not particularly formidable, with only about 1/10 or 1/12 being Earth Immortals, and the celestial immortal-level fiends had yet to make their appearance. As night fell, shrouding the world in darkness, the first day's demon slaying came to an end. The trio chose to rest in a dilapidated city nearby, situated several dozen miles from Zhinü City. This was a substantial town, yet many citizens had already perished or been injured. Thousands of people crowded upon the city walls. A sea of heads, with countless men, women, and children pressed together. The talisman had become stained with blood. Zhinü gazed at the talisman in her hand. Now soaked in crimson, its aura chaotic, having absorbed the blood of at least 1,000 fiends. She felt a surge of excitement, but upon seeing Li Chongyun's weary expression, her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Ah, Taoist Li, do not burden yourself with such thoughts. The earth deity sighed, saying, in my lifetime, I was known for my virtue at the foot of Pan's Silk Ridge, spending my wealth to build bridges and roads. Fully aware that one cannot assist everyone in this world. After death, I attained the position of a Yin god through my merits, believing that, as a deity, I should be able to protect the local populace. Yet, the reality is rather ironic. He concluded with a bitter smile, adept at understanding worldly affairs, and surmised the source of Li Chongyun's gloom. Ultimately, he said, in matters of saving lives, do your utmost and let it be. Li Chongyun chuckled softly, saying, I am merely a bit fatigued. Well said, the earth god replied, requesting the bloodstained celestial talisman from Chiju. I shall make a trip to see Zhinü. This merit can be exchanged daily for Zhiang golden pills. Consuming such wondrous elixirs will alleviate any fatigue. In the city of Zhinü, atop the city walls, hundreds of cultivators gathered. The king of Zhinü had sent for exquisite fine wine to warm the celestial beings through the chill of the night. Raindrops fell heavily from the sky, each drop laden with a biting cold. The king and his courtiers huddled together in the darkness, while the immortals and shadow spirits clustered around Zhinü. Slay 3 monsters, earn 1 Zhiang golden pill. Slay 4 monsters, earn 1 Zhiang golden pill. Slay 16 monsters, earn 3 Zhiang golden pills. Slay 24 monsters, earn 4 Zhiang golden pills. Slay 12 monsters, earn 2 Zhiang golden pills. Numerous cultivators were engaged in the exchange of merits, the strength of their monster slaying varying greatly, and thus their merits differed accordingly. The numbers served merely as a reference. The ultimate quantity of Zhiang golden pills they could obtain would rely on Zhinü's personal assessment. Each pill, rich in Taoist essence, elicited excitement among the cultivators. They exchanged glances, aware that Zhinü had promised only 3,000 pills to be distributed until exhausted. Zhinü, we are cultivators from Niulang Mountain. I, Kalinzi, along with my 6 disciples, have felt your summons and dared not to neglect it. We have come to exterminate demons. Kalinzi, a top-tier cultivator among the group, possessed a perfected earth immortal cultivation and wielded numerous magical artifacts. His 6 disciples had also entered the ranks of earth immortals, making their faction quite formidable within the borders of Zhinü. Niulang Mountain? Zhang Xiang inquired, his gaze profound and piercing. Was it not from your sect that the notorious Zhinü Taoist emerged, causing chaos? Upon hearing these words, Kalinzi, clad in splendid Taoist robes and exuding an air of celestial grace, visibly paled, his expression turning grim. Murmurs arose around him. The Zhinü Taoist's cruelty was notorious, a reputation known to all. Indeed, it was a calamity that escaped from Niulang Mountain, yet he was expelled by my master before his rampage commenced. I hope Zhinü can discern this. Kalinzi, the eldest disciple of Niulang Mountain, said, bowing respectfully. I harbor no ill will, Zhang Xiang replied, shaking his head slightly. Moreover, He had come across the legacy I left in the mortal realm. If one were to trace the roots of this matter, I too must bear some culpability. However, the Tao should not be lightly transmitted. This incident should serve as a cautionary tale. Kalinzi hastily affirmed, "What you say, Zhinü, is entirely correct." As he spoke, he reverently took out and displayed the 3 talismans in his hand. It was evident that his sect had been jointly recommended by several spirits near Niulang Mountain. Zhang Ziyang released a wisp of divine consciousness to discern the information inscribed on the talismans and nodded slightly, stating in just one day, "Your sect has slain 342 spirit creatures, demonstrating not only your formidable strength but also your dedication." With that, he waved his hand, and a cluster of resplendent purple-gold elixirs floated forth. The countless cultivators nearby, observing with their divine senses, immediately recognized that the Niulang Mountain lineage had received a total of 49 purple sun golden pills. 49 purple sun golden pills. After refining them, it seems that Taoist Niulang would likely achieve enlightenment. Following this endeavor, the Niulang Mountain lineage would undoubtedly ascend to prominence within the cultivation realm of the Zhuzi Kingdom. Congratulations. Congratulations. The comrades from Niulang Mountain have displayed great valor in slaying demons, and it is only fitting that they earn the favor of the esteemed Purple Sun real person. Chilanzi's face reflected excitement as he restrained his trembling hands within his sleeves, collecting the 49 Purple Sun golden pills, and then bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Purple Sun real person. Purple Sun real person, the earth god of Tianjiao village within the Pan Silk Ridge, seeks an audience." At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from the crowd. A diminutive earth god wove his way through the legs of several cultivators and approached the Purple Sun real person, diligently straightening his attire and bowing deeply, proclaiming, "I have come to receive the elixirs." It was not merely uncommon for a Yin spirit to collect elixirs. It was practically unheard of. Cultivators, having transcended to immortality, pursue longevity and freedom as their ultimate goals. However, the path of immortality is arduous, and the traces of celestial beings are elusive. True celestial beings are beyond their reach. The Purple Sun real person stands as an exception. Although he occupies a celestial rank, he often traverses the mortal realm, caring for the struggles of the populace. The opportunity to meet the Purple Sun real person is coveted by all cultivators. Oh, I wonder which esteemed friend possesses such influence, commanding a Yin spirit to fetch elixirs. It is difficult even for the Purple Sun real person to meet him. Such a grand display, employing Yin spirits and celestial officials. How audacious of someone within the Zhuzi Kingdom. Perhaps they have slain too few demons to show their face. Surely, one who can command Yin spirits must possess considerable capability. This esteemed friend must be safeguarding the people in another city far surpassing us. A chorus of discussions erupted around, laced with mockery and sarcasm. The earth god furrowed his brow in the presence of the Purple Sun real person. He could not allow these individuals to misrepresent the truth and twist the facts. He promptly declared, "Taoist Li is indeed stationed in Feng City, safeguarding the populace. His absence is merely due to exhaustion from a full day of battle." Haha. The eldest disciple of Niulang Mountain chuckled, saying, "This earth goddess words are quite amusing. Who among us hasn't fought all day and felt weary?" Haha. A wave of laughter ensued. Zhang Ziyang slightly furrowed his brow and asked aloud, "Is it Li Chongyun who has come?" The face of the earth god, flushed with anger, brightened with a glimmer of recognition as he hurriedly nodded and replied, reporting to the esteemed immortal, "It is indeed Li Chongyun, my fellow Taoist." The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased, replaced by a palpable sense of bewilderment. Who is Li Chongyun? The key point is that the Ziyang master is actually aware of him. The earth deity replied, "The one who has come to slay the demons is Taoist Li Chongyun, along with Taoist Zhinü from the Ponzi Ridge." Upon their arrival near Fengqing, they witnessed the demons slaughtering the human race, and without paying their respects, they began exterminating the demons right on the spot. Alas, I feel ashamed. My celestial talisman has been delivered tardily, and many merits cannot be recorded. As he spoke, he produced a celestial talisman stained with demon blood. The surrounding cultivators frowned. They had come to assist, naturally for the sake of the Ziyang master and the Ziyang Golden Dan. However, they needed to don a facade of benevolence for appearances. Upon arrival, their first action was to pay respects to the Ziyang master and receive the celestial talisman from the hands of the Yin god, without exception. Mentioning Li Chongyun's actions was, in essence, a slap in the face to everyone present. At that moment, the earth deity's expression shifted, realizing he had misspoken. His few words might have incited the collective ire against Chongyun. There were indeed numerous bloodstains on that celestial talisman. A smile crept onto Kalinzi's face as he remarked, "It seems that this Taoist Chongyun has slain countless demons. I would very much like to forge a friendship with him. It appears that you share a fateful connection." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziang could not help but smile slightly. "May I ask, Master, how does this fateful connection come about?" Kalinzi eagerly inquired. Zhang Ziang replied, "He is the one who vanquished the 9 nether being. Speaking of which, you still owe him a favor for clearing your door of troubles." Kalinzi's expression froze. The 9 nether Taoist was slain by this Chongyun? That 9 nether fellow was immensely powerful, among the top tier of Earth immortals. And yet he fell to such a character. Chongyun? This name was indeed unfamiliar. The 9 nether had committed heinous acts, mercilessly slaughtering countless innocent lives. Chongyun's actions were commendable. Among the cultivators, some marveled at Chongyun's prowess, while others cheered for him. After all, in comparison, the 9 nether Taoist was truly infamous, deserving of his demise. Chongyun and Zhinü have slain 1,331 demons. As Zhang Ziang's words fell, he himself felt a twinge of astonishment. However, recording merits with celestial talismans is a heavenly decree. There is no chance of forgery. What? 1,331? The crowd gasped. Was it possible that these 2 Taoists had already ascended to the ranks of the celestial immortals? The cultivators atop the city walls erupted in excitement. Previously, the highest number of demons slain was by the 7 disciples of Niulang Mountain, totaling over 400, averaging 70 demons per person. Yet, Chongyun and Zhinü had collectively slain over 1,300 demons, with each having blood from 600 to 700 monsters on their hands. Such achievements were nearly unbelievable. Could Earth immortals truly reach such heights? Consequently, many speculated that Chongyun might be a celestial immortal. While most human cultivators ascend to the celestial realm after achieving immortality, there are always exceptions. Yet, Chongyun and Zhinü were merely 2 Earth immortals. At that moment, Zhang Yinglong, the foremost disciple of Niulang Mountain, remarked, "When I arrived, I noticed 2 individuals who had not proceeded to Zuzisheng but were instead engaged in slaying demons below. The man donned a silver-white brocade robe, while the woman wore a crimson long skirt. They must be the 2 in question. How could a celestial being possess such formidable powers? Indeed, there are always those of greater capability behind the exceptional." As the praises of Chongyun and Zhinü resonated in his ears, Kalinzi's expression twitched, and the countenance of the 7 disciples of Niulang Mountain turned exceedingly grim. With Jiuyu falling to Chongyun, receiving external assistance to cleanse their ranks felt akin to a slap in the face. The once proud record of demon slaying held by them paled in comparison to Chongyun's achievements, leaving the 7 disciples flushed with embarrassment and seething with envy. "This is 168 purple young golden pills, bestowed upon you both." Zhang Ziang publicly presented the radiant golden pills to the Earth God. Their brilliance difficult to resist. "Thank you, esteemed immortal." The Earth God hurriedly accepted the pills into his bag of holding and took his leave. The purple young golden pills served merely as encouragement. He urged his fellow practitioners to strive harder, promising further treasures upon the conclusion of this great calamity. To the west of Zuzisheng, more than 30 miles away, lay Fengcheng. The Earth God promptly returned, delivering all the purple young golden pills to Chongyun. The 160-odd pills radiated a spiritual essence that flushed Zhinü's delicate face with color. Feeling the profound Tao rhythm within, her heart raced with excitement. The generosity of Master Ziang is remarkable. The Tao rhythm in just one of these pills could sustain my cultivation for 3 months. With 30 or 40 of them, I could elevate my understanding of the demon spider path to a harmonious realm. The path chosen by Zhinü was but a single thread among countless others, relatively easier in nature. She had not harbored high expectations for her accomplishments in demon slaying. Yet, to her astonishment, on merely the first day, she had already acquired abundant resources. "Ah, dear friend Zhinü, your assessment is mistaken," the Earth God interjected. "These purple young golden pills are not easily obtained. Among the cultivators present tonight, most could only exchange their first day's merits for 3 or 4 pills, with a maximum of 5 at most. Even Kalinzi of Niulang Mountain, along with his 6 disciples, managed to slay only 300 to 400 demons, resulting in a mere 49 pills. Though you 2 did not venture to Zuzisheng, your renown has already spread." The Earth God spoke, a hint of guilt crossing his features as he admitted his inadvertent slip of the tongue, apologizing. "I fear my words may have caused trouble for you, dear friendly." The faces of the Niulang Mountain group shifted dramatically. They were undoubtedly harboring grievances. Ha! Li Chongyun burst into laughter, exclaiming, "No worries, you are merely speaking on my behalf. I find myself regretting not having gone in person. It would have been quite a sight to witness the expressions on their faces. Alas, such a splendid opportunity for me to shine was entrusted to the Earth God." The Earth God could only manage a wry smile, struggling to keep pace with Li Chongyun's train of thought. Zhinü expressed concern. The disciples of the Jiuyu Taoist might prove formidable, and given the considerable advantages we have gained, it is inevitable that we shall incur envy. Your words hold merit, he acknowledged. Li Chongyun nodded slightly, yet smiled as he remarked, however, such is the essence of cultivating the way, to contend with heaven, to vie with the earth, and to struggle against humanity. What reason could there be to shy away from competition with others, be it the disciples of Chongyun Mountain or any other? Should anyone wish us harm, let them come forth and see who shall prevail. In essence, it is but a single sentiment: regard life and death with equanimity. If one is unwilling to yield, then let the contest begin. Li Chongyun possesses a vast tapestry of mountains and seas, capable of encompassing mortals, deities, demons, spirits, monsters, immortals, and sacred beings. Naturally, he must leverage this advantage. Although the path of survival is undeniably more stable, its progression is exceedingly slow. After 3 centuries, an immeasurable calamity will engulf the entirety of the 3 realms and 6 paths, and at that time, no one will be able to endure. Let us divide the elixirs. Li Chongyun promptly began to distribute the Zhiang golden pills. The land god had certainly put in his share of labor throughout the day, and in his view, a few pills should be allocated as a token of appreciation. However, the land god firmly declined, stating that the heavenly court would grant additional rewards to the spirits afterward. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun ceased his insistence. Consequently, Li Chongyun and Zhinü shared a mutual understanding. For the sake of caution, they decided to place all the Zhiang golden pills in Li Chongyun's possession, with Zhinü temporarily taking only 10. At that moment, both of them consumed 1 pill each. Zhinü then sat cross-legged, commencing the process of refining the spiritual essence of the golden pill. Li Chongyun, relying on his profound cultivation, saw no need for excessive caution. From time to time, he would consume a pearl as if it were a mere bean, allowing the profound truths within him to circulate naturally and thus refine it. His cultivation level and the resonance of Tao within him were rapidly ascending. At the stroke of midnight, Li Chongyun stood atop the city wall and observed streaks of flowing light approaching from the direction of Zhuzi City. Approximately 20 individuals descended upon the wall, clad in Taoist robes and bearing magical artifacts. They were all practitioners of the human race. Upon seeing Zhinü, these practitioners were momentarily taken aback, wondering if there were demons present. Among the demonic cultivators, there existed a rare few who maintained close relations with the Yin gods. Yet they were an exception rather than the rule. While in a state of confusion, the land deity approached, and after a brief explanation, these practitioners relaxed their guard. They soon learned that the female demon, who had reached the perfected realm of Earth Immortal, was Zhinü, alongside the young man in white, Li Chongyun. "We have come at the behest of Zhang Zhinren to assist in safeguarding this city and its inhabitants," they stated, bowing respectfully to Zhinü and Li Chongyun, acknowledging their presence. Subsequently, they dispersed in groups of 3s and 2s, spreading out along the city wall. The monsters and spirits had only been temporarily repelled. Another offensive could arise at any moment, necessitating vigilance. Today had yielded a substantial harvest of Tao. Li Chongyun stood atop the city wall, perusing the scroll of mountains and seas. On this day, he had vanquished over 1,000 magical creatures and demons, encompassing 3 to 4 dozen varieties. He had amassed a cultivation of 800 years, bringing his total to an impressive 900 years. Yet amidst his numerous accomplishments, one item remained incomplete. The scroll shimmered with ancient characters, depicting the vast expanse of the Huai River. As one of the 4 great rivers of the mortal realm, the Huai flowed endlessly, nurturing countless demons and monsters, as well as an abundance of celestial spirits. Li Chongyun was enveloped in the torrential rain, the waters in the scroll deepening in hue with each passing moment. It was his first revelation that the painting of mountains and seas could also encompass rivers. And the method was astonishingly simple, merely a touch was required. The night was thick and heavy, akin to dark ink, concealing within its depths countless greedy maws and sharp claws. With Li Chongyun and Zhinü present, along with the newly arrived 20 or so cultivators, the citizens of the city found a measure of solace. leaning on one another for comfort as they rested. "Your Highness." Several soldiers bowed to a woman draped in a crimson cloak. She gently patted the shoulder of one soldier, holding a wine pouch in her hand as she strode toward the solitary figure of the white-clad youth standing alone in the rain atop the city wall. "I pay my respects to the immortal," the woman said, her tone imbued with genuine reverence. "I am Ling Wei, the princess of the Zhuzi kingdom, and this wine is offered to you." With that, she extended the wine pouch forward. Li Chongyun's consciousness enveloped the surroundings, and he sensed someone approaching early on. Turning around at this moment, he beheld a woman in her 20s, clad in a blood-red cloak and wearing dark armor, with a sword and dagger at her waist. In one hand, she held a wine pouch, while the other cradled a matching dark helmet. Her appearance was dignified and beautiful, with elegantly arched brows and a spirited demeanor. "Li Chongyun." Li Chongyun casually uttered his name and took the wine pouch, sipping it leisurely. "Li Chongyun? Is this truly the name of an immortal?" Ling Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you for your valor in vanquishing the demons and saving lives today. Had it not been for your intervention, Feng City would have surely fallen. There are still thousands of citizens alive upon these walls, and within the city. There are more than 100,000 scattered about. You are their savior." "I merely acted upon the bounty offered by the Ziyang master," he replied modestly. "If we are to speak of greatness, it is you who deserves the accolades, especially for your remarkable swordsmanship." Li Chongyun's eyes glimmered with admiration. His words were not mere pleasantries. He had observed earlier that the swordswoman in red possessed exceptional swordsmanship and displayed remarkable valor in battle, standing resolutely at the forefront with her keen blade, successfully injuring several formidable adversaries. For cultivators, martial prowess is equally a vital means of defense. Whether through unarmed combat or wielding weaponry, mastering the art allows one to strike at vulnerabilities, achieving profound effects with minimal effort. In Li Chongyun's estimation, among the multitude of cultivators present, should their magical powers be sealed, none would rival the prowess of this princess in martial skill, himself included. To be candid, I am the finest swordsman in the kingdom of Zhuzi. I commenced my sword training at the tender age of 5, vanquished my master by 12. And since the age of 15, I have yet to suffer a defeat, encountering no worthy opponents to this day." Ling Wei laughed heartily, her joy palpable. Yet her gaze soon dimmed with a hint of melancholy. "However, human strength has its limits. Against the formidable creatures, the power of mortals falls short. Immortal, I have a humble request. Could you impart the ways of cultivation to me?" Ling Wei implored. The calamity that befell the kingdom of Zhuzi had thrust her into her first encounter with demons and monsters, leaving her with a profound sense of helplessness. She yearned for strength, a power capable of safeguarding her people. Although many immortals had gathered today, it was only Li Chongyun who stood out. He did not turn a blind eye to the suffering of the common folk, but instead drew his sword to slay the demons. While others had ventured to Zhuzi City to pay respects to the townsfolk of Ziyang, only Li Chongyun and his companions remained in Feng City. "Teach you?" Li Chongyun shook his head and remarked, "I, like the majority of those present today, may appear capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth, yet in truth, we are merely cultivators endowed with a modicum of mystical power, far from deserving the title of immortals." "Cultivators?" Ling Wei pondered, her gaze dimming slightly. Li Chongyun continued, "However, I am willing to propose a transaction with you. This is the Ziyang golden elixir bestowed by the illustrious Ziyang real person, which greatly aids in the cultivation of practitioners. Even for a mortal, consuming it can prolong life, ward off ailments, and enhance physical strength to its utmost limits, granting you the capability to vanquish formidable spirits." Upon hearing this, the initially despondent Ling Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet, possessing a commendable disposition, she retained her composure and inquired, "What must I offer in return?" "Your comprehension of the sword path." Li Chongyun spoke as he retrieved a Ziyang golden pill from his hand. "Is it merely an understanding of the sword path?" Ling Wei pondered hesitantly. However, upon gazing into the clear eyes of the celestial figure before her, she resolutely accepted the Ziyang golden pill. She trusted her judgment. Li Chongyun must be a person of virtue, one who would not take advantage of the weak or deceive an ordinary mortal like herself. "Empty your thoughts." Li Chongyun spoke. And with a swift motion, he placed a finger upon Ling Wei's forehead. A surge of divine consciousness erupted, intertwining their souls, allowing him to directly draw insights of swordsmanship from her mind. This method, surpassing mere sword manuals or demonstrations, enabled him to wholly absorb her understanding of the sword and transform it into his own. Could it be that he bestowed the Ziyang golden pill upon a mere mortal? Such a waste. Exchanging the Zhiang golden pill for a mundane martial skill is utterly foolish. No matter how formidable the technique, it remains but a skill, incapable of standing alongside the celestial arts. Li Chongyun's extravagance is simply beyond comprehension. Alas, the Zhiang golden pill of others is not for us to discuss. Cultivators, with their exceptionally keen senses, naturally observe the transaction between Li Chongyun and Princess Ling Wei. Unable to fathom it, they lamented in frustration. In my view, Li Chongyun resembles a pampered man living off a woman. That Qi Zhu is a consummate earth immortal, undoubtedly powerful, and today, having slain over 1,000 demons. Much of the credit should rightfully belong to her. Li Chongyun, being only an early-stage earth immortal, could not possibly possess such prowess. I would not be surprised if it was Qi Zhu who vanquished the 9 nether. This Li Chongyun is entirely a man of leisure, shamelessly consorting with demons. Some cultivators, green with envy, whispered amongst themselves through their divine consciousness, incessantly critiquing Li Chongyun. Boom. The moment his essence touched Ling Wei's soul, the scroll of mountains and seas within Li Chongyun stirred once more. It rapidly flipped to the ghost section, where on the pale pages, black lines sketched the form of a divine sword. The sword soul of the ghost. The ghost, having undergone cycles of reincarnation, retains its essence, remaining eternal. Those possessing a sword soul, having traversed countless lifetimes, though each lifetime's memories are inevitably erased by Meng Pei's soup, can continually accumulate insights into the sword, ultimately reaching the sword path of the 3,000 Great Tao. The vital gate, upon death, allows the sword soul to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Not recorded. The ghost scroll, the sword soul. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. The Shanhai scroll is divided into various sections: mountains, seas, humans, demons, gods, immortals, and devils, each accommodating countless wonders. This ghost section was triggered for the first time, and astonishingly, it was due to a single individual. The Princess Ling Wei turned out to be the reincarnation of a sword soul. She possesses the remarkable ability to accumulate the insights of countless generations regarding the sword, which, alongside the cycle of the 6 paths of reincarnation, remains eternally unblemished, allowing her to delve into the sword path among the 3,000 great avenues. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying entity resided within an ordinary human? Successfully recording the sword soul, he obtained a seed of the sword path. Li Chongyun communicated with Ling Wei's soul, effectively establishing a direct connection with the sword soul. Seizing this opportunity, the natural world of the mountain and sea scroll was successfully recorded. Although this time he did not attain Taoist cultivation, he acquired something even more precious, the seed of the sword way. The sword way is one of the 3,000 great avenues and is renowned for being the most adept at offensive prowess. Li Chongyun initially sought to master a sword technique to enhance his martial prowess, but unexpectedly, he directly attained the seed of the Tao. He withdrew his hand, and within his primordial spirit, countless insights into the sword path had emerged. What do you think? Ling Wei, after a brief moment of distraction, regained her composure and eagerly inquired. This graceful and spirited woman, her fair face slightly flushed, shyly remarked, "Though my swordsmanship may be refined, it is merely that of a mortal, yet I have received the golden elixir of the celestial beings. I am truly grateful, esteemed master." Li Chongyun, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "It is I who should express my gratitude to you. At this moment, consume the Zhiang golden pill, and I shall guard you." The act of presenting Ling Wei with the Zhiang golden pill did not escape the notice of several cultivators, among whom were likely some nefarious individuals. Very well. Ling Wei nodded in agreement and promptly ingested the golden pill. Instantly, her body trembled, and she experienced a modicum of discomfort. Hastily settling into a cross-legged position to allow her body to absorb the potency of the elixir, she was enveloped in warmth, beads of fragrant sweat soaking her form. "This is an immortal pill. It will not harm you. The warmth you feel is entirely normal." "Excellent." Ling Wei gritted her teeth. Yet a smile began to flicker at the corners of her eyes. She could sense her vitality surging, a transformation akin to being reborn. Roar. At the stroke of midnight, amidst the murky torrents, a fearsome roar erupted, echoing from near and far in a cacophony. Those stationed atop the city walls gazed down in horror as crimson, ethereal blue, and verdant eyes glowed ominously from the depths of the water. "Ha ha! Zhang Ziyang, it is you, that meddlesome old Taoist, who has once again disrupted our demonic kin's endeavors. Today, As the 9 infants return to the realm of mortals, I shall begin by making an example of you. Above in the firmament, amidst the clouds and rain, a colossal creature extended its 9 heads toward the earth, greedily surveying the land below. To the south of the Huai River, there resided a fearsome beast capable of spouting water and breathing fire. Its cries resembled the wailing of an infant, and due to its 9 heads, it was aptly named the 9 infants. Chongyun stood atop the city wall, gazing up at the vast sky, where 9 monstrous heads twisted and turned, sending a chill down his spine. Strictly speaking, the size of the Niulang on that day was not inferior to that of the 9 infants. However, in terms of imposing pressure, it was barely a fraction of the 9 infants. Beside him, Lingwei, having merged with the Xiang golden pill, rose to her feet. But upon witnessing such a colossal creature, her complexion turned ashen. Zhu, the earth god, and the other cultivators atop the city wall were no better off. Under the oppressive aura of the 9 infants, their primordial spirits trembled uncontrollably. As for the ordinary citizens, they were already quaking in fear, resembling sheep in a thunderstorm. It is said that the 9 infants is a unique, ferocious beast of the world, born from the waters of the Huai River. Each time it is slain, it resurrects within those waters. The last time the 9 infants was defeated was by the great archer Ho-E. After countless tribulations, this fierce creature had returned once more. The earth god spoke with a tremor in his voice, stating, "The current 9 infants should only possess the cultivation of a golden immortal. I wonder if Zhinü can cope with it." No sooner had his words fallen than a golden light erupted from the distant Zhuzi city, soaring into the clouds, casting endless auspicious clouds that illuminated the heavens and earth. Last time you narrowly escaped from the Huai River. Do you now dare to flaunt your bravado before me? Truly laughable. Do you wish to consume me? Let us see how sharp your teeth are. Zhang Xiang proclaimed loudly, engaging in fierce combat with the 9 infants. Humph. Do not be so shameless. Last time it was your southern sect's 5 ancestors who took advantage of my weakness to ambush me in the Huai River. Today, you stand alone. How can you hope to survive? The furious roar of the 9 infants reverberated through the skies, its malevolent aura spreading across dozens of miles, ruthlessly overwhelming even the auspicious light that accompanied Zhang Zhinren. Suddenly, a high-pitched and melodious cry resonated from the west, as a resplendent peacock flew into view, its vibrant plumage illuminating the night sky as it ascended into the clouds, joining the fray. Peacock bloodline. You, as a holy spirit, dare to protect these feeble humans? What a disgrace. The 9 infants bellowed in rage. May the Buddha show compassion, subduing demons and saving lives. A woman's cool voice seemed to contain boundless magical power. Is that the peacock princess from Biluo Mountain? The earth god, well-informed and worldly, recognized the colorful peacock at first glance. At that moment, Chongyun's expression also shifted. He truly did not expect to encounter this celestial being so soon. Her strength was on par with Zhang Zhinren and the 9 infants. She too was likely a golden immortal. If the peacock princess and Zhang Zhinren joined forces, they should be capable of contending with the 9 infants. Even if they could not slay it, they could surely restrain it. The earth god breathed a sigh of relief, but as he turned his gaze to the surging floodwaters, he sorrowfully remarked, "With the emergence of the 9 infants, the demons and spirits arising from the Huai River are multiplying and growing even stronger." At this moment, Chongyun began to comprehend why the reward of the purple yang golden elixir could be exchanged on the same day rather than being distributed post-calamity. It was likely that Master Xiang had foreseen the gravity of the impending calamity of the Huai River, understanding that the assembly of these 1,000 cultivators might not suffice, and thus the urgent need to utilize the purple yang golden elixir to bolster their strength. Roar. Above the 9 heavens, the 9 infants emitted a peculiar roar. Like a sovereign issuing a decree, the floodwaters surged as the lurking demon horde revealed their claws and fangs once more, reigniting their hunt for humanity. Scales shimmered. Demonic energy soared, and in an instant, the floodwaters churned violently, waves soaring high as countless monsters and spirits brandished their claws, launching a fierce assault on the already precarious city walls, soaked by the deluge. This time, their targets were not merely the flesh of mortals. Many formidable demons were now aiming their onslaught at the cultivators. Damn it, why are there so many fiends surrounding the city? So many demons from the Earth Immortal realm. Help me. Panic ensued among the cultivators atop Feng City. During the daylight, they had gathered around Zhuzi City, where nearly all cultivators congregated, under the protection of Master Xiang, rendering demons too fearful to act boldly. Many had merely been biding their time, hoping to opportunistically slay a few monsters to claim credit for themselves. Yet now, the stretched line of defense in Feng City comprised only 20 or so of them, each needing to fend for themselves. In this moment of peril, some cultivators, lacking in strength, were overwhelmed by chaos and danger. Amidst this life and death crisis, the cultivators suddenly realized that their magical powers seemed to be behaving unusually. The spells they had honed and mastered with ease felt incredibly elusive to execute. This rain is transformed from the Huai River, which weighs down the magical energies. Your powers have not truly dissipated. They have merely become heavy and difficult to wield, the Earth God hurriedly explained. Under normal circumstances, cultivating amidst the Huai River would enhance one's magical prowess. However, in this realm teeming with demons, caution was paramount. With the 9 infants manifesting, the surge of demons arrived too abruptly, catching many unprepared. Whoosh! In a moment of panic, a cultivator chose to abandon the city, flying into the air with the wind. Roar! The sound of the demon's roar echoed through the night sky as a massive water serpent, clad in emerald scales, burst forth. Its 100-foot body towering over the city walls, swallowing the cultivator whole in one swift motion. A great demon at the peak of the earth immortal realm. Ha ha ha, truly. The flesh of cultivators is delectable. The serpent demon, with a cruel smile, swayed its head, eager to continue its feast of human flesh, only to be met with a barrage of magical light that caused it to bleed profusely and hastily retreat. Fellow cultivators, the forces of demons and spirits are fierce. Yet we are not defenseless. United in purpose, we shall surely defend the city and achieve glory. However, if one succumbs to fear and flees, they will only sever their ties with our ranks, leading to their own demise. A middle-aged practitioner clad in a yellow bagua robe proclaimed. Under this individual's leadership, the group regained their composure and systematically dealt with the relentless onslaught of demons and spirits. It was only at this moment that they realized the true cost of the Zhiang Golden Elixir. The task of vanquishing demons and safeguarding the living indeed bore the risk of life. Now, it was too late to withdraw. They could only grit their teeth and persevere. Does the Huai River render our magical powers heavy? I hardly perceive any difference, likely due to the influence of the Shanghai Scroll. Chongyun stood resolutely atop the city wall, wielding the pure yang sword, undeterred by the relentless wind and rain. The completion of the grand panorama of mountains and seas, encompassing the Huai River, was nearly at hand, which imbued him with a sense of familiarity and warmth towards the downpour. "Young master," exclaimed Zhinü, positioned closely beside him, skillfully weaving silken threads from her waist to set traps around them. With a sharp sword in hand, she stood vigilant, offering her unwavering support. "Do not stray too far from me." Chongyun uttered a word, sensing the increasingly fierce tide of monsters. Many fully realized earth immortals among the beasts were often visible, and it was uncertain whether Zhinü could contend with them. The roars of beasts echoed, and demons danced chaotically, while the brilliance of spells surged into the sky. Amidst the fierce battle, numerous cultivators discreetly observed Zhinü as a perfected earth immortal of the void refining stage and of demon lineage. She was perceived by many as the woman standing behind Chongyun. The astounding achievements of the duo were largely attributed to this female demon named Zhinü. However, as the battle progressed, they suddenly discerned that while Zhinü's strength was formidable and deemed among the top in the current skirmish, she had not exhibited the overwhelming prowess of slaying 1,000 demons in a single day. What was amiss? Many gazes shifted back to Chongyun, only to find that he had not deployed any spells, but merely wielded a radiant sword, engaging in combat with the demons using human martial arts. The typical earth immortal demons found themselves unable to last even 10 exchanges under his hand, perishing at the swift stroke of his sword. What a swift blade! He seemed to possess a spiritual treasure. Such rich yang energy, it must be the pure yang sword bestowed by Zhiang Jinren. This was likely the reward for defeating the 9 Nether. Although Chongyun's achievements were extraordinary, it was evident that he relied on the spiritual treasure. While the onlookers admired him, they did not regard him as exceptionally formidable. Instead, they felt that Zhinü had yet to truly unleash her strength, doubting Chongyun's capabilities. The sword, guided by the heart, merged with Ling Wei's swordsmanship insights, revealing how crude my previous swordplay had been. I had been merely hacking recklessly. Now, each arc of my sword and its point of impact could be controlled at will, a sensation that was profoundly mystical. Chongyun remained immersed in the profound insights of swordsmanship, having firmly rooted the Dao seed acquired from Ling Wei within his purple palace. as he diligently honed his skills. It burgeoned and flourished at an accelerated pace. Previously, to contend with the monsters of the earth immortal realm, Chongyun would have needed to wield the purple sun divine fire or the mountain refining art. Yet now, he could achieve victory by merely expending a modicum of spiritual energy to summon the divine might of the pure yang sword. Martial arts, a creation of the human race, embodies such wisdom that even the innate gods and demons find it astonishing. 3 heads, 5 heads, 10 heads, 30 heads. Chongyun's tally of vanquished demons is rapidly accumulating. Gradually, an increasing number of cultivators are beginning to sense that something seems amiss. His sword appears to be accelerating at an astonishing pace. Indeed, it is becoming swifter by the moment. Chongyun's formidable and tyrannical prowess gradually unveiled itself, leaving numerous cultivators in awe. They exerted all their strength to combat the monstrous fiends, often finding it commendable to merely withstand the onslaught of the horde. In stark contrast, when the multitude of demons surged towards Chongyun, it appeared as if they were not intent on devouring flesh, but rather seeking their own demise. With his pure yang sword wielded with grace, it initially required a good 10 exchanges to vanquish a single beast. Yet now, Chongyun's sword radiated like the wind. With every stroke, he assuredly quenched his blade with the warm blood of demons and severed their heads. This youth was indeed terrifying. The hearts of the cultivators could not help but be compelled by his might. It was precisely due to Chongyun's presence, which attracted the attention of the most formidable of demons, that they managed to hold their ground amidst the tide of monsters. The roars of beasts grew increasingly fervent. Chongyun had slain so many demons that the waters below him had turned a vivid crimson, and the city walls were splattered with blood, drawing even more fiends drawn by the scent of carnage. Just as he craved the thrill of battle, he was ready to slay as many as dared to approach. Chongyun was deeply engrossed in honing his swordsmanship when he suddenly found himself surrounded by countless predatory eyes glimmering in the darkness. Undaunted, his fighting spirit ignited. He moved like the wind along the city walls, each swing of his sword claiming the lives of innumerable spirits. This was a grueling battle. But thanks to his 10,000 years of cultivation, his magical prowess surpassed that of ordinary earth immortals by more than tenfold. With every strike, Chongyun's sword technique was continually refined. As dawn approached, the blood-soaked armor of Ling Wei bore witness to the fierce struggle, and she gazed at Chongyun. Still clad in pristine white, she couldn't help but marvel at his mastery. Truly, you are a master of the celestial arts. My years of sword training pale in comparison to the few hours in which you have achieved complete control. As the flood waters began to recede, the relentless tide of demons finally showed signs of retreat, signaling the end of this monstrous onslaught. Ling Wei, empowered by her newfound strength, had slain 3 spirits beneath the realm of earth immortals that night. Such feats were remarkable for an ordinary mortal, and it was only after consuming a nourishing elixir that her swordsmanship truly flourished. Yet, her accomplishments were dwarfed by those of many cultivators, each of whom had dispatched at least a dozen demons. As for Chongyun, his terrifying prowess had allowed him to vanquish over 1,000 spirits that very night. His swordsmanship had ascended to the realm of clarity, where the sword moved in harmony with his mind, representing the pinnacle of skill. Every technique was executed with unparalleled precision. He could even sever the wings of a fly mid-flight with a single strike. In this state, the sword and the wielder became one, as if the cold blade itself breathed in unison with him. At this level, swordsmanship transcended mere techniques, allowing for exquisite attacks unleashed with a mere flick of the wrist. Suddenly, an overwhelming resonance of sword sounds emanated from Chongyun, and the tumultuous winds surrounding him seemed to be imbued with his sword intent, transforming into an extension of his weapon as he struck down his foes. The gentle breeze morphed into a sharp edge, slicing through the claws of a formidable earthbound demon, while raindrops pierced the skulls of several spirits. In this moment, Chongyun had transformed all elements into his sword. Was this the essence of Tao? The figure in the yellow robe felt a stirring within and gasped, immediately turning to the figure of Chongyun, whose killing intent surged. The young man in white, wielding his sword, radiated boundless murderous energy as he charged from the city walls into the throng of demons, gliding over the water's surface, surrounded by a dazzling light of his own making, mercilessly slaughtering his enemies. This spectacle left all present cultivators wide-eyed in astonishment. Li, my friend, he has broken through. Even as the demon tide began to subside, there were still thousands of demons below. The aura of the Tao flowed around Chongyun. Was he on the verge of enlightenment, seeking wisdom through the trials of the demons? At this very moment, the perspectives of the cultivators began to waver. They had never encountered a celestial being as formidable as Chongyun, whose strength, despite being in the early stages of the void refinement. Overshadowed many who had achieved the culmination of this realm. They had also never witnessed an individual daring to plunge into the midst of thousands of demons, seeking enlightenment through slaughter. The audacity of this human to so brazenly disregard us is a profound humiliation. Let us slay him, consume his flesh and blood, and obliterate his soul, condemning this wretch to eternal oblivion. The horde of demons raged, many of the spirits so incensed that they spoke in human tongue. In an instant, innumerable mighty demons unleashed their powers, surging forth to overwhelm Li Chongyun, their bodies threatening to bury him beneath their mass. Before the crumbling city, a mountain formed from the bodies of demons and spirits loomed ominously. Be careful. On the city wall, Zhinü momentarily lost her composure, her hands clenched in anxiety. The gathered cultivators held their breath, their hearts racing in concern for Li Chongyun. Buzz. In the next moment, a piercing sword cry reverberated through the heavens and earth, resonating across 100 miles, awakening the spiritual essence of the universe. Unity of heaven and man, Ling Wei exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The pinnacle of swordsmanship she had always sought, the unity of heaven and man, was now manifesting through Li Chongyun. This state was something she had deeply contemplated after achieving a profound understanding of her sword's essence. She knew there was a path beyond, yet could not find the door to it. Yet, Li Chongyun had accomplished this in merely a single night, unbeknownst to Ling Wei. The culmination of swordsmanship was merely the commencement of the sword path. The path Li Chongyun had embarked upon was one of the 3,000 great paths, the path of the sword. The gathered cultivators were left agape. Those who had been recommended by the Yin gods were all celestials of the void refinement realm. Each was engrossed in their own understanding of the Tao, some having attained certain fruits of their cultivation, yet, without exception, they had chosen lesser paths, or perhaps had never encountered the opportunity to comprehend the great Tao. In the vastness of the cosmos, the myriad paths of the Tao are infinite. 3,000 great paths, the 49 heavenly Tao, and countless lesser paths. Among these, the lesser paths rank at the bottom, possessing the least power, being the easiest to comprehend, thus preferred by the majority of celestials. The 49 heavenly Tao represents the supreme laws governing the cosmos. Only those recognized by the heavenly Tao can fathom it, granting immense power and existing in harmony with the universe. Yet it is exceptionally difficult to grasp, often accessible only to those with profound merits. Conversely, the 3,000 great paths embody the true eternal laws, their might rivaling that of the heavenly Tao. In a certain sense, they may even surpass it. Your sword path seed has sprouted. The sword path has officially entered the Tao, reaching the level of glimpsing the Tao. Li Chongyun beheld the reminder that emerged on the front page of the Mountain and Sea Scroll. Strictly speaking, this marked the first path of cultivation he had encountered, and it belonged to the sword Tao, one of the 3,000 great paths. Such a beginning undoubtedly placed him far ahead of the majority. Is this the power of the sword Tao? Li Chongyun was astonished, though he had not yet attained the level to transform all things into swords. He had already mastered the essence of swordsmanship, enabling him to infuse this essence into the world around him. Even the most fragile grass and trees could now possess a sharpness of their own. With such a remarkable ability, his methods of slaying demons became increasingly enigmatic. These spirits, driven by greed, sought to consume the living rather than meet their demise. At this moment, Li Chongyun unleashed his full magical prowess, resembling a deity of slaughter. The pure yang sword emitted countless resplendent rays of light, and any demon that approached him found its head severed in an instant. With a resounding crash, the sword light soared into the heavens, accompanied by an eruption of boundless divine fire. The mountain of demons, stacked high, was obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion, collapsing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 200 to 300 demons perished, their forms transformed into lifeless corpses. At this juncture, the horde of demons finally succumbed to terror and scattered in all directions. The demon tide that had besieged Feng City for several hours ultimately receded at this moment. What an exhausting endeavor it had been. Li Chongyun took a deep breath and swallowed a purple sun golden pill, replenishing his nearly exhausted magical energy. As the pill settled in his abdomen, he ignited the purple sun divine fire within, enveloping the pill and refining it into pure magical power. Meanwhile, the most precious Tao rhythm contained within the pill gradually settled, absorbed by his primordial spirit. After a night of slaying demons and dispelling evil, his magical energy was fully depleted. Yet, the gains were considerable. Immediately, Li Chongyun turned to the title page of the Shanhai Scroll to check his personal information. Scroll Master, Li Chongyun Realm, Refining Void and Merging with Tao, Early Stage, Physique, Golden Crow Divine Body, Grade accomplishment, cultivation technique, enlightenment of truth, celestial grade supreme, magical arts, purple sun divine fire. Perfect. Earth walking technique, perfect, steady light finger, minor accomplishment, divine powers, mountain refining method, perfect and wishful. Golden crow technique, entry level, celestial arts, spirit array master, 9th grade, Tao accomplishment, 21, 900 years, sword Tao glimpse, 20,000 years of Tao accomplishment. His sword Tao had also reached the glimpse Tao level. Typically, celestial beings only begin to comprehend the Tao after achieving full cultivation, yet Li Chongyun, merely at the early stage of celestial being, had already glimpsed a great path. He was quite satisfied with such results. He then soared into the air, landing atop the city wall. Young master, Zhinü immediately rushed over, her delicate face pale, with a hint of redness around her eyes. In a tone of feigned reproach, she said, "That was too perilous." Faced with the concern of this beautiful young lady, Li Chongyun could only smile wryly, taking her soft, icy hand in his and assuring her, "I have my own means of protection. There's no need for worry." Zhinü hesitated, ultimately choosing to silently tighten her grip on his hand. Brotherly. At that moment, a multitude of cultivators hurried over. After just one night, their perceptions of Li Chongyun had dramatically shifted. They no longer dared to harbor even the slightest disdain. Each approached him with respectful expressions, their demeanor notably restrained. "Thanks to Brotherly, we would never have been able to defend the city otherwise. When Master Purple Sun returns, we must ensure this merit is clearly communicated," said a middle-aged man in a yellow Taoist robe. His name was Chongyun, a figure of considerable stature among the many cultivators of the Zhuzi kingdom, possessing full celestial cultivation. The other cultivators nodded in agreement, pondering that with such monumental contributions, Li Chongyun would likely receive a reward of an even more formidable nature, perhaps even exceeding the value of the Purple Sun Golden Pill. But these accolades were all earned through his own prowess, and they could only feel admiration in their hearts. They couldn't help but wonder about the whereabouts of Master Purple Sun and the others. Li Chongyun gazed upwards, curiosity piqued. The earth deity approached and remarked, "A battle of the golden immortal rank is a clash of Taoist principles, capable of annihilating heaven and earth, a truly terrifying prospect. The Ziyang true man and the peacock princess must have driven the 9 infants to another realm for their confrontation. The golden immortal, positioned above the celestial, profound, and true immortals, stands as a distinguished figure among deities. Such a level of combat is certainly beyond the reach of the earth immortals. We shall endeavor to slay demons and save lives, awaiting further news." The earth deity settled onto the city wall, fatigue evident upon him. Taking advantage of the lull after the demons were repelled, he allowed himself a brief respite. Numerous cultivators also took the opportunity to recuperate. Following the repulsion of the demon tide, for the next 2 days, Feng City encountered no large-scale incursions, with only 100 or 200 reckless demons appearing daily, essentially offering themselves as sacrifices. This situation, for the defenders of the city, was undoubtedly not unwelcome. Having endured that night of bloodshed, they had come to realize that amidst a truly terrifying demon tide, even Earth immortals faced a significant risk of demise. It could even be asserted that, had it not been for Li Chongyun's presence, the survivors among them would likely number less than half. It was this life-saving grace that fostered a relationship of both fear and genuine respect towards him among the cultivators. When it comes to Li Chongyun's admiring fans, none other stood out more than Princess Lingwei. This princess fervently propagated Li Chongyun's name among the common folk, ensuring that her subjects would remember him. Suddenly, a profound wave of magical energy surged from the city wall, where Li Chongyun, draped in white, radiated with a brilliant aura as his cultivation level ascended from the initial to the mid-stage of refining the void and merging with the Tao. Over the past 2 days, Li Chongyun had refrained from hastily seeking out demons to slay. Instead, he devoted himself to consuming the Ziyang golden elixir, cultivating his essence into a higher realm. While channeling the Taoist resonance entirely into the seed of the sword Tao within his purple mansion, the Tao seed had begun to sprout, entwined with boundless forces of law. The sword soul had gathered the seeds of the sword Tao, which inherently contained the complete principles of swordsmanship. All that remained was to activate it with the Taoist resonance and integrate it with his own essence. Li Chongyun sensed his progress in the swordsmanship and felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. What had originally been a spontaneous act unexpectedly yielded such a grand gift. At this rate, within 6 months, he would step into the next realm of swordsmanship. This pace was undeniably swift, typically. Those who cultivate the Tao would spend decades in seclusion within their caves, often beginning their journeys only to find that after 60 years, they might not have made any significant advancement in their understanding of the Tao. Congratulations, brotherly, on your further cultivation. From atop the city wall, Huang Yu extended his congratulations to Chongyun. The crowd also offered their well wishes, for with such a momentum, it seemed that the distance to transcending mortality and ascending to the celestial realm was not far off for Chongyun. Suddenly, a streak of light zipped in from the direction of Zhinü City and landed atop the city wall. The newcomer was a mid-stage earth immortal, clad in white robes. His countenance robust and exuding a gentle demeanor. "I am Lin Xiao," the man in white introduced himself, cupping his hands in respect, his expression earnest. "I have come from Zhinü City seeking assistance. May I inquire who among you is Taoist Chongyun?" Upon hearing this, Chongyun slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "It is I." Lin Xiao continued, "The demon tide in Zhinü City has persisted for 3 days and nights, and it shows no signs of abating. Fellow Taoist, on the first day, you vanquished thousands of demons. Your prowess must be remarkable. I implore you, let us hasten back to provide assistance." What? The demon tide in Zhinü City remains unabated? The situation was truly unexpected for everyone present. One must understand that Zhinü City is home to hundreds of cultivators, including several who have reached the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, formidable beings who should find it manageable to contend with the demon tide. What many do not realize, Lin Xiao said with a bitter smile, is that there are 4 cities in close proximity to Zhinü City, including this Feng City, apart from your side. The remaining 3 cities are all engaged in rescue operations, and our manpower has been significantly depleted. Moreover, those demons and spirits are exceedingly cunning. They are aware that the greatest number of mortals resides in Zhinü City, thus their assault is particularly fierce. As he spoke, the others could not help but nod in agreement. If not for Chongyun's steadfast presence, they would have long since dispatched someone for aid. "We are all under the instructions of the Ziyang true person. Since assistance is required, I shall certainly not decline." Chongyun's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yet he was prepared to depart. Wait. At that moment, Huang Yu furrowed his brows and said, "Since the demon tide from Zhinü City is so fierce, why not allow this humble Taoist to accompany you, thus contributing a modest effort?" This, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Chongyun replied, "Huang Daoyu, this function still requires your presence. I can proceed alone." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu cast a deep glance at Chongyun and, noticing his calm demeanor, nodded in agreement while implying, "Very well, Dao brotherly, please exercise extra caution." "Haha, certainly," came the assured response. Chongyun cast a glance at the worried Qi Zhu, offering her a reassuring nod to ease her concerns before setting off alongside Lin Xiao. The distance between Fengqing and Zhinü City is approximately 30 miles. Even while remaining vigilant against the malevolent creatures lurking in the flood below, with the agility of an earth immortal, they traverse the winds in mere moments. Soon, a magnificent city came into view. From afar, Zhinü City appeared tranquil, yet it was encircled by a tide of demons. I must say, my friends, the choice of this location leaves much to be desired. If any clandestine activities were to unfold, discovery would be all too easy. Chongyun halted his pace, standing suspended in the air, and laughed heartily. Ahead, Lin Xiao abruptly came to a stop, turning back with an expression of profound anguish etched upon his face. Cough. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, from which dark, viscous blood oozed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Beneath the skin of his cheeks, a black talisman flickered into view, emanating a chilling aura. The art of the talisman, you must be disciples of the 9 Nether Taoist, am I correct? In Chongyun's hand, a shimmering light danced as the pure yang sword suddenly manifested. With a casual flick, several sword rays sliced through the air, causing ripples in the surrounding void, revealing 7 figures appearing in succession. This was the effect of an invisibility talisman. Clever boy. Leading them was an elderly man clad in an ornate Taoist robe, his gaze cold and menacing as he fixed his eyes on Chongyun. "I am a practitioner from Qilin Mountain, known as Kalinzi. Jiuyo is a worthless disciple I expelled from my sect. However, it is not for you to enact vengeance. Young man, do you possess the courage for blood to be repaid in blood?" The audacity of the 7 disciples from Qilin Mountain to ambush Chongyun between Fengqing and Zuzisheng was indeed remarkable. Chongyun raised an eyebrow and said, "I was summoned by Lin Xiao, but in front of so many peers, this matter cannot withstand scrutiny." The Qilin master chuckled ominously, forming a hand gesture. Suddenly, Lin Xiao, with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, trembled violently, emitting a hoarse cry of agony from his throat. The skin on his face split open, revealing terrifying blood streaks that resembled intricate talismans. Within a few breaths, Lin Xiao had perished, plunging into the raging waters below. Instantly, several monstrous beasts pounced, eagerly devouring his remains until nothing was left. "Are you afraid, young one?" Zhang Yinglong, the foremost disciple of Qilin Mountain, sneered. "This is a soul capture talisman. Lin Xiao was merely a puppet under our control. Now, with his body utterly obliterated, rest assured, we will act decisively to ensure that not a single bone remains of you after your demise." "Oh?" Li Chongyun, filled with curiosity, inquired. "If I were to break through the encirclement and soar into the city, how would you justify your actions?" His laughter echoed, met with Zhang Yinglong's boisterous guffaw. "Break through the encirclement? You overestimate yourself. I initially thought you would act in concert with that red pearl. We, the 7 disciples, have laid a trap here specifically for you. How can you possibly have a chance to resist?" Evidently, the group from Qilin Mountain had failed to investigate Li Chongyun's recent exploits in Fengqing, unaware of his formidable swordsmanship that single-handedly quelled the tide of demons. Had they been informed, their arrogance would surely have been tempered. As Zhang Yinglong's words faded, it was the venerable Kalinzi, with his silver hair and ethereal demeanor, who struck first. His actions were insidious. As he chanted incantations, talismans that had been meticulously prepared emerged around Li Chongyun, above, below, and in all directions. Do not waste words with him. Swift resolution is imperative. Kalinzi, a cunning tactician, understood that the essence of their scheme today lay in expedience and precision, with a need for discretion. After their deed, they must obliterate all evidence, ensuring that no trace remained for investigation. Otherwise, when the righteous Zhang Zhinren returned, how could they from Qilin Mountain hope to survive? In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the area, shrouding all visibility in a dense mist of malevolence. Simultaneously, from the darkness emerged a host of pale white skulls, their eye sockets alight with ghostly blue flames, surging toward Li Chongyun with menacing intent. Their bony forms poised to strike. Was this yet another manifestation of their soul-collecting and spirit-refining techniques? Li Chongyun's gaze turned icy, yet he smiled. "A nest of snakes and rats, so you have come to bestow upon me merits." As he spoke, he summoned the purple sun divine fire, the violet-golden flames unfurling behind him like wings, resembling surging waves of fire that enveloped him in a protective embrace. Any malevolent winds, eerie mists, or skeletal apparitions that approached were instantly incinerated and vaporized. The spiritual fire held a restraining power over these ghastly entities. How much more so for divine fire? "You have indeed refined divine fire? No wonder you could vanquish Jiuyo." Kalinzi furrowed his brow slightly, yet he maintained his composure, showing little sign of panic. The fact that Jiuyo had fallen into Li Chongyun's hands was ample evidence of the latter's capabilities. Witnessing the divine fire provided clarity to the situation. Mid-stage Earth Immortal? This lad has broken through? Nevertheless, he remained a waste. Any further struggle would be futile. The disciples of Qilin Mountain were resolute. Convinced that Li Chongyun was as good as defeated, they sought to kill him to avenge their junior brother Jiuyo. Zhang Yinglong shouted fiercely, drawing his sword and charging forward. The other disciples of Qilin Mountain promptly joined the fray, either casting spells or invoking magical artifacts, their synergy evident as they sealed off all of Li Chongyun's escape routes. In an instant, the luminous energy soared to the heavens, and the rhythm of Tao flowed, a palpable aura of lethal intent pervading the air. The capabilities of Qilin Mountain were not limited to the sinister path. In fact, their righteous methods were even more formidable. Among the 7, all were at the Earth Immortal level, with the senior brother Zhang Yinglong and their master Kalinzi both having reached the consummate stage of Earth Immortal, fully embodying the Tao. Such a siege by 7 individuals would likely spell doom for any mid-stage Earth Immortal cultivator. Mountain refinement technique. Li Chongyun's thoughts stirred, and the seal of Tao flowed within his pupils. Instantly, it summoned the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the 5 elements to circulate, refining the mountain rock into a hollow stone sphere that surrounded him imperviously. Numerous attacks struck the surface, shattering the rock, yet Li Chongyun remained unscathed, sneering sarcastically. "Such sweet words. I see you are here for the Zhang golden pill on me, aren't you? Go down and inquire with King Yin." Zhang Yinglong, a towering figure, wielded a chilling, ghostly blade. At this moment, he had charged right before Li Chongyun, his entire strength coalescing as he raised his knife, and swung it down upon Li Chongyun's head, exclaiming, "Die for me." This seemingly simple strike, however, concealed profound Tao rhythms, imbued with a heavy aura of malevolence, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. Yet, it was merely at the level of borrowing the Tao. Li Chongyun shook his head with a soft sigh, his pure yang sword rising gracefully in the air. A similar aura of Tao emanated from it, and within the brilliance of the sword, intricate Tao patterns materialized. With a resonant clash, the blade met the weapon in Zhang Yinglong's hand, shattering the ghost-headed knife with a decisive strike. The pure yang sword glimmered like a flash of lightning, its momentum unstoppable, swiftly slicing through Zhang Yinglong's neck. The mystical arts of the talisman path at Qilin Mountain were profound, and Zhang Yinglong was adorned with numerous talismans, including several protective ones akin to the diamond talisman. Yet, at this moment, they became mere fleeting remnants of shattered spiritual light, unable to withstand the slightest force of Li Chongyun's pure yang sword. Thud, blood gushed forth, and a head rolled away. Human cultivators, referred to as refined qi masters, lack the inherently formidable physique of demons and monsters, without defensive artifacts or talismans. Their bodies were exceedingly fragile. Plop. 2 splashes followed, one large and one small, marking the fall of Zhang Yinglong's head and body, respectively. Senior brother. He has slain the senior brother? And with but a single strike. The senior brother had already attained the Tao. How could this be possible? The disciples of Qilin Mountain were momentarily stunned, their previous arrogance and malice transforming into a dazed and fearful expression. Kalinzi's face twitched. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sword in Li Chongyun's hand. The sword Tao? You have entered the sword Tao. The sword Tao, one of the 3,000 great paths, is unparalleled in its offensive capabilities and excels in combat. Although Li Chongyun's level of Tao mastery was inferior to Zhang Yinglong's, how could a mere minor path contend with a great path? Li Chongyun let out a cold laugh, lowering his gaze to the flood below, where several monstrous beasts were devouring Zhang Yinglong's corpse with alarming efficiency. The flesh and blood of cultivators held an irresistible allure for these creatures, far surpassing that of mere mortals. You have anticipated correctly. The destruction of life and obliteration of evidence is exceedingly convenient in this place. This child has actually entered the Tao. Do not hold back. Kalinzi bellowed in a grave tone. His disciples gritted their teeth and unleashed their most formidable techniques. Various talismans and magical artifacts swirling chaotically, creating an uproar of immense proportions. Yet, Li Chongyun stood alone with his sword, relying on his golden crow divine body. His physical form far surpassing that of most demon beasts. Fearless, he relied solely on his ever-improving swordsmanship, capable of facing 6 adversaries with ease. Fire Python Talisman. 9-turn Spirit Seal, kill. Binding Rope. The disciples of Qilin Mountain unleashed a myriad of techniques, but Li Chongyun remained unfazed, standing amidst the divine flames, wielding his pure yang sword with a gaze as cold as death itself. Be it sorcery, talismans, or magical artifacts, all could be severed by a single strike of his sword. After 100 or so exchanges, Li Chongyun remained unscathed, while 3 disciples of Qilin Mountain met their demise. How could this be? He was merely a mid-stage earth immortal. How could he possess such formidable magical prowess? In the blink of an eye, half of his comrades had perished, their bodies cleaved in 2 by a single sword strike, striking terror into the hearts of the remaining 3 disciples of Qilin Mountain, extinguishing their fighting spirit. At that moment, Kalinzi felt a pang of regret. Having cultivated the Tao for hundreds of years, he had reached a level of mastery, tirelessly honing his techniques day after day, year after year, merely a step away from achieving unity with the Tao. Yet, the heavenly gate to transcendence remained elusive. And this time, the Zhiang Golden Pill represented a rare opportunity. In truth, the immortal pills he had accumulated over the past few days would have sufficed for him to attain the Tao. But the thought of the over 100 Zhiang Golden Pills bestowed upon Li Chongyun stirred his greed, compounded by the humiliation of Jiu Yu's demise and the incitement from his disciples, prompting Kalinzi to take this perilous gamble. Little did he anticipate, however, that Li Chongyun's capabilities would far exceed his understanding. What ultimately led to his downfall was his own avarice and envy. Way of water. At this juncture, Kalinzi dared not hold back any longer. The seals of the Tao manifested in his eyes, revealing his magical aura. Transformation Talisman Technique. Kalinzi recognized that he had reached a moment of desperation. His magical power surged within, summoning the floodwaters below, torrents of water spiraling skyward like a tempest, twisting through the heavens and the earth, with each wave concealing an extraordinarily terrifying killing curse. This Kalinzi had, astonishingly, achieved a perfect fusion of the way of water and the art of talismans. Chongyun felt the formidable Taoist essence approaching him, and his gaze sharpened. In terms of cultivation, the figure before him, Kalinzi, was undoubtedly on par with the Niulang of yore, perhaps even surpassing it significantly. The malevolent power emanating from him sent a shiver down Chongyun's spine. With a slight furrow of his brow, he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the Golden Crow method. However, as he grasped the pure yang sword, a sudden resonance echoed within him. In that moment, a fierce and indomitable spirit surged within him, one that dared to challenge the heavens. A piercing sound of sword resonance erupted from within Chongyun, as a formidable and tyrannical sword principle erupted from the seed of his Tao. Your sword seed flourished, and your swordsmanship attained the level of borrowing the way. Chongyun felt the suffocating pressure brought by the swirling waters from all directions. He promptly swallowed 2 purple sun golden pills, chewing and swallowing them with determination. Subsequently, he poured all his life force into the pure yang sword. Sword, arise. The long sword stretched across the sky, and in that moment, the great Tao resonated with a thunderous roar, bestowing upon the pure yang sword in Chongyun's grasp an unparalleled sword intent. As his hand lifted and the sword descended, an infinite brilliance burst forth like the blazing sun, radiating in all directions. The water talisman emerged, each wave transforming into a symbol. Yet, in this moment, it was akin to snowflakes drifting towards a blazing fire, instantly evaporating in the expanse of heaven and earth. The demonic tide that besieged Zhinü City was indeed more ferocious, with over a dozen great demons at the perfected earth immortal stage appearing. During the defense of the city, numerous cultivators fell in battle, succumbing to the monstrous jaws. However, despite the overwhelming numbers, the tide had receded a day prior. At this moment, many cultivators were recuperating when suddenly, increasingly intense waves of magical combat reverberated, capturing everyone's attention. What is happening? Who is over there? How can such terrifying Tao rhythm exist? Many gazes turned towards the distance, where fierce winds howled and dense demonic fog enveloped the area. Columns of fearsome water shot upwards, resembling pillars connecting heaven and earth. These water columns were the very condensation of the laws of the Tao, embodying energy, as if capable of tearing apart the fabric of existence, harboring terrifying power. This Tao rhythm feels so familiar. Is this not the water path of our friend Kalinzi? Their disciples from Niulang Mountain must have encountered a formidable demon while hunting, compelling Kalinzi to unleash his ultimate techniques. Those who had fought alongside Kalinzi recognized his Tao, for such prowess cannot be concealed. Kalinzi's mastery is profound. His water path could annihilate even the great demons of the perfected earth immortal realm in an instant. Unless a celestial immortal intervenes, he indeed possesses an invincible stance. This is only natural. Though our human race may be physically frail, we are unparalleled in our comprehension of the Tao. In the midst of Zhinü, it is said that nearby Botan, a mysterious dragon falsely claims to be the first immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation. Mere brutes. If they were to encounter Kalinzi, they would be stripped of their skin in an instant. The individuals from Niulang Mountain are inherently skilled. In recent days, Zhinü has been fiercely battling the 9 infants, and their 7 disciples have slain the most demons, earning the recognition of all. Particularly notable is the water path, with its dense and profound life force, seemingly infused with the essence of energy, capable of soul-stealing and bone-eroding horror. It can even be said that among the top demons that perished in the demonic tide outside Zhinü City, 8 out of 10 were likely involved with Kalinzi. The 4 colossal water columns soaring into the sky were evidently a manifestation of Kalinzi pushing his Tao to its zenith. And such a terrifying display left those on the city walls in awe. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of swords rang out, and an invisible edge extended for dozens of miles. Even the cultivators observing from the city walls gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines, as if the very essence of sword intent permeated the heavens and the earth. In the distance, 4 columns of water, conjured by the Niulang child's water technique, were abruptly shattered beneath that sharp aura. Had someone breached the Niulang child's method? The assailant was neither a demon nor a monster, but a fellow cultivator. This scene left everyone present in disbelief, as they all sensed that the one contending with the Niulang child was not an otherworldly being, but rather a member of the human race. As the water dissipated and the sword light dazzled, the fierce battle continued in the distance. In a mere moment, a bloodied figure staggered towards the city of Zhinü. The gathered cultivators soon recognized the figure as the disheveled Qilin child. His robe was tattered, blood streaming from his mouth, and both of his legs had been grievously severed at the knees. Li Chongyun, you have already slain 6 of my disciples. Do you now intend to kill me before the eyes of hundreds of our peers? The Qilin child, cornered and desperate, resorted to such words in hopes of instilling some caution in Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun, wielding his sword with formidable skill, had nearly exhausted his internal magical energy. At this moment, he soared through the air, propelled by divine flames, wielding a 3-foot pure yang sword, exuding an aura more fearsome than that of any ferocious beast. As he stepped onto the city wall, he seized the pale yet thick hair of Kalinzi with a single motion, akin to slaughtering a chicken or a dog, and thrust his sword with a chilling precision. Upon the walls of Zhuzi City, members of the royal family and numerous practitioners directed their gazes towards the silver-clad, sword-wielding youth, their eyes inadvertently revealing traces of trepidation. The young man bore a talisman at his waist, clearly summoned by the Yin spirit to slay demons and rescue the innocent. Yet, in this moment, he committed the heinous act of slaughtering a fellow practitioner. Regardless of the underlying reasons, the audacity of such public execution was indeed striking. How foolish of me to underestimate you, old dog. It appears you are also a master of talismans. Li Chongyun scoffed as he suddenly drew his sword, a spray of blood erupting and splattering against the city wall. Yu, the Kirin's son, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, collapsed onto the ground, still attempting to utter a word, but Li Chongyun pressed his foot firmly on his back. The sickening sound of bones cracking resonated as the terrifying force of his physical prowess utterly shattered the Kirin son's internal organs, causing a few unidentified pieces of flesh to be coughed up from his mouth. In the Kirin mountain lineage, everyone possessed some knowledge of soul gathering and body refining techniques. Could it be that you were feigning death? Li Chongyun, still unconvinced, struck again with his sword, severing the Kirin son's head. With a careless flick, the head was sent soaring high before finally landing atop the battlements, raindrops pattering upon it as blood flowed slowly down. Next came the search for valuables. As Li Chongyun brazenly removed the Kirin son's bag of holding, pillaging all of his possessions. Halt. It was only as Li Chongyun prepared to depart that a relatively young Taoist priest spoke up. You two appear to be a practitioner summoned by the Yin god. We have gathered here to vanquish demons and protect the common folk. The Kirin son was especially valiant, leading his disciples in the fight against the tide of monsters. I am unaware of the grievances you may hold against him, but such a brutal act of murder at this moment seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Li Chongyun furrowed his brow and turned back, coldly inquiring, Who are you? The young man visibly shuddered. The menacing aura of Li Chongyun, in the hearts of many, was deemed even more ruthless and ferocious than that of demons. My name is Shangwan Yun. Huh. Li Chongyun chuckled lightly. I am not inquiring about your name. Do you seek vengeance for the Qilin mountain lineage, or do you wish to uphold justice? As he spoke, the pure yang sword in his hand emitted a tremorous sound, its intangible sword intent resonating, creating an unsettling sensation that enveloped the surrounding crowd. The Tao itself is formless, yet when manifested, it takes on a semblance. Astute practitioners among them discerned that this brash and impetuous youth before them had likely delved into the sword path of the 3,000 Taoists. At this moment, he merely issued a warning through his sword intent. Should one truly witness him unsheathing his blade, they would surely experience the formidable power of the legendary Tao. Li Chongyun's stance was unequivocal. If one dared to oppose, then they must face the consequences. Shangwan Yun gritted his teeth, his complexion turning a deep shade of crimson. Yet, his feet felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him unable to advance even a single step. This man has already been slain. Might I inquire his name? Came a voice from the crowd, belonging to a diminutive figure with a ruddy face and white eyebrows, a dark spirit of sorts. Being a denizen of the celestial court, he possessed a certain audacity. He declared, I am the spirit of the land from the Liu family estate beneath Qilin Mountain. It was I who sought out the Qilin child. Regardless of the circumstances, he met his demise at your hands, and I require an explanation. The murderer is none other than Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun exhibited not the slightest fear, stating, The head of the Qilin's son shall rest there. I kindly request the earth god to keep watch over it, lest it be devoured by the monstrous fiends. Of course, do not entertain thoughts of collecting his remains. The first part of his statement was a nod to the spirit, while the latter was an unmistakable threat. With his words lingering in the air, he stepped into the void, riding the winds toward Fengchen. Li Chongyun, the earth god of Qilin Mountain, wore a troubled expression. It was indeed Li Chongyun. He glanced at the divine sword in his grasp, a treasure forged by the hands of the Zhang true man, the pure Yang sword. This young man was truly remarkable. Having slain the Qilin's son, could his mastery of the Tao be even more profound? Profound? Li Chongyun had embarked on the path of swordsmanship among the myriad ways of the universe. How could such a trivial path stand against him? As soon as Li Chongyun departed, a flurry of discussions ensued among the crowd. Upon learning that Li Chongyun had embarked upon the path of the sword, all cultivators present found themselves compelled to acknowledge his prowess. Among the hundreds of individuals at the Earth immortal realm, none could claim to have grasped the true essence of the great Tao. The grim reality of the Kirin son's demise further underscored the terrifying nature of the Tao, rendering the associated legends devoid of exaggeration. What use is formidable Taoist magic if it manifests in such unbridled tyranny? Shang Wanyun, consumed by indignation and humiliation, suddenly voiced his outrage. The slaying of the Kirin son must surely have its reasons. Indeed, the esteemed Zhang real person had previously hinted that the Jiuyu Taoist hailed from Kirin Mountain. The adage when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked suggests that the nature of the enmity between the two remains shrouded in mystery. The truth of the matter will undoubtedly surface upon the return of the Zhang real person. The cultivators present, having lived for centuries and possessing considerable sagacity, found that, after witnessing Li Chongyun's might, few were willing to advocate for the Kirin son, as there were scant, deep-rooted connections among them. Li Chongyun traversed the winds, and before reaching Fengqing, he discerned 3 figures suspended in mid-air awaiting him. At the center stood a figure clad in a resplendent crimson dress, her voluptuous form unmistakably belonging to Qizhu. The other 2 were the local deity of Tianjiazhuang and the cultivator Huangyu. What transpired here? Qizhu inquired with genuine concern. Did Taoist Huang mention that Lin Xiao is behaving oddly? Has someone plotted against you? Haha, Huangyu chuckled. Brotherly, it is evident that you, too, have noticed Lin Xiao is under some enchantment. He is merely playing along with their charade. Seeing your unwavering confidence, I refrained from undermining your scheme and pretended to be unaware. The local deity furrowed his brow, speaking with gravity. I am acquainted with Lin Xiao. If he truly colludes with others to harm you, this matter demands a thorough investigation. Lin Xiao is also a pitiable soul. Li Chongyun shook his head and said, It was Qilin Mountain that struck against me. Indeed, it was Qilin Mountain. The earth god gritted his teeth in anger and remarked, It is fortunate that you were unharmed. Otherwise, I would truly be consumed by guilt. Huangyu added, upon witnessing the method of transforming Yin water into talismans, I surmised that it could only be that old rascal, Qilinzi. I encountered him 3 centuries ago, and even then, his mastery of Yin water techniques had reached an impressive level. Now, even if he has not achieved the Tao integration, I believe he is not far from it. Brotherly, you are truly a remarkable figure within the Sword Tao, able to contend with Qilinzi at the mid-stage of the void refinement and Tao integration. Qizhu furrowed her brows and inquired, What has become of Qilinzi? Their sect possesses considerable influence. Fear not, Li replied. I have already claimed his head. Li Chongyun reassured them and added, Moreover, the 7 disciples of that old dog have met their demise, their corpses devoured by the demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, Qizhu, the earth god, and Huangyu all changed their expressions in unison. They recalled how Li Chongyun, with the might of his swordsmanship, was capable of standing toe-to-toe with Qilinzi, forcing him to retreat. Yet they were astonished to learn that he had directly executed them. Was the swordsmanship truly so terrifying? Qilinzi and his entourage had initially devised a clever plan to eliminate Li Chongyun through stealth, seize his elixir, and then obliterate any traces, using the countless demons and spirits surrounding them as scapegoats, ensuring no suspicion would fall upon them. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Li Chongyun's strength. The clash of their magical combat culminated in an uproar, attracting the attention of not only the residents of Zhuzi City, but also those in Feng City, who sensed the resonating aura of their confrontation. As Li Chongyun and his companions returned, curious onlookers eagerly approached them with inquiries. Thus, the tale of Li Chongyun single-handedly overcoming 7 adversaries, including the demise of Qilinzi and his disciples, spread far and wide, leaving all who heard it in astonishment. Even the common folk, while evading calamity, found themselves sharing snippets of the remarkable events. Time flowed like a river, and 3 days swiftly passed. The onslaught of the demon tide began to wane, leading everyone to surmise that those above had achieved results at the source. With the pressure of demon slaying lessened, Li Chongyun, in his leisure, chose not to engage in discussions with other cultivators, but instead devoted himself to consuming the Zhinü golden pill, delving into the understanding and cultivation of his path. Within my purple mansion, the seed of swordsmanship flourished rapidly, already attaining a level of borrowing the Tao. However, the exertion of this grand path proved to be exceedingly taxing on one's magical energy. Thus, in future confrontations, this technique could serve as a formidable trump card. Chongyun forced a smile, for he possessed over 20,000 years of profound cultivation. Having practiced the transcendent and exquisite teachings of the Ziyang Truman Wuzhuzhen Pian, he had opened his purple mansion ahead of time, endowing him with magical powers several times, if not 10 times, that of an ordinary earth immortal. Otherwise, despite his swift advancements in swordsmanship, he would lack the requisite magical energy to sustain it. It is no wonder that most individuals at the realm of merging with the void choose the lesser paths. Even if one enters the grand path, it remains exceedingly challenging to truly manifest its essence. That said, Chongyun Mountain indeed proves to be a veritable treasure trove. After meticulously examining the Qian Kuan bag of the Kalinzi, Chongyun could not help but exclaim in wonder. Previously, in his confrontation with the Jiu Daoist, he had extracted the profound Wuzhen Pian, a legacy left behind by the revered Zhang Zhenren, from that very bag. Now, astonishingly, he had acquired a copy of the Yin Fu Jing from the Kalinzi. This ancient text is said to have been authored by the human emperor Zhinü, one of the 3 sacred emperors of humanity, expounding upon the supreme art of celestial talismans. Although many fragmented versions exist in the mortal realm, the one possessed by the Kalinzi is but a remnant, yet it has enabled him to attain the status of a spirit talisman master. Upon delving into its profound verses, Chongyun marveled at the intricacies of this scripture, affirming its divine origin attributed to the illustrious Xianyuan Huangdi. Truly, it is ineffably exquisite. Having comprehended the essence of the Yin Fu Jing, he felt utterly unperturbed by any future encounters with talismanic techniques. This particular remnant of the Yin Fu Jing details various ancient celestial talismans. Had it not been for their existence, the Kalinzi would have surely perished beneath his blade. Unable to escape to the city of Zhuzi, Chongyun carefully stored away the fragment of the Yin Fu Sutra, intending to ponder its depths in due course. As for the matter of publicly slaying the Qilin child, he felt no remorse. He had acted as he deemed necessary. Moreover, many witnesses from Feng City could attest that he had been deceived by malevolent forces, rendering him the true victim. The rain has ceased. The cry of an unknown individual broke the tension, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd as they gazed skyward, soon followed by a chorus of jubilant voices. The torrential downpour that heralded the calamity had finally abated. With the rain's retreat and the winds calming, the tribulation was surely at an end. Your Highness, the rain has truly stopped, and the sun has emerged. The soldiers atop the city walls were elated, eagerly conveying the auspicious tidings to Princess Lingwei. She initially rejoiced, only to be struck by a moment of stillness, her gaze turning wistful as she looked towards Chongyun, who stood not far off, facing the wind with a woman in a red dress by his side. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. With the peril now dissipated, it was likely that the celestial master would soon depart. The calamity of the demon tide in the Zhuzi kingdom has been resolved. I, the humble Zhang Ziyang, extend my heartfelt gratitude to my fellow cultivators for their assistance. From the heavens above, Zhang Ziyang's voice resonated, urging all not to depart, but rather to convene in Zhuzi city. With the words of Master Ziyang echoing, it seemed the great tribulation had genuinely come to a close. Is it truly over? Qi Zhu's face lit up with joy, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as she leaned closer to Chongyun, whispering with delight, "My lord, I fear the death of the Qilin child will not be pursued. Our contributions this time shall undoubtedly be recognized by Master Ziyang, especially with the testimonies of Daoist Huang Yu and many others from Feng City. This matter can hardly be laid at your feet." Chongyun smiled and said, "Let us observe for now." At this moment, over 20 cultivators from Fengqing stood in awe, with Chongyun at the forefront. Not for any other reason but being utterly captivated by his formidable prowess. The crowd collectively soared into the sky, departing amidst the grateful voices of the multitude. In Zhuzi city, Zhang Ziyang returned, yet he was no longer the focal point of attention. This was not due to any lack of merit on his part, but rather because he was accompanied by a transcendent fairy, resplendent and unparalleled in beauty, clad in a gown of colorful feathers. Her ethereal presence rendered all mortals, and even cultivators present, utterly entranced. This enchanting figure was the peacock princess of Being.However Mountain, a person of the Buddhist faith. As Zhang Ziang began to introduce her, he inadvertently caught sight of a dismembered corpse atop the city walls. His brows furrowed involuntarily as he uttered, "Karinzi? Why does he lie here exposed? Where are his disciples?" The manner of death was evidently not inflicted by demons or malevolent creatures. Zhiang Zhenren, Shangwan Yun stepped forward, poised to speak, but was momentarily stunned by the flickering lights in the sky as over 20 cultivators approached, led by a figure in white, who bore an expression of mild amusement. Suddenly, Shangwan Yun found himself at a loss for words. Observing his silence, Zhang Ziang refrained from pressing further and instead turned his gaze towards several gods. The land deity of Kirin Mountain spoke, Zhiang Zhenren. Both Karinzi and his disciples perished at the hands of Li Chongyun. Karinzi was slain on the spot, his head severed. The scene was indeed rather brutal. The land deity from Ponzi Ridge immediately chimed in. Zhang Zhenren, I am aware of the events that transpired. Karinzi and his party harbored ulterior motives, casting spells to manipulate their peers, luring Li Chongyun out with the intent to ambush him. However, they were unexpectedly met with his counterattack. This calamity was of Karinzi's own making. I hope you can discern the truth. The land deity of Kirin Mountain frowned, recognizing that Karinzi and his companions were formidable allies in his territory, and losing them incited his ire. He retorted, as fellow gods, we must adhere to the principle of evidence. At that time, Karinzi was devoid of the strength to retaliate and fled back to Zhuzi City, yet was still slain by Li Chongyun. If he were innocent, why did he not spare even one life? You, the land deity of Tianjia village, exclaimed in fury. How can I lack evidence? Lin Shao lured Li Chongyun out of the city. This was witnessed by all. I am already aware, Zhang Ziang declared solemnly, his celestial authority radiating, instantly quelling the escalating dispute between the two gods. He then turned his gaze to Li Chongyun and inquired, did you indeed slay Karinzi? Do you acknowledge this? Li Chongyun nodded calmly, affirming, indeed. Subsequently, Zhang Ziang turned his gaze towards those behind Li Chongyun and inquired, is what this land deity states true? Did you witness Li Chongyun being deceived out of the city? Upon uttering these words, a palpable somberness enveloped the gathering. The act of testifying publicly, risking offense, instilled a sense of trepidation among the crowd. However, it was Huang Yu who first stepped forward, declaring, Master, I have been immersed in the study of talismans for over 2 centuries. On that day, I noticed Lin Zhao's unusual demeanor but dismissed it. Only after the incident involving Li Chongyun did I suddenly realize he had been manipulated by sorcery. Indeed, it was Lin Shao who falsely claimed that Zhuzi City was under siege by demonic tides, prompting Li Chongyun to agree to render assistance. Ji Zhu, identifying as a demon, restrained her aura and softly added, at that time, the citizens of the city, along with Princess Ling Wei of the Zhuzi Kingdom, were present and can attest to this. We can vouch for Li Chongyun. Numerous cultivators from behind echoed their support, stating he had committed no wrongdoing. At that moment, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated, belonging to Princess Peacock, who gazed at Li Chongyun with a gentle luminescence in her eyes, saying, he possesses a trace of virtue that he did not have a few days ago, sufficiently proving that the Kalinzi and his associates are hypocritical beings burdened by sin. Princess Peacock had imparted teachings to Li Chongyun, thus intertwining their fates. When she arrived here a few days prior, she had employed the secret techniques of the Buddhist sect to assess the richness of the virtuous power surrounding Li Chongyun, and now, upon comparison, she could easily affirm his innocence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziang was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Li Chongyun with a hint of perplexity, he addressed Princess Peacock. It seems you are particularly attentive to Li Chongyun? Princess Peacock responded candidly. I encountered him at Being Mountain. Li Chongyun shares a connection with the Buddha. Hence I imparted teachings to him. The phrase a connection with the Buddha elicited envious glances from the multitude of cultivators present, directed towards Li Chongyun. In the contemporary 3 realms, Buddhism and Tao coexist, with the Taoist sect wielding the greatest influence. However, it is undeniable that the ascendance of Buddhism is formidable, having reached a point where it can stand toe-to-toe with Taoism. For these cultivators of the mortal realm, gaining favor from either the Buddhist or Taoist sects is an unparalleled honor. To be accepted into their ranks would undoubtedly pave a smooth path toward the celestial journey ahead. Li Chongyun shares a profound connection with the Buddha and has even received teachings from the illustrious Peacock Princess. This signifies a remarkable opportunity for him to enter the Buddhist fold and cultivate his spiritual practice, supported by the immense backdrop of Mount Ling. It is no exaggeration to assert that even a mere mouse residing on Ling Mountain could traverse the entirety of Zhinü with unparalleled confidence. Furthermore, the favor bestowed upon Li Chongyun comes from none other than the enchanting and peerless beauty of the Peacock Princess herself. One cannot help but feel a pang of envy. Li Chongyun, your merits shine like threads, and it seems you are not far from radiating the light of virtue. The Peacock Princess, with a gentle smile gracing her features, quickly turned serious and offered a stern reminder. However, the aura of killing that surrounds you has intensified significantly. I urge you to remember this. Put down the knife, and you shall attain Buddhahood. I shall keep this in mind at all times. Li Chongyun smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Princess, for vouching for my innocence. It is essential to distinguish right from wrong. The Peacock Princess returned his smile, offering him an encouraging glance before addressing Zhang Xiang, Master Xiang. Now that the calamity has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. As her words faded, she gracefully transformed into a radiant flash of 5 colors, vanishing towards the west in an instant. Zhang Xiang, please reward the one who has contributed the most. A deep and resonant voice echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of thunder, imbued with celestial authority. Understood, Zhang Xiang replied hastily. The cultivators then realized that a deity was concealed in the sky, one who even knew Master Xiang's name, indicating a status of considerable significance. Summon the celestial talismans. With a flourish of his wide sleeves, Zhang Xiang conjured divine light, causing bloodstained celestial talismans to materialize in the air. A sweep of his consciousness revealed to him the contributions of all present. Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu had together vanquished a staggering 2,982 demons, marking them as the foremost contributors in this calamity. Such an outcome was anticipated. Yet when the number 2982 was proclaimed, the gathered cultivators were deeply astonished. They realized they had not only been outperformed by Li Chongyun but had been utterly overwhelmed. As for Qi Zhu, it was evident to all that she was more a follower of Li Chongyun than a rival. You too, come with me, Zhang Xiang said without delay, gesturing towards the ground. A cloud formed, enveloping Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu, lifting them skyward. Surrounded by swirling mists, Li Chongyun felt a refreshing breeze against his face, and in a blink, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 miles, a height rarely attained by earthly immortals. 9 infants, Qi Zhu exclaimed in surprise. As the clouds parted, a feeble yet ferocious beast lay coiled upon the clouds, its form resembling that of a 100-foot serpent with 9 necks, though 8 of those necks had been severed, leaving only one, fierce-eyed and menacing. The remaining 9 infants was shackled by chains, the other end held by a robust and imposing celestial being, who sat regally upon its back. Do not panic, Zhang Xiang reassured. The 9 infants has lost 8 heads and possesses only the early stage cultivation of a heavenly immortal, thus it poses no real threat. This is a celestial being from the heavenly court, the god of martial virtue, who is the true vanquisher of this calamity, leading 3,000 heavenly soldiers. He shattered its physical form in the battle at Huai River, capturing its essence to ascend for judgment. The 9 infants was also subdued by the god of martial virtue and kept as a steed. The god of martial virtue. In the heavenly realm, he held the rank of a 3rd-grade celestial official, a figure of immense importance, standing on equal footing with the likes of the great King Li and the 3rd Prince Neza. In recent days, Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu have been vanquishing demons and dispelling evil, having also heard from the Earth God about the origins of this calamity. It was none other than the Huai River's Waziki that disrupted the seal of Guishan, causing chaos. Little did they know that the one sent to quell the disturbance was none other than the martial virtue Star Lord from the Celestial Court. Boom. The illustration of the mountains and seas scroll was activated, swiftly flipping pages, revealing an image of an immortal official rendered in faint black lines, strikingly resembling the martial virtue Star Lord before them. The martial virtue Star Lord occupies a prominent position among the celestial ranks, presiding over martial affairs, renowned for his bravery and prowess in battle. Unfortunately, there seems to be no opportunity for further documentation of his deeds at present. In the hands of the martial virtue Star Lord rests a jade-hued elixir, radiating an aura of boundless Taoist essence. The celestial light dances around it, exuding an aura of preciousness. One glance reveals that this elixir is 100 times more valuable than the Xiang golden pill crafted by the Xiang true man. This must be a reward bestowed by the Celestial Court. Having encountered the martial virtue Star Lord, Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu exchanged a formal greeting, a gesture of respect. At that moment, The third-grade celestial official slightly lifted his eyelids and cast a languid glance at Zhang Ziang, inquiring, "Are these two the primary contributors?" Zhinü, hesitant to take credit, quickly replied, "All the merit belongs to the young master. My cultivation is insignificant, and I have not slain many demons or spirits." Zhang Ziang concurred, stating, "Chongyun is unmatched in bravery. He should rightfully receive the highest honor." Unmatched in bravery? The Lord of Martial Virtue turned his gaze upon Chongyun, only to dismissively retort, "He is merely an insignificant earth immortal. What talk of valor is there? A mere midget claiming to be a general. I have already heard that Chongyun has slaughtered his fellow cultivators and consorted with a demon, his resolve weak, thus he cannot achieve greatness. This Xingyuan Dan, capable of enhancing 1,000 years of cultivation, is exceedingly precious, yet he chooses not to utilize it. It would be better transformed into dew, to be shared with the diligent practitioners below." As he spoke, the Lord of Martial Virtue crushed the precious Xingyuan Dan on the spot, casually letting its remnants fall from the cloud. His mount, the 9 infants, eagerly opened its mouth and devoured half of the powdered medicine in a few bites, while the remaining particles transformed into dew, nourishing the cultivators below. This, Chiju's countenance changed abruptly, her heart sinking as she realized that her identity as a demoness had implicated Chongyun, subjecting him to the disdain of the esteemed Lord of Martial Virtue. A wave of profound guilt washed over her. Chongyun's expression remained impassive as he discreetly grasped the hand of Chiju, turning to her with a faint smile. "It is of no consequence." Within the silvery sleeves, a fist was also clenched tightly. The heavenly court harbored animosity towards demons, a situation that Chongyun had anticipated. However, he had not expected the Martial Virtue Star Lord to be so overbearing and dismissive of others. Martial Virtue Star Lord, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Ziang's face was also etched with indignation, his brows furrowed as he spoke in a grave tone. The Xingyuan pill was forged in the 8 trigrams furnace by the Supreme Laojun. It is invaluable and, according to merit, rightfully belongs to Chongyun. The Xingyuan pill, a supreme elixir produced exclusively in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Laojun, possesses formidable effects that can significantly enhance one's cultivation. While the attainment of spiritual progress requires relentless daily practice over the years, the Xingyuan pill can directly augment one's cultivation by a millennium. A millennium of cultivation is sufficient to exponentially elevate one's comprehension and solidify one's prowess, offering innumerable benefits that countless immortals covet. Yet, it is lamentable that any being may consume only one Xingyuan pill, after which any subsequent consumption would yield no effect. Chongyun had slain thousands of demons and spirits, earning a significant merit that rightfully belonged to him. This opportunity was exceedingly rare, for the heavenly court seldom bestowed the precious Xingyuan pill as a reward. Yet now, it was being misused by the Martial Virtue Star Lord under a trivial pretext, half of the exquisite celestial elixir given to his newly acquired steed, the 9 infants. The other half served as a means to win over the cultivators below, having received benefits. They were compelled to remain silent in the face of the Martial Virtue Star Lord's authority. Even if deities were to investigate this matter in the future, they would never dare to utter a word against him. Such a simple act revealed the cunning nature of the Martial Virtue Star Lord. "Zhang Ziang, do you harbor any dissent?" The Martial Virtue Star Lord coldly inquired, regarding the true man of Ziang. "Even your esteemed mentor, Lu Haichan, would not dare speak with his head held high before me." At these words, Zhang Ziang's expression stiffened, his face flushed as he glared at the Martial Virtue Star Lord. Yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. Despite his cultivation, he was merely a golden immortal, and his mentor, Lu Haichan, was likewise a golden immortal, albeit with a deeper understanding gained from an earlier enlightenment. In contrast, the Martial Virtue Star Lord before him was a Tai loose immortal, master of martial arts, capable of suppressing Zhang Ziang with but a flick of his finger. Moreover, the Martial Virtue Star Lord held a prominent position within the heavenly court, his influence intricately woven, far beyond Zhang Ziang's reach. The hierarchy was evident. Zhang Ziang understood that while he was revered among the common folk, he lacked the standing to challenge the Martial Virtue Star Lord in the celestial realm. "Humph." The Martial Virtue Star Lord sneered coldly. "At least you are wise enough to recognize your place. I must return to the heavenly court to report. I have no time to waste on you." With that, he mounted the fearsome beast, the 9 infants, and ascended into the heavens. True man Ziang. Chongyun gazed at Zhang Ziang, gathering his thoughts in an attempt to offer him solace. After all, Zhang was merely standing up for him when he faced the humiliation from the Lord of martial virtue, a disgrace that also extended to his esteemed mentor. Such a sentiment must be profoundly distressing. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for appropriate words. The celestial might loomed large, governing the three realms, with a multitude of deities basking in abundant incense offerings. Zhang Xiang expressed his deep resentment, lamenting, "Who would have imagined that the decay of the heavenly court far surpasses that of the mortal imperial court? Li Chongyun, you came at my behest. Yet you have suffered this indignity. I can only blame my own inadequacy. I owe you an apology." The Taoist's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his expression steeped in desolation. He withdrew a precious vial and a celestial talisman from his sleeve, presenting them to Li Chongyun. Within this vial are over 2,000 Xiang golden elixirs. You may distribute them among the practitioners below according to their merits. In the coming days, embark on your journey following the guidance of this talisman to Zhinü Mountain, where opportunities await you. Opportunities? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the esteemed Xiang Zhenren had likely bestowed upon him the opportunities garnered from his own achievements, just as he intended to decline. Zhang Xiang appeared exceedingly ashamed and utterly humiliated, promptly ascending on a cloud and departing. Such was the nature of the celestial realm, although Qizhu, being a demon cultivator, yearned for a place among the immortals. He never anticipated the darkness that lurked within the heavens. Alas, though I am the one who has been humiliated, why does it feel as though Xiang Zhenren bears the greater burden? Li Chongyun furrowed his brow and took Qizhu by the hand, leading him back to Zhuzi City. The many cultivators, invigorated by the potency of the Xian Yuan Dan, were overwhelmed with excitement, as the growth of 2 to 3 years in their cultivation was indeed a cause for celebration. Upon witnessing Li Chongyun's return, Huang Yu eagerly inquired, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Our meager contributions have each earned us an increase of 2 to 3 years in cultivation. Surely, given your accomplishments, you have received a significant reward?" He. Li Chongyun maintained his composure and smiled. "Naturally, it is a tremendous gift. It will take me at least 200 or 300 years to forget it." The Xiang master, weary, had already taken his leave. "This was the Xiang golden elixir promised earlier, which I shall divide among you all." The multitude of practitioners cheered, harboring no suspicions. Li Chongyun, naturally, would not engage in idle gossip. The cultivators, along with the subjects and citizens of the Zhuzi kingdom below, regarded Xiang Zhenren as a monumental hero, and it was best to keep this matter concealed. After distributing the Xiang golden pills, Li Chongyun and Qizhu each received over 300 pills. He handed half of them to Qizhu, entrusting her to return to Pansiling and share them with her sisters for their cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun set off immediately, riding the winds in accordance with the guidance of the celestial talisman. The boundless tribulations of calamity are perilous and terrifying. It is said that only by entering the fold of a sage can one hope to evade such tribulations. However, following the Fengshen calamity, with sages absent, the beings of the three realms seeking refuge from disaster can only rely on the protection of a certain powerful faction. After witnessing the arrogance of the god of martial virtue, Li Chongyun could not help but contemplate this issue. Since the onset of the investiture of the god's calamity, the celestial court's influence has burgeoned, effectively establishing dominion over the three realms. The Buddhist and Taoist sects, along with various deities, have predominantly taken up positions within the heavenly hierarchy. Consequently, during the calamity of Journey to the West, the principal opposing forces, Buddhism and Taoism, never truly engaged in fierce conflict. Rather than a struggle between these two faiths, it can be more aptly described as a collaborative effort, intricately orchestrating a grand scheme, calculating the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. The true beneficiaries are the already firmly established deities residing in the celestial realm. It is difficult to fathom that during the investiture period, the immense calamity was driven by the fierce battles between the two teachings, leading to the downfall of countless immortals from the Jie sect. Yet, in the era of Journey to the West, it has transformed into a grand celebration for the deities. Alas, the world has changed. Relentless cultivation offers no path to success, with Sun Wukong standing as the most poignant example. Despite his alliance with the 7 great saints, commanding boundless demons, and asserting his dominance in the heavenly realms, he ultimately met with failure. Li Chongyun stated, "To develop in a despicable manner is futile. Confronting the multitude head-on is tantamount to courting death. The only viable approach now is to immerse oneself in the situation. Your authority is substantial, thus I must strive to exceed it. Your numbers are considerable. Hence I must forge alliances with even more formidable supporters. I shall begin by infiltrating the enemy's ranks. It is no wonder that the great sage ultimately chose to become a pawn in the game, joining the pilgrimage team. Given my current predicament, the Peacock Princess serves as an excellent point of leverage. I shall first seek to align myself with her. Chongyun took a deep breath, and just as he completed his calculations, he suddenly felt a tremor within his heart, an eerie sense of impending danger looming over him. Golden Crow Technique. The crimson golden seal illuminated the depths of his pupils, and in an instant, Chongyun comprehended the gravity of the situation. He immediately summoned his most formidable divine power, enveloping himself in a blaze of crimson gold. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and unleashed a claw of golden crow energy towards the heavens. This divine technique, of the highest order, had once crushed the bones of the profound dragon at the pinnacle of the path to mastery, demonstrating its terrifying might. However, at that moment, as the resplendent claw penetrated the clouds, Chongyun felt as though he had struck an impenetrable barrier. In the next instant, the radiant claw shattered with a thunderous crash. "Well done, you are quite alert." A chilling and sinister voice echoed, revealing the monstrous figure of the 9 infants, its colossal form casting a shadow that enveloped Chongyun. "I detected the divine blood of the golden crow within you, a rarity among the 3 realms. It seems the martial virtue Star Lord is indeed commendable. After 8 of my 9 heads were severed and my vitality severely diminished, I was specifically sent to consume you, to restore my strength before I ascend to the heavenly palace." Chongyun clenched his fists, feeling the blood within him boil at that moment, his vital energy surging like a rainbow, soaring into the heavens. "The martial virtue Star Lord, you have gone too far. How fortuitous that you have arrived. If I were to slay you in the mortal realm, I wonder what that old dog would feel." Chongyun tilted his head towards the heavens, where a grotesque creature, reduced to nothing but a severed head, now revealed a gaze brimming with contempt. It exuded an air of arrogance, flaunting its power with ostentation. Within him, the divine fire of the golden crow stirred as if provoked, an instinctual restlessness igniting the liquid coursing through his veins, which seemed to blaze with a sinister aura. This malevolent energy seeped from his pores, gradually enveloping him in a mist reminiscent of ethereal clouds. "Do you wish to drink my blood and devour my flesh?" Chongyun felt the wind swirling beneath his feet, yet he harbored no intention of fleeing. Instead, he ascended into the heavens, inching ever closer to Zhinü, and coldly proclaimed, "Let us see if your teeth are as hard as you boast." "Humph, they shall be harder than your bones." Zhinü responded with a contemptuous snort. Seething with rage, his form glided through the mist with unparalleled agility, akin to a serpent slithering across the earth or a dragon swimming through the seas. The massive scales adorning his body radiated an eerie luminescence, and the rhythm of Tao surged forth, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon Chongyun. Despite having lost 8 of his 9 heads, he still possessed the strength of an early celestial being. He could not comprehend how the seemingly insignificant mid-level Earth immortal of the human race dared to challenge him. This was not the humiliation Zhinü had anticipated. "Though my vitality is greatly diminished, I remain a being of innate power. You, a mere mortal, should kneel and beg for mercy under my oppressive might, fleeing in terror. How dare you confront me?" For Zhinü, this was an unfathomable affront. Yet, the indignity did not end there. Chongyun not only defied the heavens, but harbored a profound intent to kill. The golden-red Tao imprint in his pupils radiated divine brilliance, his eyes sparkling like celestial stars. The essence of heaven and earth surged forth, invigorating his golden crow hair to its zenith. In that moment, though Chongyun appeared as a human, his aura rivaled that of a fierce beast. "Rebellion!" Zhinü roared in fury, incredulous that a human dared to challenge him in a contest of physical might. His colossal head swung violently, akin to a celestial pillar collapsing, crashing down upon Chongyun with tremendous force. The impact echoed with a resounding boom, causing Zhinü's head to sway slightly, blood seeping from his sharp fangs, sustaining minor injuries. In contrast, Chongyun was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a mountain with a thunderous crash. "Humph," Zhinü sneered, declaring, "Even if you refuse to accept your fate, it does not alter the fact that you are but an ant. Whether you submit to me willingly or resist before being devoured, does it make a difference?" Yet, responding to him was the earth-shattering display of immense power below. The towering mountains trembled and roared, fracturing into pieces and rising into the air. From the clouds of dust and rubble, Chongyun emerged, disheveled and somewhat battered. His left eye still bore the crimson golden crow Tao imprint. while his right eye glimmered with a rich brown hue as he simultaneously invoked the mountain refining technique, commanding massive boulders weighing thousands of pounds to soar through the air and strike at Zhinü in the clouds. The boulders under the influence of the mountain refining technique were incredibly solid and heavy. However, when they struck Zhinü's armored scales, they shattered into fragments. Humph. Zhinü scoffed, coldly retorting, such power is akin to mere tickling. Celestial beings transcend the realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. And you dwell in a realm that is worlds apart from mine. Today, I shall show you what true Tao embodies. This was a stark disparity in realms. Zhinü opened his mouth to unleash flames, a torrent of fire cascading down like a curtain, incinerating everything in its path, even vaporizing the very boulders into nothingness. For this is not merely flame, but the essence of the Taoist arts manifested in power. This fire is neither spiritual fire nor divine fire, but a force woven from the chains of Taoist principles. A relentless sound of cracking echoed as the mountain refining technique unleashed by Li Chongyun was obliterated. He summoned the purple yang divine fire, yet it was extinguished in an instant. The flames of the Tao surged forth like a tempest, enveloping him in an immense blaze. Rebirth through the flames. Li Chongyun renounced the realm of divine cultivation, a formidable power, yet it could not endow him with the strength to contend against celestial beings. He felt the force of the Tao searing his skin, causing his flesh to decay and his organs and bones to shatter. However, simultaneously, the terrifying nature of the Golden Crow bloodline emerged, allowing him to draw strength from the Tao, enabling his divine form to undergo continual rebirth amidst the flames. Bursting forth from the boundless flames of the Tao, Li Chongyun materialized upon the clouds, standing in the void at the same altitude as the 9 infants. In that moment, he unhesitatingly activated the seed of swordsmanship within his purple mansion. The air resonated with the sound of swords as if an infinite sharpness coalesced, and the pure yang sword manifested in his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed a streak of sword light. Swordsmanship. The 9 infants was taken aback, never having anticipated that this human would delve into the sword path among the myriad of Taos, a power beyond its reach, stirring within him both astonishment and envy. With a clang, the sword light struck the scales atop the 9 infants' head, shattering them on the spot, laying bare flesh and revealing the bone beneath. Ah! The 9 infants cried out, "Damn it, you insignificant earth immortal, you have wounded me." Insect? Li Chongyun let out a cold, mocking laugh and charged forward, appearing as insignificant as an ant before a fly in the presence of the 9-headed beast. Yet, he harbored no trace of fear. With a mere thought, he drew upon the essence of the Tao, and the brilliance of his pure yang sword reached its zenith. With a single stroke, he severed half of the beast's face, causing hundreds of scales and bloody flesh to peel away in a gruesome display. You are but a beast by the Huai River, slaughtered countless times. Were it not for the protection of the martial virtue Star Lord, your last remaining head would have long since met the dust. How dare you act with such audacity? I am a ferocious beast. The Huai River is my origin. Even after countless deaths, I am reborn. I am favored by heaven and earth, born of this land. How could a mere ant-like human such as yourself be my equal? The 9-headed beast let out a frantic cry, as Li Chongyun's intuition had proven correct. The Ziyang true man and the peacock princess had indeed cornered him to the brink of despair. Initially resigned to his fate, he contemplated returning to the Huai River after death, awaiting his next rebirth. It was the martial virtue Star Lord who recognized his identity and strength, intervening to rescue him and claiming him as a steed. Buzz! Li Chongyun wielded his sword, and it seemed as though an invisible force continuously infused the pure yang sword with power from the heavens. The strength emanating from this blade was utterly terrifying. As Li Chongyun grasped it, he felt the intangible sword intent wound his arms, leaving him with numerous gashes from which blood flowed freely. Despite his status as an earth immortal, forcibly channeling the sword's energy was indeed a strenuous endeavor. However, the creature known as Zhinü, upon being targeted by the sword, widened its eyes in terror and attempted to flee in desperation. What? Are you truly intimidated by this mere ant? Li Chongyun let out a cold laugh and retorted loudly. Zhinü felt the voice behind him and replied without turning his head, "With your cultivation, how many times can you invoke the great Tao? We shall wait until your strength is exhausted before coming to slay you. Then let us see whether you are swift or my sword is swifter." Li Chongyun raised his sword, and with a swift motion, a brilliant radiance erupted, extending across 10 miles, cleaving through great malevolence. Beneath the sword's gleam, the formidable power unleashed by the 9 infants was abruptly shattered, forcing it to hastily evade. Yet, half of its body was still cleaved open, blood gushing forth as it left a gruesome trail, its abdomen gaping wide, with a portion of liver and a segment of intestine gruesomely suspended outside. Buzz. The second strike followed swiftly, sending the 9 infants into a state of sheer terror, its very soul seemingly on the verge of escape. It frantically twisted its form, soaring towards the heavens, only to have its tail severed mid-air, plummeting back to the mortal realm. Utterly bewildered, it cried out in desperation, "Master, save me." "No one can save you." Chongyun, clad in a silver brocade robe stained with blood, repeatedly exerted his swordsmanship, pushing his golden crow divine body to its limits. Yet, without hesitation, he summoned the sword once more. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a seal and chanted an incantation, a glimmer of spiritual light coalescing at his fingertips. Chongyun formed a hand seal with one hand, while gripping his sword with the other, stepping upon a fiery cloud that propelled him 1,000 miles into the high heavens. Above the clouds, his eyes, radiant like torches, emitted a divine light, locking onto the fleeing Zhinü with boundless murderous intent. This creature was the steed of the martial virtue Star Lord, a fearsome beast born of the Huai River, and slaying it would undoubtedly lead to an inexhaustible chain of consequences and countless troubles. Chongyun harbored a disdain for trouble, yet if it were to come knocking, he would not flinch in the slightest. Struck by 2 swords, the once mighty Zhinü, with its severed tail, lay in a state of despondency, its demonic blood seeping away incessantly. Nevertheless, its speed did not wane, for a chilling aura of death loomed behind, akin to a bone-chilling parasite, persistently trailing its every move. In its weakened condition, however, the creature faltered momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chongyun did not hesitate. He pointed skyward at Zhinü and declared, "Dingguang finger." Celestial light erupted, and the essence of Tao flowed. Zhinü turned to behold this strand of celestial radiance, which manifested as countless runes imbued with formidable laws, intertwining into chains of the 5 elemental principles. In an instant, these struck his form, unleashing a tremendous binding force that anchored his corporeal body in midair. Chongyun, I could serve as the steed of the martial virtue Star Lord. Do you dare to slay me? At the brink of life and death, Zhinü was paralyzed by fear, utterly stripped of the ancient beast's former majesty, reduced to a cowardly wretch. Martial virtue Star Lord? Chongyun let out a cold laugh, his half-bloodied garments clinging to him, while the bones in his arm, which gripped the pure yang sword, creaked under the strain. Empowered by the sword's essence, he endured the torment, yet remained resolute, swinging the blade to sever the final head of the 9 nether. Immediately, he raised his hand to unleash his magical force, binding the severed head and the battered body of the 9 infants in midair. Chongyun, you have deprived me of my achievements, seized what rightfully belonged to me. And yet you dare to critique me with such disdain. Such actions have long been noted in my heart, and I, Chongyun, vow to bring about your demise. Chongyun is not one to possess a gentle temperament. Although he may not bear a grudge, he is certainly not one to endure humiliation without cause. His patience is a strategic choice, a necessary concession for future endeavors. However, you, the Lord of martial virtue, are indeed overstepping your bounds. The 9 infants, notorious for their malevolence, deserve nothing less than 1,000 torturous deaths, their very essence obliterated. Yet you have chosen to accept this fiend as your steed and enforcer. And now you dare to incite it to commit further atrocities. To send the fallen 9 infants, now at the celestial realm, to eliminate me, is a blatant disregard for my standing, Chongyun. I wonder, will you lament the loss of a mount of golden celestial caliber? Chongyun smiled. For the Wuda Star Lord was not seeking to subdue a mere celestial steed of heavenly caliber. Rather, he aimed to capture the ancient beast known as Zhinü, once he had regained his powers and attained the golden immortal realm. However, this aspiration had now inevitably fallen through. The pure yang sword was wielded once more, and several beams of sword light cleaved the body of Zhinü into 9 segments. Its heart and demon core were collected, while the dismembered remains and head were left to descend. Successfully acquiring the ancient ferocious beast Zhinü granted him 9,000 years of cultivation, along with the primordial method of Zhinü and the 9 lives technique, as well as an abundance of fire-related Tao resonance. The Shanghai scroll stirred great excitement. As the page depicting the 9-headed giant beast roaring against the heavens over the Huai River transformed into a vibrant and lifelike illustration, its scales and claws prominently displayed, exuding a formidable aura. Reflecting on the first encounter with Zhinü, Chongyun had faced the ancient beast that even the esteemed Zhang Zhenren could not contend with alone. And at that moment, he had never harbored the slightest thought of capturing such a formidable foe. Yet, through the most expedient method of acquisition, hunting, he had inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune. Chongyun gathered his spoils and activated the celestial talisman bestowed by the revered Ziyang, continuing his flight towards Zhinü Mountain. In the heavenly court, at the southern heaven gate, the duty today fell to the 8 generals, including Peng Lu, Go Bai, Dang Xian, and Zhang Tao, all subordinates of the southern king of growth. This mission to quell the menace of Wuziki turned out to be more of a spectacle than a peril. For with their commander stationed, how could any turbulence arise? The martial virtue Star Lord, with a twinkle in his eye, recounted his valiant exploits of vanquishing demons in the mortal realm, boasting casually about his recent conquest. However, that vile creature was indeed a tough nut, refusing to yield even at the cost of its own flesh. Fortunately, luck favored him as he had captured a 9 infants as his steed. Though not as ferocious as Wuziki, it was nonetheless an ancient beast of great renown. 9 infants. The ability to compel an ancient beast to willingly serve as a mount truly attested to the martial virtue Star-Lord's formidable prowess. The 8 generals, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, engaged him in courteous conversation. Suddenly, a voice resembling thunder cried out for help from below, capturing everyone's attention. The martial virtue Star-Lord's expression shifted as celestial incantations flickered in his gaze, sensing something amiss. Damn it, who has slain my steed? Enraged and mortified, he erupted with curses, invoking his sacred incantations. Soon, a chainsword from the mortal realm, a tool for controlling the 9 infants, one end connected to a gaping head. Eyes wide with shock. How audacious. Someone dared to kill the mount of the martial virtue Star-Lord? General Tao Yuanxin displayed a look of astonishment. The martial virtue Star-Lord was notorious for his volatile temper in the heavenly court. He had just been boasting about acquiring a 9 infants, a prized and rare steed. Now, it had been slain, inciting what could only be a furious wrath. As expected, this third-rank celestial official could hardly contain his fury and promptly turned to descend into the mortal realm. Upon reaching a battlefield marked by remnants of spells, he beheld the shattered remains of the 9 infants atop a mountain peak. Chongyun, you possess immense audacity. The martial virtue Star-Lord was well aware of whom the 9 infants had sought, thus discerning the identity of the one responsible for its demise. 100 miles away, atop the summit, Chongyun sat cross-legged, ingesting 3 pills of Ziyang Jin and in succession, while channeling the Wuzhen Pian to heal his injuries. Behind him stood a captivating maiden of ethereal grace, her multicolored feathered attire fluttering in the breeze, and as her hair danced lightly, an unparalleled beauty revealed itself. I am deeply grateful to the princess for tending to my wounds. Chongyun had not anticipated encountering the peacock princess in this place once more. The peacock princess furrowed her brow and remarked, both the Ziyang real person and I have been invited to Ziyun Mountain to seek enlightenment due to our valor in battling the 9 hells. What brings you here? And why are you engaged in combat, bearing such grievous wounds? Chongyun's profound merits have increasingly garnered the approval of the peacock princess. However, the aura of bloodlust surrounding him has intensified, diverging from the tenets of the Buddhist precepts against killing. This has become an unavoidable consequence. Chongyun remarked, the reason for my arrival here is that the esteemed Ziyang Jinren bestowed upon me a celestial talisman, urging me to seek a fateful opportunity. Upon hearing this, the peacock princess was momentarily taken aback. Such an opportunity was indeed extraordinary, even captivating her interest. It was peculiar that Zhang Ziyang would relinquish it so readily. Chongyun, where are you headed? Just then, a thunderous voice resonated from the horizon, echoing like rolling thunder, as divine might surged forth, enveloping the area within a 10-mile radius. Under that terrifying pressure, even the peacock princess's expression shifted slightly, revealing her 5-colored divine light. Amidst the clouds, a celestial deity loomed high, surveying the mortal realm. The martial virtue Star-Lord glared fiercely, his cold gaze fixed upon Chongyun from the west. His massive fist clenched as if he intended to obliterate Chongyun on the spot. The overwhelming disparity in realms inflicted a terror that rendered Chongyun utterly motionless, stripped of any capacity for resistance. Yet, in the next moment, as the peacock princess's 5-colored divine light radiated, an enigmatic and profound Taoist power enveloped the space, effortlessly dissipating the celestial pressure. Martial virtue Star-Lord? The peacock princess furrowed her brow, glancing at Chongyun, and inquired, what transgressions have you committed to provoke the martial virtue Star-Lord's wrath? Chongyun shook his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, and inquired, celestial being, what brings you here in such a furious manner? The Wuda Star Lord, standing amidst the clouds, wore a somber expression, reminiscent of dark clouds pregnant with thunder. Yet, in that moment, he found himself unable to unleash his wrath, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the five-colored divine light behind Princess Peacock, revealing a hint of trepidation. Princess Peacock had attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Were a confrontation to ensue, the Wuda Star Lord would not fear her. However, the divine power manifested by the five-colored light was emblematic of the great Bodhisattva Mamayuri from the western spirit mountain, before whom the Wuda Star Lord could only bow in deference. This understanding was as clear as day to Chongyun. Thus, even in the presence of the Wuda Star Lord, he felt no fear. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Celestial being, why do you ride the clouds? Has not the 9 infants become your steed? Why is it not by your side?" Humph. The Wuda Star Lord's beard trembled with rage, yet he restrained himself from erupting. Finally, he opened his eyes to look upon Chongyun, his gaze filled with unmasked animosity. "You, young man, I shall remember you. In this vast 3 realms, the heavenly court reigns supreme. You cannot escape my grasp." With that, he soared into the clouds, ascending towards the 9 heavens. Witnessing this scene, Princess Peacock questioned in confusion, "Chongyun, how have you offended him?" "I killed the 9 infants." Chongyun did not conceal the matter of the Peacock Princess and promptly expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that it was thanks to the princess's transmission of the celestial technique, the fixed light guiding finger, that he was able to prevent the escape of the 9 infants. "You have slain the 9 infants." The Peacock Princess was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on Chongyun with a hint of astonishment. Together with the Xiang True Man, she had severed 8 of the 9 infants' heads, inflicting severe injuries upon it, reducing its strength to that of an early celestial. Yet, it must be noted that it was indeed a celestial, and the 9 infants were an ancient ferocious beast, the extent of its power requiring no further elaboration. Meanwhile, Chongyun remained merely a lowly earth immortal. "That is well," the Peacock Princess remarked, "for the 9 infants has committed numerous atrocities and its sins are profound. Your act of slaying it serves to benefit all living beings, which explains the increased potency of the merit upon you." She regarded Chongyun with depth in her eyes, then gazed skyward, naturally deducing certain matters. This young earth immortal of the human race had likely endured some grievances before the martial virtue Star Lord. Chongyun, the path of the great Tao is long and winding. Possessing talent does not guarantee the attainment of fruition, nor does reaching celestial status signify the end of one's journey. The Peacock Princess raised her delicate hand, hesitating momentarily before it settled upon Chongyun's blood-stained shoulder. She gently patted it twice and said, "Becoming a celestial is merely the beginning. Your innate talent and comprehension are indeed rare, yet such attributes alone are insufficient for smooth cultivation. If you wish, I could introduce you to the Buddhist path for your training." Upon hearing this, Chongyun immediately shook his head, expressing his disinterest in becoming a monk, especially since he had a family to care for. The Peacock Princess, however, remained silent. In truth, it was the mortal monks who required ordination. The celestial beings were unconcerned with such matters. Yet, noticing Chongyun's evident lack of interest, she felt no inclination to elaborate further. Suddenly, an aura began to stir within Chongyun as golden halos flickered upon his forehead. His brow furrowed deeply, sensing that he had encountered a peculiar door, yet found himself unable to push it open. Just then, a refreshing fragrance enveloped his senses, for the Peacock Princess had stepped before him. A cool sensation graced his forehead, and simultaneously, a melodious and ethereal voice whispered in his ear, "The merit within you is sufficient to coalesce into golden light, yet without understanding the method, I can impart to you the teachings of the Buddha concerning the accumulation of merit, thereby offering you my assistance." Chongyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. This seems rather inappropriate. The Peacock Princess gently poked his forehead with her delicate fingers. "Consider it a gift for you. There is no need for you to join the Buddhist order, nor to become a monk." Chongyun exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. It turned out to be a free ride. Such serendipity brings me joy. Merit is akin to the accolades bestowed by the heavenly path, acquired through vanquishing evil and dispelling malevolence, as well as cutting down sin. Those who possess merit are graced with fortuitous destiny, encountering extraordinary adventures at every turn. Whatever endeavors they undertake seem to be divinely assisted, allowing them to transform misfortune into fortune and adversity into auspiciousness. The demise of such individuals would provoke the wrath of the celestial order, resulting in punishment. Whether among Taoist immortals or the Buddhas of the spiritual mountains, the significance of merit is profoundly esteemed. Moreover, the incense offerings of mortals also constitute a form of merit. And both the Buddhist and Taoist traditions harbor secret techniques for accumulating merit, unbeknownst to outsiders. Ordinary practitioners, even when striving to uphold righteousness and bear merit, find themselves unable to harness the efficacy of their merit without such esoteric knowledge. Consolidate. Chongyun received the teachings of the Peacock Princess, and in no time, he felt an awakening within his heart. He immediately formed a Zen seal, and a golden halo, shimmering and elusive, gathered at his brow, ultimately transforming into a third vertical eye. You have actually harnessed the power of merit to open the heavenly eye, the Peacock Princess remarked, momentarily taken aback, her exquisite features displaying a hint of peculiarity. Chongyun's thoughts stirred, and his celestial eye opened. A golden light of 3 inches of merit radiated forth as he gazed upon the Peacock Princess before him. He beheld her resplendent form, adorned with shimmering brilliance. A canopy of auspicious clouds gathering above her head, unmistakably a manifestation of profound virtue and divine spirit. With the opening of the celestial eye, his divine consciousness was unveiled. Chongyun concluded his secret technique, merging the power of merit with his own primordial spirit, thereby unlocking the celestial eye, which endowed him with the ability to discern loyalty from treachery, distinguish righteousness from evil, and perceive the true essence of things. Of course, his capacity to penetrate the depths of a target was also contingent upon the strength of his own magical prowess. Before him stood the Peacock Princess. He could perceive the merit radiating from her, yet he remained unable to unveil her true form. Your injuries have healed, and the power of merit has coalesced. Come with me to explore our destinies. The Peacock Princess withdrew her delicate jade finger from the center of Chongyun's brow. At that moment, the scroll of mountains and seas within Chongyun's body rapidly turned its pages, ultimately coming to rest upon the illustration of the exquisitely graceful and stunningly beautiful Peacock Princess. To his astonishment, the depiction of the ethereal maiden bore a finger that shimmered with additional hues. Had it begun to record? Chongyun suddenly realized that inclusion did not necessarily require a marital bond. Various forms of intimate interaction between the two could also be recorded, merely varying in the speed of the process. The Peacock Princess was indeed a gentle, compassionate, and generous woman. Standing beside her, Chongyun found that the speed of his journey was significantly enhanced by the auspicious clouds beneath her feet. Chongyun, in a gesture of respect, deliberately fell half a step behind Princess Peacock. His gaze, filled with admiration, swept over her, immediately capturing the sight of her slender waist. As her silky hair danced with the breeze, the exquisite contours of her waist and hips became strikingly apparent, firm and alluring. The vibrant feathers of her attire fluttered in the wind, accentuating the elegance of her long, graceful arms, elegantly encased in white garments. Princess, Chongyun inquired with curiosity, what exactly is this fortuitous opportunity? The Peacock Princess did not hold back and replied, it is an ancient treasure, though only fragments remain. Within these remnants lie boundless Taoist principles and numerous relics. For Zhinü to bestow upon you this celestial talisman is indeed a tremendous act of kindness. Chongyun nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. The opportunity that even the Peacock Princess deemed invaluable would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to one who had yet to attain immortality. Beneath the Zhinü mountain, a pavilion nestled beside a meandering stream. Leaning against the crimson pillars was a young man clad in sleek black attire, adorned with a silver crown. His striking features exuded an air of heroism, with a bright vermilion mark upon his brow. Perched upon the railing were 3 figures, an elderly woman with snow-white hair, puffing on a tobacco pipe, a middle-aged Taoist priest dressed in traditional robes, with long black hair and a flowing beard, and a dashing young gentleman clad in a red brocade robe. At the stone table within the pavilion sat a tender girl, seemingly no older than 8 or 9. Her cherubic face resting upon her chubby hands, glancing about as if awaiting something, her furrowed brow betraying a hint of impatience. Suddenly, a flash of celestial light heralded the arrival of 2 figures beyond the pavilion, none other than the Peacock Princess and Chongyun. All eyes turned toward them, and the young man in the red robe was the first to display excitement, rushing out to greet them. His gaze was solely fixed on the Peacock Princess as he exclaimed, Princess, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly in your absence. As he spoke, his eyes subtly flicked toward Chongyun, and upon discerning his mere earth immortal status, he promptly averted his gaze. The peacock princess furrowed her delicate brows and cast a cold glance at the handsome youth, her distaste evident as she turned away, stating icily, "Duping. Do not obstruct my path." Duping. Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly deduced the identity of the handsome man before him. It must be the illustrious golden-winged roc, known as the Cloud Journey Roc, who had been ardently pursuing the peacock princess without success. He was indeed a formidable figure, one who could engage in a contest of strength with the likes of the Tathagata should the occasion arise. When tracing their lineage, it is evident that the roc and the peacock princess share a familial connection. In ancient times, the Yuan Feng was infused with the dual energies of yin and yang, resulting in the hatching of two eggs, which gave rise to the peacock and the roc. Moreover, the peacock princess is the daughter of Chongyun, thus making them, by all accounts, uncle and niece. What a moral quandary this presents. Chongyun was acutely aware that he was the weakest among those present. His gaze subtly swept over the assembled company. The scroll of mountains and seas had been triggered 4 times in succession. The strikingly handsome man was the king of Shirtua country, the golden-winged Great Pong. The middle-aged Taoist with long black hair and a flowing beard was the master of Huang Huavu, the 100-eyed demon lord Centipede. The elderly, with her waning beauty and puffing on a dry tobacco pipe, was the 9-tailed old fox of Yaolong Cave. And the imposing figure clad in black was unmistakably a 5-clawed golden dragon. The man in black slightly furrowed his brow and directed his gaze towards Chongyun, inquiring, "Why hasn't Zhang Zhenren arrived?" The peacock princess replied, "Zhang Zhenren is indisposed due to pressing matters and has thus bestowed this opportunity upon Chongyun, who has distinguished himself in resisting the monstrous tide of the Huai River." Chongyun, the man in black, evidently had never heard this name. He simply nodded slightly and politely introduced himself. "I am the Dragon Prince of the West Sea, Imolong Prince Imolong." Chongyun was taken aback, realizing that this individual was none other than Prince Mong, who had vanquished the small-toed dragon of the Blackwater River in Journey to the West. Although he had only made a single appearance, the strength he exhibited was formidable, particularly his unparalleled skill with the gleaming silver spear, which left a lasting impression. "I have long admired your esteemed name," Chongyun replied politely. The peacock princess secretly conveyed to him, "These are all worldly allies who participated in the campaign against the Waziki by the martial virtue Star-Lord. Soon, they will also have the opportunity to comprehend their fortunes. Among them are fierce demons, so you must remember to act with caution." Chongyun quietly noted that among those present, aside from Prince Mong, who exhibited a relatively gentle and upright demeanor, the rest were far from virtuous. The 100-eyed demon lord was a callous old sorcerer known for his lethal poison, while the remaining cunning fox and the Dapeng were notorious for their countless transgressions against humanity. Clearly, these individuals were renowned demon lords within the realm of Zhinü. "Enough, enough!" Suddenly, a sharp and youthful voice pierced the air. The young maiden seated on the stone bench in the pavilion rose, displaying a remarkable disregard for the surrounding demon lords, the peacock princess, and the dragon prince. With an air of authority, she urged, "Since our esteemed contributors have arrived, let us hasten to the fragment." As she spoke, she waved her hand, summoning an ancient yellowing page that appeared seemingly out of thin air, exuding an aura of archaic mystery. Upon the emergence of this fragment, the eyes of all present gleamed with intrigue. Chongyun instantly comprehended that this opportunity lay within the remnants of these torn pages. The Taoist took the initiative and declared, "I shall proceed first." The 100-eyed demon lord performed a respectful gesture and transformed into a stream of light, soaring directly into the remnants. The dragon-suppressing celestial master remained silent, exhaling a puff of smoke with a smile, and followed closely behind. Next was Prince Imolong, who, upon witnessing the peacock princess enter, swiftly transformed into a streak of light to pursue her. "What are you still dawdling for? I was merely waiting for you." The young girl cast an annoyed glance at Chongyun, speaking with an air of wisdom beyond her years. "I am here at my master's command to subdue Waziki and to pass down this opportunity. I am on the verge of completing my task, while you, a mere minor earth immortal, possess feeble powers. Should you not take flight ahead, the chance may well be seized by others." Chongyun fell behind, and the reason was quite simple. Compared to the individuals before him, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Attempting to vie for position would be futile. It was far wiser to maintain a composed mindset. However, being referred to as a little immortal by this young girl, who was at the chi transformation stage. Felt rather peculiar. Subduing Wuziki? Isn't that the merit of the martial virtue star sovereign? Li Chongyun casually inquired of the girl. The martial virtue star sovereign? Huh. The girl scoffed dismissively. He is nothing more than a glutton, incapable of even dealing with a Wuziki. Were it not for my intervention, this calamity would linger for months to come. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, harboring a sense of skepticism. The young girl pointed at the tattered page and declared, "You may peruse the remnants within. There lies the shattered form of Wu Zhiqi. Who is your esteemed master?" Li Chongyun inquired once more. The girl, brimming with pride, nearly cast her gaze to the heavens and disdainfully retorted, "Those futile loose immortals are unworthy of knowing my master's name, let alone you." Heh. Li Chongyun was caught between laughter and tears. After a brief pause, he slowly remarked, "This place is Zhinü Mountain. I have heard tales of a 1,000-flower cave atop the mountain where a certain Silent Bodhisattva practices in seclusion. But what of your master?" The young girl was momentarily taken aback, her watery eyes widening in astonishment, her small mouth slightly agape in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How do you know this?" "I have someone up there." Li Chongyun lowered his voice in a deliberately mysterious manner. Upon hearing this, the young girl immediately understood. For the blue-purple bodhisattva had mentioned that few in this world knew of her place of cultivation, and even fewer had heard her name. Those who had were undoubtedly esteemed figures of the great Luo golden immortal rank, all of whom shared a profound connection with her master. It turned out she was one of their own. The girl instantly transformed her demeanor, approaching Li Chongyun with a natural grace, extending her arm. Li Chongyun bent down in response, and they linked arms. "Your name is Li Chongyun, correct? The bodhisattva has given me the Dharma name Yumeng. Which divine being is your master?" Yumeng asked boldly. At this moment, Li Chongyun found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that his simple attempt would lead to such a misunderstanding concerning the attendant of the Silent Bodhisattva. Faced with the ensuing queries, a look of discomfort crossed his features. "Before I departed, my master instructed me. I understand. I truly comprehend." Yunmeng felt an immediate affinity for Li Chongyun, perceiving him as remarkably relatable. He surmised that, like himself, Li was likely one of those unfortunate disciples often subjected to reprimands and hardships in the presence of great figures. A sense of camaraderie blossomed between them as he remarked, "When one attains the level of our masters, it becomes imperative to embody the principle of the divine dragon, visible only in fleeting glimpses, and seldom entangled in the worldly entanglements of fate." Ah, who could argue against that? Li Chongyun appeared to be in full agreement, then inquired, "I have a humble request. The opportunity within this torn page is extraordinary. Given our relationship, I shall directly reveal how to refine this fragment into your own treasure." Yunmeng patted her chest, declaring, "It's only fitting that the benefits remain within our circle. I can see clearly that Master has presented this precious item specifically for you." Li Chongyun activated the celestial talisman in his hand, instantly transforming into a stream of radiant light, soaring into the remnants of the pages. Before his eyes lay a realm of chaos, shrouded in swirling mists of black and white, permeating the expanse. Dimly, he could discern clusters of luminescent orbs, suspended like fireflies, resonating with potent waves of magical energy. The very presence of the other peacock princesses who had arrived here earlier. This fragmented world seemed devoid of overt conflict, which, in its own way, was a blessing. Li Chongyun exhaled in relief. Should the circumstances require one to contend for opportunities through sheer strength, he would gladly declare his withdrawal. Even if he were to resort to the swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by these individuals. Is this truly the corpse of Wu Zhiqi? Beneath his feet, the gruesome sight of bloodstains was shocking, with bloodied fur, gaping flesh wounds, and shattered bones. Li Chongyun was astonished to discover that he was standing atop a corpse as colossal as a mountain. Boom. The scroll of mountains and seas activated, rapidly flipping pages and locking onto the body of Wu Zhiqi. The demon Wu Zhiqi, resembling a monkey with a flat nose, prominent forehead, white head, and blue body, and possessing the divine ability of fiery eyes. Its head and neck stretched 100 feet, with the strength to uproot mountains, stirring up winds and waves in the Huai River, posing a threat to the populace. No life gate, consuming its eyes, could refine the heavenly, divine ability. Not yet recorded. Li Chongyun gazed upon the lifeless body at his feet, and involuntarily, vivid images of the chaotic scenes surrounding Wu Zhiqi surged into his mind. Such a colossal entity, it was no wonder that it could stir the waters of the Huai River, prompting the celestial deity, the martial virtue Star Lord, to lead heavenly soldiers and generals down to earth, yet they could not subdue it with ease. Furthermore, it had relied upon the formidable powers of numerous great sorcerers from the western Bullhejo, along with the might of various demon kings. Ultimately, it was the disciple of the blue-clad Bodhisattva, through the use of this treasured artifact, who succeeded in slaying Wu Zhiqi. Indeed, such an extraordinary object would not be left behind. Li Chongyun swiftly arrived at the location where Wu Zhiqi's head lay, only to find that its eyes had been reduced to mere blood holes, the eyeballs having been cruelly extracted. After a thorough search, he discovered that Wu Zhiqi's demon core, the heart which served as the source of its vitality, and even the hidden reservoir of essence within its abdomen had all been ruthlessly removed, leaving behind nothing but pure flesh and blood. As Li Chongyun continued his meticulous observation, the progress of the Shanhai Scrolls compilation was markedly increasing, although only a corpse remained. This facilitated Li Chongyun's scrutiny. After a busy half-hour, he finally received feedback from the Shanhai Scroll. He successfully recorded Wu Zhiqi, acquiring a substantial amount of the essence of Water's Tao, perhaps due to the fact that he had extracted it from the skeletal remains. Li Chongyun did not gain any cultivation insight, but rather obtained pure Water Tao essence. In an instant, he felt an abundance of azure Tao patterns manifesting within his purple mansion. These patterns were remarkably agile, transforming into boundless insights that infused into his primordial spirit. He sensed the omnipresent water spiritual energy around him, and a semblance of control over it blossomed within him, as if he had directly inherited Wu Zhiqi's mastery over water. This marked my entry into the third path, the Sword Tao, the Water Tao, and the Fire Tao, all of which belong to the realm of grand principles. Li Chongyun's Fire Tao had already accumulated through his previous achievements, officially entering the Tao after recording the 9 infants. Moreover, the 3 Tao paths he had embraced were anything but ordinary. The Sword Tao originated from the Sword Soul, while both the Water Tao and Fire Tao were derived from the extraordinary ancient remnants, directly pointing to the elemental principles of water and fire within the grand framework of the 5 elements. In comparison, the Yin Water Tao of the Qilin child was utterly trivial when juxtaposed with Wu Zhiqi's Water Tao. Next, it was time to contemplate the true opportunity of this venture. Li Chongyun shifted his gaze upwards, where wisps of ethereal mist entwined, revealing flickering and enigmatic laws. Only by opening the heavenly eye and perceiving the true essence could one discern that the entire world within this fragmented page was composed of countless formations. To dismantle the array was the key to unlocking this moment of enlightenment. Though I possessed the prowess of a 9th-grade spiritual array master, the individuals gathered here have cultivated for countless years and are celestial beings. Their mastery of formations is likely on par with my own, Li Chongyun lamented. Indeed, the Cloud Dream Taoist had informed him of the method to refine this fragmented treasure, yet achieving it would require exceptional insight and formidable strength. Li Chongyun's mind stirred, and a profound rhythm began to coalesce around him, ultimately transforming him into an ethereal orb of light that ascended slowly into the heavens. Amongst the myriad of magical formations lay a labyrinthine path. Only by traversing the correct route could one uncover the essence of the fragmented treasure, subsequently allowing it to be refined. Learning the pathway from Yunmeng could be deemed a fortuitous coincidence. Li Chongyun manipulated the orb of light, soaring towards the first checkpoint. With closed eyes and focused mind, he felt the celestial eye at his brow flutter, discerning the intricate patterns of the formation before him. In terms of cultivation, I may not rival those demon lords, yet when it comes to the comprehension of formations, I might indeed possess the opportunity to contend with them. The magical energy flowed like delicate threads through the formation, while his primordial spirit tirelessly calculated the means to unravel the enigma. After approximately 2 to 3 days, he successfully penetrated the first formation, a 9th-tier spiritual array. The speed of these demon lords, after all, was merely a few times greater than my own. Li Chongyun glanced at the 5 luminous orbs above him, quietly mocking himself before once more immersing himself in the realm of Taoist arts. The power of the 9th-grade spirit formation, if wielded with precision, possesses the capacity to ensnare an earth immortal. Even individuals of celestial stature could be momentarily impeded. Among the myriad of celestial arts, formations undoubtedly rank among the most exalted. The world is replete with renowned killing formations, such as the 10 Absolute Formation, the 9 Yellow River Formation, the Primordial Heluo Formation, the Cosmic Star Formation, the 12 Capital Celestial Divine Formation, and the Extermination of Immortal Sword Formation. These formidable arrays could even stain the garments of a great Luo immortal with blood. Although a spirit array master has ascended to a certain rank, they remain merely a neophyte, possessing only rudimentary knowledge of basic formations. To truly adeptly harness the power of formations in combat, one must evolve into a genuine divine array master, achieving spiritual communion through mastery of arrays. Chongyun continuously discerned and studied new formations. After deciphering the first 5 ninth-rank spirit arrays, his mind was enriched with over 100 new patterns. However, despite the exponential increase in his knowledge of formations, this alone did not elevate him to the status of a divine array master. The patterns constituted merely the foundation. The transition from 9th-rank spirit array master to divine array master demanded a profound transformation. At last, a divine array emerged before him. Chongyun gazed with his celestial sight, then cautiously stepped into the array. This marked his inaugural attempt at comprehending divine-grade formations, presenting him with an invaluable opportunity to ascend as a master of formations. His innate understanding was indeed extraordinary. The peacock princess looked down at the white orb trailing behind yet persistently striving to catch up, and she couldn't help but express her genuine admiration. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners often dabble in various celestial arts. Her own proficiency in the art of formations was modest, merely at the 7th divine rank, placing her second among the group. Below her were Prince Mong, followed by the 9-tailed fox of the Niulang immortal. However, the mightiest among them, the golden-winged roc, showed little aptitude in the realm of formations, ranking last. As for the Lord of 100 Eyes, his expertise in formations was unparalleled, holding the highest position. His rate of comprehension was impressive, indicating a mastery at the 9th spiritual rank. His swift grasp of divine arrays suggested he was on the verge of becoming a master of formations. A flicker of astonishment crossed the peacock princess's beautiful eyes, and this was not the first time Chongyun had left her in awe. He had previously defeated the Xianlong, swiftly mastered celestial arts, witnessed a meteoric rise in merits, and boldly confronted immortals, slaying the 9 hells. Now, in less than half a month, he had uncovered an opportunity to ascend as a master of formations. His innate understanding seemed almost excessive. Curiosity deepened in the peacock princess's gaze as she observed Chongyun from afar. Although she could not fully discern his background, it was evident that his cultivation time barely exceeded a century, and he did not appear to possess any formidable backing. Thus, it was unlikely he had access to elixirs to enhance his abilities. She could only attribute his rapid advancement to his natural talent, unaware that this seemingly youthful human youth had accumulated over 30,000 years of cultivation, rivaling her own prowess. Currently, the peacock princess was the sole observer of Chongyun. The others paid little heed to this minor earth immortal. Another 10 days swiftly passed, during which Chongyun, using his spiritual awareness, meticulously drew dozens of intricate formation patterns, interlinking their powers into a cohesive whole, ultimately embedding them perfectly into the divine-grade formation before him. With a hum, the divine array pulsated, gradually resolving its fluctuations. The spiritual energy that constructed the formation transformed into twinkling lights, merging into Chongyun's being and refining into his cultivation. Having established his first array, his expertise in formations had reached the first rank of the divine grade. Thus, I can now be regarded as a first-rank master of formations. Chongyun's eyes brightened slightly as he exhaled deeply. For the past 10 days, he had been in a state of heightened tension, wholly immersed in the realm of formations. However, the gains he achieved were substantial. He had finally managed to undergo a transformative rebirth in his understanding of formations by deciphering the divine array. The condensation of 81 intricate runes is essential to form a cohesive array, and once it takes shape, it becomes an inseparable entity, remarkably stable. By utilizing multiple formations, one can construct a new magical array, thereby unleashing a power that exceeds that of spiritual arrays by 100-fold. Chongyun deduced that any divine formation, provided its foundation is sufficiently nourished with spiritual essence, could contend with cultivators of the celestial, immortal realm. Should the opportunity arise, I too must gather some formidable formation diagrams and subsequently arrange them upon the Ponzi Ridge to bolster our defenses. Chongyun has now acquired the ability to arrange formations. Yet he lacks the formation diagrams, akin to a skilled chef without a recipe. As for where to find these diagrams, it is evident that the current realm of fragmented pages serves as a veritable treasury of formation blueprints. Proceed. With a breakthrough in his understanding of formations, Chongyun, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately followed the path taught by the Cloud Dream Taoist. arriving at the next divine formation that required deciphering. Indeed, the passage of time is inconsequential in the pursuit of cultivation. Each practitioner engages in secluded refinement, measuring their progress in terms of years. Chongyun remained in the realm of fragmented pages for a full 3 years, during which his mastery of formation steadily accumulated. You have mastered 81 formation patterns, elevating yourself to the rank of a second-grade formation master. You have grasped 10 divine formation diagrams, ascending to the rank of a third-grade formation master. You have comprehended the principles of formation condensation, enabling you to create various formations at will, thus becoming a fourth-grade formation master. A fourth-grade formation master? Indeed? Unbeknownst to me, my cultivation has also progressed to the late stage of the refinement of void and unity. When Chongyun finally raised his gaze, he was astonished to find a cerulean orb of light just within reach, while a golden orb had already descended behind him. Having attained the fourth-grade level in formations, and recognizing that breaking formations necessitates continual expenditure of magical energy, Chongyun diligently consumed the Zhinü golden pill for replenishment, thereby advancing his cultivation seamlessly to the late stage of the refinement of void and unity. Have I surpassed the golden-winged rock? Is the figure above me none other than Prince Niulang? Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, a myriad of indescribable emotions swirling within him. Upon entering the world of fragmented pages, he had aspired to achieve accomplishments on par with those of the golden immortals, or even the Tai celestials. Yet, he had never imagined that such achievements would come so effortlessly. Adhering to his true intentions and persevering forward, he realized that he had been here for what seemed to be 3 years. He was uncertain of the state of the outside world. Logically, Zhinü and her companions, being blessed with fortune as they were, should be safe. Yet, dwelling on this now seemed futile. Chongyun's mind wandered for a fleeting moment, yet in the next instant, he gathered his thoughts and focused on the task at hand. 3 years, and 3 more years passed. Your comprehension of the art of formations deepened significantly, elevating you to the rank of a 5th-rank formation master. Your insights into the realm of formations grew ever more profound, and you ascended to the status of a 6th-rank formation master. With relentless dedication, your understanding flourished, granting you the esteemed title of a 7th-rank formation master. A 7th-rank formation master. Chongyun held a fist-sized orb in his hand, within which swirled an astonishing 81 intricate array patterns, fluctuating with an ethereal grace. With the guidance of his consciousness, these patterns could be effortlessly combined, transforming into various formations. This formation sphere significantly expedited Chongyun's efforts in deciphering the divine arrays. At this moment, he had even surpassed Prince Niulang, securing the esteemed 4th position in the array-breaking progress. To his astonishment, the prowess of this young lad in the art of formations was indeed remarkable, so much so that even I, the esteemed Niulang Daxian, have been overtaken by you. A voice, slightly raspy, echoed in his ears as a white orb of light approached, revealing an elderly woman whose faded beauty was accompanied by a smile. She puffed on a smoking pipe, her prominent yellow front teeth exposed. Niulang Mountain's Niulang Cave is home to the illustrious Niulang Daxian, whose true form is that of a 9-tailed fox, a character of significant standing featured in the Journey to the West. She is the foster mother of the golden and silver-horned kings of the Lotus Flower Cave, wielding the formidable treasure known as the Golden Rope, making her a formidable figure indeed. However, at this moment, the celestial master Lao Jun's attendant had yet to descend to the mortal realm, and the golden and silver-horned kings of the Lotus Flower Cave were absent. The Niulang Daxian before him likely did not possess the golden rope as of yet. Nevertheless, the unintentional aura of pressure emanating from her had already prompted a bittersweet smile from Chongyun, for her realm of power was undoubtedly far beyond his own, at least on par with the likes of the Peacock Princess, a golden immortal. What wisdom would the esteemed immortal impart? Chongyun retorted, asserting that the opportunities within this fragmented world could be grasped through the comprehension of formations, which would not necessarily lead to direct confrontations. However, should the opposing party insist on hostility, there would be little recourse available to him. Thus, Chongyun was reluctant to offend anyone outright. Young one, he continued. Beyond this point, the formations are of the 7th rank or even stronger. Such divine arrays cannot be breached as easily as before, for their might is capable of posing a threat even to golden immortals. The dragon-suppressing immortal squinted, revealing a hint of cunning amusement, and remarked, with your earth immortal strength, I fear that as soon as you enter the formation, you shall be reduced to mere ashes. However, Seeing your plight and understanding that this opportunity is not easily attained, I shall offer you a passage." Hearing this, Chongyun furrowed his brow and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, revered one, but I wish to attempt this on my own. Even if I reach my limits here, it would still serve as a valuable trial. Indeed, to break through the 7th-tier divine formation, one must enter the array, inevitably facing various perils." However, Chongyun felt that the old fox, Niulang posed an even greater danger. "You reckless youth," refusing to heed wise counsel. Niulang expression suddenly turned icy as he extended his staff. Instantly, a torrent of formidable magical energy surged forth, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. As if the very mountains were descending upon Chongyun. "How dare you bully a junior with your power? This is rather excessive, is it not?" Just then, a brilliant silver spear shot forth, producing a sharp sound as it struck Niulang's staff, sending it flying. Emerging from a water-blue light was the imposing figure of Prince Mong, clad in black. Although Prince Mong's understanding of formation techniques was evidently inferior to that of Niulang after all. The dragon clan excels in brute strength while the nine-tailed fox is more adept in cunning. His formidable divine strength allowed him to charge through the array with considerable speed. Conversely, the mightiest of all, the golden-winged roc, seemed entirely oblivious to the intricacies of the formations, rendering them ineffective against him, yet the myriad illusions and traps posed significant challenges, causing him to lag behind. "Prince Mong, what is the meaning of this?" Niulang brows knitted together, his demeanor unfriendly. Although Chongyun is merely an earth immortal, he was indeed summoned by my esteemed friend Zhang Ziang, and he has proven himself in this calamity. You treat him with such disdain, I simply cannot stand idly by. Prince Mong flew closer, brandishing his gleaming silver spear, subtly shielding Chongyun behind him. Niulang expression shifted as she recalled her journey through the formations thus far. Each successful breach had granted her significant spiritual essence, enhancing her cultivation. Yet, the truly precious treasures within this fragmented realm lay further ahead, and to halt here would be deeply unsatisfactory. However, to press on, she required Chongyun's expertise in formations. "Both esteemed ones, please remain calm and refrain from hostility." Chongyun interjected, "This place thrives on the continuous unraveling of formations to gain opportunities. Since fate has brought us together here, why not collaborate in deciphering these arrays? It would undoubtedly expedite our progress." Prince Mong paused, taken aback. His intentions had merely been to seek justice. Hearing Chongyun's words stirred a sense of interest within him. "I initially planned to seize this opportunity to focus on my cultivation in this fragmented realm, viewing it as a chance for advancement. If we can further delve into this, it would indeed be a fortuitous development." Hee. Niulang chuckled heartily, revealing her yellowed teeth as she regarded Chongyun. "You possess a fair amount of insight, young man. You shall surely achieve great heights in the future. And Prince Mong, you needn't regard my displeasure. I admit I was somewhat hasty before. From this moment onward, let us unite our efforts and charge through the formations together. The spiritual essence we can absorb will undoubtedly be more abundant, and the passage of time will feel considerably slower." Passage of time? Upon hearing this assertion, Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. As he continuously broke through barriers and ascended higher, he could naturally perceive the increasingly rich spiritual essence around him. However, he had not detected any anomaly in the flow of time. Master Long, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, discerned Chongyun's confusion. He promptly lowered his stance and offered an explanation. "You have yet to attain the status of a golden immortal. Thus you cannot truly perceive the intricacies of time and space. The realm within this fragment exists independently, governed by its own temporal flow. Since we entered, time here has accelerated to more than 3 times that of the outside world." This revelation underscored the formidable nature of the laws of time. Upon hearing this, Chongyun could not suppress a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. Prince Mong continued, in simpler terms, "While you cultivate for 3 years in this realm, nearly a year will have passed outside. This presents a splendid opportunity to enhance your cultivation and elevate your prowess." "Ah, I see," Chongyun responded, enlightened. Chongyun nodded slightly, his gaze descending to behold a grand golden orb, pulsating with a flickering light akin to a heartbeat, reminiscent of a powerful breath. At this moment, he suddenly realized the golden-winged roc had indeed halted its assault, dedicating all its energies to cultivation. The roc was evidently employing profound abilities, incessantly absorbing the spiritual essence of this realm to augment its own power. "Naturally," replied the dragon-pressing immortal, his expression tinged with apprehension. "This roc is a formidable entity, a Tai immortal, possessing vast supernatural powers. I suspect even the 100-eyed demon lord may not stand a chance against it. It is truly perplexing from whence such a powerful being has emerged. In the hierarchy of immortals, one ascends from the realms of Xianxian, Jinxian, and Jingxian, culminating in the statuses of Tai Sanxian, Tai Xianxian, and Tai Jingxian. In the original journey to the west, even the mighty son Wukong achieved the rank of Tai Xianxian only after consuming the ginseng fruit at Wuzhuang Temple. However, it is important to note that one's combat prowess is not solely determined by their realm. Such a formidable figure could not have materialized from thin air. It must possess a significant background. When Prince Mong mentioned the golden-winged rock, he too exhibited a rare restraint in his demeanor. Nevertheless, we should not squander time. Let us proceed into the formation. Li Chongyun spoke, and both Master Niulang and Prince Mong nodded in agreement. Prince Mong, hailing from the Western Sea Dragon clan, had also received the celestial decree from the heavenly court, placing him among the ranks of immortals. Yet, at this moment, he found himself collaborating with the old fox he usually looked down upon. It must be said that this was all due to Li Chongyun's influence. The divine array before them had already reached the 7th tier, and both Master Niulang and Prince Mong dared not step into it lightly, clearly indicating that their mastery of array formation could not keep pace. To rashly charge into the formation would only lead them into peril. However, Li Chongyun, with the strength of an earth immortal, had made it this far, sufficient proof that his expertise in array formation had at least attained the 7th tier of divinity. Rumbling sounds echoed. As Master Niulang had mentioned, the 7th tier divine array had indeed acquired sentience. Even when Li Chongyun located the array's entrance and the three of them entered through the gate, the divine array triggered itself in an instant, unleashing the power of thunder. In that fleeting moment, a surge of electric brilliance erupted in the chaotic world, with the overwhelming might of heaven lurking all around. Oh no! It was indeed the most malevolent array among the 7th tier formations, the 5 Thunder Execution Array. Master Niulang's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming and unmatched power of thunder brewing with lethal intent above, below, and all around them. Seemingly poised to annihilate the three within the array at any moment, Li Chongyun navigated through a series of spiritual formations, encountering the divine array. Until this point, he had relied on his comprehension of the array's principles and had never triggered the lethal mechanisms within. However, he now felt the true might of the divine array for the first time. The overwhelming sense of pressure rendered his complexion pale. This sensation was akin to traversing a treacherous landscape of blades and flames, where a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation and irreversible doom. The divine array inherently possessed the capability to ensnare and slay golden immortals, rendering it an excessive measure against someone of his earth immortal status. The 5 Thunder Execution Array, a formidable killing formation favored by celestial beings, was exceptionally profound and intricate, rarely set up by anyone. It was unexpected to find it manifest here. Prince Niulang furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have encountered this formation before, but only on the celestial court's slaying platform, employed to eradicate a host of golden immortal level fiends. This array is purely lethal, devoid of any other function. Once one becomes a target of its murderous intent, they shall endure the wrath of 5 thunders." Thunder often symbolizes the heavens' fury and majesty, serving as an extremely formidable force both within and beyond the 3 realms. For many celestial beings, it remains an enigma, brimming with boundless might. The association of thunder with the laws of the cosmos signifies either the great Tao or the celestial Tao. The ominous name of the 5 Thunder Execution Array perfectly encapsulates its dreadfulness. Li Chongyun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. Having successfully deciphered a 7th tier divine array for the first time, he found himself invigorated by the formidable challenge it presented. Observing his demeanor, however, both Master Long and Prince Mong felt a twinge of unease. Was it truly the case that encountering such a ferocious killing formation was to his liking? Friendly Chongyun, they cautioned, the wrath of the 5 thunders is no jest. Even we would not dare to recklessly endure it. Your attempts are limited. You may only err thrice. For beyond that, we too would struggle to withstand the consequences. Li Chongyun and the 2 others remained motionless within the formation. Yet, the entire array operated autonomously. Vibrant arcs of lightning flickering in all directions, akin to being enveloped by the might of thunder amidst a tempestuous downpour under ominous clouds. In such a precarious situation, both the Dragon Slayer and Prince Niulang refrained from making any rash movements. They had bravely ventured into the formidable 7th tier divine array. But little did they anticipate that their first encounter would be with the 5 Thunder Execution Array, whose latent thunderous power instilled a sense of trepidation. Conversely, Chongyun exhibited remarkable composure. With a mere thought, his third eye abruptly opened at the center of his brow, emanating a soft, golden glow of merit as he scrutinized the true nature of the formation. Under the gaze of his third eye, the ominous clouds and flickering lightning gradually dissipated, revealing intricate and enigmatic patterns of the array. Chongyun immediately commenced his calculations, all the while toying with a fist-sized array orb in his hand. The third eye. The dragon slayer's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Chongyun possessed such an extraordinary ability. It is said that the manifestation of the mind reveals the opening of the third eye, a power accessible only to beings of immense spiritual strength. Within the realms today, only a select few deities have been known to awaken their third eye, the most renowned of whom is undoubtedly the esteemed Erling Shun, the celestial prince of the Jade Emperor. The power of the third eye is profound and unfathomable when refined to its depths. It can perceive the true essence of all things. Chongyun's third eye radiated with the aura of merit. Prince Niulang keenly observed this, casting a cold smirk towards the dragon slayer. He is a bearer of merit. Old fox, if you still contemplate acting against him, you should weigh your options carefully. The wrath of the heavenly Tao is not to be trifled with. Humph. The dragon slayer frowned, retorting, those blessed with merit can extend their lives even further. Yet, I am not one to break my word. Having agreed to collaborate with this lad to breach the formation, I shall not stab him in the back. Amidst their contention, Chongyun appeared to have gleaned some insight into the divine formation. He raised his hand and hurled the array orb towards a specific pattern within the 5 Thunder Execution Array. Upon collision, it seemed as though they began to merge. However, within mere breaths, the array erupted with a surge of murderous intent. Boom! Thunder roared, deafeningly loud, as a dark purple bolt of lightning descended from above, aimed directly at Chongyun and his companions. Prince Niulang surged forward, brandishing his spear, his robust magical energy transforming into a dazzling spearlight. He adopted the most aggressive approach, intent on clashing with the thunder, as the terrifying radiance of his magic exploded outward, impacting all directions. This bolt of lightning was intercepted. Yet Prince Niulang's complexion turned pale, his hands trembling slightly around the spear. With a grave expression, he remarked, the 5 Thunder Execution Array is designed to slay golden immortals. Fortunately, my dragon lineage excels in physical prowess. Had it been any other golden immortal, they would have been reduced to ashes under this bolt of lightning. There was a slight deviation in calculations, but it was of no concern. He resolved to proceed once more. Chongyun's face revealed a sense of regret. This attempt had resulted in the destruction of his formation sphere. Immediately, he once again gathered his magical energy to reconstruct a formation sphere. With the insight of the heavenly eye, he discovered a second potential formation that could be deciphered and cast the sphere once more. Boom! The murderous intent within the formation was triggered again, and a more intense thunder roared forth. The vision of Chongyun and his 2 companions was instantly enveloped by a myriad of colored magical lights. This time, it was truly a tempest of thunder and lightning, as bolts of lethal energy rained down with ferocity. Block it! The great immortal of pressure dragon shouted urgently, simultaneously throwing forth his bronze incense burner and the redwood staff, both of which were indeed spiritual treasures capable of withstanding the force of the thunder. Within the killing formation, none dared to move recklessly, for doing so could mean being locked onto by an even more potent murderous intent. Heavenly Dragon Spear Technique. Prince Mong did not remain idle either. As the 5 thunders descended, the great immortal of pressure dragon could hardly attend to the chaos alone. He brandished his long spear and charged forward, becoming enveloped in the radiant lightning. After a fierce battle, he finally descended once more. The 2 treasures in the hands of the great immortal of pressure dragon dimmed, clearly having lost their potency and requiring a period of nurturing before they could be utilized again. Meanwhile, Prince Mong's situation was even more dire. His black attire lay in tatters, revealing his muscular physique marred by charred scars left by the thunder's assault. You! The great immortal of pressure dragon glared furiously at Chongyun. Young man, you should observe carefully before attempting to decipher. It has barely been half an hour since we began to analyze the divine formation. What is your haste? Prince Mong hesitated, casting a deep gaze upon Chongyun. The 5 Thunder Execution formation was ever-changing, with the positions within the formation constantly shifting. Waiting was of no use. Chongyun, however, remained entirely unperturbed. exhibiting no semblance of guilt regarding the somewhat disheveled appearance of the two as they struggled to thwart the thunderous onslaught. In his hand, he had already manifested the third formation orb. Hold on. Prince Meng's voice trembled with uncertainty this time. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when Li Chongyun hurled the third formation orb with unwavering force, striking fiercely against the 5 thunder execution formation. Both Master Niulang and Prince Meng instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons and artifacts, their vigilance heightened as they meticulously surveyed their surroundings, bracing themselves to endure the impending thunderous assault for a third time. Fortunately, this time, Li Chongyun's gamble proved fortuitous. The orb he cast did not unleash the lethal wrath of the divine formation, but instead initiated a fusion with one of the pattern arrays. The entire process unfolding with remarkable speed and seamlessness. It has succeeded. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Chongyun's mouth as he extended a single finger, gently beckoning. Instantly, dark clouds gathered above, forming a swirling vortex, within which lightning flickered and the distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously. You can manipulate this grand formation. The expression on the face of Master Niulang changed dramatically, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Li Chongyun. The latter merely shook his head and replied, I can only control a portion of its lethal intent. As he spoke, Li Chongyun stepped forward, and a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted ahead, hurtling towards him. Simultaneously, from the vortex above, another flash of lightning was expelled, and upon their collision, a tremendous explosion resounded just 3 feet before Li Chongyun, yet he emerged unscathed. I have commandeered a fraction of this divine array's lethal force. Should I be attacked, I need only to counter lethal force with lethal force. Li Chongyun turned around with a smile, expressing gratitude to the two for securing him 2 opportunities to learn from his mistakes, assuring them that everything was in order now. Gulp. The great master Niulang swallowed nervously, intently observing the seemingly harmless youth before him, and managed to force a smile as he remarked, We merely offered our assistance to break the formation. It is still reliant upon your profound mastery, Taoistly. He felt a surge of apprehension at the thought of Li Chongyun turning his attention towards her. If he truly unleashed his lethal intent and ensnared her within the formation, Niulang sensed a chilling 50% chance of perishing beneath the thunderous onslaught. Excellent. Prince Meng, visibly relieved, regarded Li Chongyun with newfound respect and admiration. Li Chongyun led the way with an air of leisure, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. Upon inadvertently triggering the lethal mechanism of the 5 thunder execution array, he deftly commanded a bolt of lightning to neutralize the threat. In less than half an hour, the trio successfully navigated their way out of the terrifying killing formation. Look quickly, exclaimed Master Niulang, his eyes glinting with excitement as he pointed towards the area beyond the array. There lies an immortal treasure. Upon exiting the formation, Li Chongyun and his companions beheld a dazzling array of celestial treasures, their brilliance obscured by a veil of shimmering light. Unlike the previous dissolution of the array, which had only yielded scattered spiritual essences, this divine formation concealed an abundance of heavenly relics. The moment the treasures came into view, the eyes of the cunning Niulang immortal sparkled with intrigue, prompting him to stride forward with hasty steps. In contrast, Prince Niulang emitted a disdainful snort, yet tightened his grip on the spear he wielded. Observing this, Niulang immortal furrowed his brow, tempering his demeanor accordingly. The trio approached the celestial trove, each one captivated by the alluring aura of profound Tao that emanated from the treasures, undoubtedly inscribed with the principles of the Tao. With such treasures before us, it is only fair that we share them equally. In this endeavor, my friend Li Chongyun has made the greatest contribution, so he should be the first to select a treasure, declared Prince Niulang with righteous authority. Niulang immortal pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Indeed, that is only just. Circumstances often dictate actions. Niulang was no ordinary adversary. Hailing from the Western Sea Dragon clan, he possessed extraordinary talents, having achieved the pinnacle of golden immortal status at a remarkably young age. Known for his steadfast integrity, he even refrained from shielding his own brothers. Niulang immortal understood that a confrontation at this juncture would lead to dire consequences, for although Li Chongyun was merely an earth immortal, he was far from insignificant. A fractious separation at this moment would yield no benefit. I am grateful for the generosity of both esteemed immortals. I shall graciously accept, Li Chongyun replied. Li Chongyun smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Prince Meng. Of course, it was merely a gesture of thanks, after all. He was the one who had successfully deciphered the formation and acquired the celestial treasure, thus rightfully claiming the foremost credit. The three parties could only be regarded as collaborators in this endeavor. There was a considerable amount of treasure, conveniently allowing for equitable division. Chongyun, displaying no hesitation, flicked his fingers to unleash several beams of magical light, instantly shattering a protective barrier. The treasures within were immediately revealed, totaling 7 or 8 items. Among them were 3 fully refined spiritual treasures, 2 precious materials, and 3 immortal pills. "What splendid items!" exclaimed Master Long, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "These 3 postnatal spiritual treasures are all of exceptional quality." Ao Moang cast a cursory glance at the spiritual treasures, but felt little inclination towards them. The dragon clan of the 4 seas guarded the boundless ocean, possessing an inexhaustible wealth of celestial treasures. This was no secret. Their indifference towards magical artifacts and various rare materials stemmed from their ample abundance. Instead, his attention was predominantly drawn to one of the 3 immortal pills. Chongyun furrowed his brow slightly, sweeping his divine consciousness over the treasures before him. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated in his mind. The Shanghai scroll had been triggered. Mount Buzhou, transformed from the backbone of Pangu, served as the primordial pillar of the heavens and was also the very center of the earth. Buzhou Mountain. Chongyun's heart raced abruptly, as if the pages of the ancient tome of mountains and seas had turned to the one depicting Mount Buzhou. There, amidst the delicate lines, a majestic peak was outlined, rooted in the cycle of reincarnation, rising from the vast and profound earth, piercing through the clouds, transcending the 36 heavens, and reaching beyond the firmament. This was the pillar that upheld the heavens, as well as the seal of the portal between heaven and earth. According to legend, the ancestral shaman Gong and the fire deity Zhu Rong waged a fierce battle at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Gong, in his fury after defeat, struck the mountain, causing the heavenly pillar to fracture and the earthly supports to collapse. What, then, is this fragmentary world that conceals pieces of Mount Buzhou? Within Chongyun's heart surged tumultuous waves, stirred by an unassuming fragment of stone, seemingly ordinary and ancient in its ebony hue, barely the size of a palm. It appeared devoid of any value. Yet, in truth, it was the most precious jewel among the trove. "I possess a sword-shaped spiritual treasure, suitable for offensive endeavors. But I yearn for a protective talisman. This shall be it." Chongyun remained composed as he grasped the copper mirror intricately engraved with flame patterns. Instantly, ripples danced across its surface, revealing what appeared to be boundless flames roaring within. Yalong Daxian's eyes sparkled with delight, as it seemed that his most coveted treasure had not been claimed. He turned to Ao Moang and inquired, "Your Highness, what is your choice?" "I have no desire for magical artifacts. I seek this elixir." Ao Moang raised his hand, drawing a blood-red demon pill into his grasp. "This pill is derived from a dragon pearl left behind by an ancestor of my dragon lineage, and it will be immensely beneficial to me. As for this treasure, you may choose." "Ah, a mutually beneficial arrangement." Yalong Daxian chuckled, eagerly using his staff to take hold of a smooth, round gem, which was also a spiritual treasure, its Tao rhythm surpassing that of the copper mirror Chongyun had acquired. Chongyun chose the precious mirror because it bore engravings of the Way of Fire, resonating harmoniously with his own path, ensuring that its use would unleash formidable power. The 3 individuals each acquired the treasures they coveted most. The remaining artifacts were subsequently divided among them. Yalong Daxian obtained 2 spiritual treasures, while Ao Moang claimed 2 elixirs and a piece of precious material. As for Chongyun, he secured 1 spiritual treasure, 1 elixir, and the seemingly inconspicuous fragment of Mount Buzhou. Both Ao Moang and Yalong Daxian bore injuries, necessitating a period of recuperation. Chongyun seized the opportunity to refine the precious mirror, which was an exceptional postnatal spiritual treasure known as the Mirror of Amaterasu. This artifact, embodying the essence of supreme yang and unyielding strength, could serve as both a defensive shield and a means to wield fiery assaults. Within it resided a substantial space of fire, capable of harboring various flames from the world, and even harnessing the brilliance of the sun to condense the divine fire of the solar deity. Zhinü pill? Chongyun cast a glance at the pill in his hand. This item could augment one's cultivation by a millennium and was undoubtedly a rare elixir. The martial virtue Star Lord had sacrificed his dignity for a single Zhinü pill, and this grievance should not be forgotten. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. A millennium of cultivation was, in truth, of little significance to Chongyun, yet it was better than nothing. As for the fragment of Mount Buzhou, as anticipated, it could not facilitate the comprehensive collection of the entire mountain. However, it was a precious artifact in its own right, which Chongyun decided to temporarily set aside for further study upon his return. Moments later, the collaboration proved to be exceedingly agreeable. Shall we proceed? The dragon-suppressing immortal exclaimed with a broad grin. This journey had indeed been worthwhile. Chongyun, my young friend? Ao Meng inquired, casting a questioning glance at Chongyun. If both esteemed immortals are still willing to continue their protection, I would be more than happy to proceed. Chongyun spoke with a smile. Ao Meng couldn't help but press his lips together. The subsequent killing formations were undoubtedly more formidable, and to proceed further entailed greater risks. Having secured the immortal treasure, Master Long had completely cast aside earlier uncertainties. Let us continue, Ao Meng mused briefly, reluctant to forego such an opportunity. The three resumed their endeavor to break the formation, only to discover that the next one was unexpectedly an 8th-grade divine formation, a lethal array known as the quicksand. Although it lacked the ferocity of the 5 Thunder Execution formation, the malevolence within this array was far more inscrutable. Chongyun, ever audacious, continued to attempt breaching the formation. After a succession of 6 or 7 failures, he repeatedly triggered the lethal mechanisms of the divine array, leaving Ao Meng and Master Niulang in a state of trepidation, gradually ensnared in the quicksand from which escape seemed impossible. What are we to do? Master Niulang's complexion turned ashen as he summoned the recently acquired high-grade spirit treasure, enveloping himself in a protective radiance to guard against external threats. Yet, despite his efforts, his descending form remained uncontrollable, and he could see the encroaching quicksand threatening to engulf him. Chongyun, why are you dawdling again? Hurry and devise a plan. At that moment, Chongyun, unperturbed and unmarked by the imminent peril, stood at the array's entrance, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely surveying the intricate formation. Chongyun observed the intricate movements of the divine formation before him with a calm and composed demeanor. This shifting sands formation surpassed even the 5 Thunder Execution formation in rank, although it lacked the latter's ferocious murderous intent. Its elusive nature rendered it even more challenging to comprehend. At present, both Master Niulang and Prince Meng, formidable beings of the golden immortal realm, found themselves ensnared within its grasp, unable to extricate themselves. Despite their immense magical prowess, their efforts against the shifting sands yielded no results. Akin to a cow plunging into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. However, their plight was not without merit. Through repeated explorations, Chongyun gleaned some understanding of this lethal array. After approximately half an hour of contemplation, he finally grasped the means to extricate the two from their predicament. Following further trials over the course of several days, the shifting sands formation was ultimately deciphered. What a fruitless endeavor. The moment they emerged from the formation, Master Niulang could not help but pound his chest in frustration. The reason was simple. Behind this perilous formation, which proved exceedingly difficult to dismantle, lay only a rich essence of spirit, devoid of any celestial treasures. Such a stark contrast was indeed disheartening. Having comprehended over 100 types of formations, the inscription on the cover page of the Shanhai scroll proclaimed that Chongyun's mastery in the art of formations had reached the 8th rank. He exhaled deeply, fully aware of the cumulative insights he had acquired over the past days. After all, with over 30,000 years of cultivation backing him, the intricacies of the divine formation master realm were not particularly arduous for him to grasp. Ordinary individuals, should they delve into the study of formations, would require at least a century to progress from a spirit formation master to a divine formation master. Yet, Chongyun's ascent within the divine formation master phase could be described as nothing short of meteoric, achieving rapid advancements with each passing day. Two esteemed immortals. Shall we proceed? Chongyun turned around and extended an invitation. However, this time, both the dragon-suppressing immortal and Prince Meng clearly exhibited a sense of hesitation. The inherent peril of array formations is exceedingly treacherous. Typically, when encountering any divine formations, one would exercise extreme caution, often avoiding them entirely, and would never dare to step into their confines lightly. Their prior encounters with the 5 Thunder Execution Array and the Quicksand Array had deeply ingrained in them the terrifying reality of entering such formations. I see no necessity, Meng remarked. The dangers of divine arrays pose significant risks of downfall even for golden immortals, and each formation is a crystallization of ancient wisdom, shrouded in mystery and full of unpredictable transformations. It would be prudent to cease our endeavors here. The rich spiritual essence of this place promises substantial progress with a decade or more of cultivation. Heh, chuckled the dragon suppressing immortal, who also harbored a reluctance to continue. Immediately, she turned her face and coldly mocked Li Chongyun, saying, "Young man, you are rather presumptuous. Your attempt to break this quicksand array has repeatedly ensnared both of us in a realm of immortality. Do you dare to press on further? If that is the case, then let us part ways here." Li Chongyun remained calm and unperturbed, offering a faint smile to the two before stepping into the next divine array concealed within the chaotic mist. Ao Meng widened his eyes, intending to dissuade him, but the young man's figure had already vanished. Instantly, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart, having broken through two arrays. He held a considerable appreciation for Li Chongyun's cultivation talents. He had initially hoped to engage in a philosophical discourse and forge a bond of goodwill. Yet he did not expect the youth to act so decisively in entering the next divine array. How arrogant this young man is. Master Niulang frowned disdainfully, remarking that the next array would at least be of the 8th tier divine array level. Without assistance, he would soon be reduced to ashes. How dare he attempt to breach the array alone? Ao Meng cast a cold glance at Master Niulang, feeling disinclined to engage in an argument at that moment. Instead, he silently lamented that Li Chongyun was being overly impulsive and reckless. Entering an 8th tier divine array with the cultivation of an earth immortal was akin to a moth flying into a flame. Inside the array, Li Chongyun stood at the entrance of the formation, and in an instant, an elusive aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Should he sense any action that might trigger the grand array, the divine formation would activate its lethal force, unleashing a blow capable of severely injuring a golden immortal. Such an assault was beyond what Li Chongyun could endure at present. As long as he refrained from provoking the murderous intent, he would merely face a slower pace in dismantling the formation. Li Chongyun stood still, activating his celestial eye to perceive the formation. With no one to assist him in probing, he could not act recklessly. He needed to thoroughly comprehend this grand array in advance. The art of formations is merely a means of assistance, or, perhaps, can be likened to a colossal magical artifact that requires a skilled hand to manipulate. Those well-versed in this discipline often lure their adversaries into their own formations, engaging in a battle of wits. Thus, within the array, there must inevitably be a path to survival. At this moment, Li Chongyun was in search of such a path, enabling him to delve deeper into the grand array and ultimately unravel its mysteries. 3 days after Li Chongyun entered the formation, Ao Meng and Master Niulang remained seated in meditation, yet a portion of their attention was inevitably diverted to the enigmatic array before them. Should any murderous intent arise within the formation, it would surely manifest some signs to those outside. However, it was evident that Li Chongyun was exceedingly cautious after entering. Having triggered no lethal mechanisms, the lad possesses a certain cleverness, not daring to move an inch. Master Niulang scoffed, stating that he had already entered the array. And in due time, as the formation shifted autonomously, remaining still would inevitably lead to his demise. The old fox. Don't forget that your 2 superior spirit treasures were obtained through Li Chongyun, yet now you wish for his downfall. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Ao Meng retorted disdainfully. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Master Niulang thundered. I, known as Master Niulang, fear not your dragon clan. Then let us see. Ao Meng opened his eyes, exuding an aura of martial intent. Master Niulang narrowed his gaze, ominously declaring, I am magnanimous and choose not to quarrel with you. Ao Meng too quelled his martial intent, adding, though Li Chongyun's current power is feeble, his extraordinary talents promise a future of great potential. Your short-sightedness may lead to regret. Future? Master Niulang laughed. Do you truly believe he can navigate the 8-rank divine array alone? Ao Meng furrowed his brow, but chose not to elaborate further. In truth, even he could not firmly believe in Li Chongyun. The 8-rank divine array was capable of annihilating even golden immortals, rendering earth immortals as fragile as insects, unable to withstand a single blow. Boom. At that moment, the grand formation shifted, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind swirling in a dance, as the divine array underwent its own transformation, releasing its murderous intent. Master Niulang's eyes gleamed momentarily, but after a brief pause, the formation returned to tranquility, its lethal aura elusive, still unable to lock onto a target. Ha! Ao Meng burst into laughter. Old fox, it appears we have both underestimated him. This secluded sanctum truly serves as a haven for undisturbed cultivation. As Li Chongyun stepped into the realm of the 8th-rank divine array, several days swiftly passed. The formation underwent numerous transformations, yet it still failed to pinpoint the lethal threat directed at him. The Prince Niulang and the great immortal Niulang from the outside world were thoroughly convinced of his prowess. It was evident that Li Chongyun's previous evasion of peril was not mere fortune. He had discerned the underlying principles governing the array's operation. Consequently, the prospect of dismantling the formation no longer appeared impossible. Within the confines of the Grand Array, Li Chongyun found himself enveloped in a verdant forest. Above and below him, a lush expanse of green flourished. Ancient trees swayed without the caress of wind, their branches undulating, adorned with sharp thorns that concealed a hidden menace. Although he had grasped the array's operational patterns, the endeavor to dismantle it would inevitably attract lethal attention. I, too, would likely falter under a single strike. Li Chongyun possessed a measure of self-awareness. After a moment of contemplation, he settled down onto the ground, folding his legs beneath him. From his Chongyun pouch, he retrieved a palm-sized stone slab, a remnant of the shattered Mount Buzhou. The stone from Mount Buzhou, being the very root of heaven and earth, harbors boundless mystical principles. Should it be refined into a magical artifact, it would undoubtedly attain at least the innate level. However, at present, I lack the skill to forge such a treasure. Although I cannot forge an artifact, I may yet attempt to inscribe a formation upon it. Li Chongyun intended to utilize a shard of the unbroken mountain as a formation plate, inscribing upon it a magical array. By doing so, he would be able to unleash the formidable power of a divine formation within the palm of his hand. Given his proficiency as an 8th-tier formation master, such an endeavor was well within his capabilities. Coincidentally, he had not yet determined a purpose for the shard of unbroken mountain, and employing it as a formation plate was a timely solution to his pressing needs. This is it, he declared. Li Chongyun closed his eyes in deep concentration, placing the fragment of the Unzao mountain in the center of his palms. Remarkably, this stone seemed to possess a certain spiritual essence, allowing it to resonate with him. By infusing his own mystical energy into it, he received a response in kind. Engraving the formation array was an undertaking of considerable magnitude. He had to inscribe a complete array within the confines of a space no larger than a palm. Having encountered numerous divine formations throughout his journey of breaking arrays, he had already formed a selection in his mind. After a continuous fortnight, Li Chongyun exhausted his mystical energy. He then retrieved a Zhiang golden pill and consumed it, refining its power to resume his engravings. This cycle repeated itself until he had depleted over 30 of the Zhiang golden pills he carried. At long last, he successfully inscribed a fragmented array upon the palm-sized stone of Unzao Mountain. Have I truly spent more than a year on this endeavor? Li Chongyun, as if awakening from a profound dream, was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Although a significant period had elapsed in the outside world, the fragment of the unyielding mountain stone in his grasp had only managed to manifest a remnant formation, despite its incomplete nature. It attained the level of a 3rd-grade divine array, sufficient to contend with the current circumstances. While his comprehension of array techniques was adequate, his cultivation level could not support the engraving of formations beyond the 3rd grade. The array disc in his possession remained ancient and unadorned, its spiritual essence and rhythm entirely contained, appearing to onlookers as an ordinary stone by the roadside. Yet, Li Chongyun was acutely aware that this disc harbored the terrifying power to annihilate celestial beings. Had my cultivation reached the pinnacle of the void refinement and harmonization? Suddenly, he sensed a newfound vigor within his inner energy, and upon careful reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle at the realization that his cultivation realm had inadvertently broken through during this past year of training. A direct result of the miraculous effects of the Zhiang golden elixir. In truth, he had merely regarded this elixir as a restorative for his energy, most of its spiritual essence being directly converted into energy, which amounted to a considerable waste. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Li Chongyun. It was time to break the formation. After a brief moment of meditation, Li Chongyun grasped the array disc and activated his celestial eye. He then summoned the heavenly radiance treasure mirror to hover above him, wielding the pure yang sword in his other hand, and confidently stepped into the heart of danger. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, countless branches and vines, imbued with the power of the Tao, surged toward Li Chongyun from all directions. The divine array in this realm was deeply rooted in the remnants of the world, seemingly possessing boundless energy that could perpetually operate. Even if the array were breached, it would swiftly restore itself once the breaker passed through. Li Chongyun had spent several years within the formation, and for the first time, he encountered the lethal mechanisms of the Grand Array. Faced with the myriad of branches and vines that coalesced from the boundless principles, he could not help but furrow his brow. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly composed. After hundreds of days and nights of contemplation, he had thoroughly grasped the operational principles of this formation. The branches and vines danced with the agility of ethereal serpents and the strength of mighty dragons, causing the very void to tremble and vibrate. It was evident that should one become ensnared, even a being of the golden immortal realm would suffer grievous wounds, their skin torn and bones shattered. Minor 5 Thunder Formation. The fragment of the Unzao mountain stone in Li Chongyun's palm radiated with brilliance. As the intricate formation inscribed within was instantaneously activated, the quintessence of thunder, shimmering in 5 hues, erupted from his palm, resembling the claws of a verdant dragon. A bolt of lightning surged forth, splitting into 5 strands, crashing against the encroaching tendrils and vines. The ferocious force of the thunder was both tumultuous and resolute, as if intent on tearing apart all existence and obliterating it from the fabric of reality. The murderous intent emanating from the divine formation was swiftly neutralized beneath the 5-colored thunder, ensuring that anything capable of locking onto Li Chongyun was rendered powerless. Meanwhile, the remaining vines and branches fell harmlessly around him, with only a few elusive threats being intercepted by the Tianjiao Baojian. Although merely a remnant formation, it was capable of unleashing the power of the 5 thunders, warranting its classification as a 3rd-tier divine might. Referring to it as the minor 5 thunder formation would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, the formation Li Chongyun inscribed within the Unzao mountain stone was the 5 thunder execution formation. However, given his current cultivation level, he was unable to fully establish a 7th-tier divine formation and could only reorganize its structure to create this minor 5 thunder formation. Thus, the narrative unfolds. Li Chongyun's eyes radiated divine light as he penetrated the essence of the 8-rank divine formation he was ensconced within. Through prior probing, he had finally sensed the source of this grand array and thus commenced his formal endeavor to decipher the intricate formation. Outside the array, the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from the formation jolted the previously tranquil Niulang Daxian and Aomoang from their meditative state. Such a palpable aura of malice, even a golden immortal would not dare to dismiss lightly. Aomoang furrowed his brow. Over a year had elapsed, and he had believed that Li Chongyun was making smooth progress in breaking the array. To his astonishment, the lethal energy had been triggered unexpectedly. The power of the formation left Aomoang pondering how Li Chongyun could possibly withstand it. Alas, this young man, despite his extraordinary talents, had ventured alone into the perilous 8-rank divine array. Ultimately, he was but fragile flesh, destined to perish within, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Niulang Daxian wore a smug expression, yet deep within, a tinge of melancholy stirred. The fact that Li Chongyun had endured for such an extended period was commendable. Even if he did not succeed in breaking the array, merely retreating intact would be a remarkable feat. However, a terrestrial immortal was still merely that, lacking true enlightenment. Despite his profound understanding of formations, entering a divine array alone was undoubtedly courting death. No, the murderous energy of the formation was continuously triggered. Soon, the ominous aura re-emerged within the array, manifesting every quarter hour with alarming frequency, causing the expressions of Niulang Daxian and Aomoang to shift once more. This young man was still alive. Niulang Daxian gasped in disbelief, revealing his aged, yellowed teeth. How could this be possible for someone of such lowly status as a terrestrial immortal? Aomoang, too, lost interest in contending with Niulang Daxian, exclaiming in genuine admiration, Li Chongyun is indeed an extraordinary individual. Had he known this, joining him in the array might have led to the formation's demise. Niulang Daxian felt a flicker of regret within, while Aomoang lamented, reflecting on the fact that over a year prior, he had harbored complete skepticism regarding Li Chongyun's ability to unravel the 8-rank divine array. Once again, their attention was captivated as they remained vigilant toward the divine array. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days passed. Precisely on the 49th day, the magnificent 8-rank divine array, under the bewildered gazes of Niulang Daxian and Aomoang, suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, shattering into pieces. What an astonishing tale this would be across the 3 realms. Niulang Daxian's breath quickened, his heart a tumult of shock and regret. Had he truly joined Li Chongyun in the endeavor to break the array, they would now have the opportunity to seize celestial treasures. Aomoang, shaking his head with a rueful smile, felt no envy over the benefits Li Chongyun would reap. Instead, he mourned his own short-sightedness, failing to recognize that Li Chongyun was a man of true caliber, and lamented not continuing the endeavor alongside him. This young man was destined for greatness. Whether ascending to the heavenly courts or the spiritual mountains, his future position would surely be significant. As the formation faced its imminent unraveling, the question lingered: who would be the one to break it? In the misty atmosphere of chaos, within a halo of 5 colors, the Peacock Princess glanced back, her gaze landing upon a nearly collapsing divine array, her heart filled with astonishment. To her perception, neither the golden-winged rock nor the dragon-pressing celestial master, nor the Prince Niulang possessed the capability to unravel an 8th-tier divine formation. Could it be that the rock, in a fit of desperation, unleashed a grand spell, forcefully shattering the intricate array? The Peacock Princess was well aware of the true nature of the rock. Despite her disdain for him, she could not deny his formidable powers. However, to rely on brute force to break through an array would surely invite backlash. A futile endeavor indeed. The rock would hardly be foolish enough to resort to such measures. Was there someone else whose prowess had eluded her perception? Just as the Peacock Princess pondered this, the grand formation was thoroughly dismantled. Amidst the rapidly collapsing magical lights, an unexpected figure clad in white emerged, fleeing from the chaos. The newcomer wore a silver-white robe, his visage pale and bearing the marks of extreme magical depletion, appearing somewhat disheveled. The Peacock Princess recognized him instantly. Yet she could scarcely fathom how he had managed to arrive here. Li Chongyun? The Peacock Princess furrowed her brows tightly. Stepping forth to stand just 3 feet before Li Chongyun in the void, her colorful feathered attire billowing as she hovered in the air. Princess, you are here as well? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, but soon swallowed a purple sun elixir, restoring his overly depleted magical energy. Upon realizing that the person before him was the Peacock Princess, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his vigilance easing somewhat. The celestial maiden before him possessed an unparalleled beauty, her graceful figure exuding an ethereal charm with every frown and smile, captivating all who beheld her. To his astonishment, "You have managed to unravel an 8th-tier divine formation and advance to this stage." The Peacock Princess's enchanting eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, as she could not help but appraise Li Chongyun anew, surprised to discover such formidable potential hidden within the seemingly frail human form. Had the formation been any more profound, my magical energy would have been utterly exhausted. Li Chongyun forced a smile. He was not afraid of unraveling intricate formations, but rather feared that his own magical power would prove insufficient. Li Chongyun surveyed his surroundings. A hint of disappointment etched upon his countenance. The Peacock Princess, noticing his demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "Are you in search of the celestial treasures?" Although this place harbors remnants of the primordial treasure, the Luo Shu, filled with numerous ancient relics, acquiring the celestial trove is no simple feat. One must decipher 10 divine formations, and even then, the chances of securing the treasures are uncertain. "I see," he replied. Li Chongyun also smiled, his gaze shifting to the Peacock Princess. The sight of such beauty lightened the disappointment in his heart significantly. He promptly remarked, "The forthcoming formation is likely to be of an even higher caliber." The Peacock Princess furrowed her brow and nodded. "When I entered this fragmented realm, my mastery of formations was merely that of a 7th-tier divine array master. After years of comprehension, I have finally accumulated enough knowledge to reach the 8th tier. However, the formations above are all 9th tier. I find it exceedingly difficult to break through. Furthermore, the 100-eyed demon lord of the Huanghua View possesses formidable strength and exceptional skill in formations, at least a 9th-tier divine array master, having comprehended it to an extraordinarily high degree. If I can unravel the final layer of this grand array, then this opportunity shall officially come to a close." This opportunity was indeed a divine boon bestowed after the calamity of the Huai River was averted, concealed under the name and identity of the revered Silan Bodhisattva, entrusted to her maiden for delivery, and thus, time is certainly limited. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun lifted his gaze upwards, and indeed, a golden orb of light had ascended to a lofty height, drawing near to the pinnacle. It turned out to be a fragment of the Luo Shu. No wonder it possessed such formidable power. Li Chongyun could not help but marvel at the name of the Luo Shu, of which he had certainly heard. It was a treasured artifact from the primordial era, held in the hands of the demon emperor Dijun, alongside another renowned treasure known as the He Tuesday. The He Tu and Luo Shu, when properly aligned, could harness the power of the water systems across the 3 realms, the rivers, lakes, and myriad streams, to consolidate the formidable Chongyun Great Formation, one of the two protective arrays of the demon celestial realm. This great formation, during the calamity between the Wu and the Yao, had withstood countless assaults from the powerful Wu clan sorcerers, even the ancestral sorcerers, the blood of many having been spilled within its confines. This fragment possesses such formidable magical power, it is indeed a remnant of the Luo Shu. Given this, it is likely that this world harbors even more extraordinary opportunities. Li Chongyun's eyes sparkled, stirring his heart even further. Indeed, the peacock princess nodded, but then sighed with a wry smile. Yet I fear this fate may have no bearing on the two of us. Perhaps not. Li Chongyun gazed sincerely at the peacock princess and said, Princess, would you be willing to join forces with me to break the formation? Should we gain an opportunity, we can share the merits accordingly. What say you? Join forces to break the formation? The peacock princess, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of uncertainty. If I am not mistaken, you are merely an 8th grade formation master, are you not? Even if we were to combine our strengths, we would likely find ourselves at an impasse within a 9th grade formation. Despite her reservations, she continued, however, we cultivators of the human race have always held the principle of embracing death to attain life, even if the path ahead leads to a bottomless abyss. If there is a captivating view on the other side, one must leap with all their might, unrepentant in death. Li Chongyun, speaking with ease, felt a fervor for the 9th grade formation that lay ahead. Thus, although I am aware that the chances are slim, I still wish to give it a try. Will you join me, princess? Unrepentant in death. These 5 words truly resonated with the peacock princess, stirring her heart deeply. As a naturally born sacred spirit, she had possessed formidable magical powers and a long lifespan since her inception. To her, the human race seemed incredibly frail and utterly inconspicuous. She held a sense of duty to perform good deeds and protect the innocent, driven by her Buddhist teachings and compassion. Yet, she had never harbored much affection for the human race until this very moment when she heard Li Chongyun speak those words. Moreover, he was not merely boasting. Just moments ago, this seemingly weak human earth immortal had risked his life to unravel in 8th grade formation, depleting all his magical energy to stand before her. The human race, inherently weak, had survived through numerous cataclysms, which surely held some significance. The peacock princess felt a stirring within her heart and, without thinking, responded to Li Chongyun's inquiry with a joyful nod. Very well. Today, I shall accompany you into the 9th grade formation. That is splendid. Li Chongyun secretly rejoiced, realizing that if he were to attempt to unravel the forthcoming array without the assistance of the peacock princess, it would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Setting aside the insurmountable issues regarding the depletion of his magical energy, the time required for such an endeavor could easily stretch over a decade, and even then, he might not dismantle more than 2 formations before the 100-eyed demon lord achieved victory. In the present moment, Li Chongyun sat cross-legged, consuming the Ziyang golden pill to restore his magical powers. After meditating for half an hour, he proceeded to walk alongside the peacock princess. After careful consideration, he naturally opted for the correct route, as revealed by the Yunming maiden in the outside world. Among the many formations of the 9th rank, the array he ultimately chose was neither the most formidable nor the weakest. Observing this, the peacock princess assumed that Li Chongyun had discerned the nuances of the grand formation and did not inquire further, willingly accompanying him into the depths of the array. It was an illusionary formation. Standing at the threshold, the scenes within the array materialized, presenting an extraordinary sight, not the cataclysm of landslides and tsunamis or the forest of blades and flames, but rather a picturesque landscape filled with verdant mountains, clear waters, and the melodious chirping of birds, resembling a celestial paradise. Truly, this was a grand array of the 9th rank. Once inside, it became nearly indistinguishable from reality, as all 5 senses and 6 perceptions attested to its authenticity. The peacock princess couldn't help but marvel, simultaneously activating her Buddhist eye to perceive the essence of the formation. The path of array formation was indeed profound, a notion acknowledged by Li Chongyun with a nod. Subsequently, he too activated his celestial eye, a divine light emanating from his brow as he pierced through the enchanting yet illusory scenery before him. Instantly, myriad intricate and esoteric formations revealed themselves within his vision. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was nonetheless taken aback by the spectacle that unfolded. An 8th rank divine array comprises merely 100 formation sets, already a complexity beyond measure. Yet, The leap from 8th to 9th rank, though only a single tier apart, escalated the difficulty tenfold. The power of a 9th rank divine array rivals the full force strike of a late golden immortal. If one were to be ensnared by its lethal intent, being relentlessly crushed by the formation would make resistance exceedingly arduous. The Peacock Princess had forewarned Li Chongyun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with the light of Buddhism, yet her brows furrowed ever deeper, gradually revealing a hint of distress. To comprehend the 9th rank formation with the expertise of an 8th rank array master subjected her to the backlash of divine consciousness with every passing moment. It was akin to gazing into an unfathomable abyss. How is it that he remains unscathed? The Peacock Princess could not help but glance at Li Chongyun beside her, only to see this young human with a vertical eye appearing on his forehead, occasionally scanning the surroundings and then fixating on a particular point, delving into the essence of the grand formation. Soon, Li Chongyun's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, and the Peacock Princess realized that he, too, was enduring the torment of the formation's backlash, relying solely on his own willpower to persevere. Observing this, the Peacock Princess felt a surge of competitive spirit, resolutely suppressing the backlash of her own divine consciousness to continue her exploration of the formation. Unbeknownst to them, above the divine array, a pair of eyes watched them with a hint of surprise. The 100-eyed demon lord gazed down from above. Amidst the chaos, 2 luminous orbs were visibly fluctuating. Having entered the 9-tier divine array, after a moment's scrutiny, he found it somewhat tedious and withdrew his gaze. The remnants of the Book of Luo, a treasure of such caliber, being released and tested through the formation, was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. The 100-eyed demon lord silently clenched his fist, feeling a surge of excitement. The Book of Luo, as a primordial treasure, was once in the possession of the demon emperor Zhinü, who is said to have used it alongside the river map as a foundation for an array, harnessing the countless powers of water to forge the Hunyuan Haloa array that safeguarded the heavenly court. Subsequently, during the cataclysm of the witch and demon tribes, both treasures were lost. In ancient times, they were acquired by the human emperor Yu, who, faced with devastating floods, found himself powerless despite being a sage among humans. At a critical juncture, a mysterious tortoise emerged bearing the river map and the Book of Luo, presenting them to Emperor Yu, aiding him in controlling the waters, thereby earning immense merit and becoming a legendary human emperor, upholding the heavenly Tao and ruling the 3 realms. After Emperor Yu, the river map and the Book of Luo vanished once more, never to be seen again in the world. It was indeed obtained by a powerful figure, and now it had been reduced to fragments, released by someone. The 100-eyed demon lord sighed inwardly. Even as fragments, this remnant page was still an extraordinarily precious treasure. However, to acquire this significant artifact, great fortune and opportunities were required. The 100-eyed demon lord dared not harbor excessive expectations. He merely wished to comprehend more of the formation's principles within this fragmented world and seize any opportunities that might arise. Surely, this was the limit of the current opportunity? The 100-eyed demon lord withdrew his gaze and then looked toward the final formation before him. This grand array was magnificent, connecting with the chaotic energies above while rooting itself in the essence of the remnants below, drawing upon boundless momentum. Having transcended the realm of divine arrays and evolved into a celestial array, the 100-eyed demon lord narrowed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then resolutely stepped into the celestial array. As for the pursuers behind him, the 100-eyed demon lord regarded them with indifference when it came to the art of formations. He had never feared anyone across the entire Zhinü. In the illusory celestial array, Li Chongyun and the Peacock Princess finally departed from the gate of the formation. After approximately 2 hours, Li Chongyun was the first to unravel the operational principles of this illusory celestial array, allowing them to delve deeper into its confines. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens, shaking the entire fairyland as clouds and mist swirled chaotically. Ferocious beasts surged forth, including wolves, tigers, leopards, dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, all bearing their fangs and claws, driven by insatiable bloodlust. Were these beasts mere phantoms? The Peacock Princess, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a halo of enlightenment, could not discern the authenticity of these creatures. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun, employing his celestial vision, directed his gaze toward a lunging dragon, only to witness its form contorting and shifting. Yet he was unable to penetrate its essence. In this perilous moment, Both of them put aside their hesitations and unleashed their magical abilities, whether real or not. They had no choice but to take action. Naturally, such consequences would further provoke the murderous intent of the formation. In just a few breaths, it felt as though a myriad of beasts were stampeding, thunder clapped, and fierce winds howled, mingling with a cacophony of roars that resonated like a demonic symphony, unsettling their minds and inducing excruciating headaches. Simultaneously, countless sharp claws and gleaming fangs lunged toward them. Wind. The peacock princess brandished her colorful feather fan, unleashing a torrent of magical light that struck the oncoming dragon, causing its form to dissipate like a fleeting dream. Was it merely an illusion? As this thought flickered in her mind, she witnessed Chongyun unleash boundless purple sun divine fire towards a charging tiger. The massive creature trembled, emitting a pained roar. Yet it surged forward with even greater ferocity. Chongyun swung his sword, decapitating the tiger demon at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. These beasts, both real and illusory, were mere phantoms. The genuine ones were not living creatures, but rather puppets forged through arcane rituals. Upon hearing this, Princess Peacock nodded in agreement. The 9th grade divine illusion array is no trifling matter. We must exercise utmost caution. Remain by my side and do not stray. The surrounding beasts possessed strength beyond mere earth immortals, with over half being of the celestial immortal rank or higher, including true immortals and golden immortals. They certainly lived up to the reputation of this 9th grade divine array. I shall delve into the intricacies of the formation. Chongyun formed a hand seal, and a sphere of formation materialized instantly in his grasp. He had employed this technique numerous times in recent days, mastering it with remarkable proficiency. However, the Peacock Princess found it intriguing. She had never witnessed such a method of breaking formations. She observed as Chongyun, almost with a mere thought, constructed a rudimentary formation within his palm, composed of 9 formation patterns, which was barely stable. In the next moment, Chongyun hurled the formation sphere towards a specific point of the divine formation source. Upon collision, the two formations began to clash and merge, but soon, a conflict arose. The formation sphere shattered, and the illusory immortal array immediately emitted a more formidable killing intent, locking onto its target. A 5-clawed golden dragon of celestial caliber soared forth, its gaping maw wide open, and its golden claws reached out with a terrifying might capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. 5-colored divine light. At this critical juncture, the Peacock Princess ceased to hold back. With a delicate command, a brilliant display of multicolored radiance erupted behind her, resembling the fan of a peacock. Each beam of light contained the profound principles of the 5 elements Great Tao. Chongyun was instantly captivated, as beneath a radiant glow, the Peacock Princess appeared even more divine. Her exquisite features were veiled in a halo of light, and her graceful form seemed shrouded in an ethereal mist, exuding a dreamlike beauty. Yet, what truly astonished Chongyun was the magnificent power she wielded, the 5-colored divine light. This formidable technique carried an illustrious reputation, renowned as the unparalleled skill beneath the saints during the great tribulation of the gods, a signature move of Chongyun. As the 5-colored divine light manifested, it swept through all within the realm of the 5 elements. Witnessing it firsthand, Chongyun realized that this technique was indeed the ultimate evolution of the 5 elements Tao. The moment the law was unleashed, half of the surrounding beasts instantly vanished, while the remaining puppets, despite their strength, became disoriented under the divine radiance, unable to discern direction, and fell helplessly to the ground. Although this power was formidable, it exacted a tremendous toll on her. I must act swiftly. Chongyun observed the solemn expression on the Peacock Princess's face, and he dared not be careless. He continued to construct the formation sphere, with divine light emanating from his heavenly eye, persistently searching for the weak points in the grand array to launch his assault. Follow me. After numerous attempts, Chongyun finally discerned the direction of the array and led the way ahead. The Peacock Princess radiated a sanctified brilliance, her 5-colored divine light forming a resplendent tail plume that swayed gracefully, enveloping Chongyun in its protective embrace. Any approaching demonic beasts were eradicated by a beam of celestial light. Chongyun. Suddenly, the Peacock Princess's gaze sharpened, fixating on Chongyun, her expression turning peculiar. With a furrowed brow, she unleashed a beam of 5-colored divine light aimed directly at him. Yet, at the last moment, she swiftly withdrew, striking only at the air. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth, realizing, no, how could there be a three-eyed, fierce tiger in this world? You are indeed Li Chongyun. Am I ensnared in an illusion? Li Chongyun was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ashen. In that fleeting moment, when the murderous intent of the five-colored divine light locked onto him, he realized just how terrifying this divine ability truly was. This grand formation, known as the illusory immortal array, was of the 9th rank among divine spells. It was certainly not merely a simple attack from ferocious beasts, if one possessed formidable strength. The illusory immortal array would actively ensnare them in its deception. Li Chongyun also realized that he must have appeared as a monstrous beast in the eyes of the Peacock Princess, which prompted her to launch an attack. Fortunately, she was perceptive and quickly discerned the truth, retracting her aggression. The deployment of the five-colored divine light demands an immense expenditure of my energy, leaving me unable to concentrate on the illusions. Instead, the Peacock Princess, with her breathtaking beauty and pure gaze, extended one of her jade-like hands towards Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a delicate and snow-white hand, its slender and graceful fingers inviting to be held and admired. However, given the formidable power of the Peacock Princess, who had attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, he dared not reveal such thoughts. There is no need for you to overthink. We find ourselves in peril, and such trivialities should not preoccupy us, the Peacock Princess gently remarked, a soft laughter accompanying her words. Although this grand formation can influence one's senses and perceptions, as long as we hold hands, we shall surely not misidentify one another. Shall we? Her words were indeed wise. Li Chongyun, naturally unreserved, immediately took the soft, delicate hand of the Peacock Princess into his own, feeling a wave of warmth that lifted his spirits. Simultaneously, the page concerning the peacock in the scroll of mountains and seas began to progress, delighting Li Chongyun and allowing his attention to shift away from the enchanting beauty before him. The two continued hand in hand, vanquishing demons and dismantling formations with an increasingly harmonious synergy. In contrast to the trepidation he felt towards Master Long and Prince Mong, Li Chongyun found himself more at ease with the Peacock Princess. The bond of trust between them was profound, freeing him from the need to cunningly provoke lethal traps within the formation. Instead, he could focus solely on navigating the intricate maze before them, the very heart of the illusory immortal array. How complex the formation was. Li Chongyun sat cross-legged, gazing at a colossal stone before him, beneath the celestial gaze. The stone was inscribed with an intricate web of countless patterns, forming a series of robust formations. These formations interlinked and complemented one another. The moment one pattern was disturbed, all others would begin to shift in response. The myriad of possible changes was beyond comprehension, rendering them exceedingly difficult to decipher. Although he had located the heart of the formation, the intricacies of the central patterns proved to be profoundly enigmatic. He felt utterly at a loss, even as his spiritual essence recoiled in pain, reminiscent of the suffering of Princess Peacock. Quickly averting his gaze, he focused on vanquishing the demonic beasts. I can hold out for a maximum of half a month. Just give me 10 days, and I shall surely unravel this formation. Li Chongyun exuded confidence, suppressing the backlash of his divine consciousness as he immersed himself entirely in the focal point of the formation before him. This 9th-grade illusory immortal array's focal point intricately combined various formation techniques, piquing the profound interest of Li Chongyun, whose mastery of formations was continually advancing. He yearned to completely unravel the underlying principles of the array's composition. In truth, Li Chongyun possessed a simpler method to dismantle the formation, by using a formation to counter a formation. He held in his hand a small thunder array disc, crafted from the precious stones of Mount Buzhou. If he were to cast this array disc directly into the focal point, he could effectively disrupt the formation. However, such a treasure, even in the presence of Princess Peacock, made him hesitate, for one must always remain vigilant against potential threats. Moreover, Li Chongyun was not merely putting on a facade. He genuinely felt confident, recognizing the intricacies of the array before him. Yet for him, the difficulty of comprehension was not insurmountable, and the time required was merely a matter of perspective. By the 3rd day, Li Chongyun had already deciphered half of the formation concealed within the massive stone. As he encountered increasingly more formations, he ultimately grasped their very essence. Your mastery of formations has advanced further. From now on, you shall effortlessly perceive countless array configurations, and you have ascended to the rank of 9th-grade array master. The pages of the Shanhai painting scroll bore such a description, and at that moment, clarity flooded Li Chongyun's mind. Attempting to comprehend a ninth-grade formation with the knowledge of an eighth-grade master had subjected him to relentless backlash from his divine consciousness. Akin to forcing oneself to read a tome inscribed in an unfamiliar script while striving to decipher its meaning, such an endeavor was inherently torturous. Now, however, with his breakthrough in the realm of formations, those once alien characters transformed into familiar and endearing symbols before his eyes. You have broken through in your mastery of formations? Princess Peacock, possessing the keen perception of a golden immortal, instantly sensed the significant enhancement in Chongyun's divine consciousness. The myriad arts of immortality, elixirs, artifacts, and arrays required formidable divine consciousness as their foundation, and the cultivation of these celestial skills, in turn, could augment one's divine awareness. Ah, you have reached the ninth grade. Chongyun continued to grasp the delicate hand of the Peacock Princess, stating, "In 2 days, this formation shall be dismantled. Yet I require the princess to lend me her magical power. The energy needed to unravel a ninth-grade divine formation is indeed monumental." Certainly, the Peacock Princess would not refuse. However, she was deeply astonished. She clearly recalled that when Chongyun first entered this fragmented realm, his understanding of formations was undeniably rudimentary. Perhaps only just having achieved the status of a formation master. Otherwise, his initial progress would not have been so sluggish, lagging behind all others. Yet now, after merely 3 to 4 years, he had astonishingly ascended to the level of a ninth-grade formation master, a truly remarkable advancement. The intellect of humanity is inherently profound. Once, the human sovereign Fushi, despite being but a mortal, was able to comprehend the essence of the primordial and delineate the 8 trigrams, thus ascending to immortality. The Peacock Princess could not help but recall the deeds of many great sages of the human race, and as she gazed upon Chongyun before her, she increasingly felt that he harbored the potential to become a great sage in the future. Break. In the fleeting span of 2 days, as Chongyun's eyes glimmered with brilliance and he uttered a solemn command, the entire illusory, celestial formation froze and solidified in an instant. The serene waters and verdant mountains, the ethereal mists, the flora and stones, along with the myriad beasts and demons, all dissipated in a gentle breeze. Had the ninth-grade divine formation truly been shattered? The Peacock Princess's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Typically, a formation master would not dismantle a formation of equal rank with such swiftness. And Chongyun's talent in the art of formations was indeed astonishing. There are celestial treasures. Chongyun's gaze brightened as he beheld the radiant celestial light that emerged after the formation was breached. The familiar aura of precious treasures signified that their efforts had not been in vain. They would soon acquire the heavenly trove. Indeed, it was a celestial cache, and it appeared that fortune favored them. Princess Peacock also revealed a hint of a smile. Given her status, she lacked for resources. However, no one would ever disdain an abundance of treasures, would they? Without hesitation, the two joined hands and approached the celestial trove. Suddenly, Princess Peacock realized that although they had exited the illusory celestial array, her hand remained firmly grasped by Chongyun. As she attempted to gently pull away, he tightened his grip. Observing Chongyun's pale and weary visage, the princess felt a pang of compassion and decided to allow him to hold her hand a bit longer, channeling her own magical energy into him to aid in his recovery. No, Your Highness, you are too gentle. As he felt the pure magical energy coursing into him, Chongyun's heart was awash with mixed emotions, and he gradually relaxed his grip. Once his own depleted energy was restored, he willingly released Princess Peacock's hand and turned to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Our encounters have been numerous, and our journey together has forged a bond. There is no need for such formality," she replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. She then opened the celestial cache before them, revealing the treasures within. "Let us divide the treasures," she said, as the fragile seal of magical light was effortlessly torn apart, immediately flooding their vision with dazzling brilliance. Chongyun's gaze flickered as he beheld the divine ninth-grade illusory immortal array, harboring celestial treasures. Among them were elixirs and precious materials, each of exceptional quality. Many of these elixirs and items were relics of the ancient era, imbued with celestial essence, unattainable in the mortal realm. A few of the materials had indeed become extinct in the present world. The Peacock Princess displayed evident delight, swiftly distributing these treasures without the slightest concern for Chongyun's share. It must be said, collaborating with the Peacock Princess was far more agreeable than dealing with the likes of the Dragon Lord and Prince Niulang. The quantity of celestial materials and elixirs was considerable, making division a straightforward task. They soon proceeded to the segment of distributing spirit treasures. Within this celestial trove, there were only 2 acquired innate spirit treasures. Yet both were of the highest caliber, exceedingly rare. One was a white jade pendant, and the other, a crimson wooden bow. Perfectly, each of us would take one. The Peacock Princess graciously turned to Li Chongyun. You have contributed immensely to unraveling this array. Therefore, you may choose first. Without the princess's protection, I would not have located the array's core. Li Chongyun subtly shook his head. The lethal nature of the divine 9th grade array was unparalleled. Without the Peacock Princess's 5-colored divine light, relying solely on his minor 5 thunder array, it would have been impossible to find the core in such a short time, let alone to dismantle the array in peace. Do not be modest with me. To be frank, I am not in need of innate spirit treasures. Please, choose freely. The Peacock Princess insisted once more. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun ceased to persist. Such treasures were likely ordinary to the Peacock Princess, given her formidable backing. However, an innate spirit treasure of such caliber would be a tremendous boon to him. Even so, I shall not hold back. Li Chongyun stepped forward, pausing for a moment in contemplation before grasping the crimson wooden bow in his hands. Upon contact, a shrill resonance emanated from the bow, and suddenly, a formidable pressure of the primordial spirit was released, as if it were a force originating from the lofty heights of the celestial realm, echoing from the distant epochs of the primordial age, imbued with the essence of time's passage. Do not be alarmed, spoke the Peacock Princess with a calm demeanor, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. The artifacts within this fragment of the Luo book are remnants from ages long past. The spiritual imprints left by their masters have long since eroded. It is indeed extraordinary that this particular artifact still harbors a trace of its original owner's lingering soul, suggesting that its former master was a figure of considerable significance. However, it is merely a wisp of a soul and cannot cause harm. Understood. Li Chongyun nodded slightly, exhaling deeply to steady his emotions. He then infused his consciousness into the wooden bow, and a fragment of a lingering soul was promptly shattered, thoroughly comprehended by his awareness. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded his mind. It was the extraordinary Fuso sunset bow, a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure. The origins of this divine bow were also revealed to Li Chongyun. During the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, the heavenly court of the demon clan dispatched the son of Emperor Zhinü, known as one of the legendary 10 golden crows, to descend to the mortal realm for battle. The endless true fire of the sun brought forth a cataclysmic disaster for countless races. With 10 suns appearing simultaneously, the scorched earth yielded no harvest, leaving the populace without sustenance. The fearsome beasts of the demon clan, Yaogu, Zhuoqi, Jiu-Ying, Defeng, Fengxi, and Xiosha, emerged in unison, wreaking havoc upon the people. Consequently, the great witch Ho-Yi ventured into Tang Valley, gathering Fuso wood as celestial materials to forge the divine bow, wielding unparalleled magical powers to rid the world of calamity. Amidst the turmoil of the witch and demon tribes, the great witch Ho-Yi vanquished Zhuoqi in the fields of Chouhua, slayed Jiu-Ying by the sinister waters, subdued Defeng in the marshes of Qingqiu, shot down the 10 suns, exterminated Yaogu, severed Xiosha at Dongting, and captured Fengxi in the mulberry forest, thereby rescuing the myriad races of humanity. Astonishingly, this was the Fuso sunset bow once wielded by Ho-Yi. Li Chongyun felt a warmth emanating from his palm as he grasped the Fusong sunset bow, a legendary weapon that had once been used by Ho-Yi to slay the golden crows. How remarkable it was to find himself in possession of the Fusong sunset bow. The Peacock Princess, equally astonished, remarked, "The renown of this divine bow resonates throughout the 3 realms. In the hands of the great archer Ho-Yi, coupled with his unparalleled skills, its power was comparable to that of innate treasures. The Fusong sunset bow is classified among the finest spiritual treasures of the postnatal realm. Should you, in the future, have the fortune to comprehend Ho-Yi's archery techniques, you too could unleash the true might of this treasure. Treasures, whether innate or postnatal, signify the most formidable artifacts within the cosmos." Li Chongyun felt a surge of excitement in the stillness of the night. For the Fusong sunset bow in his grasp possessed the potential of a true treasure. However, it could only manifest its full power under specific circumstances. Alas, the remnants of the soul I encountered earlier must surely belong to Ho-Yi. Yet, they have almost been eroded away by the passage of time, rendering them incapable of activating the records of the Shanhai scroll. Nonetheless, I believe there must be other traces left by He scattered throughout this world. Li Chongyun felt a tinge of regret, yet he remained immensely hopeful regarding the Fusang setting sun bow. After all, although He was no longer present, his archery skills were highly likely to have been preserved. If fortune favored him, the celestial bodies of the moon still housed Yi's beloved wife, the immortal Chang'e, along with his rebellious disciple, Wukong. The aura of the jade pendant was indeed remarkable. The peacock princess gracefully summoned another exquisite spiritual treasure, a white jade pendant, into her palm. It bore no remnants of lingering souls. After a brief moment of attunement, she was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Li Chongyun. Remarking on his extraordinary luck, Li Chongyun displayed a look of bewilderment. The peacock princess, not one to keep secrets, explained, "This jade pendant once belonged to Yi's beloved, the goddess of the Luo River. Within it lies a fragment of Yi's archery skills." Yi's beloved, the goddess of the Luo River? Li Chongyun felt somewhat bewildered, for he had never encountered this legendary tale before. Noticing his confusion, the peacock princess elaborated further. The great archer Yi's companion was undoubtedly the Moon Palace's lunar goddess, Chang'e, as the legends suggest. However, in truth, he also shared an ambiguous connection with the river Luo's goddess from ancient times. They had spent at least several centuries together. Yet, these matters are of little consequence. Come closer, and I shall impart to you the fragmented archery techniques of Yi. How much you grasp will depend on your own fortune. Li Chongyun repressed his inquisitive thoughts. Leaning slightly forward as the delicate fragrance of the peacock princess, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley, wafted into his senses, his gaze swept over the enchanting curves of the celestial maiden, striving to maintain his composure. The peacock princess extended a finger, gently pressing it against Li Chongyun's brow, imparting fragments of Yi's archery legacy. This was neither an immortal art nor a divine power, but rather a collection of fleeting insights on archery from Yi. Easily absorbable, though not as direct as the formidable Taoist techniques, it nonetheless endowed Li Chongyun with the preliminary ability to wield the Fusang sunset bow. Li Chongyun and the peacock princess each refined their spiritual treasures, taking a moment to restore themselves to their optimal state. Soon, they simultaneously gazed upwards at the final barrier. Within the formation, someone had already activated the array, and a palpable aura of danger permeated the air. A myriad of colors and countless streams of light dazzled the eyes, rendering one almost spellbound at a mere glance. This final array was, in fact, an immortal formation. A flicker of fervor ignited in the eyes of the peacock princess as she walked alongside Li Chongyun. Gradually, she began to feel a sense of invincibility. Although merely an 8th-rank formation master, upon witnessing the immortal array, she instinctively felt an urge to test her mettle. Having come this far, how could they not step into the array for a trial? Li Chongyun, too, was reluctant to halt his advance. After years of arduous effort and the dismantling of over 100 formations, he finally stood before this last array. At this juncture, there was no room for alternatives. There was only this immortal formation ahead. Li Chongyun had previously heard from Yunming Daotong that this immortal array could not be dismantled. The only course of action was to find a way to traverse it. What a terrifying aura of menace. Even I, should I fall into its grasp, would likely face dire consequences. Li Chongyun? As he approached the array, the peacock princess turned to glance at the youth beside her, clad in silvery brocade. Li Chongyun took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering unease within him, and with a bitter smile remarked, "The might of the celestial formation is indeed beyond my current capabilities to withstand. However, I am genuinely eager to personally experience its profundity." "Very well," responded the peacock princess, her gaze revealing a hint of admiration. "Let us enter the formation." The two walked side by side, and before they even stepped into the grand array, a faint yet terrifying force seeped through the entrance, brimming with an ominous power of the Tao. Li Chongyun furrowed his brow, promptly employing the Golden Crow technique, allowing the strength of his bloodline to surge forth, fortifying his body against the encroaching might of the formation. The peacock princess, too, channeled her magical energy, enveloped in an ethereal glow. Upon crossing the threshold, they were immediately enveloped by a dazzling radiance that pierced the eyes, prompting Li Chongyun to shut his eyes and activate his celestial sight for observation. Within the formation, he beheld 21 stone pillars intricately inscribed with complex patterns, positioned in a manner of profound significance. Atop each pillar rested a colossal mirror, from which an overwhelming brilliance emanated, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. "There are inscriptions upon the gate," remarked the peacock princess, prompting Li Chongyun to follow her gaze upward. Indeed, at the apex of the formation's entrance. For lines of poetry were engraved, "The treasure mirror is neither copper nor gold. Do not seek it within the furnace's fire." Even if one of the supreme oneness encounters this array, in an instant, transformation becomes exceedingly difficult to endure. The Peacock Princess recited the lines with an ethereal voice. An enlightenment dawned upon her. So it is the celestial formation from the ancient era of the Golden Light Array. This formation is one of the ultimate techniques of the Golden Light Holy Mother, one of the 10 heavenly lords among the deities, harboring boundless killing intent within its golden light. If one is targeted, even those of the supreme oneness realm would be instantaneously reduced to mere pulpy flesh. Li Chongyun was enveloped in a golden radiance, an unsettling sensation washing over him. The only reason he stood alive in this moment was because the formation was devoid of any master. Should someone intentionally direct lethal intent towards him, he feared he would vanish in an instant, body and soul obliterated. The 10 heavenly sovereigns of the? Could it be that this golden light formation is one of the 10 absolute formations? Li Chongyun pondered thoughtfully. The Peacock Princess nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have perused that segment of celestial history within the Elguin Pavilion of the Heavenly Court. The Golden Light Array ranks 5th among the 10 absolute arrays, possessing immense power. This array has appeared in the remnants of the Luo book. It remains uncertain whether it was arranged by its current master or recorded by its former owner. The Elguin Pavilion is the repository of the Heavenly Emperor, housing profound celestial histories and esoteric arts, encompassing all knowledge. Given the Peacock Princess's esteemed background, her access to the Elguin Pavilion is hardly surprising. The Demon Emperor, Zhinü, stands at the pinnacle of array mastery, and it is indeed plausible that the origins of this great array stem from his innovations. Li Chongyun casually remarked, "Of course, the identity of the creator of the array is not of paramount importance. What truly matters now is how to break it, with his 9th grade mastery of array techniques." Even within the celestial array, he refrained from daring to peer too closely at the arrangement of the array patterns. Merely gazing for over a quarter of an hour would induce a splitting headache as backlash. The Peacock Princess, being only an 8th grade array master, fared no better. After a brief glance, she furrowed her brows in frustration and said, "The intricacies of the celestial array are indeed beyond my current comprehension. Li Chongyun, this time, we must truly rely on you to breach the array." Li Chongyun forced a bitter smile, clenching his fist inwardly as the divine light within his celestial eye illuminated, compelling him to comprehend the fundamental patterns of the immortal formation. The spiritual formation is directly composed of intricate patterns, while the divine formation is constructed through the arrangement of these patterns into a formation, subsequently leading to the establishment of a formation law. However, the immortal formation is far more intricate. The formations are layered, seemingly devoid of any discernible order, yet they subtly coalesce into a formidable arrangement. The immortal formation is, in fact, constituted of numerous such arrangements, each harboring thousands of patterns, rendering it exquisitely complex and utterly bewildering. Li Chongyun's primordial spirit throbbed with pain, forcing him to momentarily withdraw his gaze. After a brief respite, he resumed his pursuit of understanding. After 3 full days, he finally began to discern the faint outlines of the Golden Light Formation, and, alongside Princess Peacock, he took his inaugural step. This initial stride successfully evaded the lethal traps within the formation, marking a promising beginning. Yet, to traverse a mere step in 3 days is undeniably a sluggish pace. Li Chongyun raised his gaze towards the horizon, feeling as though the path ahead was boundless and infinite, with no clear indication of how long it would take to traverse. Turning his head to glance at the first stone pillar by his side, he noticed that it bore an array of formations, each comprising dozens. And within each formation lay hundreds of intricate patterns. To behold it was akin to staring at a tedious tome, one that he would never finish reading in this lifetime. The slow pace was only to be expected, as the journey along the immortal path is inherently lengthy and limitless. Yet, as long as one's resolve remains steadfast, the road unfolds beneath one's feet. At that moment, the Peacock Princess spoke, offering words of encouragement to Li Chongyun. "I believe that with your guidance, we may indeed find our way through this ancient and formidable golden light formation, one of the 10 ancient wonders. I shall do my utmost." Li Chongyun felt the warmth of the delicate hand in his grasp, as well as the occasional surge of pure magical energy coursing through it. This sensation instilled a sense of resolve within him. On the long journey ahead, Having someone by his side would undoubtedly make the path easier to endure. 10 days. 100 days, half a year. Li Chongyun and the Peacock Princess meandered through the golden light array, step by step, their progress both arduous and deliberate. At this moment, they had forgotten that they were engaged in a trial of fortune, and no longer pondered the presence of the formidable, all-seeing demon lord ahead. Instead, they remained focused on the intricacies of the array, exchanging insights and growing together. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. And Li Chongyun had etched the patterns of the first stone pillar into his heart, fully comprehending each configuration. Yet, the challenge of transforming these patterns into a formidable formation still eluded him. Under his guidance, the Peacock Princess exhibited a marked improvement in her understanding of the array. Akin to a naturally gifted prodigy who, upon encountering a wise mentor, flourished at an astonishing pace. Once they surpassed the first stone pillar, the path ahead opened up, revealing a figure of ethereal grace, bathed in golden light, a Taoist clad in an 8 trigrams robe, unmistakably the all-seeing demon lord. Is the Peacock Princess truly a 9th-rank array master? The demon lord's gaze faltered momentarily as he observed the pair from a distance, exclaiming, "To venture into this golden light array with such mastery as array masters, your audacity genuinely commands my respect." Basking in the golden radiance, the demon lord was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that a mere mortal being of the earth-immortal realm could have journeyed thus far. It was akin to a commoner ascending to the celestial realm via a ladder, an utterly absurd notion. Could it be that the Peacock Princess employed some arcane means to elevate this individual to such heights? The demon lord's thoughts raced. Considering that Li Chongyun and the Peacock Princess had arrived together at the last moment and had been inseparable ever since, their bond evidently profound. It was perplexing that the Peacock Princess, who seemed indifferent to the affections of the golden-winged Great Ping, would show favor to a mere earth immortal of the human race. Alas, the demon lord's unparalleled mastery of arrays far surpasses our own. "We are but novices in your esteemed presence," the Peacock Princess replied with utmost grace and composure. Well spoken, the demon lord conceded, not overly modest, and then immersed himself once more in the contemplative depths of the golden array. "Let us focus on our own understanding." Li Chongyun secretly conveyed through his thoughts. The Lord of the 100 Eyes was not in haste to traverse this formation in pursuit of the ultimate trial opportunity, but rather chose to remain here to fully comprehend the golden light array. He suddenly recalled that in the original journey to the west, son Wukong had once suffered a significant setback at the hands of the Lord of the 100 Eyes due to the hundreds of eyes beneath its ribs, which emitted an abundance of golden light, forming a formidable array that even one as powerful as son Wukong could not decipher. It is likely that his 100-eyed golden light array was derived from this particular opportunity. Li Chongyun's objective was clear, to swiftly traverse this formation. He was well aware that behind this celestial array lay the primordial nexus capable of refining the remnants of the Luo book. Armed with this knowledge, he could not afford to be negligent. The 100-eyed demon lord was no fool. He likely assumed that what lay behind the celestial formation was merely a collection of celestial treasures. For him, a master of formations, comprehending the golden light array held far greater significance. "Devote yourself entirely to the study of formations, and I shall do my utmost to assist you," responded Princess Peacock. In the next moment, Li Chongyun felt the gentle resonance of profound principles emanating from her delicate hand. This time, Princess Peacock completely lowered her guard, not only transmitting her primordial magical power to him, but also temporarily lending him the strength of her own primordial spirit. Their heartbeats gradually synchronized, and their essences intertwined. Li Chongyun felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, as the celestial eye at his brow radiated a dazzling 5-colored brilliance. In that moment, the once hazy celestial formation before him became significantly clearer. It was also the first time that Princess Peacock completely transferred her own power to another. In this state, Li Chongyun held a certain degree of dominion over her. However, any harm inflicted upon him would also result in a backlash against her. As their essences intertwined, Princess Peacock willingly employed this method, undoubtedly out of her profound trust in Li Chongyun. Yet, there was also a hint of impulsiveness. As her power was wholly surrendered to another, a sense of unease blossomed within her heart, prompting her to instinctively grasp Li Chongyun's hand firmly. Such a profound resonance of Tao. At this moment, Li Chongyun truly felt the disparity between himself, a mere earth immortal, and the formidable beings at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. His comprehension of the Tao had progressed smoothly. However, his relatively brief cultivation period rendered his understanding of the sword Tao, water Dao, and fire Dao rather superficial. In contrast, Princess Peacock possessed an exceptionally profound mastery of the Dao, having fully grasped the complete essence of the five elemental path. The harmonious interplay of these five paths unleashed a terrifying power. Perhaps this was one of Princess Peacock's innate endowments. All things in the universe ultimately fall within the realm of the five elements. Thus, wielding the five elemental path and radiating the divine light of five colors naturally allows her to dominate countless immortals. Chongyun swiftly mastered this power, which was not entirely his own. Thanks to the cooperation of the Peacock Princess, he quickly learned to wield this immense magical force with precision. And he continued to focus on understanding the golden light array. Previously, he had spent 3 years deciphering all the patterns on the first stone pillar. Yet his comprehension of the patterns on the second stone pillar had already been reduced to half the time, and he had dedicated merely a year to the third pillar. This remarkable acceleration in his progress could be attributed not only to the full assistance of the Peacock Princess, but also to Li Chongyun's deepening expertise in the art of formations. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Suddenly, the Shanghai scroll trembled and rapidly turned its pages to the Peacock illustration. The one-stem picture now sprang to life with vibrant detail. Had he successfully recorded the sacred spirit of the peacock, attaining 8,000 years of cultivation, the essence of the five elements, and a wealth of Dao rhyme, success had been achieved? Li Chongyun never anticipated that he would successfully incorporate the sacred spirit peacock under such circumstances. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite natural. Given the profound connection he shared with the Peacock Princess, a bond that, in a certain sense, surpassed even the intimacy of physical union. Within the confines of the Purple Mansion, the grand principles resonated. Beside the seed of the sword path, a seed of the five elements path materialized from the void, taking root in the boundless ocean of spiritual energy. Ethereal threads of Tao rhythm coalesced upon it, and the seed quickly sprouted, gently swaying like a five-colored lotus, harboring a terrifying power that rivaled that of the sword path seed. My cultivation level has reached the pinnacle of the harmonization of void and Tao. As soon as I refine any Tao technique to the level of harmonization, mastering it completely, I shall be prepared to transcend and attain immortality. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, performing a quick calculation in his mind. He had been within the remnants of the Luo book for 4 or 5 decades, while the outside world had surely passed over 10 years. Although he had immersed himself in the intricacies of array formations without deliberately refining his magical power, his cultivation had nonetheless progressed at a commendable pace. By his estimations, the gains he had accumulated were substantial, and upon his emergence, it would not be long before he could transcend and become an immortal. He silently expressed gratitude towards Zhinü. Without him, he would not have had the opportunity to partake in such a fortuitous encounter. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the grand formation, as countless golden lights, brimming with lethal intent, surged violently towards a specific point within the array. The target of this onslaught was none other than the hundred-eyed demon lord. Isolated at the heart of the golden light formation, his Taoist robe was violently torn apart, revealing his bare torso. Hundreds of densely packed eyes beneath his ribs abruptly opened. And faced with the overwhelming murderous aura of the golden light, he remained unyielding, absorbing all the luminous energy into the demon eyes upon his person. Is this the might of an immortal of the Tai realm? The ability to withstand the golden light formation so defiantly? Princess Peacock furrowed her brows. The Tai immortal is a level above the golden immortal, a realm she had yet to attain. Achieving such a level is not merely a matter of accumulating resources, but demands genuine skill and profound cultivation. Who among those in the Tai realm does not possess tens of thousands of years of Taoist practice? Indeed, he was leveraging the power of the golden light formation to refine his demon eyes. Li Chongyun was equally taken aback. The hundred-eyed demon lord had inscribed an ancient celestial formation upon him. He was indeed a master of formation. The notion of engraving a formation upon oneself was something even the most divine beings would scarcely dare to contemplate. This was precisely the endeavor the hundred-eyed demon lord had pursued for 3 decades. Standing at the heart of the golden light formation, he contemplated the ancient celestial array surrounding him, continuously channeling his power to etch the formation patterns into his flesh, thus constructing the array and solidifying its configuration. Utilizing the myriad demonic eyes as the foundation of the formation, he was crafting a semi-finished celestial array. Now, by refining the demonic eyes with the golden light from the ancient celestial formation, he could truly transform himself into the array. While those adept in the art of formations typically required time to set them up and strategize to lure others into their midst, The hundred-eyed demon lord transcended this limitation by embodying the formation. Such a method and audacity were indeed formidable. Unbeknownst to us, we had also arrived at this juncture. After marveling at the hundred-eyed demon lord's prowess, Princess Peacock shifted her gaze to Chongyun, a smile gracing her lips that captivated all who beheld it. After 3 decades of introspection, Chongyun and Princess Peacock had now entered the formation, standing merely 10 paces from the hundred-eyed demon lord. The murderous intent emanating from him was swiftly neutralized by the 5-colored divine light radiating from Princess Peacock. Since the demon lord intended to embody the formation, it was a remarkable strategy indeed. Chongyun took the initiative to speak to the lord of the hundred-eyed demon. The latter turned his gaze back, a shadow of intrigue flickering across his eyes. With your earthly, immortal cultivation, to possess such profound mastery of array formations. Having comprehended all the runes on the 18 stone pillars within 30 years to arrive at this point is indeed astonishing. You flatter me, demon lord. Chongyun smiled, remarking that the so-called slow bird takes flight first. Given the span of several decades, it is likely that the demon lord has thoroughly comprehended this golden light formation. The younger generation merely hopes to advance a few more steps and seize this opportunity to appreciate the grandeur of the celestial array. The hundred-eyed demon lord replied with an ambiguous smile, pausing for a moment in contemplation before closing his eyes once more, choosing to disregard Chongyun and Princess Peacock. The time to pilfer had arrived. Chongyun took a deep breath, directing his gaze towards the 19th stone pillar. This time, instead of hastily deciphering the intricate patterns, he chose to observe the entire pillar, immersing himself in the nuances of the formation within. Without comprehending the formation, one cannot aspire to become a master of celestial arrays. Chongyun had lingered at the 9th grade celestial array master level for 3 decades. This continuous accumulation over 30 years had enabled him to fully grasp the formations, and the myriad configurations of the first 18 stone pillars had gradually bestowed upon him a profound understanding of the art of formations. Princess, channel the 5-color divine light with all your might to conceal my presence. Chongyun transmitted a secret message, causing the peacock princess to momentarily freeze. However, her unwavering trust in him prompted her to comply without hesitation. Behind her, the peacock unfurled its magnificent tail, each feather radiating brilliance and dazzling light. The divine 5-colored radiance was indeed a formidable technique, a testament to the extraordinary skills of the great peacock bodhisattva, the hundred-eyed demon lord. Sensing the tumultuous flow of elemental energies, surmised that it was the work of the peacock princess, yet he dismissed the thought. The closer he approached, the more susceptible he became to the lethal intent of the golden light array. The peacock princess, being a perfected golden immortal, and Chongyun, a mere weak earth immortal, were compelled to exert their utmost efforts for defense. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Chongyun's consciousness surged, and he conjured his very first formation in this lifetime. You have successfully formed a formation and entered the ranks of array masters, read the words that appeared on the cover page of the Shanghai Scroll, marking a profound transformation in Chongyun's comprehension of array techniques. You have become a first-rank array master? The peacock princess transmitted, utterly astonished. In 30 years, it seemed reasonable for someone of Chongyun's talent to achieve the status of an array master, yet he remained merely an earth immortal. It is worth noting that powerful arrays could slay even Tai loose immortals and pose threats to Tai golden immortals. After gazing at these formations for an extended period, understanding suddenly dawned upon him. Chongyun communicated through thought, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, I am but a misnamed celestial array master. I am currently unable to arrange even a high-grade divine formation, let alone a celestial array. The peacock princess momentarily appeared taken aback, yet she soon nodded in agreement. The might of divine and celestial arrays is exceedingly formidable, requiring immense magical power for their arrangement, which is precisely Chongyun's shortcoming. However, once he becomes a celestial array master, it should be no challenge to exit this golden light array, correct? Let us keep this matter discreet. We shall seize the opportunity to traverse this array and obtain the final celestial treasures and fortunes ahead of others, Chongyun conveyed through his thoughts. The peacock princess's beautiful eyes flickered as she nervously glanced at the nearby Bayan demon lord, who was still refining the array, before she slowly nodded. It is about to succeed. It is indeed about to succeed. The Bayan demon lord was overwhelmed with excitement at this moment. Upon entering the celestial array and observing the 4 inscriptions, He realized that this formation was none other than the fifth of the renowned 10 absolute arrays from the ancient era, known as the Golden Light Array, formed during the calamity of the gods. The array's principles harmonized with his own techniques, making it entirely feasible for him to employ it as his own. After a brief contemplation, the Bayan demon lord resolved to merge himself with the array. Once this array is successfully refined, in the entirety of the Western Yohajo, as long as the figures from the Buddhist sect on the holy mountain refrain from intervening, what demon king could possibly rival my prowess? Even the formidable bull demon king would not dare to underestimate me. A fervent flame ignited within the Bayan demon lord's heart. Despite having painstakingly cultivated to the realm of Tai Lu's immortal, which seemingly drew the attention of countless onlookers and marked him as a formidable demon king. He soon discovered that resources at this level had long been monopolized by the heavenly court and the holy mountain, leaving him to languish for thousands of years. Aside from concocting deadly toxins from bird droppings, he had yet to acquire any formidable means. In comparison to well-established figures like the Bull Demon King, he was acutely aware of his inadequacy. Yet now, the situation had transformed. By successfully refining this golden light array, he too would ascend to the ranks of the top demon kings. It is done. The Bayan demon lord felt the final formation of the array manifest within his flesh and blood. A terrifying power capable of obliterating even a Tai Lu's immortal coalescing within him, and he was instantly elated. From this moment forth, who in heaven or on earth would dare to underestimate me, the Bayan demon lord of the Huanghua temple? He laughed triumphantly as the surrounding murderous golden light surged toward him, yet it was absorbed by his flesh and blood, subsequently refined into his own magical power. At this moment, he was entirely immune to the golden light array. Suddenly, the Bayan demon lord sensed something amiss and hastily raised his gaze toward the array, only to find that Chongyun and the peacock princess were nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had not exited the golden light array. Could it be that they were in peril? Chongyun stood hand in hand with the peacock princess. Halt! A sudden, thunderous command echoed from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming and terrifying celestial might that surged forth, as if intent on collapsing this small realm. The hundred-eyed demon lord stepped out of the golden light array with an ease that belied the situation, only to find Chongyun grasping a mysterious rune in his hand, a clearly unclaimed artifact that effortlessly melded with his flesh and blood. Demon lord, what wisdom do you have to impart? Chongyun turned around, revealing a somewhat naive smile. What he had refined was the primordial runes of the fragmented Book of Luo. At the moment when these runes fused with his flesh and blood, Chongyun naturally became the master of the remnants of the Book of Luo. The hundred-eyed demon lord's eyes widened in fury. Although he had chosen to spend decades of his life within the formation, transforming himself into it to cultivate his unparalleled skills, this did not mean he was indifferent to the celestial treasures and opportunities beyond the golden light array. The reason for his anger was that, in the eyes of the hundred-eyed demon lord, no one besides him, the celestial formation master, could traverse the golden light array. All the celestial treasures and opportunities behind the array rightfully belonged to him. But who could have anticipated that they would be seized by a mere earth immortal? You little thief, you possess audacity beyond measure to pilfer my opportunity. It seems you have grown weary of life. In this moment, the hundred-eyed demon lord's heart blazed with fury as he gazed at the amiably smiling Chongyun, wishing he could swallow him whole. This opportunity was granted by a certain powerful deity of the world for the purpose of enlightenment. Although there was an element of competition, ultimately, it was meant for the fated. Chongyun stood in the air, still holding the delicate hand of Princess Peacock, responding with neither arrogance nor humility. Exclaimed the hundred-eyed demon lord. Were it not for the grace of that esteemed immortal, you would not even qualify to set foot here. Outside, I could have effortlessly reduced you to ashes. The opportunities behind the celestial array are not something a mere earth immortal like you can covet. Princess Peacock furrowed her brows and said, opportunities in this world cannot be forced. Demon Lord, what is your intent with such aggressiveness? The hundred-eyed demon lord snorted coldly, immediately opening his robe to reveal hundreds of fierce demonic eyes beneath his ribs. Princess Peacock, I respect the face of the great peacock bodhisattva and will not harm you in the slightest. However, Chongyun, this insignificant insect, dares to climb atop my head and seeks his own demise. I shall use him to sacrifice to my newly refined great formation, armed with lethal weapons and filled with murderous intent, especially since the hundred-eyed demon lord had just acquired an immensely terrifying killing formation. He was ready to unleash the runes fused within his flesh and blood. In an instant, the overwhelming formation surged into being, and hundreds of blinding golden beams shot forth from the 100 eyes beneath his ribs, like a myriad of sharp swords, ruthlessly striking towards Li Chongyun. Formation, arise. Li Chongyun stood resolutely against the overwhelming threat, unperturbed by the imminent danger. In a fleeting moment, the true golden light array nearby erupted with a thunderous roar, releasing countless strands of celestial radiance that swiftly converged upon the location of the three individuals. 21 stone pillars coalesced into an extraordinarily formidable formation, while 21 bronze mirrors gleamed brilliantly. The array countered the array. The 100-eyed demon lord found himself ensnared within the stone pillars, instantly struck with alarm. The golden light array ranked 5th among the 10 absolute arrays and was by no means a trivial matter. Previously, he had dared to refine his demonic eyes within the array, provided that it was unguarded. Otherwise, even with 100-fold courage, he would not have dared to act in such a manner. Now, the 100-eyed demon lord was astounded to discover that this golden light array had become a possession of its master. The murderous strands of light intertwined and surged, completely suppressing the celestial formation inscribed within his flesh and blood. What a remarkable fellow! What have you refined to wield control over this array? The 100-eyed demon lord seethed with anger, filled with regret and resentment. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have lingered within the array to hone his skills. He could have simply traversed the grand formation and refined that rune to directly seize control of the golden light array. Control over the golden light array? Li Chongyun secretly chuckled to himself. He held the entirety of the fragmented book of Luo in his possession. Should the all-seeing demon lord become aware of this matter, it would likely send the demon king into a frenzy filled with regret and fury. However, should such a situation arise, Li Chongyun himself would find himself ensnared in a web of unending trouble, as the demon lords present today would surely not spare him. Demon lord, since you wish to test the formation, I am more than willing to serve as your whetstone. Li Chongyun maintained a benevolent smile on his face, yet he exerted all his strength to activate the golden light formation. 21 bronze mirrors hovered above the stone pillars, resembling 21 miniature suns, radiating the essence of ultimate yang and unyielding power. In no time, the golden light of the 100-eyed demon lord was suppressed back to a radius of 3 feet around him, all while he continued to wear a smile. Very well. You are indeed formidable. The 100-eyed demon lord gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He had never imagined that he would be cornered to such an extent by Li Chongyun, whom he regarded as mere insignificant vermin. However, circumstances proved to be more compelling than individuals. The golden light formation could render even the celestial beings of the Tai realm bloodied and tattered. If his own divine powers were to be shattered, he feared he would be swiftly refined into nothingness, leaving only a pool of putrid blood behind. Just for the sake of controlling a celestial formation, I refuse to believe you can transport this grand array away. He scoffed. Let this opportunity for enlightenment come to an end. With a disdainful glance at Li Chongyun, the 100-eyed demon lord revealed the celestial talisman inscribed with a fragment of the book of Luo. He immediately activated the key to the fragment, causing his figure to vanish in an instant, leaving behind only a slowly healing rift in space. Upon witnessing this, the smile on Li Chongyun's face faded, replaced by a hint of solemnity. Within this fragmented world, he could indeed wield the power of the celestial formation to subdue the 100-eyed demon lord at the Tai's scattered immortal level. Yet, should they depart from this realm, Li Chongyun, you have audaciously forced the 100-eyed demon lord to retreat. What remarkable courage! Princess Peacock suddenly withdrew her delicate hand, turning to glance back with a complex smile. Truth be told, she genuinely admired Li Chongyun's bravery and resolve. However, she also deemed it somewhat unwise for him to so easily provoke the 100-eyed demon lord. Had I shown even a hint of timidity or fear earlier, how could the 100-eyed demon lord have retreated so readily? Li Chongyun replied with a light laugh, his gaze unwavering. Princess Peacock responded calmly, yet now you have offended him. Once we leave this fragment of the world, what will you do when he seeks vengeance? Though you have successfully refined that talisman and become the master of this book of Luo fragment, it remains incomplete and cannot offer you protection. Moreover, should you reveal this matter, it may invite even greater peril upon yourself. The fact that Li Chongyun became the master of the remnants of the book of Luo might be concealed from others, yet it certainly could not escape the keen perception of Princess Peacock. Together, they traversed the grand formation and unearthed the final celestial treasures. Given the pressing nature of time, Li Chongzhen had no opportunity to act covertly. He could only follow the incantations taught by the Dream Cloud Taoist to locate the pivotal seal of the Luo Book remnant. By refining it, he could claim mastery over this precious artifact. After all, for Li Chongzhen, even if this treasure were to fall into the hands of Princess Peacock, it would still be a fortuitous circumstance for him. Their collaborative efforts had seen them break through numerous formations and seek out opportunities, thereby forging a bond of camaraderie. Such a significant treasure would surely earn him the gratitude of Princess Peacock. However, what took Li Chongyun by surprise was that, in the presence of this remarkable artifact, Princess Peacock remained unmoved. The remnants of the Book of Luo, a treasure of such magnitude, would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of countless individuals. Li Chongyun gazed upon the exquisitely beautiful woman before him and remarked, "I have long suggested that this treasure be entrusted to the princess. Throughout our journey, your contributions have been substantial. Should you possess this treasure, many of your troubles would surely dissipate." Upon hearing this, Princess Peacock furrowed her brows, a hint of indignation flickering in her eyes. "There is no need for you to repeatedly test my resolve. I act according to my own principles. I am not one to resort to oppression or to usurp another's opportunities. Is your manner of speech intended to insult me?" As Princess Peacock's delicate brows arched slightly, her stunning visage revealed a trace of ire. Even her typically ethereal and gentle voice bore an unmistakable chill, as if touched by frost. This was indeed the first time Li Chongyun had witnessed her anger. "I am merely stating the facts," he replied. Li Chongyun shook his head. "If I have offended you, I ask for your forgiveness." "Humph." The Peacock Princess let out a dismissive snort. "I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Although the hundred-eyed demon lord holds a grudge against you, he dares not act openly against you with that hidden celestial being behind the scenes. However, he will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. The so-called figure behind the scenes refers to the enigmatic celestial who commissioned the Yuming youth to bring the remnants of the pages to dispel calamities. Since this individual orchestrated such an opportunity, it is certain they have their own motives. The hundred-eyed demon lord has thus developed animosity towards Li Chongzhen. Yet he refrains from reckless actions, for he understands that should he provoke the powerful figure behind the curtain, even as a Tai loose immortal, he could be reduced to ashes in an instant." Li Chongyun nodded in acknowledgement, naturally comprehending this point. The Peacock Princess stated, "Although we journey together, my ability to assist you is limited. As you have observed, my cultivation level is merely at the perfection of the golden immortal stage, which may seem but a step away from the great immortal realm. However, the disparity between the two is akin to a chasm, even with my five-colored divine light. I cannot bridge this gap. Yet, while I may be unable to ascend, I can help you leverage the circumstances." Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "How shall I leverage this situation?" The Peacock Princess candidly replied, "Since the ancient calamity of the gods, when the deities took their rightful places, the heavenly court has overseen all affairs of the three realms. Although it may appear that there are two branches, Buddhism and Taoism, in truth, the teachings of Buddhism originated from the great Taoist patriarch Laozi, who, upon leaving the Hangu Pass, transformed into the Buddha Shakyamuni. Thus, Buddhism and Taoism are, in essence, one and the same. The Buddha itself is derived from the Tao, and this is how it has always been." In that instant, Li Chongyun comprehended that the essence of the Peacock Princess's message was quite straightforward. She had powerful backing, be it from the Spirit Mountain or the Heavenly Court, and she could indeed exert influence. A tree that stands out in a forest is bound to be blown down by the wind. The tone of the Peacock Princess softened as she earnestly continued, "Li Chongyun, your talents in cultivation and array formations are remarkable. The path ahead is long and fraught with challenges that will inevitably provoke envy. This opportunity has reached its conclusion. Yet I believe it will not be long before you transcend and become an immortal. At that time, I shall procure a celestial talisman for you. With the backing of the Heavenly Court or Spirit Mountain, your endeavors will be greatly facilitated. Though such an arrangement may impose certain constraints, the advantages are manifold. And you must not be too obstinate or averse to it. Many scattered immortals in the mortal realm harbor resentment towards being elevated to the ranks of immortals by the Heavenly Court. For many, receiving a celestial talisman is perceived as a squandering of their cultivation time, akin to being enslaved by the Heavenly Court." The Peacock Princess, concerned that Li Chongzhen might share this mindset, felt compelled to elaborate, reflecting her genuine concern for him. "Thank you, Princess. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and concern." Li Chongyun exhibited little aversion towards matters such as receiving celestial decrees. After all, the ultimate destination of the universe is a structured order. How much more so in the pursuit of spiritual cultivation? It is indeed wise to seek refuge beneath a grand tree, so why not embrace the opportunity? Naturally, what he desired was a system that offered tangible benefits. Should it entail sacrificing his own interests, the matter would require reconsideration. Very well. The Peacock Princess remarked with a smile, once you ascend to immortality, simply come to Biluoshan to find me. Agreed. Li Chongyun nodded. Then lowered his gaze to observe the golden-winged rock, the dragon-suppressing celestial, and Prince Niulang, who were still voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence within the remnants of the world, honing their own cultivation. Previously, Li Chongyun had felt little about it. Yet, at this moment, as the master of the remnants of the Book of Luo, he experienced a pang akin to watching his own crops being harvested by others. Without hesitation, he activated the seals within his body, causing a sudden upheaval in the realm of the remnants, which began expelling those within. Beneath Zhinü Mountain, in a pavilion, the hundred-eyed demon lord fixed his gaze on a piece of parchment suspended in midair. In but a moment, he sensed the emergence of spatial fluctuations upon it. Buzz! A dark crack appeared, and figures began to materialize. The golden-winged rock, the Peacock Princess, the dragon-suppressing celestial, and Prince Niulang were present, yet Li Chongyun was conspicuously absent. Oh, hundred-eyed demon lord, you were the first to emerge. It seems the final opportunity within the remnants of the Book of Luo has been claimed by you, remarked the dragon-suppressing celestial, a hint of envy evident in his eyes. Prince Niulang surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of Li Chongyun, feeling somewhat perplexed. To think that such profound and pure spiritual essence could be concealed within the remnants of the Book of Luo. It is a pity that this king is not versed in array formations. Otherwise, I would be most eager to uncover any treasures hidden behind that final immortal array. Spoke the golden-winged rock, his gaze fixed intently on the hundred-eyed demon lord. Of course, the golden-winged rock had no genuine interest in such a treasure fragment as the remnants of the Book of Luo, nor did he care for the so-called immortal hoard within. His curiosity was purely academic. Moreover, among all the cultivators in the West Nyohajo without a sect, only the hundred-eyed demon lord could decipher immortal arrays. Humph! The hundred-eyed demon lord, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, grew increasingly irate. He cast a cold glance at the Peacock Princess and retorted, Princess, I grant you a measure of respect, yet do not presume that I am easily bullied. Where has Li Chongyun gone? Speak. The Peacock Princess narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she replied, Demon Lord, while it is true that Li Chongyun has obtained the final opportunity, such matters are determined by one's own capabilities. What? Are you unable to accept defeat and resorting to intimidation? Li Chongyun has obtained the final opportunity. Upon this declaration, the countenance of those present instantly transformed. Had it not been for the words of the Peacock Princess, they might have presumed that Li Chongyun, that insignificant celestial being no larger than an ant, had perhaps met his unfortunate demise within some divine formation. Yet, to their astonishment, he had indeed navigated through the celestial array and had even seized the ultimate chance before the hundred-eyed demon lord could do so. How infuriating! Roared the hundred-eyed demon lord, his anger palpable. Clearly, that boy has resorted to cunning tactics, usurping the opportunity that rightfully belongs to me. I demand an explanation. As he spoke, a tempest of his magical power erupted, the terrifying pressure of a Tai loose immortal enveloping the surroundings. The Peacock Princess frowned, her aura emanating vibrant hues of divine light. Standing resolutely undeterred, hundred-eyed demon lord, you are not but a mere centipede that has attained a semblance of cultivation. The golden-winged rock stepped forward, casting a cold glare. Do you dare to treat the princess with such disrespect? I assure you, with but a snap of my fingers, I could render your millennia of arduous cultivation utterly futile. The hundred-eyed demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief. Rock, what did you just call me? The fury in the golden-winged rock's eyes seemed on the verge of eruption. The hundred-eyed demon lord felt a tightness in his chest, gritting his teeth in restraint. Having practiced for countless years, he had cultivated profound composure and rarely succumbed to anger. Although he was incensed by Li Chongyun's appropriation of his opportunity, he maintained his rationality. However, the rock's brazen demeanor truly left him feeling dizzy with indignation. The rock, in its brute arrogance, seemed oblivious to the fact that within the remnants of the world, the Peacock Princess had already allied herself with Li Chongyun, their relationship resembling that of intimate companions. And here he was, obstructing his confrontation with Li Chongyun. Suppressing his simmering rage, the hundred-eyed demon lord spoke, Rock, I shall not engage in debate with you today, but there is one matter I must clarify. Huh? The golden-winged rock scoffed, its eyes glinting with disdain. Debate with me? When did you earn the right to do so? Begone. Just as the hundred-eyed demon lord had initially dismissed Chongyun, the rock too regarded him with disdain. Should the rock be in a good mood, it might indulge in some banter, yet should it be provoked, even uttering insults would be a mere trifle. What of killing him? Did the hundred-eyed demon lord not understand the law of the jungle? Although he too was a figure of the Tai loose immortal level. Shielded by the celestial array, before the golden-winged rock, he remained as powerless as an ant. The hundred-eyed demon lord's face oscillated between crimson and pale, and ultimately, gritting his teeth, he resorted to hand seals and incantations to flee from the scene. The atmosphere in the arena shifted to a delicate tension. May I ask, Princess, is Chongyun safe? Inquired Prince Mong, clasping his hands in respect. The Peacock Princess replied, Chongyun possesses extraordinary talent in the art of formations. He has likely caught the eye of that enigmatic celestial being. The remnants of the Luo book have expelled us all, yet retained him within, presumably to meet with him. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, Prince Niulang was momentarily taken aback, and soon, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes as he remarked, such is indeed the fortune of my friendly Chongyun. With a sense of relief washing over him, Niulang ascended into the clouds and departed. However, the Dragon Master, upon learning of Chongyun's ultimate opportunity, could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. Yet, she refrained from revealing her emotions. Exchanging a few casual pleasantries before taking her leave. My princess, that old Taoist is merely a centipede that has attained sentience. How dare he act so audaciously before us? Should he dare to cross our path again, I shall surely consume him whole. The golden-winged rock displayed a smile, eager to curry favor with the Peacock Princess. The Yuan Feng, born of the Kunping and the Peacock, each left a portion of their innate essence to their descendants. Thus, the golden-winged rock's feelings for the Peacock Princess resembled an obsession with ancestral lineage, coupled with a yearning for the immortal prowess of the phoenix. Yet, the Peacock Princess remained indifferent towards the rock, disregarding him entirely, and transformed into a streak of colorful light as she vanished, prompting the rock to hastily ascend into the heavens. Within the pavilion, the young Taoist of Yuming had long since departed, and no one found it peculiar. Only the remnants of the Book of Luo stirred momentarily, drifting towards the peaks of Zhinü Mountain. This lad indeed possessed remarkable fortune, evidently blessed with extraordinary roots, having caught the attention of an exalted immortal. In the celestial realm, the golden-winged rock did not immediately depart. Instead, it watched as the remnants of the Book of Luo soared towards Zhinü Mountain before taking to the skies itself, its speed rivaling that of Sun Wukong's somersault cloud, swiftly catching up to the Peacock Princess. Yet, she remained unresponsive, ignoring him entirely. The remnants drifted down, landing in a secluded ravine of Zhinü Mountain, where they lay quietly for over half a month, appearing as mundane objects devoid of spiritual brilliance. One night, they finally radiated celestial light once more, and a figure materialized out of thin air, grasping the remnants of the Book of Luo tightly in hand. This person was none other than Chongyun. He preferred to act boldly in public, disregarding consequences, yet maintained absolute caution in private, to prevent any suspicion from the demon lords and celestial beings. He willingly squandered more than half a month. This endeavor proved to be immensely fruitful. Chongyun exhaled softly, a thought crossing his mind as the remnants of the Luo Shu gracefully descended before his abdomen, subsequently penetrating into his purple palace to subdue the surging currents of his magical power. At this moment, within his purple palace, the tumultuous energy swirled as two Tao seeds vied for growth, sprouting branches with remarkable vigor, a vivid manifestation of the Taoist arts. Chongyun turned the pages of the Shanhai scroll to the front, examining his personal information. Owner, Chongyun realm, refining void and merging with Tao, perfection, physique, golden crow divine body, great accomplishment, cultivation method, insightful truth chapter, celestial grade supreme, techniques, purple sun divine fire, perfection, earth walking technique, perfection, stabilizing light finger, perfection, divine abilities, mountain refining technique, peak mastery, golden crow law, peak mastery, martial arts, swordsmanship, path achieved. Archery, unerring, celestial arts, celestial array master, first class, Tao accomplishment, 39, 980 years, sword Tao, mastery, path of metal, borrowed, path of wood, borrowed, path of water, borrowed, path of fire, borrowed, path of earth, borrowed. The assessment by the Shanhai scroll remains remarkably accurate. This entry has propelled my cultivation from the initial stage of refining void and merging with Tao directly to its perfection, with sufficient magical power to transcend into immortality. All 3 of my spells have reached perfection, and both of my divine abilities have attained peak mastery. I am but a step away from the ultimate realm of transcendence, with only the Tao methods remaining to be fully grasped. The 5 elemental paths have all reached the borrowed path level, while the sword Tao has achieved the mastery level. Although I have yet to become an immortal, my strength has multiplied exponentially compared to before. Should I encounter those disciples of the Kalinzi again, even facing them with fewer numbers, vanquishing them would be as effortless as dispatching mere dogs. Chongyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an unwavering confidence. He believed that should he encounter the severely wounded 9 infants again, he could vanquish them with even greater force, without the need to resort to the sword arts in a desperate and cumbersome manner that would leave him gravely injured. The ability to slay celestials while still in the realm of earth immortals is indeed a power that is astonishing. However, Chongyun's true trump cards were the rare spiritual treasures he had acquired during this journey: the Fusong Sunset Bow, the Lesser 5 Thunder Array Disc, and the fragments of the Book of Luoshu. During his cultivation, at least 2 to 3 decades had passed in the outside world. One could only wonder what transformations had occurred atop the Silk Spider Ridge in that time. Chongyun soared into the sky, glancing back at the overlapping peaks of Zhinü Mountain below. He beheld the purple mist lying in wait, resembling a startled dragon amidst the ethereal clouds. A magnificent scene reminiscent of a celestial realm, concealed within the mountain's hues. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely, clasping his hands in gratitude before swiftly departing. Even with the spiritual essence bestowed by the remnants of the Luo book, after 60 years of cultivation and ascending from a spirit formation master to a celestial formation master, one must ponder if anyone from the days of the Bo Palace could surpass his accomplishments. Amid the misty clouds, voices seemed to be conversing. At Ponzi Ridge, within Ponzi Cave, the 7 female demons, led by Zhinü, wore expressions of utter dismay. Once enchanting beauties, they now appeared haggard and frail, their complexions pale as if they were mere mortals in the depth of winter. Though a furnace burned within the cave, they shivered uncontrollably. Only Zhinü managed to sit upright on a stone chair, while her sisters slumped in various directions, unable to maintain their posture. "Sister, what curse have we fallen under? The yin energy within us feels as though it has detonated, turning against us. Without Niulang's yang energy to counteract it, I fear for our very lives." Zhinü, with her delicate and graceful form curled upon the chair, appeared woefully pitiful. Just then, a man's voice echoed from outside the cave. "Ladies, you need not endure any longer. The backlash of the 9 yin energy can be fatal. I have brought 7 robust young men from a nearby village. By absorbing their yang energy and drinking their warm blood, we can at least suppress your yin energy for the time being. As for the matter of dual cultivation with me, we can discuss that later." Outside Ponzi Cave, a man clad in black, with his chest exposed, sat nonchalantly upon a stone bench, flanked by 7 young, strong mortal men, bound and helpless. His countenance resembled polished jade, yet above his nose 8 eyes were arranged in a grotesque manner. This man called himself the Heavenly Poison General, claiming to be a spider in his true form. Over a decade prior, when Zhinü successfully attained her Tao and overcame tribulations to become a celestial being, the commotion had drawn this creature's attention. The Heavenly Poison General was at the mid-stage of celestial beings, and seeing the beauty of Zhinü and her sisters, he developed nefarious intentions, returning annually to harass them. The local mountain deities had intervened but were brutally repelled by this brute. "Heavenly Poison General, cease your harassment of us." Zhinü's voice resounded with indignation. The Heavenly Poison General sneered, "Do not feign innocence. You are merely 9 yin poison spiders that have become aware. It is said that while landscapes may change, one's nature remains immutable. We demons are meant to consume humans. Do you truly believe yourselves to be celestial beings?" Zhinü replied resolutely, "Humans inherently possess spiritual essence, and consuming them can indeed enhance one's cultivation. However, such actions would merely attract the wrath of the heavenly Tao, leading to sin and self-destruction. My sisters and I will not harm the innocent. Should you refuse to depart, do not blame me for being impolite. Self-destruction of foundations?" The demon lord Tian Du sneered. "Am I the only one among the demon race that consumes humans? Even the steeds of deities and the sacred spirits of the heavens partake in such acts. Why should my kin be exempt?" With a surge of anger, he seized a man and, accompanied by piercing screams, tore off a bloody arm. gnawing on it voraciously before carelessly discarding it on the ground. The demon lord savagely bit into the man's throat, drinking his blood, then ripped open his abdomen to feast upon the heart and lungs. In the once serene mountains, the sounds of flesh being torn and chewed echoed clearly. Truly delectable. After consuming one, Tian-du licked the blood from his lips and declared, "Fair Lady Zhinü, and the enchanting beauties within the cave. I have expressed my intentions towards you for a decade. Yet, you have continuously ignored my overtures, which is rather ungrateful. I have come to reside in this silk cave. Should you dare to resist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "You dare," Zhinü exclaimed in fury. "If you so much as lay a finger on my sisters, I will drag you down with me." Zhinü added, "When my lord returns, he will tear you asunder and reduce you to ashes, obliterating your very essence." "Your lord?" Tian-du scoffed. "I have already discerned that the so-called master of the Silk Cave is merely a terrestrial immortal of the human race, his cultivation beneath that of Zhinü. To invoke him to intimidate me is utterly laughable. Ladies, I am on my way." As his words fell, Tian-du flipped his palm, brandishing a 3-foot steel whip, its ebony hue glinting ominously. He commenced towards the cave, but suddenly felt an unsettling prickling sensation at his back. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air was jarring. Tian-du instinctively turned, only to witness flickering flames in the distance. In an instant, a sharp arrow enveloped in fire shot forth like a meteor. "Who lurks in the shadows?" Tian-du was taken aback, his eyes widening as he fixated on the approaching projectile, which had seemingly traversed a great distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! Drawing upon the full extent of his mid-stage celestial powers, a profound energy surged within Tian-du. Gripping the steel whip tightly, he swiftly pivoted and swung, producing a resounding clash as the arrow was deflected, causing crimson flames to erupt and envelop him. Despite the protective aura of celestial essence, Tian-du found himself in a dire predicament. His hair turned to ash, exposing his bald head, and his once ivory visage became charred. Moreover, the steel whip in his grasp shattered into 2 pieces. Upon lifting my gaze, I beheld 2 figures soaring through the wind. One of them was unmistakably the god of the earth from Ponzi Ridge, while the other was adorned in resplendent silver garments, possessing a strikingly handsome visage and a countenance that exuded an air of sternness. He wielded a formidable spiritual artifact, emanating a profound aura of power. Brotherly Tao. This individual is none other than the heavenly poison general, who has caused disturbances on the mountain multiple times since his arrival a decade ago. His presence is quite vexatious. Yet, he has already attained mid-stage celestial cultivation, having dealt me and the mountain god a few stinging blows. You must exercise utmost caution. The god of the earth spoke, hastily retreating to a corner, fully aware of his own limited powers, realizing that his presence would only hinder rather than help. Li Chongyun's cultivation level was now beyond his comprehension, and the god of the earth was uncertain whether he could subdue the heavenly poison general. "Are you Li Chongyun? The esteemed gentleman spoken of by Zhinü and the others?" The heavenly poison general casually discarded his steel whip, his gaze fixated on the Fusang sunset bow in Li Chongyun's grasp. His brow furrowed slightly before he sneered. "I had thought you would return as a transcendent being after decades away. If that were the case, combined with the spiritual artifact you possess, I would have to weigh my chances. Alas, you are merely an earth celestial, not yet fully in harmony with the Tao. How dare you contend with me? Surely, you have come to present me with a treasure." "Earth celestial, Li Chongyun is merely an earth immortal." The face of the earth deity instantly changed, filled with astonishment and regret. He had initially believed that Li Chongyun had achieved great progress in his cultivation, which prompted him to bring him here at the first opportunity. Little did he know that he remained an earth immortal. However, with his own family trapped within the cave, would Li Chongyun, given his temperament, ever retreat? This situation has undoubtedly led to his own downfall. Merely an earth immortal? Li Chongyun let out a cold sneer, once again drawing his bow, which resembled a full moon. The divine power forged from the wood of the Fusang tree emanated a profound and intense spiritual essence, coalescing into a sharp, crimson golden arrow between his fingers. Its flames swirling and shimmering brilliantly, "It is sufficient to end you." The heavenly poison lord felt an ominous aura locking onto him, sending a shiver down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his magical energy, abruptly lowering his body to reveal his true form, a massive spider clad in a black shell. Its enormous body akin to an enlarged grinding wheel, with 8 long legs extending 4 to 5 zhang, adorned with blade-like bristles. 8 eerie green eyes glinted with ferocity, presenting a ghastly visage. "Be careful, young master," a delicate voice cried out from within the cave. Upon learning that Chongyun was still within the realm of earth immortals, Zhinü felt an urgent desire to lend him aid. However, the moment she reached the cave entrance, a wave of terrifying power surged forth, halting her in her tracks. Flames leapt skyward, crimson clouds billowed, and the searing heat radiated outward. The jet-black armored spider had been struck down by a single arrow, lying belly up. Its body charred deep red. The air was filled with an ambiguous scent, a peculiar aroma emanating from the scene. An exceptional spiritual treasure? The heavenly poison lord's voice trembled. How could a mere earth immortal wield such a supreme spiritual artifact? His body was pierced. The terrifying power carried by the Fusang sunset bow ravaging his insides, obliterating millennia of arduous cultivation in an instant. Feeling the life force ebbing away, despair enveloped the heavenly poison lord as he gazed at this seemingly insignificant earth immortal before him. Despite being merely an earth immortal, Chongyun displayed no trace of fear in the face of his mid-stage celestial status, striking with thunderous force and directly employing a lethal move, leaving him no time to react. What astonished him further was that the spiritual treasure in Chongyun's grasp was of postnatal supreme grade, a treasure of such caliber even the heavenly soldiers of the upper realm might not possess. How could an earth immortal from the Silk Web Ridge wield such a formidable artifact? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure, and a mere celestial was capable of harnessing its power. A notion that was utterly unfathomable. The might of supreme spiritual treasures was overwhelmingly potent. It was indeed effortless to slay a celestial with a direct shot. Humph! The earth deity emerged triumphantly, wielding his staff to strike down upon the immobile body of the heavenly poison lord with forceful blows, proclaiming, "Li Dao, my esteemed brother, possesses extraordinary talent. How could you, a mere little demon, comprehend such greatness? Time and again, you have come here to provoke. Last time, you even dared to show disrespect to me, the earth deity. I shall end you." The audacity of the heavenly poison lord was remarkable during his previous visits. He had even dared to bully the Yin spirits. "Young master." Zhinü stood at the cave entrance, studying Chongyun, whom she had not seen for 30 years. He still appeared youthful, yet his eyes had grown more profound and clear, and his entire demeanor exuded a greater composure. "I regret the suffering you have endured." Chongyun cast a glance at the pale-faced Zhinü, his heart swelling with fury. A divine radiance flickered between his brows as a formidable mental force enveloped the surroundings, crashing down upon the body of Tiandujiang. In a cold voice, he demanded, "Who instructed you to sow chaos at Ponzi Ridge?" Tiandujiang gritted his teeth and retorted, "I am already in a situation where death is inevitable. If you wish to know, then kneel and beg." Chongyun raised his hand to ignite a purple sun divine fire, casually tossing it forth. The crimson flames swiftly enveloped the massive spider before him. And under the searing blaze, the heavenly poison writhed in excruciating agony, emitting a wail of despair. "Chongyun, though you are but a man, your heart is more venomous than that of a serpent or scorpion. If you possess the courage, then in my life, your demise is already sealed. What need is there for such haste?" Chongyun's expression was as cold as that of Ashura, witnessing the divine fire incessantly incinerating the colossal form of Tian-Du into ashes. Gradually, he felt the life within him extinguish, his primordial spirit departing from his body. Yet it was already firmly grasped by the divine consciousness that Chongyun had meticulously prepared. Within the realms, both inside and outside the 3 realms, countless souls were governed by the King of Hell. Even for cultivators, disbanding the soul of any living being proved to be an arduous task. And the annihilation of the 3 souls would provoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao, resulting in endless tribulations. "You wish to extinguish my soul?" Tian-Du's heart tightened, and a hint of panic crept in. "You must think this through. Such an act is a grave sin. I have merely caused some disturbances at the Silk Spider Ridge a few times. If you kill me, it would merely be an act of venting your frustration. Do not make the situation so dire. By slaying you, I have already acquired merit. I would not stoop to the level of extinguishing your soul and incurring sin." Chongyun spoke indifferently. "However, I can bind your primordial spirit, subjecting it to the relentless torment of divine fire, allowing you to savor the excruciating pain that gnaws at your very bones. As long as you refuse to divulge the identity of your master, I shall not relent in my pursuit of you. The primordial spirit is not synonymous with the soul. Rather, It is a tangible manifestation formed from the condensed thoughts of a cultivator once the Niulang palace is opened. Within the primordial spirit resides the cultivator's soul, sheltered by the primordial spirit itself. Even if the physical body is annihilated, the primordial spirit can still envelop the soul and escape. Chongyun would never annihilate a soul tainted by sin, nor could he do so. However, he possesses the power to forcibly bind the primordial spirit of the heavenly poison general. Ah, Chongyun, you lunatic. I am all alone, driven by a fleeting desire. I implore you. I beseech you, Chongyun. Spare me. As the purple sun divine fire reignites, the primordial spirit of the heavenly poison general emits a heart-wrenching wail. Chongyun remained utterly indifferent to this matter. A monstrous creature that devoured human flesh and harbored intentions of usurping the women of his cave was not deserving of his sympathy, nor would he extend even the slightest compassion. Zhinü inquired, "Do you suspect that there are others behind him manipulating his actions? Could it be that within the Qilan mountain and the disciples of the Qilan lineage, there are others seeking vengeance? Surely, the Qilan mountain cannot summon celestial beings." Chongyun shook his head, for Zhinü remained oblivious to his slaying of the 9 infants and the subsequent offense to the martial virtue Star Lord. Naturally, Chongyun would not reveal such matters in the presence of the earth god. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you been poisoned?" "Indeed." Zhinü replied with a bitter smile, her face betraying a hint of anguish. "Just over 10 days ago. All 7 of us sisters inexplicably fell victim to a peculiar poison. This toxin is remarkably insidious and specifically targets our bodies, causing the yin energy within us to spiral out of control. The 9 yin poison spider, being an expert in the art of venom, is undoubtedly a formidable adversary capable of incapacitating the 7 sisters of Pan Silk Ridge." Chongyun narrowed his eyes, and a particular individual immediately sprang to his mind, the all-seeing demon lord. It was a fortnight ago that the trial of the fragmented pages of the Book of Luo came to a conclusion. Simultaneously, he had thoroughly offended the all-seeing demon lord. The ancient centipede spirit possessed 2 formidable skills, the art of formations and alchemy. The mastery of formations is self-evident, as he is a level of celestial formation master. However, this fellow's alchemical prowess is equally remarkable. He never aids others but exclusively concocts lethal poison pills, although there is no definitive evidence. Chongyun firmly believed that the all-seeing demon lord bore a substantial degree of suspicion in this matter. Yet, if the malevolent energy spiraled out of control, it could still be resolved with relative ease. Chongyun exuded a formidable and pure vitality, capable of subduing the combined of the 7 sisters of the Pan-Silk cave effortlessly. "By the way," queried Zhinü, "my lord, how did you coincidentally encounter the earth god?" The earth god chuckled and replied, "What a peculiar notion, dear Zhinü. Such fortuitous occurrences are rare in this world. It was a fortnight ago when a celestial maiden from the being.Inn passed by, pausing her journey to inquire about the ominous miasma enveloping the Pan-Silk Ridge. This maiden is known as the Peacock Princess. You may recall her from our endeavors 2 decades ago when we alleviated the calamity befalling the kingdom of Zhuzi." Chongyun suddenly realized, "So it is the Peacock Princess." The landlord nodded and said, "I truthfully informed her about the disturbances caused by the heavenly poison." Upon hearing this, the princess appeared somewhat indifferent, seemingly reluctant to involve herself further. However, before departing, she did convey that Brother Li has comprehended a tremendous opportunity and will soon return, which is why I came to greet you. Upon hearing this, Chongyun's expression turned peculiar, and he inquired, "Did the Peacock Princess ask about anything else?" "It was nothing of great significance." The landlord replied candidly. "She was aware that Brother Li is the lord of the Ponzi Ridge and casually inquired about who else resides in your home. To which I responded truthfully, 'My young brother, you have indeed betrayed me.'" Chongyun cast a deep glance at the earth god, hesitating to speak. He harbored 7 female companions, who were none other than 7 sisters, in his residence at Ponzi Ridge. Were the Peacock Princess to discover such a matter, one could only wonder what thoughts would occupy her mind. Surely, it would tarnish her impression of him significantly. Today's events were largely thanks to the earth god. Chongyun expressed his gratitude and then stated, "The situation is urgent. I must attend to the antidote and healing for the ladies. I cannot keep the earth god here today. I implore you to escort these mortals down the mountain." "Of course," the earth god assured, personally untying the ropes binding the mortals. Thank you, immortal." A robust man in his 20s bowed deeply, his palms pressed together in reverence to Chongyun. With the others quickly following suit, their heads lowered, unable to meet the gaze of the young man before them, their eyes filled with awe. These individuals had long been paralyzed by fear from the heavenly poison, believing their demise was inevitable. At the critical moment, however, they were saved by Chongyun. And having escaped the jaws of death, they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards him. Under the protection of the Earth God, the group of mortals finally descended from Pansailing just before nightfall, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. We are truly fortunate to have encountered an immortal, otherwise we would have met the same fate as Guzi, devoured by the demons. Chongyun, that is the name of the immortal. Could the celestial maiden who emerged after him be one of the legendary 7 fairies? Wait, did not the demon say that the woman in the cave was of the same kind? Perhaps she is also. Do not speak recklessly. Our survival is entirely thanks to the immortal Chongyun. As the saying goes, calamity comes from the mouth. Once home, let us spread his name. Anyone who utters nonsense will surely bring calamity upon us all. The leading man repeatedly cautioned his companions as they finally made their way back to the village through the darkness. In the depths of Pansadong, within the grandest chamber of the cave, Chongyun was surrounded by the 7 maidens, drenched in sweat, yet still brimming with vitality. The overwhelming energy within the maidens had been subdued once more. My beloved, you have finally returned. I thought I would perish and never see you again, cried Zhinü, weeping as she nestled in Chongyun's embrace, while the other maidens also gathered close. Chongyun, confronted with these women, could only patiently offer solace. After a considerable time, he allowed a few of them to rest upon the bed, while he and Zhinü stepped out of the cave dwelling, walking side by side upon the mountain ridges. He had yet to extend his congratulations on your attainment of celestial status. Chongyun smiled, his gaze appraising the woman before him from head to toe. After her transcendence, Zhinü's beauty appeared even more ethereal, her figure more refined, yet she still retained the enchanting allure of her past, with a bosom that rose elegantly, a slender waist, and a curvaceous form reminiscent of a ripe, juicy peach. In her days as an earth immortal, she had yearned day and night for ascension, yet now, having become a celestial immortal, she realized that even among immortals, there existed a hierarchy. Her powers had increased 100-fold compared to her earthly days. Yet she still lacked formidable techniques, having barely managed to contend with the celestial poison general in several encounters. Zhinü, lost in thought and somewhat despondent, then turned to Chongyun. Yet you, sir, have attained the pinnacle of earth immortal, capable of wielding a supreme spiritual treasure, effortlessly slaying the celestial poison general with a single arrow. When you ascend to immortality, it is likely that few will stand against you within the realm of celestial immortals. Chongyun remarked. The path of cultivation varies for each individual. I cannot compel you to adopt my methods. However, when the time is ripe, opportunities will undoubtedly present themselves. Zhinü nodded, recognizing these words as a form of consolation. Subsequently, she recounted all the events that transpired after her parting with Chongyun in the kingdom of Juzi. Through their conversation, Chongyun learned that he had spent a full 18 years within the remnants of the Book of Luo. Had he remained a mere mortal, such a span of time would have transformed him from a youthful lad into a middle-aged man. Yet now, he remained unchanged in appearance, oblivious to the passage of time. The prospect of immortality was indeed enchanting. Upon returning to Ponsi Ridge, Zhinü initially spent several years cultivating alongside her sisters using the Xiang golden elixir, during which no significant events occurred. It was not until a decade ago that Zhinü successfully merged with the Tao, provoking the heavenly tribulation, with remarkable fortune. She overcame the lightning tribulation and ascended to celestial status. Shortly after this momentous event, the heavenly poison general made its unwelcome appearance. After several instances of unreasonable harassment, Zhinü and her companions issued a stern decree for its expulsion. However, the entity proved to be exceedingly obstinate, brazenly shattering the formation left by Chongyun in an attempt to assert dominance through brute force. Ultimately, the heavenly poison general possessed no formidable abilities. Despite repeated confrontations with Zhinü, it could only suppress her with its magical power, unable to truly prevail against her. Thus, it can be concluded that the heavenly poison general emerged a decade ago. Chongyun pondered quietly. This moment occurred approximately 7 or 8 years after the return of the Wukong monarch to the heavenly palace. The adage "a day in the heavens is a year on earth" implies that only 7 or 8 days had truly elapsed in the celestial realm. It is entirely plausible that the Wukong monarch was seeking retribution. Conversely, the incident involving the annihilation of Niulang had transpired quite some time ago. suggesting that the dragon clan had either failed to trace the matter back to him or had little desire to come to the aid of that wretched Zhinü. It was imperative to conduct a thorough interrogation. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chongyun's eyes as he concealed a jade vial of celestial material within his sleeve. Within it, the essence of the heavenly poison general was bound, eternally tormented by the searing flames, and over time, it would inevitably yield. What a ferocious chill of the shadowy wind. Suddenly, Zhinü clasped her arms tightly, her bosom heaving with two soft mounds, as the biting cold enveloped her, prompting her to press her lips together and instinctively lean against Chongyun. Whoosh! A streak of light darted from a distance, revealing the mountain deity of the Pan-Siling. "Oh, brother mountain deity, what manner of chilling wind is this?" Chongyun immediately inquired. The mountain deity of Ponsi Ridge gazed at the swirling, ominous winds around them, opened his mouth to speak, yet refrained from doing so. Instead, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Chongyun. Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover a most peculiar phenomenon. Despite the fierce winds, they did not possess the malevolent quality of a demonic gale, for not a speck of dust was stirred. Rather, the atmosphere remained remarkably clear. Gradually, two shadowy figures emerged from the depths of the wind. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stout, both wielding a mourning staff and shackles, as if they had risen from the underworld itself. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the taller figure had a pallid complexion, clad in white garments, with a 3-foot-long red tongue protruding from his mouth, his features cold and sinister, adorned with a high hat emblazoned with the characters "Fortune at First Sight." Beside him stood his companion, short and dark, with a fierce countenance, also wearing a high hat, but inscribed with the words "Peace under Heaven." The two figures were none other than the black and white impermanents. Upon seeing their attire, the words sprang to Chongyun's mind, and an icy chill crept up from beneath his feet. Their identities required no elaboration. They were the soul-reaping emissaries dispatched by the underworld. Though Chongyun possesses some degree of strength, he is acutely aware that he does not yet possess the power to cause chaos in the underworld like Sun Wukong. Should his lifespan come to an end and he be taken away, he truly does not know how he would cope. It is indeed the infamous Heibai Wuchang. Zhinu's expression changed drastically in an instant, instinctively shrinking back in fear and standing beside Chongyun. Across the realms, heaven, earth, in the three worlds, who does not know the formidable names of Heibai Wuchang? They are the soul reapers of the underworld, stern and impartial. The arrival of Heibai Wuchang naturally signifies the summoning of souls. Whose soul shall they claim? Not to mention that the Ponsi Ridge is inhabited by practitioners of considerable cultivation, who should have reached the end of their lifespans. Even if someone has indeed passed away, ordinary souls, upon being summoned by the river of forgetfulness, will return to the underworld of their own accord. However, not everyone is qualified to be taken by Heibai Wuchang. Masters 7 and 8, what brings you here on this fine day, in the presence of Heibai Wuchang? Even the usually stout mountain deities offered flattering words, hastily approaching. Bai Wuchang, known as Xiebian, and Hei Wuchang, known as Fan Wuxi, are held in high regard by the world, as they rank just below the civil and military judges, the chain general, and the oxhead and horseface in the hierarchy of underworld officials. We have come, and naturally, it is the cold winds that accompany us. Bai Wuchang floated gracefully, his feet barely touching the ground, his long crimson tongue extending outward without movement, yet a chilling voice emanated forth. His brows furrowed in a fierce demeanor that conveyed a clear message: keep your distance. The mountain deity, wearing a smile, glanced at Hei Wuchang, only to find the latter even more menacing. Heibai Wuchang moved like the wind, and in an instant, they appeared before Chongyun. At the same time, a thunderous roar echoed in Chongyun's mind as the scroll of mountains and seas was triggered. To his astonishment, he discovered that Heibai Wuchang was not within the realm of ghosts but rather ranked among the celestial officials. Though they are also celestial officials, their status is far beyond that of ordinary mountain deities and land spirits. After all, there are countless mountain deities and land spirits in the world. Yet only these two exist as Heibai Wuchang. The heavenly poison general's lifespan is due to end tonight at the hour of the rat. Having committed numerous evils and amassed countless sins in life, it is our duty to come forth and claim his soul. Bai Wuchang's voice was icy, as he came to seize the soul of the heavenly poison general, yet his gaze was fixated unwaveringly on Chongyun. Upon hearing this, Chongyun felt a sense of relief in his heart. Yet, in the next moment, he couldn't help but slightly furrow his brows, perplexed as he inquired, How could mere celestial beings stir the attention of two esteemed celestial officials? What do you know? The stout figure of Hai Wuchang glared with intensity. To capture a soul, it is naturally the decree of the king of hell from the underworld that commands it. How dare you question such authority? Merely a local deity. And yet you speak so arrogantly of celestial beings. Li Chongyun felt a sense of helplessness. The Black Wuchang was evidently a person of fierce temper, difficult to converse with. His gaze then shifted to the cold and unyielding Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang let out a disdainful sneer. What do you gaze upon me for? Release the primordial spirit concealed within your sleeve. There remains a little time before the quarter past noon. I certainly would not wish to delay your duties, esteemed officials. Li Chongyun remained composed and unyielding. The higher one ascended within the celestial hierarchy, the more one became ensnared by rigid conventions. Yet, he harbored no fear. It was inconceivable that the other party would act with the same reckless ferocity as certain tyrannical demon kings of the mortal realm. Bai Wuchang furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, standing still in contemplation. The night deepened, and from the lofty Pan Silk Ridge, the sporadic sounds of insects and birds resonated. An unpredictable chill swept through the surroundings, while the entities of black and white Wuchang floated ethereally, reminiscent of two paper figures swaying in the breeze, evoking a peculiar sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. Puff! Li Chongyun suddenly turned his palm, conjuring forth a radiant purple flame from thin air. He retrieved a celestial jade vial from his sleeve, pouring out the essence of the heavenly poison general. The latter immediately thrashed about, attempting to escape, yet was ensnared by a glimmer of divine light emanating from Li Chongyun's brow. Countless strands of divine thought coiled around him like chains, binding his essence firmly. Li Chongyun, you are no mere mortal. You surpass even the most sinister of demons in your cruelty. The heavenly poison general cursed in a state of utter panic. His gaze shifted towards the two celestial officials, Black and White Impermanence, as though he had found his salvation. Black and White Impermanence, are you here to seize souls? I beseech you, noble sirs, take me away. The two officials exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily convinced they had misheard. They had collected countless souls, and most were aware of their impending descent into the underworld, often crying out in agonizing pleas for mercy, fearing the torment that awaited them. Yet here was one who seemed eager to embrace his fate. In the next moment, they beheld the blaze of crimson golden flames as Li Chongyun employed the divine fire as a form of punishment, mercilessly incinerating the essence of the heavenly poison general. The essence was engulfed in flames, leaving it no avenue of escape, forcing it to curl up and emit anguished wails. This fire appeared to burn even fiercer than that of hell itself. Black Impermanence, astonished, turned to White Impermanence with a look of confusion. White Impermanence chuckled. The flames of the underworld are karmic fires. Although they are indeed formidable, they must consider the mortal souls involved, refraining from unleashing their full might to avoid obliterating the essence entirely. This young man seems to be a master of the fire arts, exhibiting an exquisite control over the flames. Ha ha! Black Impermanence laughed heartily, jesting, young man, should you fail your tribulation in the future, you might consider the path of the ghostly immortals. When the time comes, come to the 16th layer of the underworld and seek a position executing fire penalties. Li Chongyun, acutely aware of the pressing nature of time, intensified his efforts, relentlessly distorting the essence of the heavenly poison general, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Who sent you? Reveal your benefactor, and I may allow you to pass peacefully into the afterlife. Otherwise, even in the presence of the Black and White Impermanence, I shall shatter your soul, burden you with the sins of the celestial order, and ensure you are forever denied rebirth. For many cultivators, death is not the most terrifying fate. The heavenly poison general, after all, possesses millennia of cultivation, a celestial being in his own right. While lacking formidable techniques, he remains a rare gem among countless practitioners, and it is conceivable that he has encountered figures of a higher echelon. Initially, Li Chongyun was uncertain whether the heavenly poison general had a superior. However, the arrival of the Black and White Impermanence indicates that those behind him were anxious to prevent him from speaking recklessly and sought to forcibly take him away. No, I have stated this countless times. I am not the heavenly poison general, he exclaimed, nearly driven to madness by the torment. Young man, considering your merit, allow me to offer a word of caution. White Impermanence, observing Li Chongyun's resolve, furrowed his brow and warned, to obliterate a soul invites retribution from the celestial order. Should you slay a spirit in our presence, You shall bear the weight of that transgression. Chongyun was engulfed in fury. And so what? They have audaciously intruded into my home, and I can endure no more. Do they truly believe that I, Chongyun, am easily bullied? Even if a celestial official from the heavenly court seeks my demise, they must be prepared for the sting of nails. The deities of the heavenly realm? Bai Wuchang furrowed his brow. Do not be overly sensitive. We have captured countless souls for various reasons. This wretched creature is deeply steeped in sin, which indeed warrants its capture. As they conversed, Bai Wuchang glanced at the sky, and suddenly he reached out, his pale hand elongating as though made of rubber, effortlessly penetrating Chongyun's Xiang divine fire to grasp the essence of the heavenly poison general. The time has come. The essence of the heavenly poison general was on the verge of extinction, and Bai Wuchang, with an impassive demeanor, crushed it, leading to its obliteration. Only a wisp of the lingering soul remained, drifting in the air as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it. Wuchang hastily cast out chains to bind the soul of the heavenly poison general. What is your name? Bai Wuchang fixed his gaze intently upon Chongyun. Before Chongyun could respond, the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge hurriedly interjected with a smile. Seventh Master, please do not be angered. Li Daoyou's home has been persistently disturbed by this heavenly poison general, causing him understandable ire, which is not directed at you or Eighth Master, and besides, has he not refrained from obstructing your tasks? Bai Wuchang frowned, disinterested in engaging with the mountain deity. Chongyun spoke. I am Chongyun. What guidance do you have for me? Bai Wuchang shook his head and replied, a young man who has attained the Tao may inevitably become a bit haughty. However, you must understand that there are always those more capable than yourself, and realms beyond your own. When the time comes, you must bow your head. Do not let pride lead you to a painful downfall. Having said this, he turned and departed with Wuchang. The two of them stepped into the chilling wind, employing their mystical abilities to swiftly enter the realms of the 9 netherworlds. Was Bai Wuchang warning us? Zhinü was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chongyun and asked, Young Master, you just mentioned the celestial officials. Have we truly offended someone? It was not merely a warning. Chongyun, having lived 2 lives, perceived that Bai Wuchang appeared indifferent. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Each of his reminders was imbued with goodwill. This matter does not concern the black and white Wuchang. I do not wish for Zhinü and the others to be informed. I shall share this only with you. Upon hearing these words, the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge revealed a hesitant expression, preparing to withdraw. Chongyun smiled and said, If Brother Mountain Spirit wishes to listen, you may certainly stay. The mountain spirit paused for a moment, yet did not depart. Instead, he stood quietly beside him, stating, Since you regard me as a friend, I cannot be so cowardly. What troubles have you encountered? Though my powers are limited, I am willing to do my utmost to share your burdens. Thank you very much. Chongyun felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. He had known the mountain god for several decades, having shared numerous experiences together. Each time, this straightforward deity had done his utmost to assist him with unwavering loyalty. The matter at hand was not particularly complex. Thus, Chongyun began recounting his encounter with Zhinü in the kingdom of Zhuzi, where he faced an injustice. He spoke of slaying the 9 infants, an act that had irrevocably offended the martial virtue Star Lord. The martial virtue Star Lord. Upon hearing this, the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge turned grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Alarmed, he exclaimed, Brotherly, you are truly in peril. The martial virtue Star Lord is notoriously known in the heavenly court for his severity and vindictiveness. He harbors grudges and seeks retribution. This implies that the heavenly poison may very well be a consequence of someone else's machinations. Chongyun remarked, the heavenly poison has committed grave sins, yet it pales in comparison to the former Geo Taoist. What, then, has summoned the black and white impermanence? Brother Mountain God, what is your perspective on this matter? The mountain god of Ponzi Ridge responded, Celestial beings often conduct their affairs with utmost discretion. To kill a mere cultivator or even extinguish immortal life, one must leave no trace whatsoever. Otherwise, there exists a significant risk of enemies seizing upon evidence, leading to impeachment. In my view, the heavenly poison is unlikely to encounter the martial virtue Star Lord just yet. There are likely others mediating between the 2 parties. Brotherly, you must exercise even greater caution moving forward. I perceive that you have attained the perfected state of an earth immortal. Given your ability to slay a celestial immortal, it is presumed that your Taoist arts are already consummate. The most prudent course of action now is to ascend to immortality. Zhinü expressed her concerns. Even if the young master ascends, The martial virtue star lord holds the esteemed position of a third-grade celestial official within the heavenly court, with far-reaching influence. Should he conspire against you from the shadows, it is likely that even true immortals or golden immortals may be compelled to act at his behest. Not so. The mountain god of Ponzi Ridge shook his head and turned to Li Chongyun, saying, "Your ascension to immortality differs from that of the fairy Zhinü, for she hails from the demon race. Even upon ascension, the celestial officials responsible for guidance in the heavenly court would not pay her much heed. You, however, are of the esteemed lineage of humanity, and with the prowess you have demonstrated, it is certain your innate abilities are remarkable. When the time comes, there is a high probability that a celestial guide will descend to welcome you. At the very least, you may serve as a heavenly soldier or general." Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting deeply. Is this truly the reality of the cultivation world? A prodigy, one in a myriad among mortals, endures countless tribulations to cultivate into a celestial immortal, only to become one amongst the countless heavenly soldiers? How ironic it would be, should he become a heavenly soldier, only to be manipulated by the martial virtue star lord. Li Chongyun jested casually, yet Princess Peacock had already greeted him. Should he choose to ascend to the heavens, it would certainly not be to serve merely as a celestial soldier. He would at least attain the status of a local official. Nonetheless, if Brother Li truly became a celestial soldier, we would indeed have someone of note in the heavens, remarked the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge, his face betraying a flicker of longing. For a spirit of his kind, ascending to the heavens was no trifling feat. Could it be that the poison we have fallen victim to was orchestrated by the martial virtue star lord? Zhinü pondered. Yet, in the next moment, Li Chongyun shook his head and replied, "If I am not mistaken, the one responsible for the poisoning is likely the master of Huanghua. The poisoning of Zhinü and the others occurred half a month prior, coinciding perfectly with the departure of the 100-eyed demon lord from Zhinü mountain. The likelihood of this being true is exceedingly high. The master of Huanghua?" The mountain god of Ponzi Ridge was momentarily taken aback, then, rendered speechless, exclaimed, "You mean that demon king of the Tai immortal realm, the 100-eyed demon lord?" "Indeed." Li Chongyun smiled wryly and nodded. The mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge remarked, "Brother, you truly are formidable. In this journey spanning 18 years, you have unwittingly stirred such calamity, offending both the celestial official Wuda Xingjuan and a certain demon king. The Dhamma monster. If this continues, it seems that the entire Ponzi Ridge may well be turned upside down. Do not fret too much." Li Chongyun gently grasped the delicate hand of Zhinü, seeking to comfort the beauty whose finely arched brows were furrowed and whose exquisite form trembled slightly. "The 100-eyed demon lord and I encountered a fortuitous opportunity together, and he only returned a little over 10 days ago. He would not dare to confront me openly. At most, he might resort to some clandestine means of poisoning." Zhinü nodded. "With you by my side, I have nothing to fear. Rest assured, we are not so easily bullied." Li Chongyun's eyes gleamed with fierce intent as he proclaimed, "Starting tomorrow, I shall lay a grand formation upon the Pan-Silk Ridge. Whether celestial beings or true immortals, should they dare to act recklessly here, they shall find themselves with no return. In the netherworld." The black and white impermanence escorted the soul of the heavenly poison general, traversing on a chilling wind. Before long, they arrived at a towering archway inscribed with the 3 characters, Ghost Gate. "Wait." White impermanence suddenly interjected, halting in his tracks. Black impermanence chuckled. "What is it? Are you meddling again?" White impermanence replied, "What do you mean meddling? If what Li Chongyun claims is true, then are we not being used as pawns?" His gaze shifted to the heavenly poison general, whose soul appeared dazed and lost in a fog of confusion. "Heavenly poison general, I must inquire. Who instigated you to disrupt the Pan-Silk Ridge?" Faced with white impermanence's interrogation, the heavenly poison general's spirit seemed utterly devoid of clarity, and he candidly responded, "In the realm of the Zhuzi kingdom, there exists a celestial mountain known as Chongyun Mountain. 18 years ago, the earth god on that mountain, under the decree of the martial virtue star lord, commanded me to eradicate a loose cultivator named Li Chongyun at Pan-Silk Ridge. He promised that upon success, I would be summoned to ascend to the heavenly court and join the ranks of the immortals." Upon hearing this, Black Impermanence scoffed derisively. "You, a coward, aspire to join the ranks of immortals? Such delusions. You are merely being used as cannon fodder without even realizing it." Strange. White Impermanence furrowed his brow. Li Chongyun is merely an earthly immortal. Despite his formidable talents and exceptional gifts, it is unlikely he could have offended the martial virtue star lord, heavenly poison general. Do you know the reason behind this? The heavenly poison general responded. The earth god remarked that Li Chongyun is a despicable man, a greedy individual who craved glory. He once performed a service during the flood in the Zhuzi kingdom, but, dissatisfied with the heavenly rewards, disdainfully destroyed a Xianyuan pill in public, feeding it to a beast, thereby offending the martial virtue star lord. So, it was indeed due to his past merits during the flood that he gained such recognition. No wonder he bore the weight of virtue. White impermanence understood. But he did not believe a word of the disdain for heavenly grace or the offense to the martial virtue star lord. What was certain was that Li Chongyun had inadvertently crossed the martial virtue star lord, leading to his current predicament. Regrettably, having offended the martial virtue star lord, his future path would likely be fraught with difficulty. Black impermanence sighed. Both he and white impermanence were mere mortals who had fortuitously become spectral agents. They were aware of the complexities of human emotions and the coldness of the world. Now that they had learned of Li Chongyun's plight, they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. You wretched creature, you have at least attained the Tao fruit as a celestial being. Yet how could you not subdue even an earthly immortal, but rather be slain and your primordial spirit tormented? White impermanence expressed astonishment, for in this world, there existed beings endowed with innate divine charm, possessing extraordinary powers that defied the boundaries of cultivation. Although Li Chongyun was indeed remarkable, he remained immortal. To traverse such chasms and defy the heavens was truly extraordinary. He possesses a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure. I am no match for him. Tian Du, in a moment of painful recollection, exclaimed, my master possesses boundless magical power. He is aware of my demise and will undoubtedly seek vengeance at Pansy Ridge. You master may well be courting death, came the response. Indeed, Li Chongyun is truly a person of great fortune. Bai Wucheng chuckled, yet, while the ultimate spiritual treasure is formidable, it also demands immense magical energy to wield. This Li Chongyun is quite extraordinary, mark my words. It won't be long before he achieves renown. Come, old He, we must not serve as mere tools for others. We shall not settle for less than our rightful share of benefits. Upon returning to Pansiling, Li Chongyun felt an even greater urgency to attain immortality. However, breaking through realms ultimately requires opportunities, and one cannot rush the process. Achieving the pinnacle of Earth immortal status from an ordinary mortal in just around 20 years is indeed remarkable, a feat made possible by his profound mastery of Tao. Without such spiritual cultivation, both celestial techniques and divine powers would necessitate years, if not decades or centuries, of comprehension. Li Chongyun has acquired a substantial depth of Tao through the Shanghai Huiyuan, akin to an experienced player entering a new game server. Although his account is new, all the leveling experience remains intact, allowing him to progress at a pace several times faster than that of genuine novices. Li Chongyun dedicated a portion of his daily time to suppressing the ominous energies and purging toxins for the Sisters of Qizhu. The remainder of his hours was devoted to arranging formations. However, the numerous magical arrays within the fragments of the Luo book could not be transported. These grand formations existed solely within the confines of the fragmented space. Ultimately, this fragment was not a complete treasure, and Li Chongyun was unable to forcibly draw individuals into its realm. As it stands, the fragments of the Luo book could only serve as a supplementary tool for cultivation. Imbued with profound principles of the Tao, while also accelerating the flow of time, thus providing him with an opportunity for enlightenment. After approximately half a month, the women returned to their normal states, and Li Chongyun, atop the Pansy Ridge, finally managed to establish a corner of a divine formation. In comparison to my cultivation, it seems that I possess an extraordinary talent for formation techniques. Even with the support of profound Taoist attainments, my progress in the art of formations has been remarkably swift, rivaling that of the old rascal, the hundred-eyed demon lord, who must possess at least several millennia of experience. Li Chongyun gradually realized the significance of this matter. His progress in the realm of formation was remarkably smooth. Even when he occasionally encountered challenges, after a period of deep contemplation, he invariably discovered the correct solutions. As if all his cultivation unfolded effortlessly, the only hindrance that remained was the comprehension of his realm. With the seeds of swordsmanship, the essence of the five elements, and the profound Taoist rhythms accumulated over decades, Li Chongyun possessed an exceptionally deep foundation. Within his purple mansion, radiant with resplendent hues and brimming with spiritual energy, a vast reservoir of Taoist rhythms had settled, continually nourishing the growth of the two Tao seeds. After expending all his magical energy during the formation of his array, Chongyun would quietly recuperate in the Zhuangho spring, simultaneously engaging in profound meditation and enlightenment. Under his deliberate bias, the essence of the Tao was unevenly distributed. A staggering 90% was entirely infused into the seed of the sword Tao. Under meticulous care, this diminutive seed took root in his purple palace, with tender sprouts continuously growing until it eventually transformed into a robust little Tao tree. The Tao is formless, yet it manifests in myriad forms. On this particular day, Chongyun sat cross-legged in the air above the Zhuangho spring, quietly contemplating the dynamics of the sword Tao. Since receiving the sword Tao seed from Princess Lingwei, he had been nurturing it incessantly and had long since reached the level of Tao mastery. Now, only the final step remained, the unification of Tao. This unification entails the merging of heart with law and body with the Tao. Only by achieving this would he truly undergo a transformation, attaining an immortal physique. Rumble. Thunder roared in the sky, and wild winds gathered dark clouds, layer upon layer, obscuring the heavens. Before long, countless raindrops began to fall. In a moment of reverie, Chongyun seemed to drift back 18 years to when he first grasped the sword Tao in Fengcheng, Juzi country, slaying demons amidst thunder and torrential rain. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound of a sword ringing out pierced the air, and a golden light emerged from Chongyun, revealing the pure yang sword that had fought alongside him for many years. The sword, imbued with Tao essence, radiated with sharp brilliance, casting a cold light in all directions. Within the purple palace, the Tao tree swayed, and the first Tao fruit quietly formed. 30 miles east of Ponzi Ridge, in a secluded valley beneath a large locust tree, stood a celestial maiden of exquisite grace and kind features, gazing into the stormy skies above Ponzi Ridge and the fierce sword intent soaring upward. The sword Tao truly is a remarkable material, she mused, a hint of melancholy in her eyes, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a dark shadow sped past in the clouds, only to be effortlessly seized by the maiden's delicate hand. Who dares to obstruct me? A rotund Taoist was abruptly pulled down from the clouds by an unseen force, landing unceremoniously in the dust. He quickly rose, fuming as he scanned his surroundings, but was soon captivated by the enchanting figure before him. She appeared to be a middle-aged woman, perhaps in her 30s or 40s. Yet it was evident she had attained immortality. Her true age was inscrutable, and she radiated an aura of celestial light and Tao essence, her cultivation unfathomably profound. The maiden cast a fleeting glance, imbued with an air of infinite authority, which caused the rotund Taoist's heart to skip a beat. He hastily knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "I meant no offense, I meant no offense. I was unaware that the immortal lady would pull me down from the clouds. What wisdom do you impart?" This plump Taoist, clad in tattered gray-blue robes, appeared disheveled, yet he possessed the strength of a perfected celestial being. His waist was adorned with, and he carried, numerous spiritual artifact gourds, over a dozen in total, each emanating a vibrant life force, with faint sounds of insects and beasts echoing from within. "I observe that you are tainted by sin and harbor murderous intent. What is the purpose of your visit?" The female immortal spoke with a calm demeanor, revealing neither joy nor anger. "I am known as the insect refining immortal. From birth, I have possessed the ability to understand the language of birds and insects. In my middle years, I was fortunate enough to seek the guidance of an immortal master on Chongyun Mountain, where I diligently practiced for 1,200 years to attain immortality. After an additional 2,000 years of cultivation, my progress stagnated at the pinnacle of celestial immortal, leading me to believe that achieving true immortality in this life is beyond my reach." As the insect refining immortal continued, a look of distress crossed his face. "Thus, I contemplated establishing a lineage to teach disciples, gathering over 100 apprentices under my tutelage. Yet, those of exceptional talent are exceedingly rare. Ultimately, only one disciple succeeded in becoming a celestial immortal. Though he hails from the demon clan, he possesses a profound sense of filial piety, visiting me every few years. I have long regarded that child as my own flesh and blood, but now he has been brutally slain. I have tracked his aura to this place, and the immortal lady claims I harbor murderous intent. How can I not feel rage when my progeny has been wronged? How can I be devoid of vengeance?" As he spoke, a glimmer of fury flickered in his eyes. The female immortal raised her hand to calculate and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Your disciple's heart is twisted, cruel, and violent. He is no virtuous being and is already entangled in sin. Because you are his master, You too are affected by his transgressions. I shall point you towards a clear path. Do not seek revenge. Instead, travel east from this place, cross the vast ocean, and journey south to the land of Zhinü. There lies the opportunity for your enlightenment. Upon hearing this, the insect refining immortal was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. Bowing deeply, "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your guidance. May I inquire your honored name?" The female immortal merely shook her head, stating, "Remember, do not seek vengeance, for it will bring great calamity." "I shall remember." The insect refining immortal bowed his head in reverence, but when he raised it again, he found himself alone, the ethereal figure of the immortal lady having vanished without a trace. "I have squandered a millennium, yet still encountered such fortune. Truly, it is a tremendous blessing." He resolved to journey to the land of Zhinü, but his heart ached for his unfortunate disciple, who had met a cruel demise. How could a master remain indifferent? The insect refining immortal's face contorted with struggle, ultimately conceding, "Very well, I shall only retrieve his remains. Even if I encounter his murderer, I shall not engage in conflict. I shall simply take my disciple's body for a proper burial." With this thought, clarity dawned upon him, and he continued his journey towards the Pan-Silk Ridge. A faint sigh seemed to emanate from beneath the old locust tree as he departed. The rain poured down in torrents, drenching everything in its path. Chongyun sat cross-legged above the lake, listening to the resounding thunder and the rhythmic patter of raindrops falling into the water. As the essence of his Tao reached its zenith, the first manifestation of his path finally bore fruit. Your mastery of the sword Tao has ascended to the level of unity, granting you complete control over this profound art. Upon the pages of the grand scroll of mountains and seas, an ancient inscription shimmered into existence before gradually fading away. Chongyun suddenly opened his eyes, and with a mere gesture, countless raindrops swirled around him, reminiscent of infinite sword auras traversing the heavens and the earth, mastering the way of the sword. The moment the sword intent unfurled, everything within a 10-mile radius seemed to fall under his dominion. With a single thought, the intent to kill could manifest in an instant, an unparalleled offensive at his command. At this very moment, Zhinü and the 7 maidens of the Ponzi Ridge, along with the mountain deity and the local earth god, felt an eerie chill, as if they were sitting on pins and needles, sensing countless sword auras converging upon them from all directions. Though the enemy remained unseen, they felt as if their very lives were no longer their own. The way of the sword is indeed the way of the sword. Could it be that the young master's swordsmanship has reached fruition? Sensing the ominous shift, Zhinü and the others hurried out of their cave to investigate. Yet, upon emerging, they beheld a man clad in gray-blue robes, lost in despair, standing in the rain. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he gazed upon the charred remains of a spider. "My disciple, you have met a tragic end." The bug refining immortal's body trembled. His eyes reddened, and he could not help but clench his fists tightly. The pain of losing a disciple filled him with unbearable sorrow, which soon ignited into an inferno of rage. The 3 corpses god surged within him, and the murderous intent he had barely suppressed erupted once more. Who has slain my disciple?" His anguished roar echoed across the wild expanse, while a terrifying pressure of celestial perfection swept through like a tempest, enveloping the entire mountain range. A gourd at his waist opened, releasing a swarm of pitch-black venomous insects that swirled like a cloud beneath him, allowing the bug refining immortal to ascend into the sky atop this insect cloud. He glanced back at Zhinü and the other creatures outside the Ponzi cave, shook his head, and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, soon locking onto his true foe and heading straight for the Zhaoguo spring. There exists a celestial spring here. The bug refining immortal quickly arrived above the Zhaoguo spring, looking down with a greedy glint in his eyes. "Pa, you cruel and despicable wretch. What fortune allows you to occupy this celestial spring for your cultivation? Today, I shall slay you to uphold the celestial mandate." With a decisive gesture, countless venomous insects surged forth, racing towards Chongyun to attack. Poof! In the next moment, the youth in white tilted his head back, his eyes wide open, suddenly filled with blazing crimson. He opened his mouth, and a blossom of scarlet golden flame erupted in midair, soaring heavenward and instantly engulfing the venomous insects. "Merely an earth immortal. Even with divine fire, how could you harm my brood?" The bug refining immortal scoffed, declaring, "You have taken my disciple's life through your treachery. Thinking you could erase all traces? Let me tell you, your scent clings to you. I shall not be mistaken. You cannot deny it. When did I ever claim I would deny it? Li Chongyun's gaze was as cold as ice. Having slain him, I shall bear the consequences of this act. You may seek your vengeance. Let us rely on our respective abilities. Swiftly, the insect alchemist chanted his incantation, and in an instant, countless venomous insects erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, resembling a cascade of golden dust falling from the heavens. Under the scorching flames of divine fire, they remained unscathed, emitting a piercing, demonic sound as they lunged toward Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun furrowed his brows, realizing that the Xiang divine fire could not harm these venomous insects. This was purely due to the suppression of realms. The perfect state of a celestial immortal, with pure magical power, had infused the essence of the Tao into the insects. These creatures were countless beings and simultaneously the manifestation of the old man's innate divine ability. Come forth, sword, he commanded, forming seals with his hands. In an instant, Li Chongyun propelled his swordsmanship to its zenith, and the crimson flames surged into the sky, coalescing into an innumerable array of sword lights, which accurately struck the multitude of venomous insects. The brilliant golden celestial light shattered, and countless insects were cleaved down to ashes. Only the power of the Tao could contend with the laws of magic, although Li Chongyun had previously slain 2 celestial immortal-level beings. He dared not be the slightest bit careless in facing this perfected celestial immortal. He immediately divided his focus, and Tao seals manifested within his dual pupils. His left eye emanated a golden-red divine radiance, representing the pinnacle of the Golden Crow technique. This peak level signified that Li Chongyun had comprehended this divine ability to its utmost, lacking only the enhancement of the Tao. Only by merging with a path of fire could this divine ability truly transcend the ordinary. However, the might of a technique at such a peak level was already extraordinarily formidable. Li Chongyun's Golden Crow bloodline surged within him, his vital energy soaring like a rainbow. Reaching towards the heavens, the silver strands of his aura were stretched taut as his chest, back, and limbs swelled slightly, harboring an immense power. Around him, flames danced like subjects paying homage to their sovereign, shifting at his will. A pair of fiery wings took shape behind him, reminiscent of the Golden Crow's plumage, propelling Li Chongyun forward with explosive speed, allowing him to evade the venomous insects and ascend into the sky. Sword Tao? Insect refining immortal's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder he could slay my disciple. You have mastered the complete sword Tao. I, the insect refining immortal, must inquire, who is your master? Upon arriving at the spider's silk ridge, he had already sensed the omnipresent sword intent. Before he could ponder further, the sight of his disciple's corpse drew his attention, plunging him into sorrow. It was only then that he realized this earth immortal before him had grasped the foremost offensive path among the 3,000 great avenues, the sword Tao. In the pursuit of cultivation, attaining immortality is naturally the primary goal. Thus, the vast majority of cultivators, while in the void refinement and harmonization realm, tend to select a relatively simple minor path as their first avenue for comprehension, hoping to achieve immortality swiftly. Even after becoming immortals, most celestial immortals refrain from aspiring to the great avenues, opting instead to delve into a portion of the myriad minor paths. After all, only through complete mastery of the Tao can one truly unleash the power of its principles. It is only upon reaching the golden immortal realm that ordinary individuals might choose to explore the great avenues, aspiring to transcend into the Tai level. He is merely an earth immortal, yet he has already mastered a complete great Tao. Such a terrifying potential, if given time to grow. Not only will he achieve celestial immortal status, but he will also traverse the true immortal and golden immortal realms with ease, possibly even aiming for the Tai realm. The more insect refining immortal contemplated, the more alarmed he became, coupled with a profound sense of jealousy. The path to the great Tao is long and arduous. Transcending realms is not solely a matter of accumulating resources. More crucial is one's comprehension, as a single Tao can ensnare an individual for millennia. Reflecting on his own 2-year plight at the peak of celestial immortal, while Li Chongyun commanded a complete Tao and was already qualified for ascension to Tai Lu's immortal, the disparity was enough to evoke feelings of despair and fury. This young man is detested by the martial virtue Star Lord. Even if he has a master, it is likely not a formidable backing. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate him before he fully spreads his wings? The killing intent in insect refining immortal's eyes solidified. His purpose for descending from the mountain was to seek vengeance for his disciple, and he had meticulously gathered information. However, Who would dare to openly discuss the matter regarding the martial virtue Star Lord? Thus, when confronted by that female immortal earlier, he had cleverly kept this information to himself. Insect refining immortal? Li Chongyun gazed at the figure before him, his expression shifting. Yet, within mere breaths, his resolve to kill solidified. The man clearly held an immense concern for his disciple, Tian-Du, and this blood feud was irreconcilable. Even so, any further discourse would be futile. It was better to resolve the matter here and now. I have not heard of such a thing. As for my lineage, there is no need for your inquiries. I am the solitary cultivator, Li Chongyun. No sooner had he spoken than the golden-winged firebird behind him surged, propelling him forth like an arrow released from its bow. Confronting the fully realized celestial being, the insect refining immortal, he did not retreat but charged forward. The mountain refining art activated within his right eye, causing peaks to rise from the earth, levitating into the air. Seeking death, exclaimed the insect refining immortal, raising his hand. An unfathomable force of celestial essence coalesced, transforming into a colossal and refined hand, reaching out to seize Li Chongyun. This hand, too, bore the essence of the Tao, exuding overwhelming power. Begone! As Li Chongyun approached, he summoned mountains and rocks to soar towards the celestial hand. Yet, in an instant, they were reduced to dust, failing to even rattle the enormous hand. Li Chongyun furrowed his brows, yet he pressed on with steadfast determination. When he neared the celestial hand, he flipped his palm, and the superior-grade spiritual treasure, the sun-illuminating mirror, suddenly materialized, emanating boundless true fire that swiftly extinguished the celestial hand. What a cunning brat! Exclaimed the insect refining immortal, taken aback by the revelation of Li Chongyun's superior-grade spiritual treasure. In a flash, he produced a gourd from his waist, and with a series of gestures, a streak of light shot forth, transforming into a verdant iron-armed mantis. Its side-like blades glimmered with cold light as it leaped towards Li Chongyun with lethal intent. In an instant, the sun-illuminating mirror expanded to over 10 times its original size, shielding Li Chongyun firmly behind it. The mantis, eager for a second strike, was caught in the mirror's reflection. Li Chongyun flickered and, astonishingly, passed through the mirror to deliver a powerful punch to the mantis's ample abdomen. With a resounding thud, a gaping wound appeared on the mantis, spilling its demonic blood and shattering its magical essence. Almost immediately, it was engulfed by the purple sun divine fire, its entire form enveloped in flames. My treasure! The insect refining immortal cried out in anguish. I nurtured that mantis for 500 years to reach peak Earth immortal status. How dare you destroy it so ruthlessly? Within a few breaths, the fallen iron-armed mantis was reduced to charred remains, utterly lifeless. Golden Crow technique. Li Chongyun's gaze was as cold as ice, and he had already advanced to within 10 zhang of the insect refining immortal. Suddenly, he extended his hand to grasp the air. The third foot of the Golden Crow materialized, and a colossal claw, ablaze with fierce flames, tore through the void and captured the insect refining immortal effortlessly. Such a bold lad, do you still wish to slay me? The insect refining immortal was taken aback yet found it amusing, sneering. A mere earth immortal? How could you possibly breach my insect armor? The seemingly unremarkable gray robe suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance, with countless minuscule auras shimmering and dancing upon it. This garment was astonishingly composed of innumerable tiny insects, as small as dust. Though ensnared by the Golden Crow's claw and enveloped in searing flames, the insect refining immortal remained unperturbed, exuding an air of tranquility as he declared, "This humble Taoist has cultivated for thousands of years and is most proficient in the art of insect manipulation. I carry over 100 varieties of insects with me, while an immortal possesses merely 3. This robe is fashioned from the shattered gold insect, which I have nurtured with the essence of the Tao, making it an integral part of my technique. Even divine powers cannot shatter it. Youngster, today I shall broaden your horizons." Countless shattered gold insects, smaller than ants, swarmed over the Golden Crow's claw, biting relentlessly. In just a few breaths, Li Chongyun's formidable technique began to crumble. It is merely relying on the power of the celestial immortal, Li Chongyun thought dismissively. Indeed, these insects possess some skill. Yet the Golden Crow's magic had ultimately been suppressed by the disparity in realms. If you have the ability, then come and receive my sword. Li Chongyun, witnessing the failure of the Golden Crow technique, flipped his palm, and the pure yang sword fell into his grasp once more. He activated his swordsmanship, channeling his internal energy, which swiftly drained 30% of his power. This was attributable to his early opening of the Purple Mansion, endowing him with a vitality tenfold that of others at the same realm. Had it been another earthly immortal, even with mastery of the great Tao, they would be incapable of wielding such strength. The pure yang sword vibrated with a resonant hum, exuding exuberance. If these are your only tricks, then prepare to meet your demise. Yet, the insect refining immortal remained undaunted. As Chongyun charged forth wielding his sword, he floated effortlessly, evading the attack while simultaneously striking several gourds, releasing a swarm of various insects that surged forth like a dark cloud, intent on overwhelming Chongyun. At that moment, silver threads soared through the air. Zhinü would not allow Chongyun to engage alone. She had already been weaving a web in the shadows, and now, the silver strands filled the sky, forming a gigantic net that was pulled upwards, as the principle of mutual generation and restriction dictates. While the insects of the insect refining immortal were formidable, they were particularly vulnerable to spider silk. The harsh sound of demonic music echoed, and in an instant, numerous insects became ensnared in the web, tainted by toxins, appearing as feeble as winter flies. Do you dare to contend with me? The insect refining immortal glanced at Zhinü, who stood upon her ethereal cloud, silver threads spewing from her waist. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a golden bell that floated in midair, emitting a clear, melodic chime, while he chanted incantations to empower it. Chongyun felt no effect from this chime. Nor did the beasts below suffer harm. Only the insect kind, being originally spider spirits, responded to the sound as if it were a death knell from the underworld. They felt a chill run down their spines, their spirits shaken, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Zhinü clutched her forehead, letting out a cry of anguish, and fell from the clouds, barely managing to channel her remaining energy to land safely. The other women below writhed in agony, clutching their heads, stripped of all dignity. The principle of mutual generation and restriction prevails. While your spider spirits may counter my insects, I possess means to counter you. This golden bell, crafted since my entry into the Tao and meticulously refined, may not be a powerful spiritual treasure, yet it remains my proudest magical artifact. The insect refining immortal chuckled as he stroked his beard. Just then, a sword slashed through the heavens, as though to cleave the void itself. Having distanced himself from Chongyun, the insect refining immortal evaded gracefully, allowing the sword's brilliance to strike the mountains below, cleaving half of a peak asunder. Though your swordsmanship is formidable, how often can you invoke it? Throughout my cultivation, I have endured countless tribulations and engaged in life and death duels over 1,000 times. Your tricks are hardly worthy of my attention. Had you attained immortality today, relying on your spiritual treasures and this path of the sword, it would be easy for you to slay me. Alas, you have yet to achieve the Tao and have encountered me instead. The wheel of cause and effect turns, and retribution is inescapable. When you killed my disciple, did you ever consider that you too would face a day of reckoning? The techniques of the insect refinement immortal were deftly transformed at his fingertips, as 13 magical artifacts in the form of gourds soared into the air, releasing no fewer than 100,000 goo worms of various kinds. They swirled about like a dense mist, enveloping the entirety of the pan silk ridge. Your skills are indeed remarkable. Chongyun, wielding his sword, wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. Before him stood the insect refining immortal, the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. Initially, he had been somewhat careless due to the pain of loss and a burning desire for vengeance. However, the subsequent battle was executed with flawless precision, showcasing the full extent of his advantages. Indeed, a formidable adversary. Should he attempt to flee? Utilizing the remnants of the Luo book to escape this place would be relatively straightforward. Yet at this moment, the 7 red pearl maidens were ensnared by the parasitic insects, and if he sought to rescue them, he feared the insect refining immortal might act in desperation against them. What does it matter if the path to immortality is already set? In Chongyun's mind, a myriad of thoughts surged forth, yet ultimately, only resoluteness and determination remained in his eyes. The pure yang sword in his hand fell gently, as he raised his gaze towards the heavens. His entire being was infused with the essence of swordsmanship, soaring into the boundless skies, reaching for the 3,000 great avenues. Come, calamity, he called out, resonating with the great Tao through his own insights, summoning the celestial tribulation. Boom. In an instant, the great Tao responded to Chongyun. An overwhelmingly terrifying force descended upon him, enveloping him entirely. How dare you? The insect refining immortal was taken aback, hastily commanding all the insects surrounding Chongyun to retreat. He could hardly fathom how this human cultivator could be so reckless, choosing in such haste to confront the celestial tribulation and face the ferocious trials of the great Tao. The path he cultivated was fraught with tests from the heavenly Tao beyond the three realms. Chongyun cultivated the Great Way, and thus his ascension trial naturally descended from the eternal Great Way beyond the heavens. You madman, do you comprehend the terror of the heavenly tribulation? The insect refining immortal, filled with rage, could only laugh derisively. Very well, I shall refrain from making a move myself and merely observe you perish beneath the tribulation, reduced to mere dust. When the heavenly tribulation descended, no one was permitted to interfere, otherwise they would be deemed defiant against the heavens. Therefore, the insect refining immortal had no choice but to withdraw, lest he be implicated. In his eyes, Chongyun stood no chance of successfully overcoming the tribulation in such a state. My lord, this is far too perilous. Zhinü's eyes brimmed with tears as her heart leapt to her throat. Having herself traversed the tribulation, she understood that this endeavor was a defiance of fate, fraught with peril. No matter how well one prepared, beneath the heavenly tribulation, a cultivator faced near certain demise. And Chongyun had only recently achieved harmony with the Tao. Having grasped the first principle, his control was not yet firm, and now he was forced to confront the tribulation, significantly diminishing his chances of success. Brotherly, alas! The mountain god of Ponzi Ridge, hidden within the temple, found himself powerless to intervene in the battle today due to his earthly immortal status. Thus, he could only watch from the shadows, sighing helplessly as he witnessed Chongyun being cornered to this extent. Chongyun gazed up at the celestial realm, only to behold a tumultuous gathering of ominous clouds swirling above him. Within their midst, flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder intertwined, resembling a celestial dragon drawing in water, as if a gateway to the vast expanse of the cosmos had been unveiled above his head, revealing a profound vortex slowly materializing. Through this vortex, one could glimpse the boundless heaven stretched over 80,000 miles away, where the ethereal palaces of the celestial realm stood tall, stirring countless divine perceptions that quietly turned their attention towards him. Chongyun, however, found himself irresistibly drawn to a more distant realm. At the culmination of his negotiations lay a realm of chaos, an endless expanse beyond the heavens, the source of myriad worlds converging upon the 3,000 eternal pathways. Is it possible that, even in this mortal realm, there are those who can stir the great Tao? The last time such a commotion occurred was with the birth of the stone monkey upon the flower and fruit mountain in the proud land of the Eastern Victory. With its brilliance on full display, it gazed down upon the three realms, suggesting that this individual is also extraordinary and destined to be born amidst calamity. Faintly, it seems that the heavens are whispering in hushed tones. Within and beyond the three realms exist born sanctified beings, descendants of the ancient primordial deities and demons from the times of yore. They are endowed with exceptional roots and vessels, accompanied by the laws of the celestial path, with fragments of the Tao coursing through their very veins, enabling them to grasp the Tao on the day they attain immortality. Yet, such beings cannot possibly exist in the realm of mortals. Chongyun summoned the heavenly tribulation through the great Tao, a spectacle that even the eternal figures of the universe had not witnessed in ages. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Come forth. The calamity clouds swirled and rotated slowly, resembling an inverted abyss. Within his heart, Chongyun could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation, yet what surged forth was an undeniable fervor. I shall knock upon the path of immortality with the great Tao, seeking to measure my might against the heavens. Thus, the heavens trembled, and the great Tao flowed. In an instant, a silver thunderbolt infused with the essence of laws descended from the sky, crashing down upon Chongyun like a celestial pillar. Young master, this scene drained the color from Zhinü's face. The other women stood in stunned silence, their faces ashen. And even the sisters Zhinü and Lanzhu could not hold back their tears. The great Tao's heavenly tribulation had only been heard of in tales. Not only had they never witnessed it, but even the mountain deities and land spirits, who had seen their share of the world, had never encountered a true Taoist tribulation. Logically, this was merely the first bolt of tribulation thunder, and it should be the weakest. Yet the destructive power it harbored plunged them into utter despair. Even Zhinü, who had already attained the status of a celestial being, deeply realized that this thunder was more formidable than any tribulation she had faced by tenfold. Even in her current state, encountering such a devastating strike would leave her severely injured, robbing her of all vitality. Is the young master unharmed? Zhinü fixed her gaze upon the heavens, and as the silver light dissipated, a figure finally emerged into view. It was, of course, Li Chongzhen. At this moment, he could hardly be described as particularly disheveled. Rather, his silver brocade garments had been torn to shreds, hanging in tatters upon his robust frame. His long hair cascading wildly behind him, dancing chaotically with the wind and thunder. His divine body had withstood the thunderbolt, yet his physical form had been left marred. Zhinü offered a bitter smile, her heart filled with greater concern. Is it truly intent on striking him to his demise? Li Chongzhen clenched his teeth in silence. Zhinu's conjecture held truth. The divine blood of the golden crow within him had completely subsided, and the imprints of divine powers in his purple mansion had also dimmed, requiring at least 6 months of nurturing to rejuvenate. Raising his gaze, he observed a more terrifying force of the Tao brewing in the swirling chaos. This heavenly tribulation was evidently not destined to conclude so easily. The first strike had merely served as an appetizer. Suddenly, without any forewarning, within mere breaths, the second bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down, its dark purple chaotic force surging and enveloping the entire Pan-Silk Ridge, as if intent on submerging the very earth itself. When his sister faced her tribulation, it seemed far less tumultuous. The intensity of celestial tribulations varies, closely tied to the potential of the one undergoing it. Having cultivated for a millennium to reach this stage, while not slow, it was hardly swift. The Tao I comprehended was merely a humble path among countless others, known as heart-devouring poison, rather moderate in nature. In contrast, the young master achieved the perfection of the void refinement within a mere 2 decades, mastering the sword among the 3,000 paths. His innate talent, comprehension, and potential were unparalleled, far beyond what we could aspire to. Thus, the tribulation he faced would possess terrifying might. Zhinü, filled with anxiety, sensed the overwhelming power of the second thunderous decree and felt despair creeping in. When her sister endured 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, she ascended to immortality. Would Niulang also have to endure an increased number of tribulations? Given the young master's innate gifts, his celestial tribulation likely surpassed 7 levels. The number of tribulation bolts is categorized in varying degrees. Those above the 7th level signify far more than simply enduring 7 strikes. It is crucial to understand that the might of the tribulation lightning multiplies exponentially. Recalling Zhinu's own tribulation, the third and final bolt was indeed twice as potent as the first. The thunder roared incessantly above Pan-Silk Ridge. As Li Chongyun found himself enveloped in the radiance of the lightning, his body suffering under the immense power of the Tao. After the Golden Crow's protective spell was shattered, the second bolt of tribulation lightning had utterly drained the surging vitality within him. Li Chongyun gritted his teeth, his complexion somewhat pallid. His flesh was marred by numerous scars from the lightning strikes, with over 100 gruesome wounds adorning his body. The power of thunder gnawed at his very bones, mercilessly tormenting him as it infiltrated his veins and flesh. Yet, the human body is an extraordinarily enigmatic entity within the cosmos. The more it endures trials, the better it learns to adapt and flourish. As he absorbed the force of the calamity's thunder, Li Chongyun was astonished to discover that his flesh was undergoing a transformation of almost otherworldly proportions. Such a transformation was indeed remarkable. Li Chongyun was taken aback, silently lamenting that had he made such a discovery earlier, he should have endeavored to refine his body using the power of thunder, which would have rendered his physical form even more formidable. Yet, at this moment, confronted by the heavenly tribulation, he found himself devoid of such an opportunity. Boom! The thunder reverberated across the heavens and the earth as the second bolt of the scarlet sky divine thunder descended. The crimson golden lightning resembled a ferocious dragon, roaring down from the heavens. Mountain refining technique. Li Chongyun did not hesitate to wield his formidable powers. The essence of the mountain refinement technique manifested in his eyes, while the 5 elements Tao seeds within his purple mansion surged forth, channeling the earth's elemental forces. This energy harmonized with his divine technique as he formed a sword gesture directed towards the heavens. The spiritual essence in the void was gathered and refined, transforming into countless stone swords that ascended against the heavens, empowered by an inexhaustible sword intent. A colossal stone sword soared into the sky, and upon its fateful encounter with the crimson cloud thunder, it began to fracture instantaneously. Within mere breaths, it shattered into countless pieces, while approximately 20% of the thunder's might was reserved and wholly poured into Li Chongyun. Come forth! Li Chongyun gritted his teeth and roared. his body engulfed in excruciating pain, each pore exuding cold sweat. Yet, that sweat was swiftly evaporated by the thunder, as countless arcs of electricity pierced through his flesh, penetrating deep into his bones. The thunderous power surged through him, heralding a profound transformation of his physical form. Amidst this torturous experience, the scroll of mountains and seas revealed a significant message. Such extraordinary potential in this young man not only attracted the calamity of the heavens, but also unleashed a terrifying force of tribulation lightning. From a distance, the insect alchemist observed in awe, his heart shaken. He had already recalled many of the insects and dared not take any rash actions in such circumstances. Should Chongyun, with his iron will, decide to confront him with the force of the thunderous tribulation, it would indeed lead to his demise. However, the young man was unprepared for the tribulation, and such divine abilities could only be utilized once. His internal energy was nearly depleted. As a perfected celestial being, the insect alchemist had quickly discerned Chongyun's weaknesses during their brief encounter. Fully aware that the young man's greatest vulnerability in facing the heavenly tribulation was his insufficient magical power. Despite possessing formidable skills and precious innate treasures, they all required magical energy as their foundation, with the most powerful techniques demanding even greater reserves. Indeed, this young man possessed exceptional talent, yet he was destined to perish under the weight of his own gifts. The tribulation was far from over. A smirk graced the insect alchemist's lips, revealing a hint of reassurance. The seal of the mountain refinement technique had also been extinguished. Chongyun's injuries were so severe that they exposed bone, yet the flesh, stimulated by the thunder, miraculously began to regenerate. He understood that this was his corporeal form undergoing a transformation from a mortal body to an immortal one. My body is metamorphosing. For the majority of cultivators, even those who ascend to immortality, only the primordial spirit and the purple palace undergo transformation. The physical body may shed its mortal coil but cannot attain sanctity. It merely achieves longevity through the nourishment of celestial essence. For instance, after ascending, Zhinü still retained her demonic form. The immortal body, however, is distinct. Unless one possesses certain unique cultivation techniques to forge an immortal physique or an even more formidable constitution, one must rely solely on innate potential. Chongyun, initially an ordinary mortal, underwent a profound transformation of his physique, entirely resulting from the divine essence of the golden crow and the thunderous enlightenment he experienced. The fourth bolt of tribulation lightning was already brewing, leaving him no time for contemplation. Stealthily, he retrieved a multitude of celestial elixirs from the remnants of the world and consumed them all. As for the Zhiang golden pill acquired from the Zhiang true man, it had long been depleted over the past decade. Fortunately, the remnants of the Luoshu concealed a considerable number of celestial pills. Boom! The thunder roared once more. The heavenly tribulation afforded no respite for recovery. The fourth bolt of tribulation lightning approached with an air of menace, its obsidian hue harboring the power of annihilation. Chongyun gritted his teeth, continually invoking the Wuzhen Sutra to refine the celestial elixirs and replenish his spiritual energy. With a swift motion, he reluctantly wielded the inferior spiritual treasure, the pure yang sword. With the sword in hand, the essence of the sword path flowed naturally, enveloping him. This complete pathway, in Chongyun's grasp, radiated an unparalleled brilliance capable of vanquishing all. Ascending alone towards the heavens, he wielded the spiritual sword, its luminous arc slicing through the air for hundreds of miles, shattering bolts of lightning into fragments. By relying on the sword path, Chongyun weathered two more bolts of tribulation lightning. Clang! The pure yang sword, having exhausted its might, dimmed and fell from his grasp, descending into the dust. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the threshold of the grand heavenly tribulation, his gaze intense as it fixed upon the sixth bolt of heavenly lightning, now accumulating its formidable power. His physical form, tempered by the thunder, had reached the threshold of a semi-immortal physique. In the frail body of Chongyun, an unexpected surge of power arose, akin to a miraculous spring seeping through the scorching sands of a parched desert. His depleted vital energy began to revive, and the celestial elixirs he had consumed were being fervently refined. Heavenly mirror of illumination. Faced with the sixth thunderbolt, Chongyun dared not hesitate. He raised his hand to summon the heavenly mirror of illumination. The mirror, exuding radiant celestial light, emanated an aura of cosmic principles, withstanding the relentless assault of the calamity lightning. However, to Chongyun's astonishment, even under this bolt of tribulation, the heavenly mirror dimmed. Is this truly the heavenly tribulation of the celestials? Beside him, the insect refinement immortal was utterly bewildered. Li Chongyun's sixth tribulation made even him a perfected celestial feel the looming threat of death. Such tribulations were meant to test the earth immortals. Without a superior grade spiritual treasure, he would have already been reduced to ashes. Yet, this treasure could hardly withstand the next bolt of lightning. The insect refinement immortal felt a twinge of relief, knowing that Li Chongyun's tribulation was not yet over. And an even more formidable power was approaching. What? He possesses another treasure. However, what unfolded next left the insect refinement immortal, who had practiced for over 3 millennia, utterly flabbergasted. Li Chongyun leaned against the heavenly mirror, its mysterious powers allowing it to gently return the absorbed lightning to him, effectively recharging him. In his hands appeared a crimson wooden bowl, radiating with profound essence and celestial light, evidently of a higher grade than the heavenly mirror. My disciple fell beneath such a treasure? The insect refinement immortal sensed a certain aura and suddenly understood. He witnessed Li Chongyun draw back the bowstring, as crimson flames coalesced into a divine arrow. When the heavenly tribulation descended, the arrow was released, shattering the seventh thunderbolt, which descended like a true dragon from the heavens. Countless flickering arcs of electricity surged into Li Chongyun's body, ravaging his flesh, rendering him a mere skeletal figure. Yet, as the vigorous vital energy continually revived, the youth's body began to visibly mend. Gulp! The insect refinement immortal's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself, "Is his divine body transcending to a higher realm? This is dire. This youth is a true prodigy. Should he successfully transcend and become an immortal, he could easily slay me." However, having wielded such a powerful treasure, the impending tribulation should strike with even greater ferocity. Unbeknownst to him, the insect refinement immortal's mindset had shifted. He initially thought that if Li Chongyun became an immortal, he would be exceedingly difficult to handle, far beyond his means. Yet now, having witnessed such terrifying tribulations, he realized his understanding of this human youth had been rather superficial. After transcending, this individual would likely become invincible within the realm of celestials. In this moment, the insect refinement immortal could only place his hopes of eliminating Li Chongyun on this brutal and terrifying heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, his magical power had been utterly exhausted. Even with the treasure in hand and numerous formidable techniques, he could no longer wield them. In a moment of inexplicable anxiety, the immortal of insect refinement muttered softly to himself. Boom! At last, under his eager gaze, the eighth bolt of tribulation lightning descended, transforming into the form of the four symbols. The azure dragon coiled, the vermilion bird danced, the black tortoise trampled, and the white tiger roared. The immense power of thunder morphed into vividly lifelike divine beasts, charging towards Li Chongyun. In an instant, the young figure was engulfed by the vibrant forces of thunder, the four symbols converging to strike down the ethereal figure, casting it from the heavens onto the slopes of Pansiling. The rocks shattered, the earth collapsed, and that diminutive mortal frame was driven into a deep pit of several dozen feet, as if destined to be buried beneath the weight of the storm. After a cataclysmic surge of energy, the radiant light gradually dissipated. What? The immortal of insect refinement clenched his fists, gazing into the depths of the pit, where Li Chongyun, kneeling with a peculiar stone fragment upon his head, bent over yet pulsated with a vigorous life force. This scene left the immortal utterly bewildered. There was still the ninth bolt, still the ninth bolt. The immortal gripped his fists tightly, his eyes fixed upon the heavens. Amidst the swirling energies, the laws of the universe shifted, and a hand of azure thunder, entirely formed from the power of lightning, descended from above, seemingly intent on completely obliterating the tribulation challenger below. The azure hand was immensely solid, almost lifelike, its palm, fingers, and joints vividly animated, adorned with the strongest patterns of the heavenly laws, transforming into his palm and fingerprint, traversing through 36 layers of heaven to reach the mortal realm. 9 signifies the ultimate limit. This was Li Chongyun's final bolt of tribulation lightning. To think that the celestial tribulation of the young master would manifest a 9th strike. Zhinü gasped in astonishment, yet despair loomed. The thunderous hand, the great path obscuring the sky. Did the heavens truly reject the young master's ascension to immortality? The mountain deity of Pansiling flickered with trepidation, recalling the harrowing memory of his own failed tribulation, the terror that entwined his soul like a nightmare, seemingly unerasable even after centuries. The tribulation he faced back then was far less daunting than the one before him now, yet it had equally left him in despair. In a moment of disorientation, his flesh had turned to dust, simultaneously declaring his failure to transcend. Your corporeal form had undergone transformation beneath the thunder, becoming the Golden Crow's tribulation body. Li Chongyun deliberately allowed a portion of the formidable power of each heavenly tribulation to assail his flesh, thereby tempering his corporeal form. Such an action was exceedingly perilous, yet it also represented a slender thread of hope amidst the storm of tribulation. Consequently, what would typically require the passage of millennia, or even longer, to achieve in the realm of physical cultivation, he accomplished beneath the onslaught of 8 bolts of lightning, having attained the status of an immortal body. What fear could I possibly harbor towards this tribulation? Li Chongyun retracted the fragments of the unfathomable mountain and stood upright, embodying a pillar of heaven and earth. Within his flesh and blood, thunder and flames intertwined, and behind him, his dual wings of thunder and fire unfurled, propelling the youth skyward. As the Golden Crow's calamity transformed, his celestial form began to take shape. At this moment, Li Chongyun's nearly depleted body was rejuvenated, akin to a true phoenix undergoing rebirth, rising from the ashes. An endless surge of vibrant power coursed through him, and after enduring the trials of heavenly tribulation, his resolve was now as solid as rock. The flickering radiance of thunder clung to him like chains, and within his very flesh, it seemed as though Tao patterns were manifesting spontaneously. Li Chongyun faced the Tao tribulation's handprint descending upon him, the final thunder of his ascension to immortality. Boom! Li Chongyun unleashed a powerful strike imbued with thunder and fire, forcefully striking the palm of the colossal hand, causing an instantaneous silence to envelop the cosmos. Only the infinite principles of the universe intermingled in collision, the residual force radiating outward, creating twisting, inky black fissures in the void. Behind Li Chongyun, his fiery wings expanded exponentially, fervently flapping, while his fists continued to strike relentlessly, repeatedly impacting the enormous hand of the tribulation. The celestial maidens, including Chongyun, mountain deity, and Zhinü, fixed their gazes upon the ethereal figure ascending through the air. Akin to a divine being or demon, they observed in awe as Li Chongyun's fists danced with fervor, compelling the heavenly tribulation to retreat. Unbeknownst to them, he approached the swirling vortex of calamity, where the hand of condensed tribulation thunder erupted violently, shattering into a cascade of lightning that enveloped Li Chongyun. Yet, he spread his arms wide, as if to consume it, absorbing it into his very being, melding it with his flesh and blood. The heavens trembled, and a beam of celestial light descended from beyond, piercing through the clouds of tribulation, illuminating the half-naked figure of the man. Is it over? Li Chongyun's heart was resolute. The celestial tribulation was merely a trial. Once he successfully passed it, he would undoubtedly be bestowed with the blessings of the great Tao. The celestial light contained an extraordinarily pure essence of spirituality, replenishing his previously empty purple palace. After ascending to immortality, his magical powers surged nearly 100-fold, far surpassing the realm of perfected earth immortals. The injuries on his body also healed rapidly under the nurturing energy of the celestial spirits. How could this be possible? Insect refining immortal gritted his teeth, feeling both astonished and fearful as he sensed the rapidly rising aura of Li Chongyun's cultivation. Despite the fact that the latter had only just become a celestial immortal, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him made even this perfected celestial immortal feel a sense of dread. Insect refining immortal, are you prepared to meet your demise? Li Chongyun cast a cold glance back at the Taoist who had forced him into a desperate situation, his consciousness surging with a palpable intent to kill that had firmly locked onto his adversary. The atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming sword intent, converging from all directions upon the aged Taoist. In the realm of celestial beings, his magical power underwent a profound transformation, evolving into ethereal essence, often referred to as celestial yuan. Moreover, his purple palace had expanded 100-fold. Li Chongyun was now finally free to unleash the full extent of the divine powers, doctrines, and spiritual treasures at his command. Li Chongyun, are you truly intent on pursuing an unending conflict with me? The insect refining immortal hesitated, his thoughts swirling. With a mere thought, all his goo insects and gourd talismans levitated around him, a testament to their millennia of cunning. The insect refining immortal held no illusions about Li Chongyun. At this juncture, it was a matter of survival. Enough of this idle chatter. Li Chongyun stepped forward, his fiery wings vibrating behind him, and in an instant, he traversed 100 zhong, appearing before the insect refining immortal. Without invoking any supernatural powers or techniques, he simply clenched his fist and unleashed a punch. The force of his fists surged like a tempest, fracturing the very fabric of space around him. The insect refining immortal could only brace himself with his treasured artifact. Yet with a resounding bang, a gourd artifact that had been meticulously refined for hundreds of years was shattered to pieces, its light exploding in a dazzling display. A sense of dread washed over the insect refining immortal, who hastily formed hand seals to channel his celestial essence for defense. Meanwhile, Chongyun withstood the explosion with his corporeal form, unscathed, and in a swift motion, seized another gourd artifact, crushing it in an instant. With the destruction of the artifact, countless insect-like creatures swirled forth like wisps of smoke, erupting into chaos. "Young man, you are exceedingly bold." A glint of cunning flickered in the insect refining immortal's eyes as he formed seals and chanted incantations, causing swarms of insects to instantly cling to Chongyun's body, gnawing at him with fervor. These insects, honed through relentless trials, could devour gold and iron, capable of even dismantling supernatural powers and corroding artifacts. Though Chongyun possessed an immortal body, he was not invincible. Merely an insect demon, how dare he offend me? Chongyun, however, let out a cold sneer. His eyes suffused with a crimson hue. An inexplicable pressure suddenly emanated from him, causing countless insects to scatter in terror, as if they were confronting a sovereign. The insect refining immortal had never anticipated that his insects would turn against him. The sudden backlash caused him to spit blood, his face reflecting astonishment. "What is the meaning of this? I commanded you to be a lucid spirit." Chongyun spoke calmly. "My celestial body is known as the Golden Crow transformation, originating from the ancient, three-legged Golden Crow bloodline, a progeny of the Demon Emperor. All the myriad demons of the world are utterly restrained by me. Only those great demons who have attained enlightenment may possess the strength to resist. However, many of these insect demons have yet to truly ascend to immortality. Faced with the intimidation of the Golden Crow bloodline within me, they dare not act recklessly, preferring instead to contravene their master's commands." Is this what the immortal maiden referred to as a great calamity? Upon hearing Chongyun's explanation, the insect refining immortal's countenance turned ashen. He suddenly recalled the warning from the immortal maiden a few hours prior, foretelling that seeking vengeance would surely lead to disaster. Although Chongyun was originally at the Earth immortal level, he was formidable enough for his proud insect manipulation techniques to yield power. Now, with his greatest reliance rendered ineffective, he found himself utterly powerless before Chongyun. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of regret engulfed him. "How I despise this." The insect refining immortal sighed heavily, gritted his teeth, and proactively tossed two magical artifacts, performing a self-destructing spell. Harnessing the destructive force, he swiftly soared into the clouds, fleeing. Chongyun effortlessly withstood the aftermath of the explosion. Observing the insect refining immortal fleeing amidst the mist, he chose not to pursue. Instead, he opened his third celestial eye and drew the Fuso sunset bow to its full tension, releasing an arrow that pierced through the clouds and struck true at the insect refining immortal. His body was penetrated by the sharp arrow, and under the power of the Tao, flesh and blood were reduced to dust, scattering into the ether. How lamentable it is that after thousands of years of cultivation, his demise came merely from a moment of anger sparked by his disciples' misdeeds. Is this the essence of the celestial immortal realm? Transcending the three realms and liberated from the five elements? Indeed so free? Chongyun collected numerous treasures and quelled the turbulent Golden Crow bloodline within him. Without the invocation of any spells, he could effortlessly tread upon the clouds, a manifestation of the innate abilities bestowed by the celestial realm. Light and ethereal, he glided through the mist. Gazing down, he beheld the desolation of Pan's Silk Ridge, ravaged by the recent battle of spells and a tribulation crossing, transforming what was once a picturesque realm of spiritual energy into a somewhat barren landscape. It would likely require nearly a century for the area to rejuvenate. However, the spiritual essence within the mountains remained unchanged, ensuring that the cultivation of those residing there would not be hindered. "Congratulations, young master." As Chongyun arrived before the cave dwelling, a throng of maidens immediately surrounded him, offering their heartfelt congratulations. The earlier ascension of Zhinü to immortality had instilled a sense of confidence among the other sisters, for in the mortal realm, ascended beings are a rarity. Now that Chongyun had transcended the heavenly tribulation and vanquished a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, the ladies felt entirely reassured. With his celestial status now secured, it was the appropriate moment to pay a visit to Princess Peacock. Chongyun transcended the tribulation, vanquished the insect-refining immortals, and gathered all the scattered goo insects from the Pan Silk Ridge, entrusting them to Zhinü for cultivation. Utilizing the oppressive aura of the 9-in poison spider, he adeptly trained these insects as a means of countering adversaries in the future. After attaining immortality, not only could Chongyun wield various divine techniques and supreme spiritual treasures with effortless grace, but his mastery of formations also reached new heights. In merely half a month's time, he arranged a 5th-tier 5 elements reversal formation upon the ridge. Even a true immortal would find it challenging to breach this formation for a considerable duration. This, however, represented the pinnacle of Chongyun's current array capabilities. Having consumed a significant amount of the various celestial materials from the remnants of the Luo Shu post-immortal ascension, it appeared that the speed of his cultivation had notably slowed. During these days, whenever Chongyun engaged in meditation and practiced the Wuzhen canon, he sensed a certain depletion of energy. The supreme techniques of the immortal rank are indeed regarded as top-tier methods across the realms. Although Master Xiang's personal strength may not be formidable, his comprehension of the Tao is profoundly deep. Young Master, after achieving celestial status, the spiritual energy required for cultivation is unattainable in the mortal realm. Thus the pace of your cultivation naturally diminishes, Zhinü remarked with a wry smile. In truth, she believed that Chongyun's cultivation speed was already remarkable. It was merely his lofty aspirations that led him to find even the supreme Wuzhen canon lacking. Oh? Chongyun shook his head with a smile. As for the quality of the cultivation method, he currently had no means to seek a replacement. However, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remarked, "During my previous venture into the depths of the Zhaoguo Spring, I was obstructed by a divine array. At that time, I was far from capable of unraveling its mysteries and had no choice but to retreat. Now, I might revisit it. I will accompany you," Zhinü eagerly responded. Now, as a celestial being, she was indeed able to withstand the turbulent yang energy emitted by the remnants of the Golden Crow. Thus, the two set forth to the Zhaoguo Spring, traversing the spring's mouth, and once again arrived at the center of the array. Now a master of celestial formations, Chongyun faced the divine array with ease. In less than half an hour, he deftly dismantled layer upon layer of restrictions, arriving at the very bottom of the Zhaoguo Spring. Before them lay a natural cavern, where the colossal remains of a 3-legged golden crow emerged. Roar, though merely bones. The moment they were disturbed, they emitted a haunting roar that resonated deeply, evoking a sense of ancient timelessness. Confronted by the remains of the 3-legged golden crow, Chongyun felt an unsettling disquiet. Zhinü, being a demon herself, could also perceive the oppressive aura of the demon emperor's lineage, even if it was but a skeleton. Once you have attained the great path, you shall fear no pressure. Chongyun offered a comforting remark, acknowledging that this was an inherent nature deeply rooted in the bloodline. An issue that could not be resolved except by mastering the Great Way, which would ultimately shatter one's own shackles. He stepped forward, placing his palm gently upon the corpse of the Golden Crow. The remnants of the Golden Crow's bloodline were entirely consumed and absorbed by the transformed entity of the Golden Crow. Moments later, the once mighty skeletal remains lost all semblance of spiritual essence, collapsing into a mere ruin. Having successfully recorded the 3-legged Golden Crow, he acquired an extraordinary celestial-grade divine ability. The scroll depicting the true flames of the sun and the vast seas unfurled, vividly showcasing the form of the 3-legged Golden Crow within its confines. However, the completion of the recording from the skeletal remains yielded no attainment of Tao. Yet, what Chongyun acquired was far more precious, the true fire of the sun. As the name suggests, this divine ability could forge the true fire of the supreme celestial star, the sun. Suddenly, Zhinü exclaimed in alarm, "Someone is coming." Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly realize that amidst the dust and debris left by the collapse of the Golden Crow's corpse, there existed an ethereal figure. It was a majestic celestial maiden, standing gracefully in midair, her form insubstantial, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of a specter. She appeared to be the lingering essence of a powerful deity, remaining after their demise. "I mean no offense." Chongyun exhaled gently, bestowing a subtle nod towards the lingering soul before him. "Your presence in this realm signifies a rare, celestial affinity. I possess a scroll of divine techniques, albeit somewhat incomplete. Yet it is indeed an extraordinary treasure in this world." The residual spirit spoke, raising a hand to point at Chongyun, and in an instant, a glimmer of celestial light surged into his brow, leaving Chongyun with no time to react. Had this specter harbored malicious intent? he would surely have fallen victim by now. What a terrifying ability! This esteemed figure, in their mortal existence, must have been an unparalleled entity in the cosmos. Moreover, with the mountain and sea scroll yet to be activated, it is evident that this being is neither a demon nor a divine spirit, but rather a cultivator of the human race. Chongyun harbored silent speculations within his heart, as he sensed the information materializing in his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. This was no mere celestial technique. It was evidently the doctrine of the sages, the lower-grade sacred art known as the heavenly interception classic. The great principle is 50. The heavenly transformation is 49, and humanity eludes 1. The so-called heavenly interception classic is a method that seizes a thread of celestial insight, evolving into the pinnacle of the great path. Chongyun felt the profound inheritance dissolving within his mind. This celestial technique was not merely a secret manual, but rather an extraordinary method. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had undergone a complete transformation, yet his realm remained unchanged. However, the celestial essence within his purple mansion had become significantly more refined, its potency multiplied several times over. It feels as though I have fortuitously encountered a favorable circumstance. I initially perceived my technique as somewhat lacking, yet so swiftly have I acquired the celestial scriptures. Could it be that I have caught the attention of some influential figures and been unwittingly woven into a grand scheme? Chongyun, a traveler well-versed in the intricacies of the journey to the west, found himself somewhat apprehensive about this fortuitous turn of events, akin to a pie falling from the sky. However, he harbored little aversion to the prospect. After all, one must immerse oneself in the game to seize the opportunity to alter its course. I am immensely grateful to you, esteemed elder, for this method. I assure you, I shall not allow this legacy to fall into obscurity. Chongyun's gaze fell upon the lingering soul before him. He bowed respectfully and performed a gesture of homage. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a few incense candles and joss paper from his bag, lighting the candles and burning the paper as a token of his sentiments. He then circled around the cavern, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. May you rest in peace, esteemed elder. Chongyun paid his respects once more to the lingering soul before departing with Zhinü. As the two left, the dark aura surrounding the woman in the cave swiftly dissipated, revealing the ethereal essence of a saintly being. Her figure solidified, radiating a celestial light, unmistakably signifying her as a wise and enlightened individual. The incense was one matter, but the burning of paper offerings was truly ill-fated. The female immortal cast a glance at the ashes strewn across the ground, momentarily torn between laughter and tears. With a resigned sigh, she mused, "Well, it is indeed a rare find. I can consider it a continuation of my lineage." A sense of melancholy gradually enveloped her as she lamented, "I do not seek the grandeur of 1,000 immortals in attendance. I merely hope that my path does not stand alone in the ages to come, beneath the vast sky and the expanse of clouds." The autumn leaves bore the frost of the season. The summer days passed swiftly, and after Chongyun had attended to matters at home, he imparted the methods for controlling the fourth-tier protective array to Zhinü. Only then did he depart from the Silk Ridge, soaring towards Beluo Mountain for his rendezvous with Princess Peacock. After acquiring the Celestial Sutra, Chongyun's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. He once contemplated sharing this profound technique with Zhinü and the other women. However, after several days of instruction, he found it to be perplexing and difficult for them to comprehend, rendering them unable to cultivate it successfully. The path of the Tao is devoid of sentiment. While myriad wondrous methods exist in the world, not everyone is destined to master them. In contrast to Chongyun's vast experience accumulated over millennia, Zhinü and the others, despite possessing the bloodline of the 9-ene poison spider, found it exceedingly challenging to ascend to the saintly tier. It is akin to the journey of son Wukong, who spent 3 years mastering the great celestial technique under the tutelage of Patriarch Subhuti. Were it another, even with the same technique and a mentor like Subhuti, could they truly achieve immortality in 3 years? Only after embarking on his own path did Chongyun come to appreciate the significance of one's innate potential. It is similar to his past experiences in school, where he encountered a subject called mathematics. Despite all students having the same textbook, the mediocre would toil endlessly yet remain confounded, while the gifted would effortlessly grasp concepts and solve complex problems as easily as breathing. On the journey of cultivation, having a good mentor, abundant resources, and effective techniques are all crucial, yet the most vital element remains within oneself. With the scroll of mountains and seas in hand, there lies infinite potential. However, at present, with wings yet unformed, one must still seek support from external forces. Chongyun had devoted several decades to his cultivation and had long since clarified various matters, fully aware of the identity and status of the Peacock Princess. With this understanding, there was no need for pretense. He boldly accepted her assistance, knowing he could always repay her in the future. In the realm of celestial beings, the speed of cloud riding was incomparable to that of wind riding. After approximately half an hour, a breathtakingly beautiful celestial mountain emerged in his view. Further west, several dozen miles away, lay a continuous and ominous place known as the Lion Trojan Ridge, a realm of purgatory. Chongyun cast a glance at Zhinü Ridge before retracting his gaze, gracefully descending onto the mountain gate situated halfway up the slope. The maid guarding the mountain was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing him closely before exclaiming in realization, "Are you not Chongyun, who came to seek enlightenment more than 20 years ago?" "Indeed, it is I," Chongyun said. "I have come to seek an audience with the Peacock Princess. I kindly request that you announce my arrival." The maid hesitated, her mind racing. She distinctly remembered that during Chongyun's last visit, he had only recently entered the realm of the void refinement, and his mastery of Tao was merely at the level of glimpsing the Tao. Yet, in the mere span of 2 decades, he had ascended to the status of an immortal celestial being. An immortal celestial radiates an aura of ethereal spirit. Unless one employs a special technique to deliberately suppress their presence, they are easily recognizable. "Please wait a moment." The maid replied with a tone of respect and hurried off to make the announcement. However, it took her a full half-hour to return, and her demeanor had noticeably grown more indifferent as she led Chongyun up the mountain. Chongyun furrowed his brow in private contemplation, unable to discern the cause and hesitant to inquire further. The princess was still bathing, so he thought it best to wait. Upon arriving at the reception pavilion, the maidservant informed him briefly before retreating to her own affairs. As time passed and the sky darkened, no one brought him a cup of tea, a stark contrast to the treatment he had received during his previous visit. Apologies for the prolonged wait. At last, a familiar melodious voice resonated from behind him, though this time it bore an unmistakable chill. Chongyun quickly rose and turned, and indeed beheld the silhouette of a figure clad in a gown adorned with multicolored feathers. Graceful and enchanting, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. "It's good to see you well." The Peacock Princess appeared to have just emerged from her bath, devoid of the ornate jewelry typically adorning her hair. Her dark, silky locks cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, enhancing her allure. The moonlight danced upon her shoulders, illuminating her exquisite skin, while her eyes shimmered like rippling water, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. "Humph, I thought you were lost in a realm of tenderness, content to be a sovereign atop Pan's silk ridge, having forgotten our pact." Upon hearing these words, Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. The Peacock Princess had learned from the Earth God that Chongyun not only had a family, but was also nurturing 7 enchanting water spirits within Pan's silk cave. This revelation stirred an inexplicable anger within her, as she had initially believed him to be wholly devoted to the path of immortality, only to discover he had not severed his ties to the mortal realm. About half a month prior, she had sensed the stirrings of the heavenly tribulation atop Pan's silk ridge and had surmised it was Chongyun. She was genuinely concerned for him, but thankfully, after the storm clouds of tribulation, celestial light had bestowed blessings upon him, confirming his ascension to immortality. After several days of anticipation without his arrival, she was relieved yet still harbored a trace of melancholy, a feeling that tugged at her heartstrings. "In recent days, I have been arranging formations atop Pan's silk ridge, and I am finally prepared," Chongyun explained with a bitter smile. "The princess is aware that I have made numerous enemies and cannot afford to be careless." "Indeed," replied the Peacock Princess softly, her gaze subtly shifting as she turned to behold the resplendent starry sky beyond the pavilion. "It is reassuring that you can maintain your resolve. You have transcended to immortality for over half a month now, having successfully navigated the tribulations of the great Tao. Surely, the celestial officials from the heavenly court must have sought you out?" Chongyun was somewhat bewildered and shook his head, saying, "I have not. For those who attain immortality through the great heavenly tribulation, though not comparable to the inherently sacred beings, they are still exceedingly rare, a treasure among thousands, and should not be disregarded in such a manner." The Peacock Princess sighed softly and remarked, "Very well, if no one comes to guide you, I shall find my own means. However, you must first display your might and achieve some merits to establish your rightful standing. Rest assured, with your accomplishments, the treatment in the heavenly court will be different." As she spoke, The peacock princess turned her back to Chongyun, raised her finger, and with a flick, a stream of radiant light fell upon the stone table in the pavilion. You shall take this item to the realm of the southern Zhanbu. In the territory of the Flowing Sand Kingdom, where the heavenly King Li and Prince Neza are currently subduing demons. Both of them have received the blessings of the Tathagata, making them individuals of our Buddhist sect. I have already made arrangements to inform them. With this item in hand, you shall follow the heavenly king's orders. On the stone table lay a resplendent feather that exuded a powerful spiritual aura, a feather that was no ordinary object. Its essence was deeply rooted in Buddhist nature, with the rhythm of Tao flowing through it, and its true mystery sealed by a certain incantation. The heavenly King Li and Neza. Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the connections the peacock princess had secured for him were of such high caliber. Although they were not the highest officials in the heavenly court, they ranked among the most capable generals, holding significant power and prestige, with the support of the Tathagata Buddha as their backing. The peacock princess, in turn, was affiliated with the illustrious Bodhisattva Mahapradasara, suggesting that lower-tier connections would be exceedingly difficult to procure. Without further ado, you should proceed directly to the southern continent. The peacock princess stated, as for the situation at Ponzi Ridge, I will send someone to clarify. Understood. Chongyun, not one to indulge in pretentiousness, grasped the five-colored divine feather talisman and said, I appreciate your concern, princess. As he soared into the clouds and vanished from sight, the peacock princess turned to gaze skyward, her ample bosom gently rising and falling with her breath. Princess, why does your complexion appear somewhat flushed? A nearby maid, taken aback, observed that the usually ethereal peacock princess now bore a rare blush upon her cheeks, a sight indeed uncommon. Surely, it cannot be that her cultivation has gone awry? I am quite well, the peacock princess replied with a wry smile. She seated herself upon the stone bench recently vacated by Chongyun, grappling with the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her mind. In an unexpected moment of mirth, she mused, after 8 millennia of cultivation and a millennium spent in the Buddhist path, have I now succumbed to mortal desires? Innately blessed, the peacock princess was unbound by worldly concerns. She swiftly recognized her own emotions, realizing that the once austere heart, having remained untainted for thousands of years, had suddenly stirred with the influence of the red one star, invoking a sense of joy, albeit accompanied by a hint of spiritual disquiet. Though he had attained celestial status, he lacked a legitimate master, unrecognized by the heavenly courts. His name was unknown across the realms, merely a demon immortal, in such a state of being could not endure. The peacock princess, her eyes sparkling with vitality, expressed a wish that his journey to the southern Zhanbu continent would be smooth and prosperous. After a brief period of contemplation, she composed herself and informed her maid to send 2 adept individuals to the Ponzi Ridge, to convey the news of Chongyun's journey to the southern Zhanbu continent to the spider spirit residing there. Meanwhile, Chongyun bid farewell to the peacock princess and set forth towards the southern Zhanbu continent. In the mortal realm, the world is divided into 4 great continents: Dongxing Shenzhou, Nanzhan Buzhou, Xinyo Huzhou, and Beiju Luzhou. Among these, Dongxing Shenzhou is known as the realm of terrestrial immortals, not merely a state of existence, but the abode of land-dwelling immortals, where celestial beings reside within the earthly domain. Here, one finds 10 continents and 3 islands, the sanctuaries of great immortals like the South Pole Immortal, as well as a convergence of myriad spiritual essences. It is in Dongxing Shenzhou that the legendary son Wukong was born, with Huahua Mountain esteemed as the root of the earth, situated at the heart of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands. Truly a hallowed ground among mortals. Xinyo Huzhou is the land where Chongyun currently resides, with Ling Mountain nestled within. Beiju Luzhou, on the other hand, is a barren and frigid expanse, teeming with demons and the remnants of countless ancient defeated races. Yet, it is the southern Zhanbu continent that is home to the largest population of humanity. Chongyun soared through the skies, traversing the borders of the Zhuzi kingdom. It was his first experience gliding amidst the clouds, and he felt a sense of novelty within. Before long, a mountain brimming with ethereal energy came into view, its essence rivaling that of the Ponzi Ridge. Was this the Qilin Mountain? As he passed by, Chongyun could not help but slow his pace, focusing his gaze upon a commotion below, where beams of magical light clashed fiercely, indicating a conflict among human cultivators. However, the absence of profound Taoist resonance suggested that those engaged in the battle were clearly beneath the celestial immortal realm. Not wishing to linger further, he resolved to depart. For disputes among cultivators were commonplace, and he had no inclination to meddle unnecessarily. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp aura enveloped him. A sensation that felt eerily familiar. Sword Dao? Qilin Mountain, renowned as the most illustrious celestial peak within the Zhuzi Kingdom, stood in stark contrast to the Pansi Ridge and the Huanghua Temple, both of which were also rich in heritage. Yet, the former lay in the wilderness, near the border, with treacherous paths and close proximity to the Lion Camel Ridge, overrun by demons and fraught with peril. As for the Huanghua Temple, it was best left unmentioned. The hundred-eyed demon lord, a being of Tai Sanxian caliber, ruled there. Though he claimed to practice the Tao without wanton slaughter, his methods were ruthless and cruel, instilling fear in ordinary folk who dared not confront him. Only Qilin Mountain had witnessed generations of cultivators, fiercely contested by countless human practitioners and demons alike. At this moment, along the mountain path, a group of heavily armed soldiers gazed at the perilous duel unfolding in midair, their expressions grave and their eyes filled with anxiety. What had transpired on Qilin Mountain? Just a few days ago, all had seemed well, yet now the spirits of the mountain had turned frenzied, resulting in countless deaths and a blatant disregard for our military. We are left with no recourse but to rely on Her Highness the Princess. Alas, many elders spoke of the catastrophic floods over 2 decades ago, when countless cultivators emerged to assist us. Yet those individuals were elusive, free from worldly attachments, and now impossible to locate. Although the princess possesses divine strength, her body has waned from years of warfare. This duel is perilous. One fears for her safety. Do not speak such nonsense. The princess is unparalleled in might. She will certainly vanquish the demons this time, restoring peace to our land. Atop Qilin Mountain, it was the illustrious Princess Lingwei of the Zhuzi Kingdom who single-handedly battled 3 demons. Legend has it that during the Great Flood catastrophe 20 years prior, she attained a certain celestial fortune, transforming from a mere mortal into one endowed with divine power, capable of subduing dragons and tigers, wielding a treasured sword that had slain countless demons. Since then, she had devoted herself to the Tao, unwilling to be burdened by the mundane world. Now in her 40s, she remains unmarried, wandering the lands alone with her sword, seeking opportunities. Whenever she encounters demons in turmoil, she cannot refrain from drawing her blade. Over time, her swordsmanship has grown formidable, yet her body is beginning to wither. Ha ha ha, Princess Lingwei, today marks your demise. How many of our demon kin have you slain over the years? Relying on your sword skills to mercilessly slaughter our kind, it's utterly intolerable. They say you are a figure of great renown, blessed with celestial inheritance. But the truth is, you possess merely innate strength, lacking any understanding of cultivation methods. You recklessly deplete your own essence without awareness, unable to replenish it. Your strength is all but exhausted. As Princess Lingwei faced 3 demons assailing her, she bit her lip, her sword trembling slightly in her grasp, poised for action. With each moment, her internal essence was being drained, and her complexion grew increasingly pale. Filthy wench, perish. A wolf demon with emerald green eyes suddenly lunged at her, claws slicing through the air, arriving at her side in an instant, its greedy gaze fixed on her throat, salivating with the desire to taste blood. Then let us perish together. Lingwei sensed her impending doom, yet she exhibited no sign of fear. She wielded her sword, a finely crafted steel blade, which, at that moment, radiated with an otherworldly light. The sword's brilliant sword, severing the wolf demon's head in an instant. Has she transcended? The remaining 2 demons widened their eyes in disbelief. How could an ordinary mortal harness such profound power? Yet, a mortal frame cannot endure such might. Her body was on the verge of collapse. Kill her. In the next moment, fierce malice glinted in the eyes of the 2 demons as they coldly regarded the trembling woman, her skin torn and bloodied, charging at her once more. Is this the end? Lingwei's heart still surged with sword intent, but her hands were drained of strength. She could no longer lift her blade. She could only watch helplessly as the 2 demons approached, feeling death encroaching upon her. Suddenly, she heard a resonating hum near her ear. Princess Lingwei's once clouded eyes brightened, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, "It's the sword's song." On Qilin Mountain, a powerful aura of the Tao descended, the essence of a true Taoist enveloping the area, as if claiming dominion over this small realm. The sound of the sword resonated, halting the 2 demons in their tracks, their wild forms ensnared by the descending magical force, as if illuminated by flashing sword light. In the blink of an eye, crimson marks appeared on their necks, becoming increasingly pronounced, and they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As they fell, their heads rolled away, hot blood gushing from the severed necks. An immortal master? Princess Lingwei lifted her head and beheld a young man clad in silver-white brocade descending from the heavens, gracefully touching the ground. His features were strikingly handsome, with deep, clear eyes and jet-black hair. Although 20 years had passed, the figure before her was indistinguishable from the one etched in her memory, his appearance unchanged in the slightest. Yet, the aura surrounding him was now more complete and harmonious, akin to that of a fallen celestial being. How did it come to this? Chongyun gazed at Princess Lingwei before him, a slight frown creasing his brow. A separation of 20 years, for mortals, signifies the relentless passage of time. The once spirited woman, with her bright gaze and commanding presence, now appeared frail and diminished. Her eyes bore the weight of numerous wrinkles, her complexion drawn, and her hair had turned gray. Although Princess Lingwei had consumed the purple sun golden elixir, which should have granted her longevity and eternal youth, her current state revealed the toll of 2 decades spent relentlessly depleting her vital essence. Immortal. Gratitude poured forth as the soldiers accompanying Princess Lingwei knelt in reverence, repeatedly bowing to Chongyun. The princess momentarily lost her composure, instinctively covering her face, a bitter sense of shame washing over her. Yet, as her gaze flickered, she lifted her head and said, "Lingwei is merely a mortal. 20 years have swiftly passed, and it is only natural to grow old and weary. There is no need for the immortal master, with boundless powers, to remain eternally youthful." Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "I sense the sword intent you wielded. You have indeed entered the path. However, without the support of magical power, this could lead to your own greatest disability, a truth you must be aware of." Before he could finish his sentence, the words faltered. Princess Lingwei smiled subtly. "Indeed, I am aware." In that moment, Chongyun seemed to overlook the wrinkles at the corners of the middle-aged woman's eyes and the pallor of her complexion, for he could only see the resilient woman clad in dark armor, bloodied from a rain-soaked night 2 decades ago, 20 years prior. She longed to embark on the path of cultivation to vanquish demons and protect the populace. Now, 2 decades later, she had drained her life force for the very cause she once fervently embraced. The past and present remained steadfastly intertwined. "I have attained immortality," Chongyun spoke. "I have learned the swordsmanship from you." Lingwei's face bore traces of tears, and her eyes shimmered with moisture. "It is a fortunate matter for me." Chongyun's consciousness delved into the remnants of the Book of Lao, seeking rare, celestial elixirs. However, he found no extraordinary pills capable of altering fate, leaving him unable to save the overburdened body of the woman before him. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. 20 years ago, you expressed a desire to pursue the path of immortality, and at that time, I truly lacked the qualifications to be your mentor. Now, I have attained enlightenment and can at least guide you onto the path of cultivation. Yet, the essence of your corporeal form has already withered and depleted. With the elixirs in my possession, I can extend your life by no more than 2 or 3 years, which is of little consequence. The immortal master, in such a state, must have left Lingwei both astonished and flattered. Lingwei's smile bloomed like that of a youthful maiden as she replied, "It is all a matter of fate, and one cannot force it. Please do not feel disheartened, esteemed immortal master. I am fortunate to have received your treasured elixirs. These past 20 years have been splendid, with no regrets. Life is but a fleeting journey. When the time comes to die, let it be. When it is time to live, let it be so. And when it is time to die, let it pass." Chongyun was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. "I have learned from your teachings. How could I dare to claim such a thing?" Lingwei sighed in relief and responded with a sense of ease. "I am truly grateful for your timely rescue today, but at this moment, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude, and I do not wish to delay your journey any further." "Indeed." Chongyun nodded, bidding farewell with the words, "Parting here, may we meet again by fate." With that, he did not insist on leaving anything behind. In a swirl of azure clouds, he ascended into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Has he departed? The immortal has left? The soldiers murmured among themselves, as if the immortal and the princess were old acquaintances. "Go search the mountains. The 3 monsters are dead, and there should still be captives in their lair," commanded Princess Lingwei with authority. Once the crowd dispersed, she ventured alone into the tranquil woods, finding a piece of azure stone to sit upon. Weary and in need of rest, amidst her fatigue, she began to alternate between laughter and tears, lamenting, "Why must I encounter him once more? I do not even look presentable now." Chongyun traversed the skies, soaring over myriad rivers and mountains, passing through the fiery flame mountain, the celestial river, the White Bone Ridge, and the Five, he ultimately arrived at the confluence of Zhinü and Nanjianbuzhou, the river of shifting sands. The 3,000-week waters surged relentlessly, stretching 800 miles in width and approximately 1,000 miles in length, vast and boundless. The so-called Kingdom of Shifting Sands is situated on the western bank of the River of Shifting Sands. From his vantage point in the clouds, Li Chongyun beheld towering cities below, bustling with citizens coming and going, a scene of great prosperity. According to the tales of Journey to the West, the Kingdom of Shifting Sands is destined for destruction, its population exceeding 10 million, all perishing at the hands of demons. Even the heavenly King Li, with his pagoda, has intervened, yet he could not safeguard the lives of this kingdom's subjects. Li Chongyun gazed down upon the bustling nation below, a chill running down his spine. He found it unimaginable how this vibrant realm could transform into the desolate wasteland of the Sand River 2 centuries hence. What could have transpired in between? To the west lay the land of quicksand, while to the south stretched the realm plagued by malevolent creatures, the southern Jianbu continent. Li Chongyun gathered his thoughts, recognizing that the fate of the flowing sand kingdom was beyond the influence of a mere celestial being. It was imperative to focus on pressing matters at hand. As he turned his gaze towards the eastern bank of the flowing sand river, separated by 800 miles of feeble waters, a starkly different scene unfolded before him. Demonic energies surged forth, and malevolent barriers soared into the sky, revealing a multitude of transformed beasts. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and venomous creatures roamed freely. Where, he pondered, would the celestial soldiers be? Li Chongyun heightened his vigilance as he traversed the treacherous sands of Time River. His foremost concern was to locate the NPC arranged for him by the Peacock Princess, a matter crucial to his future career prospects. In stark contrast to the bustling and vibrant Sands Kingdom, the eastern shore resembled a veritable purgatory, where dried bloodstains marred the ground and bleached bones were strewn about. The air was thick with the acrid stench of decay and rot. Just as Li Chongyun cast his gaze about, a crimson fireball streaked through the heavens, traversing hundreds of miles in mere moments, leaving a trail of fiery clouds in its wake. Are you Li Chongyun? A voice, cool and imperious, resonated like thunder, startling Li Chongyun. In an instant, he beheld a striking youth, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, arriving on a wheel of wind and fire. His skin was as pale as lotus petals, his visage exceedingly handsome, clad in resplendent red armor that exuded an aura of authority. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the ancient scroll of mountains and seas within Li Chongyun stirred. Lingling beads, born from the heavenly pool of Mount Kunlun, they took on human form through divine transformation, self-mortifying. They fashioned a body of azure lotus for bones and flesh of lotus petals, resurrected through profound incantations, returning to their original essence, attaining sanctity, and wielding boundless powers. Mastering 6 pathways of fire, known as the third prince of Red Lotus, Neza, Gate of No Fate, not recorded. The scroll of mountains and seas corroborated Li Chongyun's conjecture. The strikingly handsome youth before him was none other than the third prince of Red Lotus, Neza. I am Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun immediately responded. Neza scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, his previously aloof and stern demeanor suddenly giving way to a teasing smirk. What fortune have you stumbled upon that has captured the attention of Sister Peacock? You have managed to secure a position in the heavenly court through the connection between my father and me. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun smiled, yet found himself at a loss for words. TSK, Neza raised an eyebrow. The first principle of the primordial Tao is the sword path? Quite impressive indeed. You possess certain abilities. Rest assured, since Sister Peacock has spoken, I, Neza, shall certainly see this matter through. You shall not be neglected while you associate with my brother. By the way, I am Neza, the great deity of the 3 altars, and a celestial being from the Lingxiao Palace. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Li Chongyun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, speaking nothing but the truth. The name of Neza resonated profoundly, not only for his remarkable abilities, but also for being a well-known rebel across the 3 realms. However, the individual before him appeared to be somewhat unconventional in demeanor, seemingly not inclined towards extremism. After exchanging pleasantries, he did not hesitate to reveal the 5-colored divine feathers. Well said, Neza exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he accepted the feathers. With a swift motion of his fair hand, a seemingly ordinary celestial talisman materialized. Take this item with you. For every demon you slay, use this to collect a drop of demon blood as a testament to your achievements. Once you have amassed 100, you may come to Futa Mountain to seek me out. My encampment will be stationed there. Li Chongyun nodded as he accepted the celestial talisman, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. It seemed to be a common method employed by the heavenly court to record merits. Upon glancing down, he noticed inscriptions on the talisman, River God of the Flowing Sand. However, when he raised his gaze once more, the figure of Prince Neza had vanished without a trace. Li Chongyun could only smile wryly, feeling a sense of helplessness. If it weren't for the initiation of the Shanghai Scroll, he would have been convinced of Neza's identity, but now found himself questioning if he had been deceived. Nevertheless, even if he had to take a shortcut, he was determined to complete the official process. Having anticipated such occurrences, Li Chongyun immediately took to the clouds, ready to commence his hunt for demons. However, after flying for merely 10 miles, he heard a voice calling from behind. "Fellow Taoist, please hold on." Turning around, he saw Yin God approaching on a cloud. This particular Yin God possessed far greater magical prowess than the local deities of Ponzi Ridge. He was indeed a celestial being. The Shanghai Scroll was also stirred by this encounter, as the individual's true identity was revealed to be the water god of the Liaoshawa River. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, tall and slender in stature with a kind visage, the newcomer smiled as he caught up to Li Chongyun, saying, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. I am the water god of Liaoshawa River. Do you have any teachings to share?" Li Chongyun responded with a soft acknowledgement, subtly grasping the talisman in his hand. The deity of the Lusha River coughed lightly and said, "There is no need for you to feel anxious, my friend. It is likely that you have only recently attained your enlightenment and have had limited dealings with the heavenly court, thus lacking an understanding of the intricacies involved. A few days ago, the third prince of the Crimson Lotus inquired about acquiring a talisman from me, yet he did not disclose the reason for his request. It was only upon sensing the presence of the talisman nearby that I hastened to come and investigate. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Li Chongyun smiled and nodded. "I am Li Chongyun, fellow Taoist Li." The water god replied courteously, "Are you indeed going to slay the demons?" "Precisely," Li Chongyun affirmed with a nod. His heart suddenly enlightened. It seemed that the water god of the flowing sand river had been orchestrated by Neza, yet some matters could not be openly discussed. "May I inquire where you hail from, esteemed Taoist?" The water god continued to ask. Li Chongyun remarked, "The western Cowherd continent, the borders of the Zhuzi kingdom. Alas, how truly distant the journey is." The water god made a gesture of invitation, saying, "It seems that you, my friend, are weary. Why not pause for a moment and rest here with me?" Li Chongyun pondered briefly, intending to decline the invitation, yet concerned about disrupting his own mission. He reluctantly acquiesced and followed the water god. The two soared to a quaint dwelling by the banks of the quicksand river, where the water god, displaying utmost reverence, ushered Li Chongyun into his abode, presenting fine wine and delectable dishes in a warm welcome. After several rounds of wine and an assortment of dishes, Li Chongyun's spirit eased somewhat, prompting him to inquire, "Water god, since you are the deity of the quicksand river, why is your residence not situated within the river itself, but rather on the bank?" Upon hearing this, the water god sighed and replied, "My dear brother, you are unaware of the circumstances. I originally resided in a mansion within the river, but a few years ago, a celestial general was demoted from the heavens and took up temporary residence in my abode, compelling me to yield my quarters. However, living on the bank is far more enjoyable than in the water. I am free from labor, free from duty, and need not concern myself with anything, merely indulging in the celestial offerings, which is quite delightful." The demoted celestial general in question must surely be the esteemed general of the rolling curtain. Li Chongyun's gaze shifted, observing the water god, who was blissfully sipping wine, and realized that the latter was not merely putting on a facade but genuinely reveling in joy, embodying a delightful sense of contentment akin to one enjoying a paid day off. Ahem. The water god let out a hearty belch, chuckling as he said, "Pardon me. My apologies. Please do not take offense, Taoist Li." As he spoke, he retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve and continued, "I happen to possess a remarkable item left behind by the third prince. Do take out that celestial talisman." Upon witnessing this, Li Chongyun pondered for a moment before proceeding accordingly. He extended the pristine celestial talisman, while the water deity of the flowing sand river tilted the jade vial in his hand, allowing a drop of exceedingly murky essence to fall. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of enveloped the surroundings, staining the entire talisman of vivid crimson. "What is this?" Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. The water deity, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Ah, my dear friend Li, your prowess is truly remarkable. to have slain such a multitude of malevolent beings. Judging by the aura of this celestial talisman, it must be no less than 100 formidable demons of the heavenly immortal realm. Such an achievement. Should you venture to Mount Puto, you might well earn the honor of an audience with the revered King Li of the pagoda. Li Chongyun exclaimed. Is this truly the manner in which the celestial beings of the heavenly court conduct themselves? Initially, he believed that Nez's gift of the celestial talisman would render the task of slaying 100 demons quite manageable. To his astonishment, the reality proved even more effortless. As the demon's blood was already prepared. Taoist friendly, here is a map leading to Mount Puto. My humble abode lacks proper hospitality, so I shall not detain you longer. When you ascend to the heavenly realm in the future, I hope you might remember to extend your favor to this small deity, said the river god of the flowing sands, as he handed Li Chongyun a scroll of cowhide paper. After a brief moment, Li Chongyun ascended once more into the clouds. Journeying eastward, he mused upon the nature of his visit to the southern continent, recognizing it to be purely a matter of connections. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a stirring within, prompting him to extract the map given by the river god of the flowing sands and unfurl it. To his surprise, a bag of the universe tumbled out from the cowhide scroll. Could there be yet another adept? Li Chongyun inhaled sharply, swiftly immersing his consciousness within. To his astonishment, he beheld a trove replete with treasures, earthly gold, silver, and jewels, an array of rare curiosities, along with celestial materials and resources indispensable to cultivators. Li Chongyun stowed away the talisman stained with demonic blood and soared through the clouds. Upon entering the realm of Nanjan, he was struck by the intensified aura of malevolence and chaos that permeated the air. Occasional gusts of demonic wind swept past, accompanied by the anguished cries of spirits. While upon the earth below, the fires of war raged, and the clash of blades echoed ominously. The flames of conflict stretched endlessly, leaving countless lives shattered and families torn asunder. The onset of the journey to the West calamity coincided with the Tang dynasty in the Nanjan region. Precisely during the reign of Emperor Li Shimin, over 2 centuries prior, amidst a tumultuous era marked by warlords vying for power and ceaseless strife. Li Chongyun immediately grasped the underlying cause. It seemed that the weight of bloodshed was so profound that upon entering Nanjan, he felt as if he were ensconced in a chilling, dense fog, as though some sense of security had been stripped away. This sensation was exceedingly peculiar. Li Chongyun was certain that his cultivation remained intact and his strength unscathed. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the source of this unsettling feeling of impending danger. How bizarre. Could it be related to the turmoil of the times? Li Chongyun sensed that there was something peculiar about the southern Zhanbu continent at this moment, regardless of the circumstances. My purpose for coming here is solely to seek a celestial position. I have no desire to meddle in trivial matters and would rather hasten to Mount Puto. Within and beyond the 3 realms, the heavenly court governs all, and the distinction between demons and immortals is remarkably straightforward. Disciples born from the Taoist or Buddhist sects, or those registered within the heavenly court's ranks, are deemed immortals. Conversely, all others are classified as demons. Li Chongyun was indifferent to the correctness of such rules. His sole ambition was to ascend to greater heights, free from humiliation. As the night fell unexpectedly, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and an ominous fog loomed ahead. Within the shadows, it seemed as though pairs of blood-red eyes lurked, hungrily fixated on any living creature. From above, a resonant male voice echoed, warning of malevolent creatures lying in wait ahead, urging travelers to pause and seek refuge in the temple. Li Chongyun bent down to observe, only to find a desolate temple standing solitary amidst the swirling sands, with a flicker of ethereal light emanating from its entrance, revealing a celestial-level cultivator who had already attained enlightenment. Casting his gaze upon the encroaching black mist ahead, Li Chongyun pondered briefly before deciding to descend from the clouds and approach the dilapidated temple. The temple, in a state of disrepair, clearly no longer served as a place of worship. At the entrance stood a robust man with bulging muscles, possessing thick brows and large eyes. His face adorned with a bushy beard, his imposing figure betraying little of a cultivator, save for the aura of celestial energy that surrounded him. I am called Li Tuhong. May I inquire your esteemed name, fellow cultivator? The burly man exuded an air of nonchalance, his gaze intense, yet welcoming as he regarded Li Chongyun. I am Li Chongyun, came the reply. Li Chongyun, displaying a courteous demeanor, cast a glance at the dilapidated temple and frowned as he inquired, are there others present in this place? Li Tuhong chuckled lightly. My friend, do not harbor doubts. At this juncture, the southern continent is engulfed in the flames of war, and chaos reigns among mortals. Countless common folk are engaged in mutual slaughter, rendering the heavenly principles obscure and intertwining merit with sin. Consequently, a multitude of demonic and malevolent forces have been provoked, transforming this realm into a veritable inferno. Within this temple, there are two solitary cultivators from the border of the flowing sand kingdom. Two mortals who have traversed mountains and waters from the Zhinü kingdom, and a female practitioner who, having encountered us by chance, bravely volunteered to scout ahead, but has yet to return. I see. Li Chongyun suddenly realized, after Li Tuhong's explanation, the source of his unease since arriving in the southern Jambudvipa. Indeed, it was due to the chaos of the times, where men kill men, and even cannibalism prevails. This realm has long been steeped in sin, resulting in a profound disruption of cosmic order. In simpler terms, the balance of merit and sin among all beings in the southern Jambudvipa has become utterly disordered. Killing and cannibalism no longer accumulate sin, while aiding and saving others do not yield merit. Li Chongyun, once blessed with virtue and under the protection of the heavenly path, now finds his fortunes diminished. A subtle sweep of his divine consciousness reveals the dilapidated temple contains only 4 individuals, 2 mortals and 2 others at the nascent stage of celestial beings, posing little threat. The atmosphere is fraught with despair, as demons roam freely. Under such circumstances, it is neither prudent nor necessary to force a confrontation. A brief respite seems wise. Consequently, Li Chongyun engages in casual conversation with Li Tuhong as they step into the forsaken temple. Times have indeed changed. Over 2 centuries ago, a mountain known as Wuji descended upon the southern continent of Nanzhan, plunging the world into turmoil. Chaos reigns as malevolent beings wreak havoc, transforming once fertile lands into desolate expanses shrouded in dust. Within the temple, the 2 cultivators lament their fate. This is precisely why my senior brother has journeyed to the western Bull Heaven, to the Great Lane Temple, to beseech the Tathagata Buddha for the true scriptures to save the world. In a corner, beside the flickering campfire, an unremarkable young monk clad in gray robes spoke with an air of pride. Beside him sat a monk of striking beauty, with red lips and white teeth, whose features bordered on the ethereal. He sat cross-legged, palms together, eyes closed, his shadow cast upon the wall exuding an aura of solemnity, to beseech the true scriptures. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing involuntarily. Hiki, Li Tuhong chuckled, as he retrieved a gourd from behind his waist and took a couple of gulps from it. Instantly, a fragrant blend of medicinal herbs and liquor wafted through the dilapidated temple. My dear Taoist friend, it is indeed remarkable. In the chaotic era of the southern Zhanbu continent, many mortals regard the Buddha of the West as their sole path to salvation. This has prompted numerous monks to embark on journeys westward in search of the true scriptures. In fact, such monks are not only found far away. Even in this desolate region nearby, there are at least 100, though most are merely seeking fame and recognition. Is it truly so fashionable to seek enlightenment? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, although the journey for enlightenment had yet to commence, it was certain that Jin Chanzi had already begun the cycle of reincarnation. His fate had long been sealed. In each of his incarnations, Jin Chanzi would inevitably pursue the quest for sacred knowledge, enduring hardships for 9 lifetimes before finally achieving transcendence in the 10th. Li Chongyun scrutinized the serene visage of the handsome monk before him, who remained utterly unresponsive, as if he were merely an ordinary practitioner. After all, the Buddha's second disciple, Jin Chanzi, was likely not of human origin, but rather a manifestation of a divine spirit. Upon entering the dilapidated temple, Li Chongyun maintained his vigilance, seating himself in a corner to meditate. The modest shrine, though shabby, offered some shelter from the wind, and the warmth of the flickering bonfire enveloped him, bringing tranquility to his body and mind. Suddenly, in the latter part of the night, a startled voice echoed through the temple, followed by the sound of light footsteps. Li Chongyun lifted his eyelids, immediately noticing that the elegant monk in white by the bonfire had also opened his eyes. At that moment, a woman in a simple skirt hurriedly entered the temple, her beauty striking and her figure exquisitely slender. The gentle sway of her skirt accentuated her delicate waist, reminiscent of a willow bending in the breeze. In an instant, Li Chongyun's mind was stirred by the vision of the vast mountains and seas. The scroll radiated a golden light, rapidly flipping through its pages until it settled on an illustration of a white skeleton. The white-boned spirit. After millennia of sorrow, The bones had gained sentience. Consumed by the chilling winds, they transformed into a cunning and malevolent entity. If a corpse remained unburied, its flesh would decay, leaving only the bones to become a creature of malice, donning the skin of the living to traverse the world, deceitful and vicious. The spirit required the blood of the living every 7 days. Otherwise, its flesh would wither, leaving only a skeletal frame incapable of causing harm. Not catalogued. The white bone spirit. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, instantly drawing a parallel to the white bone spirit from the original journey to the west. However, as per the descriptions found in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, it seemed that any deceased individual left unburied could potentially transform into a spirit of bones, suggesting that the two were not necessarily one and the same. Yet, it was undeniable that the creature before him was a cruel and bloodthirsty demon. Moreover, its strength was formidable. The fluctuations of its magical power indicated that it possessed at least the cultivation of a late-stage celestial immortal. "Why are you in such a state of panic, Miss Chiao? What troubles you?" A wandering cultivator in the temple rose immediately, his concern evident. "I just had an encounter with a demon, but I am unharmed," Bai Chao replied, her gaze shifting to the burly Li Tuhong, who was resting against a haystack. With a flustered expression, she exclaimed, "Brother Dao, how can you still be sleeping? A horde of demons is relentlessly pursuing a group of monks seeking scriptures, and they are approaching us from less than 20 to 30 li away. Is that so?" Li Tuhong furrowed his brow, yet he rose with an unhurried demeanor. "Do not panic, Chao, please elaborate," Bai Chao replied, as I ventured forth to gather intelligence. "I happened upon a most gruesome sight. 2 monks were being viciously attacked and devoured by wolf demons. How could I possibly turn a blind eye to such barbarity? Regrettably, by the time I vanquished the 2 fiends, the monks' innards had already been ruthlessly extracted and consumed, before I could even bury them." I noticed ominous demonic clouds gathering in the sky, seemingly pressing down upon us. It was then that I perceived, to the east, over 100 monks in pursuit of the scriptures, frantically fleeing westward, relentlessly pursued by countless demons. Fortuitously, there were cultivators among the monks capable of offering some resistance, but their annihilation seemed inevitable. Li Tuhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Hundreds, even thousands of demons? What a formidable presence! The onlookers displayed expressions of concern. The young monk by the campfire, frightened, curled up into a ball, his face as pale as a ghost, while the chanting monk remained unperturbed. Everyone knew that King Li and Prince Neza were camped atop Putoa Mountain with their celestial soldiers. "We have all arrived here for reasons unknown, to vanquish demons and eliminate evil, which would be a worthy achievement. In my view, rather than evading this calamity, it would be far more prudent to confront it head-on." A certain wandering cultivator, who had shown evident interest in Bai Chao, spoke boldly and fearlessly, casting furtive glances at the enchanting beauty. However, Bai Chao's attention remained fixated on Li Tuhong, her peripheral vision occasionally glancing at the white-robed monk by the fire, disregarding the wandering cultivator entirely. How could one possibly contend against hundreds of thousands of demons? Li Tuhong, displaying remarkable composure, posed a retort to the wandering cultivator. Confucius once proclaimed that a gentleman, in his endeavors, ought not to ponder the feasibility of success, but rather the righteousness of the action. Those monks, filled with noble aspirations for the welfare of humanity, should not be disregarded. Regardless of the outcome, we must endeavor to act. The wandering cultivator stood resolute in his principles. Bai Chao nodded in agreement, asserting, "Taoist Lu is indeed correct. Although the situation is dire, we cannot simply stand by and watch those monks march to their demise, can we?" Her compassion for the world resonated with Taoist Lu's sentiments. The wandering cultivator surnamed Lu beamed with delight, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Chao. Bai Chao, furrowing her brow with a smile, shifted her attention to Li Chongyun, who was ensconced in a corner, and inquired with curiosity, "Oh, and who might this Taoist friend be?" Li Tuhong said, "This is my friend Li Chongyun, who was passing by on his cloud, and I called him down. We plan to continue our journey tomorrow when the demon winds subside." "I see," Bai Chao replied, casting a glance at Li Chongyun before turning her attention elsewhere. Li Dahongdo remarked, "To vanquish demons and establish our merits should indeed be our purpose. Otherwise, who would willingly venture into this perilous realm of the Sand Country, rife with malevolent creatures? Yet, while merits hold value, our lives are even more precious. Miss Bai Chao, please enlighten us on the strength of these fiends." Bai Chao pondered briefly before responding. "Most of them are untranscended spirits, with only 5 celestial-grade demon generals among them. We stand a chance to withstand their onslaught. Upon hearing this, Li Tuhong's expression shifted. As the most powerful among them, having attained the pinnacle of celestial cultivation, he wielded significant influence. After careful contemplation, he resolved firmly yet turned to Li Chongyun, stating, "Fellow Taoist Li, you too have heard that hundreds, perhaps thousands, of demons are closing in. It is said that a lone hand cannot clap, nor can a solitary tree stand tall. Will you join us in this endeavor to eradicate the demons?" "Of course," Li Chongyun replied. Li Chongyun's expression remained impassive as he nodded in acquiescence. He was indeed curious to observe what the skeletal spirit intended amidst the throng of people. At any rate, given the current situation, even if an unforeseen event were to occur, he could leave unimpeded. "Excellent." Li Tuhong clenched his fist and declared, "Let us proceed." The 2 young disciples were urged to keep pace with them, lest they fall victim to the malevolent creatures lurking outside. The 5 celestial beings promptly prepared themselves for a life-and-death confrontation, shielding the handsome monk and the young acolyte as they exited the dilapidated temple. Dark clouds loomed ominously, pressing heavily upon the earth. Countless monks either galloped on horseback or dashed along the desolate and rugged mountain paths. Good heavens, what manner of place is this? How could there be so many demons? Had I known, I would have remained in the temple to toll the bell, rather than squander all my savings on a robe and pilgrimage, hoping to return as the abbot after my success. Now, it seems I am destined to be devoured by a demon. Please, great demon, do not consume me. Help, celestial beings, save me." The throngs of monks trembled in fear, their bodies betraying them in their terror. The turmoil in the southern continent urgently called for a method to liberate the masses, prompting innumerable monks to journey westward in search of enlightenment. Yet, the majority were mere charlatans, seeking fame while evading hardship, faced with the demons. They had long lost their very souls. For the demons, this was a rare feast. Among the ranks of monks, there were also a dozen or so cultivators providing protection. However, their abilities were woefully inadequate. Before long, they were devoured by a few demon generals of celestial caliber, their flesh consumed, their essence drained, leaving only a pile of bones behind. So many seekers of wisdom. Li Chongyun ascended a height and gazed afar, observing the fleeing monks, their faces smeared with dirt, bald heads glistening, and he could not help but shake his head. He then turned to the handsome monk clad in white beside him, curiosity peeking within him. "Master, you seem utterly unperturbed in the face of these malevolent beings?" The striking monk, with lips as red as coral and teeth as white as jade, remained composed even as a celestial being dangled a young novice by the nape of his robe, suspended several yards above the ground. The novice trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face, while the handsome monk maintained a posture of prayer, his expression embodying an indescribable tranquility. The onlookers, too, were riding the winds. Yet they did not soar upon clouds, for within the mortal flesh of humankind lies a tainted essence, far inferior to the pure aura of the immortals, rendering ascension impossible, as decreed by the celestial laws. Li Chongyun gazed with great interest at the handsome monk and inquired, "May I ask for your Dharma name, master?" The handsome monk, squinting against the chill of the wind, raised his voice deliberately and replied, "I am the humble monk Wuchen. Having shaved my head and embraced a life of renunciation since my youth, I traverse the world solely to endure more suffering myself, allowing others to experience less. The thought of you esteemed immortals embarking on a quest to vanquish demons fills my heart with joy. Thus, I harbor no fear." Indeed, the master possesses a heart of compassion. Bai Chiaoer, positioned at the forefront alongside Li Tuhongfei, turned her gaze back, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as they fell upon the handsome monk Wu Chun, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, there are 5 demon generals." Li Tuhongfei led the charge at the forefront, undeterred by the ominous mist swirling ahead, where savage apparitions lurked. Without hesitation, he drew forth a coiling dragon staff, plunging into the throng of demons with fierce intent, bellowing, "Comrades, follow swiftly and do not falter." With only 5 celestial beings on their side, they faced an equal number of demon generals. Should any of them waver and flee in fear, it would spell disaster for the rest. Fortunately, these individuals were no cowards. Each possessed their own means of vanquishing demons. In a swift surge, they plunged into the fray, unleashing their respective techniques. And many of the lesser beings were swiftly cut down amidst the radiant spells. "How audacious you are, daring to slay my demon soldiers." A voice echoed coldly from the depths of the dark fog. Among the demon kind, lineage commanded respect and strength reigned supreme. Celestial beings were regarded as demon generals, capable of commanding lower-ranked demons, treating them as their soldiers. Although the demonic horde appeared chaotic, a clear hierarchy existed, with each demon holding its place within the ranks. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated, as dark chains imbued with black mist slithered through the air, as agile as serpents. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the palpable presence of arcane energy, signaling the intervention of a demon general. Li Tuhong is indeed a valiant warrior, charging forth alone at the forefront. Wielding his dragon-twirling staff with great vigor, instantly engaging in battle with the demon general. The occurrence seems rather coincidental. Li Chongyun furrowed his brow slightly. He did not act too eagerly but stood alongside Master Wuchen and the young monk, fingers forming intricate gestures as a strand of true solar fire coalesced at his fingertips. Should any unwitting creature dare to approach, he could effortlessly reduce it to ashes with a mere flick. True fire. The scorching heat immediately captured the attention of several surrounding practitioners. The flames of the world are distinctly ranked: mundane fire, spiritual fire, divine fire, true fire, sacred fire, and the flames of tribulation. For celestial beings, ordinary spiritual fire is relatively easy to find, while divine fire is quite rare. As for true fire, it is a treasure reserved for certain esteemed lineages, almost never seen by the common folk. To think that this Li Chongyun possesses true fire? Could he be a disciple of a Tai immortal, or perhaps a Deluo immortal? He certainly does not appear to have such a profound background. If he did, he would not be mingling with us, mere scattered cultivators. It must be a twist of fate. How enviable it is that this true fire can effortlessly obliterate Earth immortals at their peak, while celestial beings can indeed slay Earth immortals with ease. Such feats require the expenditure of considerable magical power. How can one be as unburdened as Li Chongyun? Bai Qiaoer, her beautiful eyes narrowing, frowned upon witnessing the true fire in Li Chongyun's grasp. Humph. We ventured forth seeking sustenance. What concern is it of yours? How dare you meddle in our affairs? Truly courting death. From the depths of the black mist, a demon general bellowed coldly, "Brothers, together now. The blood of immortals is far sweeter than that of mortals." The black mist surged, a fierce gale howling as a colossal whirlwind formed, enveloping Li Chongyun and his companions. The swirling sands obscured their vision, gradually forcing the group to rely solely on their voices for communication, unable to discern their surroundings. Quite interesting, one murmured. Li Chongyun squinted, and the divine eye of merit at his brow opened opportunely, allowing him to perceive the surroundings with clarity. Li Tuhong wielded a coiled dragon staff with unparalleled ferocity, bravely facing two demon generals without yielding an inch. The other two loose cultivators also held their own commendably. As for Bai Qiaoer, she engaged a demon general in single combat, wielding a Qifeng sword, her exchanges with the opponent ringing with the clashing sounds of metal. However, both she and her adversary seemed to merely feign their prowess, devoid of any lethal intent. Indeed, this demoness was secretly scheming malevolently. Li Chongyun furrowed his brow, his fingers dancing deftly as flames of true fire descended around him, subtly forming a protective formation that shielded Master Wuchen and the young monk. From the depths of the black mist, the voice of Bai Qiaoer resonated. Li Chongyun, my friend, Brother Li is bravely battling two formidable demon generals alone. It may be too much for him to withstand. You must hasten to his aid. Li Tuhong immediately replied, "It matters not. These two fiends combined are still no match for me. Fellow Taoist Li, please protect Master Wuchen and do your utmost to save as many monks as you can." After a while, Bai Qiaoer cried out for help. "Fellow Taoist Li, I am struggling here. Please come to my aid." Within the black mist, the celestial being surnamed Lu promptly offered, "Miss Qiaoer, allow me to assist you." "In which direction are you? Please convey your thoughts to me." Li Chongyun watched the performance for a while, feeling disinclined to engage in any further challenges. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a crimson fire serpent using true flames, illuminating the surroundings for 100 paces. The serpent, coiled with a girth akin to that of a water barrel, swayed its head and tail, incinerating numerous malevolent creatures. Although the sinister winds and demonic beings were fierce, they could not disrupt the potency of this true fire. A celestial being? A deity has come to our rescue. The numerous seekers of scriptures, pursued and desperate, perceived a savior in Li Chongyun and instinctively gravitated towards him. Before long, over 100 monks had gathered behind him. Impressive. Along the journey, the young novice had been utterly captivated by Li Chongyun, his large eyes brimming with admiration. The fear that once clouded his expression had transformed into eager anticipation, unable to suppress his desire to imitate Li Chongyun's gestures. His yearning for mastery of the arcane arts evident. Master, if only we could also wield such magic, the young novice could not help but exclaim. Wukong clasped his palms together, remarking, Li Benefactor is indeed an illustrious immortal, yet attaining such a state requires both innate talent and favorable circumstances. Though we may not ascend to immortality, by diligently cultivating the Dharma and guiding sentient beings, we can partake in a similar path. Preposterous. Among the monks. A corpulent monk vehemently protested, tears glistening in his eyes. What Dharma? It is all nonsense. I was born into wealth, attended to by servants. Yet I was deceived by an old bald donkey who told me that journeying to the West would grant me the true scriptures and liberate me from all troubles. It has truly led to my ruin. This lamenting monk appeared to be in his early 20s, draped in a resplendent crimson robe, adorned with a golden top-knot hat. His attire, made of exquisite silk, bespoke of his affluent origins, and no one doubted his claims. Despite the hardships he faced, his physique remained corpulent. His face retaining a somewhat bloated appearance, with ears drooping to his shoulders and a full chin, his red lips prominent. Alas, we are all distressed souls, compelled to seek the so-called true scriptures of the West. Yet, you, with such a noble background, have also fallen to this plight. It is indeed pitiable. A nearby monk sighed, prompting a chorus of agreement. Humph. Suddenly, the young novice beside Wukong scoffed derisively. You are so easily swayed by the trivialities of worldly wealth. Such monks as yourselves will never obtain the true scriptures even if you reach the West. My master, having lost his parents at a young age, lived as a beggar, enduring hardship and scorn for years, yet he retains a compassionate heart, unwavering in his resolve, fearing neither life nor death, only caring for the welfare of all beings. Humph. Once this calamity has passed, you should return whence you came. The true scriptures will be retrieved by me alongside my master. The young novice's grand declarations naturally drew scorn from the crowd, most of whom were too indifferent to respond. A glance at Wukong, clad in simple white, elicited further derisive smiles, as they dismissed him as an inconsequential figure, clearly of little significance. Go ahead if you wish. I shall not accompany you any longer. The portly monk, panting heavily, plopped himself onto the ground, yet astutely shuffled closer to the celestial master who was engaged in vanquishing demons. With a chuckle, he mused that once this hurdle was overcome, the path would be smooth sailing to the flowing sand river, and beyond the river lay the realm of Western Nyohajo. Encouraging his companions not to lose heart, Li Chongyun strolled leisurely, vanquishing demons with ease. His divine awareness expanded, allowing him to fully comprehend the monk's words and actions, prompting him to offer casual counsel. Oh, the path ahead is clear. If that is the case, we must be close to the Lusha River. Beyond that lies the prosperous realm of Lusha. After crossing the river, we shall soon reach the West Nyoha continent. And I presume we are not far from the Spirit Mountain? I have journeyed westward for over 6 months. Returning now would render my efforts in vain. If I press on, I shall acquire the sacred scriptures and, in doing so, achieve unparalleled glory. The monks, upon hearing this, were stirred. The plump monk appeared contemplative, his round eyes darting about. Just then, the ominous clouds parted, revealing a clear sky, speckled with stars, reminiscent of a post-storm clarity. In the heavens, streaks of light darted towards the horizon, as celestial beings pursued the demon generals. Li Tehong and his companions had come to slay demons to earn merit and win the favor of the immortal beings, sharing a common goal with Li Chongyun. They would not let their hard-won achievements slip away, relentlessly pursuing the demon generals. All 5 demon generals fled, and the remaining creatures suffered heavy losses, scattering chaotically without leadership. Observing this, the monks exhaled in relief, feeling temporarily safe. They dared not stray far, clustering around Li Chongyun, aware that this celestial figure was their true protector. Moments later, a beam of light descended, revealing a slender, exquisite woman landing softly on the ground, her form marred with blood and her complexion pale, indicating she had sustained serious injuries. Bai Qiaoer stumbled forward, clutching her arm, and as she swayed, she nearly fell against Li Chongyun, who deftly sidestepped her approach. Ouch! The plump monk nimbly stepped forward, his rotund figure accidentally catching Bai Qiaoer, allowing her to lean against him. Dear fairy, what has befallen you? Bai Qiaoer glanced at the monk's multiple chins, her delicate brows furrowing as she looked up at Li Chongyun. Li Taoist, why do you evade me? Li Chongyun maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "When have I ever evaded your words, my friend? Is it not mere fabrication?" Bai Qiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon ceased her turmoil, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. "You may not be aware, Li Daoist, but just moments ago, I fought alongside Daoist Lu against two formidable demon generals. To my dismay, their prowess was exceptional, and I sustained injuries. Daoist Lu sacrificed himself to save me, only to be devoured by those two fiends, a celestial being consumed alive." At this revelation, the monks surrounding them turned pale. "Are those demons dead? Will they come after us?" The plump monk, seemingly dazed yet astutely aware, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and abandoned any desire for indulgence. Bai Qiao wriggled free from his embrace, asserting, "Those demons are certainly not dead. I barely escaped." Li Daoist, both demons have headed towards Daoist Li Tuhong. He is valiantly battling both demon generals alone, and that is already his limit. If he is besieged by four, he will surely be unable to withstand it. You must assist him at once." Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun furrowed his brows, displaying a look of indecision. Bai Qiao urged him repeatedly, but when she saw he had no intention of coming to the rescue, her fury ignited. She strode up to him and chastised. "I must have misjudged you, Li Chongyun. Are you truly such a coward, so fearful of death?" With that, she abruptly raised her injured arm, a flash of white light emanating from it. A chilling wind, sharp as a blade, surged towards Li Chongyun's neck. In an instant, Li Chongyun's hand, like a vice, clamped down on Bai Qiao's arm, his celestial power capable of shattering mountains, causing her bones to creak under the pressure, pain evident on her delicate face. Yet, Li Chongyun showed no mercy. He forcefully shoved her to the ground. With a resonant hum, a fiery red copper mirror materialized before them, radiating brilliance that ensnared Bai Qiao in its luminous grasp. "I did not misjudge you." Li Chongyun cast a cold glance at the woman illuminated by the flames, her face contorted in agony. "You audacious demon, how dare you accompany a cultivator? Is this not a path to your own demise?" "Ah, she is a demon." The stout monk was taken aback, collapsing to the ground in shock, desperately clutching Li Chongyun's leg. As he recalled his earlier encounter with the female demon, he could not suppress the tremors coursing through his body, and tears immediately streamed down his face. "She is a demon?" The young novice stood frozen, fear etched across his features. Wuchen, too, displayed a look of astonishment. As for the numerous monks, they all retreated in haste. "When did you discover this?" Bai Qiao's flesh gradually began to peel away, the divine fire from the Tianzhao treasure mirror scorching her, incinerating the blood and flesh upon her. "What a vile spiritual treasure! Who exactly are you?" For the bone demon, the flesh was merely borrowed from elsewhere, requiring the nourishment of living blood every 7 days, lest it decay. Under this searing torment, her true form was on the verge of revelation. Why bother asking so much? Li Chongyun spoke calmly, his hands forming intricate gestures as the divine light of the Amaterasu treasure mirror radiated brilliantly. "Accept your demise with peace." The Amaterasu treasure mirror is an exceptionally powerful postnatal spiritual treasure of supreme yang nature, possessing formidable restraint against sinister and ghostly entities. Although the bone spirit is known for its myriad transformations, the one before him, with merely the cultivation of an early celestial immortal, could hardly stir the waters. Puff! Li Chongyun flicked his fingers, casting forth a radiant flame that penetrated the Tianzhao Baojian. Bai Qiao, utterly bereft of dignity or composure, writhed in agony upon the ground. Her garments reduced to ashes, revealing flesh that rapidly desiccated and withered under the searing heat. The surrounding monks were momentarily struck with astonishment, their gazes converging upon this bizarre spectacle. Truly, she was a demon. Were she an ordinary woman, she would have perished long ago in such flames. What could be the true nature of this enchantress? No, wait, she still appears human, as the fierce fire consumed her once resplendent form. Flakes of ash began to peel away, ultimately leaving behind a chilling skeleton. In that instant, many gazes turned with bewilderment towards Li Chongyun. Could it be that the celestial being had erred in judgment? This was undeniably the bone of a human. Yet, in the next moment, a sinister and vengeful voice emanated from the skeleton. "Ah, you Li Chongyun, your methods are indeed ruthless. This lady, have attained enlightenment for a millennium and shall not be so easily dispatched." The skeleton spoke. With a thunderous roar, two ominous black mists surged from opposite directions, colliding violently with the Tianzhao Baojian. The treasure's power was momentarily disrupted, and the swirling black mist enveloped the skeleton, lifting it into the air amidst an unending cacophony of wailing and howling, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it. Chongyun raised his hand to summon back the celestial mirror, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "You and these demon generals are indeed in cahoots. Is that so?" A cold laugh echoed from within the dark mist, followed by the emergence of a captivating figure. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, slender and graceful, draped in a black robe that concealed her amidst the shadows. Earlier, when Li Tuhong and the others were present, they had failed to discern the true identities of the demon generals. Chongyun was suddenly taken aback, grasping the implications of the moment. Though his reaction was not sluggish, it was regrettably too late. The bone spirit, embraced by the woman in the black robe, began to merge with her amidst the flickering of mysterious light. In mere moments, the two entities fused into one, indistinguishable from each other, with her cultivation rapidly escalating from the early stages of the celestial immortal to the late stages. "Young man, do you still dare to speak arrogantly at this juncture?" The bone spirit, clad in black, stood at the center of the swirling black mist, surrounded by howling winds, embodying the essence of a queen. As she inhaled deeply, the mist roiled and undulated, revealing another, a stunningly beautiful woman, before the watchful eyes of the crowd. This second seemingly self-destructed, her flesh and blood disintegrating, leaving only a skeleton, which then merged with the previous two. The trio became one, elevating the bone spirit's cultivation to the perfected realm of the celestial immortal. "Did you truly misjudge the situation this time?" the bone spirit proclaimed with pride. "I am the Lady of the White Bone from the White Bone Cave of White Tiger Ridge. I have come here today to consume the flesh and blood of the seeker of enlightenment, seeking immortality. There are not 5. These are merely the external manifestations of my essence." "Humph." Chongyun narrowed his eyes, disdainfully remarking, "An external incarnation? You are hardly worthy. It is merely a trick of borrowing a corpse to return to life. The external incarnation is a supreme divine ability, unparalleled in this world. Among the realms, only 2 individuals are renowned for their external incarnations. One is the Taoist ancestor, Taishang Laojun, with his transformation into the 3 pure ones. And the other is the Lingming stone monkey, Sun Wukong, who possesses 84,000 feathers. The former can manifest 3 saints, transcending heaven and earth, invincible against all. The latter, when employing this divine ability, can single-handedly withstand the onslaught of 1,000 armies. An external incarnation is not merely a technique of creating duplicates, it is a true transformation. Taishang Laojun's 3 pure ones are all saints, each endowed with formidable saintly powers. Sun Wukong's 84,000 feathers, each hair capable of wielding terrifying combat strength comparable to his true form. Yet the white bone spirit before me merely boasts of an external incarnation in words. Chongyun understood the essence of this creature. She had merely gathered a few bodies and divided herself into 6, each occupying a form. At this moment, she was not amplifying her strength, but rather restoring her true power. "Do not flaunt your verbal prowess. I need only to slay you." The white bone spirit, now in a trinity, restored her strength to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm and immediately lunged at Chongyun. Aside from her avatar, by Qiaoer, she possessed 5 other incarnations, each with the strength of a demon general. She had intentionally lured others away, hoping to employ the same tactic to distract Chongyun, only to find her scheme unraveled. In this battle of wits and power, swiftness was paramount. Golden Crow technique. In the eyes of Chongyun, a crimson light flickered. He did not resort to using his spiritual treasures. Instead, he summoned his divine powers while activating the profound Golden Crow bloodline within him. His nascent celestial body radiated dazzling celestial light. With a single step, he soared skyward, colliding thunderously with the bone demon, engaging in a fierce contest of fists against claws. In a mere strike, he sent the bone demon hurtling Tinzhong away. Celestial body. The bone demon was instantly taken aback, realizing that he was indeed a heavenly immortal who had cultivated both body and spirit. In ancient times, nearly all practitioners simultaneously refined their qi while honing their physical forms. However, following the calamity of the Fengshen, 2 factors led to a decline in such dual cultivation: the arduous nature of physical training requiring formidable innate roots, and the scarcity of resources causing most practitioners to focus solely on refining qi, abandoning physical cultivation. This explains why the demon race's enlightened beings are often more ferocious, their strength rooted in their corporeal forms. The bone demon had initially thought that her perfected heavenly immortal power would suffice to confront Li Chongyun, but she was unprepared for his celestial body. With this realization, capturing Li Chongyun within a short span had become nearly impossible. At this juncture, there was no need for further concealment. The bone demon's gaze shifted, and her peripheral vision caught sight of a remarkably handsome monk clad in white behind Li Chongyun. She mused to herself, "Once I capture the one seeking enlightenment, I shall swiftly return to the White Tiger Ridge in the West Neo-Huzhou to relish his flesh." 50 li away, Li Tuhong wielded a coiling dragon staff, pursuing two exhausted demon generals. Their strength had visibly waned, while his own staff techniques continued to unleash a tempest of power, exhibiting unmatched dominance. Bone Demon. Your numerous avatars are merely a ploy to feast upon the seeker of enlightenment. Allow me to inform you that your calculations have gone awry. Li Tuhong laughed heartily, sweeping the coiling dragon staff to unleash an infinite array of staff shadows, sealing off all avenues of retreat for the two demon generals. How do you recognize my identity? The two demon generals were momentarily taken aback, frowning in inquiry. Who are you? Before the words had fully left their lips, they exchanged a glance, uniting their powers in an instant, their cultivation surging to the late stage of heavenly immortal. Humph. Li Tuhong let out a cold laugh and casually threw out the panlong staff. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted, filling the heavens, transforming into a dragon-patterned iron crutch. A top-tier spiritual treasure born of the earthly realm, radiating celestial brilliance with formidable power capable of leveling mountains. Very well, let you understand your demise. I am Li Tuhong, one of the 8 immortals of the upper cave. Upon hearing this, the white-bone spirit's doppelganger's expression shifted drastically, panic consuming its heart. The 8 immortals of the upper cave are considered paragons among those who attained enlightenment after the ancient times, all rooted in humanity, descendants of the Grandao ancestor. They are intricately connected, yet their strengths vary significantly. Among them, the sword immortal El Dongbin wields unparalleled mastery over the sword, fierce and valiant, while Li Tuhong is the foremost among the 8 immortals, possessing immense magical prowess. You were once a millennium-old skeleton, taking form from the winds of the underworld. Why did you harbor greed and invite calamity upon yourself by coming here? Li Tuhong radiated dazzling celestial light, standing upon clouds. His appearance transformed into that of a scruffy figure with wild hair, bulging eyes, a protruding belly, and an unsightly visage. He wore an iron hoop to bind his hair. Limping on one leg, the white-boned spirit was immediately ensnared by the power of the iron crutch, immobilized, yet it gritted its teeth with resentment, saying, "You immortals, merely because you have esteemed masters, can enjoy celestial elixirs, peaches of immortality, and various spiritual roots, living in harmony with heaven and earth, and share